A man's heavy breathing sounded in her ears, and warm breath lingered on her neck, making her feel itchy and tingly. Su Yunwan suddenly opened her eyes and looked into a pair of calm, deep eyes. Bang! The man was kicked off the bed. His agile body barely steadied itself, but accidentally knocked over a wooden stool nearby. Su Yunwan quickly looked around. The bed was covered with a quilt, and red double happiness characters were pasted on the paper window, creating a romantic atmosphere. This is their wedding night. What's your meaning? Qin Junyi stood straight, his voice low and dangerous. Su Yunwan looked at him when she heard his words. The groom was dressed in red, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, well-groomed eyebrows, phoenix-shaped eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. He exuded a commanding presence. His appearance, figure, and aura perfectly matched her aesthetic standards. "I'm a little nervous," Su Yunwan said with an innocent look. But in her heart, she thought, could it be that heaven, feeling sorry for her having wandered alone through the end times for decades, specially sent her a husband? If so, she gratefully accepted him. Qin Junyi's dark eyes looked dangerous, like a leopard staring intently at its prey. The woman in front of him was as beautiful as a rare gem, graceful and charming, both stunning and captivating. Her eyes shimmered with innocence, like a little rabbit, making it seem as if that kick earlier was unintentional. A flash of light crossed his eyes. He stepped forward and sat on the edge of the bed, speaking more softly. "Don't be afraid." Su Yunwan's face was flushed. She reached out and gently tugged at his sleeve. In this moment, no man could resist, let alone a proper groom. A gentle breeze blew outside the window, and the red candle flickered, casting various shapes of light and shadow. Qin Junyi, having just experienced love for the first time, didn't know what satisfaction was. They spent the whole night entwined, tossing and turning until dawn before finally stopping. Exhausted, Su Yunwan tilted her head and sank into darkness. When she woke up again, blinding sunlight shone through the window, and it was already midday. As her memory returned, she realized she was alone in a large room. Suddenly, her relaxed mind was pierced by sharp pain, and a long-buried memory flooded back. It turned out she was the daughter of a minister of rites in the Great Zhou dynasty, betrothed by the emperor to marry a foreign prince named Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi was the general of the Northern Army, who led his troops to defeat the invading Northern D tribes last year, signing a 10-year ceasefire treaty. However, this hero was betrayed by the new emperor, who, seeking to regain military power, used the marriage as a trap, summoning Junyi back to the capital. On the second day of their wedding, he was captured by the Wei Guard and falsely accused of treason. In the end, he was sentenced to heavy punishment, and his entire family was exiled. The path of exile is extremely dangerous, with half of the people lost. She is also in life-threatening danger on the way. At that time, a rare celestial event called the Seven Stars constellation appeared. When she woke up again, she had lost her memory and had traveled to a future post-apocalyptic world in a parallel universe. In other words, the officials are about to raid. Thinking of this, she no longer remembered her past. She found a beautiful dress to wear and used her space teleportation ability to rush to the palace. As the last surviving human in the end times, she possesses dual abilities of wood element and space. She has been wandering alone for decades. Now, returning to her homeland, she feels like a leaf returning to its roots. In this life, if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If they offend me, I will return it 100 times over. The emperor is coming to raid the royal residence, so she plans to raid the palace instead. Let's see who loses more. She can teleport and become invisible with her space ability, communicate with plants using her wood element, and locate things. Soon, Su Yunwan smoothly enters the palace. The emperor's private treasury, also called the Inner Treasury, is managed by the Grand Storage Department and has 5 vaults. The most important is the Silver Vault, with the others being the grain, clothing, porcelain, and tea vaults. Expenses for court functions, sacrifices, and the emperor's rewards are all paid from the inner treasury. The outer treasury, or national treasury, is used for military pay, disaster relief, infrastructure, and river management. Su Yunwan's main goal this time is the inner treasury. She quickly appears in the silver vault, sweeping away all the valuables like chests of gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and collectibles. Then, she follows the same method to loot the remaining 4 vaults. Over generations, emperors accumulated wealth in their private treasuries, which are even richer than the national treasury. And now, all of it belongs to her. Since she came to raid the palace, just the private treasury isn't enough. Next target, Shang Medicine Department. Her body is her capital for revolution. If she's sick, she needs treatment. If she needs medicine, she must get it. So, she also takes medical books, prescriptions, herbs, medicinal packs, and tools. Another target, Shang Clothing Bureau. She has enough leather and fabrics, but doesn't want to do embroidery. Whether it's yellow robes, windbreakers, or court attire, she plans to take all the clothing, hats, shoes, and socks first. Another target, Shang Food Department. Having experienced the end times, she knows that during special periods, money can't buy food. She can stimulate plant growth, but who would refuse abundant food? Soon, her space fills with rice, flour, oil, fresh vegetables, meat, poultry, eggs, and dairy products. Her final target, the private treasury of the Empress and consorts. Since the Dog Emperor likes to use collective punishment, she won't hesitate to involve the entire harem. She gathers all valuable items like gold, silver, jade, and jewelry. After leaving the palace, she limps toward the Prime Minister's residence. This incident at the Qin Prince's residence was caused by the Dog Emperor and the Prime Minister working together to set her up. Now that Qin Junyi is her husband, she naturally won't let the Prime Minister's residence go unclaimed. The Prime Minister's wealth is immense, rivaling the imperial treasury. Besides gold, silver, antiques, jade, and paintings, he also stockpiled a large warehouse of grain, all of which Su Yunwan took without hesitation. Back in the palace bedroom, several maidservants still waited outside the door. Su Yunwan, taking advantage of the soldier's absence, seized almost all of the main storage rooms in the palace. She didn't clear everything out to avoid giving the petty emperor a chance to cause trouble by accusing her of hiding valuables or disobedience. Even without concrete evidence, the petty emperor might still try to use the situation to justify executing her. Compared to the gains from the palace, this was just leftovers, like scraps given to a dog. When it was her turn to check her private treasury, looking at the bridal dowry items, Su Yunwan thought of her family. Her biological mother died of a serious illness when she was young, and her father remarried shortly after. She grew up neglected by her father and coldly treated by her stepmother. Now that she was married, the dowry was beautiful on the surface, but mostly superficial and showy. Having endured the hardships of the apocalypse, she had long since seen through people's true natures. Since her biological father had completely abandoned her, from now on, she would go her own way, separate paths, strangers in the world, with no further connection. Back in the bedroom, Su Yunwan sat at her dressing table, looking at her timeless, stunning face in the mirror. She smiled faintly and called out, "Come in." A few maidservants, who had been waiting outside for a long time, entered one after another. They carried grooming supplies and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, princess. Stand up." Su Yunwan finished washing up under the service of her maid Mingyan, then dismissed everyone except the chief maid, Hupa and Mingyan. Prince has not returned for a long time. Something must have happened. Hupa, go immediately and inform the steward to send people away. Mingyan, also go and disperse the bridal attendants. Quickly leave the palace. Hupa and Mingyan turned pale upon hearing this. Princess, what could happen? Don't ask more. Hurry. Su Yunwan handed them a few contracts and 300 taels of silver. Realizing the seriousness, they tearfully bid farewell. Princess, miss, take care. After they left, Su Yunwan ate some tea, cakes, and snacks for breakfast. After a busy morning, her stomach started to protest loudly. An incense stick later, the sound of clanking armor and orderly footsteps came from the front yard. Su Yunwan brushed off the powder from her hands. Here they come. Everyone stay where you are. No one move. Numerous guards dressed in black armor stormed into the inner courtyard, guarding each gate. Some servants in the courtyard huddled under eaves or near flower beds, trembling with fear. Others ran around like headless flies, trying to escape. Su Yunwan put on a bright red brocade cloak and walked out of the sleeping hall. "Are you the queen's consort?" A group of black-clad guards approached her quickly and asked sternly. "Yes, I am." Hurry to the front hall for a gathering. Su Yunwan walked through many courtyards and corridors, taking about 15 minutes to reach the main hall in the front yard of the palace. By this time, many people had already gathered inside. The deputy commander of the black-clad guards leaned diagonally on the main seat, holding a cup of green glazed tea in his left hand and tapping the lid of the cup with his right hand. The current black-clad guards are responsible for monitoring officials. They can bypass the 3 departments and arrest, interrogate, and judge officials at will. Officials in their hands often suffer severe punishment, sometimes even death. "May I ask, Lord Xie, what do you mean?" Qin Junyi's younger brother, Qin Junyi, asked with a forced calmness, clasping his hands. Xie Chao took a sip of tea, put down his cup, and said, "I am here on official orders." "Are all the members of the palace family present?" Reporting to the Lord, Grandma Qin and some female relatives have not arrived yet. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. "I am here." Grandma Qin, surrounded by many female relatives, entered the hall. "Lord Xie, I am from the Qin family, 3 generations of princes. Our ancestral hall still holds the official documents and iron seals. How dare you act so presumptuously?" Xie Chao slightly curled his lips, saw that everyone had gathered, and took out a yellow scroll from his bosom. Imperial decree. The Qin family must kneel and listen to the order. Everyone in the Qin household knelt down together. By the emperor's decree, it is hereby announced. Qin Junyi is suspected of treason and conspiracy with enemies. He is dismissed from his post for investigation. The Qin family's possessions will be confiscated, and all relatives are to be taken to the court of justice to await judgment. So decreed. Grandma Qin cried out in distress. "My grandson defends the country and the people with loyalty and courage. How could he commit treason?" Other relatives also cried out in protest. Qin Junyi could no longer contain his anger and shouted fiercely, "Who is framing my elder brother? I will make him pay. How dare you?" Xie Chao, knowing clearly who the real culprit was, tightened his grip and sternly shouted, "Stop resisting and accept the decree." "Do you want to defy the imperial order?" Grandma Qin, breathing heavily and trembling, raised her hands and said, "Old lady, accept the decree." Xie Chao snorted coldly, handed over the imperial decree, and then shouted, "Come here. Put the shackles on." Guards outside the hall brought in shackles and fastened them around the necks of the men of the palace. The shackles, weighing about 50 pounds, pressed heavily on them, causing cold sweat and making them stagger to their feet. Xie Chao then said to the officer beside him, "Captain Jiang, gather all the gold and silver jewelry from everyone. The rest will be divided into groups to search each room and record everything." "Yes." Captain Jiang ordered to go out, delivering commands. The black guard kicked open the main door and rushed in. Captain Jiang then led about 10 men to start collecting valuables and jewelry. Suddenly, a woman's scream and plea came from outside the hall. Su Yunwan looked toward the sound and saw Captain Jiang smirking wickedly, holding a beautiful maid, touching her inappropriately. "I suspect you're hiding silver and money. Naturally, I need to search carefully." Haha. He laughed arrogantly, ignoring the bright daylight, and acted unlawfully. "Stop." The old lady was furious and tried to go out to stop him, but she was trembling and too weak. Qin Junyi also rushed out but was blocked by the black guard in the hall. Su Yunwan quickly grabbed a nearby blue and white porcelain gourd bottle and strode out, smashing it forcefully against the man's back. Captain Jiang yelped in pain and loosened his grip. The broken bottle shattered on the ground. The maid, freed from his hold, scrambled and hid among the servants, hugging her fellow maids tightly. The women of the mansion were trembling with fear. They never expected these people to be so mean. Did they think Qin's family could clear their name easily? The Qin family has not been fully judged yet. Are you trying to act as the judge in place of the emperor? Su Yunwan asked coldly. The man, used to such accusations, was not afraid. Instead, he looked lecherous, commenting, looks like a fairy, but those thorns are too sharp. How dare you disrespect the princess? Several guards immediately stepped forward, shielding Su Yunwan behind them. Princess? Qin Junyi is truly lucky. Even at death's door, he still manages to keep a beauty. What a pity, his life is almost over. The guards, furious, drew their swords, ready to fight to the death. Other black guards also drew weapons, forming a standoff. The situation was about to turn violent. Su Yunwan stared at Captain Jiang as if he were a dead man. If he dared to be reckless again, she would send him to the afterlife. Master Xie, don't bully people too much. Qin Junyi in the main hall gritted his teeth in anger. Xie Chao knew most of the mansion guards were retired soldiers. Fighting to the death wouldn't help. He glanced at Captain Jiang and coldly said, "What are you hesitating for? Have you finished your work?" Then he warned everyone, "Hand over your belongings voluntarily, or don't blame them for searching you." All the black guards immediately sheathed their weapons and continued collecting items. The women of the mansion no longer dared to hesitate. They took off their headpieces and jewelry, placing everything, along with their purses, into a copper tray held by the guards. Half an hour later, the black guards carried several wooden boxes back to the front yard. "Sir, these are all." A guard presented a list. Xie Chao opened the box to check, his face growing darker. Finally, he snapped it shut with a loud sound. "In such a large mansion, this is all we found. Sir, we have searched multiple times, and these are the only items we found." Xie Chao knew most of Qin family's wealth was in the northwest, but he didn't believe the mansion was so poor, it's barely richer than a low-ranking official's household. He ordered, "Captain Jiang, take your men and search again. Be sure to check hidden compartments and secret rooms." Captain Jiang bowed and responded, then led about 10 guards of the Black Clothes Guard toward the inner courtyard. Everyone, split up and look around. After his subordinates dispersed, Captain Jiang looked around and was attracted by a flash of light near the fake mountain. His suspicion grew, and he cautiously moved closer to investigate. He didn't believe the mansion only had this little wealth. It was likely hidden somewhere else, and the cave inside the fake mountain was a perfect hiding spot. He first circled the outside but saw no ambushes, then bent down and entered the cave. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard faint rustling sounds. His eyes sharpened as he looked around but saw nothing unusual. A strong sense of danger hit him. He quickly retreated toward the entrance. Suddenly, a stone at the entrance cracked and rolled down, blocking the exit. In the dark, Zhang's back was drenched in sweat, and he felt like he was about to die. He used all his skills to dodge falling stones overhead but was eventually tripped by a stone on the ground, leading to his doom. His piercing cry of pain echoed as the fake mountain collapsed, shaking the sky. In the front hall of the mansion, Xie Chao was pressing someone for the hiding place of the treasure. "Do you know that hiding treasure is considered defying the imperial order? Don't risk your life over such a small amount of money." "Sir, most of Qin family's wealth has already been used to support the war effort. There's hardly anything left. Are you trying to frame us?" Qin Junyi asked angrily and sadly. Suddenly, screams came from the backyard. Xie Chao's heart tightened, and he ordered his men, "Go see what's happening." The guards of the Black Clothes Guard rushed to the backyard, and soon someone reported back, "Sir, a fake mountain collapsed, and Captain Jiang is buried inside." Xie Chao's cold eyes shot sharply at the men of the mansion. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Did you do this?" "That's not true, sir. How could we make the fake mountain collapse?" Seeing the mansion's people repeatedly deny, Xie Chao ordered them to be taken away and headed to the scene. When they arrived, they saw the entire fake mountain had collapsed, with stones scattered everywhere. Many guards were digging and trying to rescue people. Su Yunwan took the opportunity to send her special power underground, destroying the traces of the plant's strange behavior. With the united effort of the Black Guard, Captain Jiang was rescued. He was covered in blood, weak and faint, with a large bloodstain spreading across his lower body. Even if he managed to stay alive, he was severely injured. This was a clear act of revenge. Despite Xie Chao searching for clues among the faint traces, he found no signs of human involvement. It was impossible to blame the palace guards. Such a strange scene made all the Black Guards feel uneasy. Xie Chao turned and ordered, "Everyone from the palace, immediately be taken to the Court of Justice for detention and questioning." Soon, the men were shackled and chained, while the women held ropes, slowly walking out of the palace under the escort of the Black Guard. The palace gate was split in half, and the Qin family, once noble and powerful, was now imprisoned. The Court of Justice, dungeon. The air was foul, and the ground damp. The only light came from a small high window, casting a gloomy shadow. The prisoners inside, upon hearing the noise, gathered at the bars, shouting and protesting loudly. Su Yunwan and the other women from the palace were kept together, while the men were held in a separate cell, their shackles removed. Ugh! A suppressed sob came from the women, gradually spreading, filling the prison with mournful cries. Su Yunwan sat quietly in the corner, alone and expressionless. Once, she had been imprisoned in the same cell and, 3 days later, was sent into exile. On the journey, she saw the raw nature of human desire. This made her accept the greed and chaos of the end times, even without memories. The only light on that dark exile route came from Qin Junyi. At that time, he was badly injured and unable to care for himself, but he still tried to take care of her as best as he could. Now Qin Junyi was trapped in the prison, and she could save him, but she didn't want to take responsibility for the safety and future of the Qin family. He had to endure this himself. She once thought he was a gift from heaven, but it turned out to be fate from a past life. Oh well, she had already lived enough in solitude. In this life, she would choose a different way to live. Su Yunwan, you plotted to harm the prince. A sudden accusation rang out among the women. Su Yunwan looked toward the voice and recognized her from her memory. Her name was Cini, the granddaughter of old Madame Qin. She had been orphaned young and had joined the palace, and everyone knew about her admiration for Qin Junyi. It must be you who brought forged evidence into the palace, causing my cousin to suffer, Cini said confidently. The imperial decree had granted her marriage, and she was designated as the princess. She had to accept being a concubine, but her older cousin said she only saw her as a sister and didn't want her at all. According to her, it was clearly because he was bound by the emperor's orders and couldn't take a concubine. She hated Su Yunwan and wanted to take this chance right after she entered the household, to throw dirt on her and make others isolate her. The old lady didn't quite believe this. She thought, why would a girl willing to stand up for a maid do something so easily to trap someone? But Madame Pei, the mother of Qin Junyi, immediately believed about 80 to 90%. Is it really you? Why would you do such a thing? Before Su Yunwan could speak, Cini interrupted. She just married in, and the estate had trouble right away. It must be someone's scheme, Su Yunwan coldly asked. What proof do you have? It was taken by the Yue guards. Huh? Even if you just made up some evidence, it's better than just talking empty words. Seeing that Cini couldn't come up with a reason, the old lady saw through her intentions and stopped her. Enough, Don't jump to conclusions. She also wanted to strengthen the family ties by turning her granddaughter-in-law into her granddaughter, but fate had other plans. This eldest granddaughter-in-law was also a victim. She had just married in, and was already imprisoned. No one knew if her father could get her out. In fact, Su Yunwan's father, Minister Su, was a key official in the court. When they called back Qin Junyi, the prime minister suggested a marriage alliance, which the emperor happily accepted, even deciding on the spot that the prime minister should choose a daughter to marry. But every daughter of the prime minister was a precious resource for political alliances. He didn't want to waste that, so he cleverly persuaded the emperor, offering political benefits, and arranged for Minister Su's daughter to marry. Minister Su saw the political gains and agreed without hesitation, making Su Yunwan a pawn in this deal. After the Qin family's trouble, Minister Su could have easily brought his daughter home, but he preferred to cut ties. Using the excuse of marry the chicken, follow the chicken. Marry the dog, follow the dog, he let her go into exile with her husband. Su Yunwan then embarked on an irreversible path. After the old lady spoke, Qin lowered her flags and gave up. Next to her, Madame Pei saw that Su Yunwan showed no panic, as if she had expected everything. Seeds of suspicion took root, but since she had no proof, she deliberately made things difficult. Su family, why didn't you come to pay respects and serve tea this morning? Su Yunwan glanced at her and replied, the prince ordered me to wait until he returns. But Madame Pei, who already disliked her eldest son, didn't accept this reason. I think you're just lazy and negligent. Su Yunwan smirked coldly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Madame Pei immediately assumed the role of the matron and sternly scolded her. You're now my son's wife. You should follow the rules. Be respectful in the morning and evening. If there's a next time, see how I deal with you. Su Yunwan chuckled softly. May I ask, Madam, as a wife, the most important duties are to support your husband and teach your children. Have you done these? What? Pei Shi looked at her in disbelief. The other members of the Qin family also froze in surprise. You have severely harmed the prince and are unfit to be a mother. What right do you have to scold me? Suddenly, a private secret was exposed. Pei Shi's face turned pale, and then pale again. Where did you hear that rumor? If you want no one to know, don't do it yourself. Heaven sees everything. Su Yunwan looked out the window, a nostalgic expression on her face. In her previous life, she noticed her mother-in-law showed no love for her seriously injured husband. Instead, she was strict for her own benefit. Su Yunwan then secretly questioned her naive sister-in-law Qin Junyi and learned that her husband had been living this way since childhood. Suddenly, there was applause. Third Madame Lu clapped loudly. Exactly right. Sister-in-law, you don't really think no one knows about your private punishments for Igir, do you? Pei Shi tremblingly pointed at Lu. Third sister-in-law, I have treated you kindly. How can you slander me like this? Come on, if it weren't for our mother holding the fort, our third house would have long been oppressed like the fourth house. Lu had long coveted the household authority of the manor. Even now that the manor was seized, she was still obsessed with controlling it. If Pei Shi stepped down, Su Yunwan, who disobeyed and challenged her, would take over the household. Knowing her sister-in-law's intentions, Pei Shi was both ashamed and angry. Suddenly, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Qin Junyi, the younger sister of Qin Junyi, hurriedly carried her mother, calling out, Mother, wake up. In the opposite cell, Qin Junyi clenched the bars tightly, angry. Third aunt, if you have issues with my mother, just say it directly. How can you criticize her like that? Brother Xian third aunt is just speaking fairly, Lu said arrogantly. The Qin family was large and powerful in the capital. Now that the whole family had fallen, she no longer had to bow to the eldest house. Qin Junyi took a deep breath, no longer arguing with her. Instead, he turned to question Su Yunwan. Big sister-in-law, how can you disobey your mother? Exactly. Big sister-in-law, you are already married to my elder brother. How can you treat your mother like that? Qin Junyi also accused upon hearing her second brother. Su Yunwan smiled. She is a good mother to you, but not to me. Besides, how she treats your elder brother is none of my business. Qin Junyi and his sister were stunned into silence. All right, let your mother rest well. The old madam, already dissatisfied with Pei Shi's harsh treatment of her eldest grandson, deliberately let her suffer humiliation before finally speaking up. Su Yunwan's words and actions are too rebellious. If anyone else behaved like this, they would have been scolded by the very strict old lady. However, she is the beloved wife of the heir, and her target is Pei's family, whom she dislikes. Instead of criticizing her, the old lady is happy to support her. Therefore, she told Qin Junyi and Qin Rulin, Yunwan is now your older sister-in-law. You must get along well in the future and not blame her or disrespect her because of your mother. Yes, Qin Junyi and Qin Rulin replied with bowed heads, but they both secretly thought, my older sister-in-law and my mother are always at odds. What should we do? Meal is ready. Before the siblings could think of a solution, there was noise at the prison entrance. 2 guards carried a basket of steamed buns and delivered lunch to each cell. The prisoners in the front cells reached out wildly, shouting for food. The guards, impatient, scolded, stopped shouting. Are you starving ghosts reincarnated? As soon as the food was handed over, the prisoners eagerly shoved it into their mouths. Those who moved slowly were even robbed. This scene revealed the cruel truth of the survival of the fittest. The well-cared-for Qin family members, however, were quite the opposite. When they received the dark, hard steamed buns, they couldn't bring themselves to eat. Some who were extremely hungry bit into them and immediately spat out, "What is this? Even dogs wouldn't eat this. It's too terrible. Is this really food for humans? Quick, go bring some good dishes." Hearing this, the guard sneered, "Sure. Give me silver, and I'll send someone to make better food for you." "I don't have any on me," said the family. The guard spat, "Bah. No silver, and you still want good food? Think you're some high official?" Su Yunwan looked at the steamed bun in her hand. It was made from poor-quality sorghum flour, mixed with a lot of rice bran, making it hard to eat. She moved to a corner to avoid the crowd, buried her head, and started eating. The food she ate was secretly replaced with pastries from the kitchen. Perhaps because of the strict rules of this world, all her supplies from the end-of-world stash had disappeared. But that's okay. Given time, she could gather supplies again and get whatever she wanted. "Mother, this isn't a solution." Lu Shi looked at the children crying from hunger and asked the old lady, her aunt and mother-in-law, for help. The old lady was the matriarch of the Wang family, known for her authority and being the backbone of the household. However, the Qin family's roots were in the northwest, and now they were in prison, so few people could help. "The emperor will surely investigate and clear our name," the old lady said. After that, she began to arrange for the main and third branches of the family to seek help from friends and relatives outside. Her hope mainly rested on her eldest daughter-in-law, Pei, and her third daughter-in-law, Lu. Pei's family was a prestigious and noble family, while Lu came from her own maternal family. Both families were highly respected. If they could help, she would suffer less. "Grandmother, how can we send a message out?" Qin Junyi asked, raising a key question. They had no money and no power, and the old lady was also troubled. The fourth house, which was a concubine branch, was completely ignored by the old lady. Madame Lin, the wife of the fourth son, felt uncomfortable, but the fourth master, Qin Ji, remained calm. The eldest brother had sacrificed many years, and the second brother's entire household was at the frontier in the northwest. He didn't know any high officials or noble people, and the Yu family was a small, humble family. For now, he could only rely on his mother and third brother. Unfortunately, he didn't know that soon he would have a chance to prove himself. Lu turned her eyes and suddenly came up with an idea. "Mother, Yi is an outsider, not considered a family member of the Qin household. She can use this to escape and send a message." Xin Yi hurriedly said, "I won't go, grandmother. I want to stay with you and share hardships with the Qin family." The usually kind old lady was not moved by her words. Instead, she looked stern and advised, "Yi, betraying your country is a serious crime. If you escape, you'll have a better chance of survival. I don't want any chance of survival, grandmother. Please don't chase me away. I'm an orphan girl. How can I survive outside?" Yi felt cold inside and stopped pretending to be proud, beginning to complain. The doctor, who had just regained consciousness, suddenly said, "Yi, your father has an older sister. You can go to them for help." Lu clapped her hands and said, "Yes, although we haven't been close. Now that things are so, the Qin family can't protect you anymore." "No. I cut ties with my aunt long ago. I can't just go to them blindly. Grandmother, I just want to serve you well." No matter how hard it is, I am not afraid. Yi secretly hated her two aunts but spoke sincerely. The old lady was unmoved and threw the question back to her. Then think of a way to contact the outside world. Yi looked blankly at her grandmother, tears slipping down her cheeks. Su Yunwan watched the scene unfold, feeling nothing inside. In the capital city, with its beautiful flowers and wealth, the noble spirit of the Qin family was gradually eroded. The city looked lively and beautiful, but when trouble arose, the dark side of human nature quickly appeared. Got it, Yi thought for a moment, wiped her tears, and whispered to her grandmother. Grandmother, if it weren't for the punishment of the 9 clans, which is worse than a married woman, we could use this to our advantage. The old lady pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up at all her young granddaughters, her gaze cold and intimidating. Finally, her gaze fell on Qin Ruoshan, the legitimate daughter of the 4th house, and she beckoned her. Shan Shan, come here to grandmother. Qin Ruoshan's heart skipped a beat. She hesitated and walked to the old lady, lowering her head as she sat upright. Grandmother, the old lady patted her head gently and said softly, right now, there is a good chance to save you. You must seize it. Grandmother, I want to be with my parents, Qin Ruoshan replied. She knew it probably wasn't a good thing, or else she wouldn't be in this situation. But the old lady said, silly child, when a man grows up, he should marry. When a woman grows up, she should marry. If you marry now, you can follow your husband's family and avoid trouble, but I haven't been engaged yet. How can I marry? Qin Ruoshan's alarm bells rang. Among the guards, there must be some who are single or have not yet married into their families. If you marry one of them, I don't want to. Qin Ruoshan's face turned completely pale. The old lady stopped talking to her and turned to the son of the household, saying, 4th son, now that the Wang family has been stripped of their estate, the women are very likely to end up in the brothel district. Can you bear to see that? But, the timid 4th lord was so anxious he couldn't speak. Since Qin's family has not yet been convicted, there is still a slim chance. But if the lovely girl really marries like that, she will suffer for the rest of her life. Qin Junyi felt heartache and begged, Grandmother, please allow your grandson to think of another way. Even though the 4th house was a branch family, they were still blood relatives. How could they be treated so badly? But the old lady scolded repeatedly. What can you do? This is a good thing. If it's a good thing, respecting elders is important. I still have several older sisters. Qin Ruoshan couldn't help but speak back after hearing her grandmother's words. Pei Shi, sitting at the front, felt her heart jump and quickly tried to explain. Yaiji's not here, and Lanlan's marriage depends on her older brother's approval. Lu Shi followed. Qian's husband has already been chosen. Shan, Qin family raised you, so don't let everyone down. But 3rd aunt, things are different now. The people you mentioned are not suitable anymore. Qin family raised me, but they also raised 3rd sister. 3rd sister Qin Ruoshan was angry. How dare you compare yourself to me? Being a daughter of Qin family, what's wrong with that? There are differences between legitimate and illegitimate children. Do I need to explain? But I am also the legitimate daughter of the 4th house. The old lady stopped the quarrel. Enough. Say no more useless things. The anxious and trembling Mrs. Lin knelt beside the old lady, pleading, Mother, my daughter-in-law only has Shan. Please don't choose her. However, the old lady's face remained firm and unmoving. Mrs. Lin had to raise her voice and insist, marriage has always been decided by parents. I refuse. Next to them, Mrs. Lu spoke coldly. Sister-in-law, have you thought this through? Disobeying your mother-in-law is very unfilial. What if mother orders the 4th younger brother to divorce you? What will you do then? Hearing this, Mrs. Lin's face turned from red to pale. She nervously looked at her husband, but the 4th old master was also frightened and shook his head at her. Seeing her parents like this, Qin Ruoshan felt hopeless. She decided to give up and said, divorcing is fine. My mother can go back to her family to avoid trouble. I should thank Aunt 3rd, too. Qin Ruoshan, how can you speak to your elders like that? The 3rd old master scolded sharply, then turned to pressure the 4th old master. 4th younger brother, you've enjoyed a lot of wealth and honor all these years. Surely, you should contribute something, right? The fourth old master felt uncomfortable. Because he was a concubine's son, he wondered if he should burden his wife and daughter, pushing his precious daughter into danger. Qin Ruoshan could no longer bear to stay silent. If we're talking about wealth and honor, isn't the one who enjoys it the most you, third uncle? Big brother and second uncle have been guarding the frontier for years. My father is busy with official duties. Only you spend your days eating, drinking, and playing with nothing else to do. Rebel. Rebellious. The third old master clenched his fist and struck the fourth old master hard in the face. Seeing their father hit, Qin Junyi, the son of the fourth old master, was furious. He lunged at the third old master. Qin Junyi hurriedly stepped in to separate them. The brothers from the third household swarmed in, and the scene became chaotic.
Stop!
Stop, the old lady shouted several times, and the fighting finally ceased. The fourth old master and his son were beaten black and blue, and Qin Junyi spat out blood. In the eyes of the third household, the father and son of the fourth household, being illegitimate children, were considered half-servants. Dare to attack the master? They thought they might as well be dead. So, they fought back fiercely and mercilessly.
Ah!
Qin Ruoshan was so shocked, she slapped Lu Shi hard across the face, then grabbed her hair, pinching and twisting it. Lu Shi screamed in pain. The women of the third household quickly stepped forward. Seeing the chaos restart, Su Yunwan stepped in, pulling Qin Ruoshan away and pushing her toward the fourth lady. Watch her. Then she turned around and knocked down the women from the third household one by one, shouting, "Everyone, calm down." Su Yunwan's fierce presence scared the remaining women from the third household into not daring to step forward again. Instead, they went to help those on the ground. "Mrs. Su, what do you have to do with this?" Pei Shi couldn't stand her arrogance and scolded her again. Su Yunwan naturally would not tolerate this. She coldly mocked, "As the head of the inner courtyard of the royal residence, you don't stop the fight and you think I mind my own business. I'm doing this for your good. You alone can't compare to the many women of the third household." The main wife was furious. In the royal residence in the capital, the third household was powerful and numerous. Even she dared not offend them easily. Now that something has happened, it's the third household that must step up and help. How can I stand on the side of the illegitimate fourth household? Even if there are many people in the third household, they must listen to the orders of the head of the family, the prince. As the prince's lawful wife, who dares to harm me? Su Yunwan said sharply, scanning the people of the third household. They all had darkened faces, both men and women, but dared not speak out. Su Yunwan looked again at the stubborn Qin Ruoshan, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. In her previous life, Qin Ruoshan did not resist strongly. After being persuaded by others, she followed an old jailer, supposedly marrying his grandson, and was never seen again. The road to exile was filled with bones. Su Yunwan didn't know whether Qin Ruoshan followed exile for a long time or married to leave the Qin family. What she didn't realize was that Qin Ruoshan's change was directly influenced by her. Su Yunwan's scene of smashing a vase on the arrogant YY made the seed of resistance take root and sprout in Qin Ruoshan's heart. Now, faced with manipulation, it broke through the ground and grew. However, everything has a price. "Qin Ruoshan, Qin Junyi, kneel for me." With the old lady's stern shout, Qin Ruoshan knelt heavily on both knees, and Qin Junyi also knelt straight, clutching his chest. Recalling the strict family rules, the two broke out in cold sweat but stubbornly held their heads high, without regret. The old lady asked with authority, "Tell me yourselves, when elders are attacked, according to family rules, how should it be dealt with?" Before they could answer, their mother, Lin, knelt a few steps to the old lady's feet, crying and begging, "Mother, if anyone should be punished, it should be me, the daughter-in-law. It's my fault for not raising the children well. No, it's the son's fault. Please, mother, forgive them. The son is at your mercy." The fourth master also knelt and begged. "Grandmother, the fourth brother has suffered serious internal injuries. If punished again, It could be fatal. Qin Junyi deliberately exaggerated Qin Junyi's injuries, hoping the grandmother would plead for mercy. The old lady looked at her fourth grandson. She saw sweat beads the size of beans on Qin Junyi's forehead, rolling down his face, and his fists clenched tightly on his thighs, clearly in great pain. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to Su Yunwan and asked softly, "Yunwan, what do you think?" Having traveled through the apocalypse, Su Yunwan no longer cared about the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. The so-called brotherly friendship and filial respect, since the third master didn't do the former, it's no wonder the fourth master is upset. In my opinion, these two siblings did nothing wrong. In fact, their filial piety is admirable. How can you say that? Mrs. Liu looked angry and pointed at her swollen cheek. Haven't you seen what I look like? Is this still considered a mistake? Su Yunwan sneered. That was because your husband and son bullied others first. If you insist on holding on to it, the first person to be held responsible should be the third master. Teaching my younger brother a lesson is my duty. The third master blushed with anger, almost jumping in frustration. But your actions have turned into private revenge, not to mention that your several sons are also overstepping their bounds, Su Yunwan said with a mocking look at the third master. When there are no tigers in the mountain, monkeys think they are kings. Now that the prince has returned to the capital, you still don't know to behave. Do you really think you're the king of the mountain? Enough. All of you, stop talking. The old lady knew deep down that the third couple was unwilling to be subordinate to the main family, but the rules were clear. The head of the family was chosen from the eldest, not the younger, and the legitimate heir was passed down through the main line, not the collateral branches. There were many in the main family, including the second branch. The third master had no chance to become the head. Seeing how straightforward and fearless Su Yunwan was, the old lady quickly called for a halt. If strict rules and punishments were to be enforced, the grandchildren of the third branch wouldn't escape either. The old lady tried to smooth things over, saying, now that the whole family is in trouble, and considering how deeply the fourth branch has been affected and temporarily lost their composure, let's forgive this once. No more such behavior in the future. The members of the fourth branch thanked her and stood up, grateful to have narrowly escaped trouble. They all cast appreciative looks towards Su Yunwan. However, Su Yunwan knew the matter was not over. She continued, with the news of the prince's household being seized and the prison being raided so widely, people outside must have already heard. If those relatives are willing, they will come to help. If we act rashly, we will only attract trouble from above, the old lady agreed, but secretly she hoped to improve her situation by marrying off her granddaughter to a prison guard, hoping to get better treatment in prison, at least better food. Su Yunwan saw through her thoughts and warned, if you are accused of treason or rebellion, it could involve your entire family. Which guard would risk their life to marry a member of the Qin family? The old lady had to abandon her plans. When others heard that it could involve the entire family, they immediately lost their desire for internal conflict, fearing for their own lives. In the afternoon, several prisoners were interrogated, their screams echoing in the prison for a long time. When the prisoners were dragged back after interrogation, they were all covered in blood and barely alive. The Qin family members were so frightened they broke out in cold sweat, fearing that they might be next and meet the same fate. Until nightfall, the interrogation stopped. The corridor of the prison was dimly lit by flickering candles, making the place look even more eerie and terrifying. Dinner was served with spoiled rice balls, mixed with husks. The other prisoners still fought to eat, but the Qin family members found it even harder to swallow. Qin Junyi, who had military training, was the first to act. He took a bite, endured the taste, chewed a few times, and swallowed hard. Then he urged everyone, you should eat some too. Saving your life is the most important. Seeing this, the others pinched their noses and started eating, but stomach acid rose to their throats and was forced back down. Someone from the third household tried a bite and immediately vomited in pain. Seeing this, the others, hungry as they were, dared not eat anymore. Because of the foul smell, Su Yunwan decided not to eat at first and planned to have a late-night snack after everyone went to sleep. Suddenly, Qin Rulin screamed and backed away, looking terrified.
Ah,
There's a mouse. A large mouse appeared from somewhere, quickly crawling toward the rice bowl on the ground, whiskers trembling as it ate. They seemed used to living among people and were much bolder than ordinary mice, not scared away by the screams. Su Yunwan saw this and strode over, kicking the mouse away. With a loud thud, the mouse hit the railing hard, then fell to the ground. It struggled for a moment and then stopped moving. Is it dead? Qin Rulin shrank back behind Su Yunwan, peering out cautiously. Su Yunwan tapped her toe on the ground and wiped her hands. It's dead. Big sister-in-law, you're so amazing. Qin Rulin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Yunwan responded with a faint smile. This incident made everyone in the Qin family feel deeply intimidated, and they no longer dared to provoke her easily. Xin felt a chill and silently warned herself not to confront her directly. When the guards came to collect the bowls and chopsticks, they saw that the Qin family still had quite a bit of rice left and deliberately tried to scare them. Now you have rice, but wait until the interrogation room. Let's see how long you can hold out. We haven't committed any crimes, so why are we being interrogated? Qin Junyi, the eldest son of the third household, asked sharply. The guard spat and said, Guilt or innocence isn't decided by you. Even if you're innocent, everyone in the jail will face some punishment. No one can escape. Qin Junyi cursed nonstop, but the guard opened his cell and whipped him harshly. I want to see the court officer. The third household's old master suddenly shouted. He had been mocked by Su Yunwan at noon and had become rebellious immediately. After witnessing the brutal punishment in the afternoon, his resolve strengthened. Instead of submitting and being forced to confess, he thought it was better to take responsibility and escape punishment. The guard sneered, The court officer isn't someone you can see just because you want. I have an urgent matter to report, the old master said proudly. But the guard didn't listen and told him to stay put. The third young master immediately lowered his attitude and tempted him, saying, If you just help me report, you will earn great credit. The jailer hesitated and thought for a moment before saying, Wait and see. After the jailer left, Qin Junyi had a bad feeling. Third uncle, what do you want to say to the Justice Department? The third young master kept his lips tight and said nothing. Third brother, you can't do something foolish. The old lady, knowing her son well, tightly held the railing and advised him urgently. Xin also threatened seriously. Third uncle, if you try to smear big cousin, it would be betraying the Qin family. According to family rules, it would be a severe punishment. Severe punishment? Humph. After the third young master decided to go all out, he no longer cared about appearances. Yaegir has brought trouble to the whole family. He doesn't deserve to be the head. If I were him, I would have already taken my own life to apologize. Without my father and brother, where would the third house get their comforts? Qin Junyi saw that the third young master wanted to harm the eldest brother and immediately threw a punch at him, no longer caring that he was an elder in the family. The 5 sons of the third house rushed forward and fought with Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi was skilled, but he couldn't bring himself to hit hard, and with the enemy outnumbering him, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seeing this, Qin Ruochen told his father to be careful and dodge, then rushed in to help. With his interference, the situation quickly turned around. Qin Junyi and he beat the brothers of the third house badly. After reporting to the higher-ups, the jailer returned and quickly stopped the fight, saying, Stop. Private fighting is forbidden in the prison. Fuming, Qin Junyi kicked a few more times before stopping. The jailer mildly scolded him and then pointed at the third young master, saying, You come with us. Third brother, don't forget your ancestors and your family. Seeing his third son acting on his own, the old lady was so angry she started trembling and collapsed to the ground. Hearing the urgent calls behind him, the third young master hurriedly turned around to look back, but was grabbed by the arm by the jailer. The officials are waiting. Hurry up, the third young master could only grimace and leave without looking back. The old lady watched his figure disappear around the corner, her eyes closing as she lost consciousness. Qin Ruochen saw the faint sarcasm on Su Yunwan's face, and her heart pounded faster. With the power of the eldest sister-in-law, She must have a way to stop the third uncle from speaking, but she watched coldly as he acted, wondering if he would return empty-handed. Thinking of this, she quickly walked to the railing and said seriously, "Father, brother, if anyone questions you, you must hold your ground and never admit to anything under pressure. Big brother was framed, and we absolutely cannot harm him." Even knowing her father and brother's characters, Qin Ruishan still worried they couldn't withstand harsh interrogation. The father and his two sons nodded naturally and kept mentally preparing themselves. They didn't know that Qin Junyi had saved the entire family's lives with his own strength. The Dog Emperor and the Prime Minister had already forged letters of collusion, so there was no need for them to exaggerate. "Anyone who dares to harm my older brother, I will take their life." Qin Junyin's eyes flashed with fierceness as he stared angrily at the three brothers of the third household. None of them dared to meet his gaze directly, only silently praying that their father would succeed in rescuing the third household. Half an hour later, the third old master, sweaty but unharmed, was brought back. The prison guard, with a half-smile, asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to report the situation? Step forward now." The third old master signaled to his sons, but all 5 of his children, 3 legitimate and 2 illegitimate, avoided his gaze. They were afraid of Qin Junyin's beating and intimidated by his murderous intent, so they dared not cause trouble anymore. Most importantly, they had little contact with Qin Junyi and couldn't easily frame him. That night, the Qin family's third household completely broke apart. The next morning, the tired old lady woke up crying, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." The eldest wife softly comforted her, but secretly sneered, "It's not just your fault." Decades ago, when the northern tribes invaded the border, Qin Junyi's grandfather was ordered to go to war. The generals went to fight, leaving their families in the capital. As a family member, the old lady had to stay in the city. She couldn't bear to see her young son go off to war with his father, so she stayed in the city to keep him company. From then on, the third old master never left the city. The spoiled third old master was no different from other idle officials' children, lacking any martial spirit. This was also why, 10 years ago, when the old lady saw Pei's mistreating her eldest grandson, she proposed raising Qin Junyi herself, but old Lord Wang firmly opposed it. That day, the hungry Qin family members no longer complained about the bad food and ate their prison meals without leaving a bite. The third old master, who had reported the situation successfully, was given special treatment and received a few extra home-cooked meals. He shared all of them with the old lady, hoping to gain her forgiveness. If the main household was lucky enough to escape disaster, as long as the old lady supported him, he wouldn't fear revenge from the main household. At first, the old lady was angry and refused to accept, but eventually, her natural hunger took over. She ate while scolding, and in the end, the third old master and his wife pretended it was for the sake of keeping the Qin family's bloodline alive, which softened her mood. Everyone in the main and fourth households was stunned, but Suyimon was not surprised at all. It was the old lady's unconditional favoritism that allowed the third old master to easily take the step of betrayal. On the third night in prison, the gloomy atmosphere in the Qin family was broken when Qin Junyi returned. At that moment, everyone had just finished dinner. The jailer led several guards and eunuchs, carrying a stretcher into the cell. Under the dim light, Qin Junyi on the stretcher wore dark clothing, with no visible injuries, but his face was extremely pale. Sweat constantly dripped from his forehead, his lips cracked and bleeding, showing he was in great pain. Despite this, the calm, cold strength from the battlefield was still visible. His dark eyes, hiding pain, were like a frozen lake, cold and intimidating without anger. Big brother, Qin Jianxian, who had sharp eyesight, was the first to see Qin Junyi and cried out in grief. The old lady's tears flowed freely. Qin Rulan's tears poured out like a fountain. Xin Yi also cried desperately, wishing she could take his place. The motherly matron, looking sorrowful, showed no signs of panic. Su Yanwan clenched her fists tightly. Even though she was mentally prepared, her heart burned with anger. But just as she thought about destroying the evil emperor, she received a warning from the universe. Do not harm the people for personal revenge. She remembered that the evil emperor had killed all his brothers with the right to inherit the throne to prevent rebellion. If he died, the land of Dezhou would fall into endless civil war. At this moment, the eunuch announced the royal decree. The entire Qin family was sentenced to exile, a punishment second only to death. Because they had a noble title, they were spared exile and demotion to commoners, banished 3,000 miles away to Yuzhou. Their descendants could not serve in the army or take the imperial exams. Seeing the guards turn to leave, the third master anxiously asked, "What about me? What about me?" The eunuch sharply replied, "As a member of the Qin family, do you still need to ask?" "No." That's not what was said before. The third master and his sons were panicked, desperately seeking an explanation. The eunuch spat and sneered, "Bah, trash." After the guards left, the eunuch said lightly, "The emperor personally issued the decree. We have no choice. We've been feeding you well these past days. That's our mercy." The third family cursed loudly. The guards looked serious. "Are you dissatisfied with the imperial decree?" they asked. Suddenly, the curses stopped. They looked like ducks being choked, their faces turning red with frustration. Qin Junyi frowned deeply. His younger brother used his internal energy to help him ease the pain as his body was close to breaking down. He was subjected to the cruelest punishment in prison, soul-to-spare nails. 5 nails pierced into his spine, destroying his martial skills, causing excruciating pain and bone erosion, making life worse than death. What is even more cruel is that the soul-binding nail has a special device that only allows entry, not removal. If someone tries to pull it out, it causes permanent paralysis. Now he is a useless person who spends every day bedridden and constantly suffers pain. Any slight movement triggers unbearable pain, making him wish for death, but unable to die. After the execution, he was unconscious for about an hour before waking up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he faced a second blow, Third Master's confession. Third Master accused him of stationing troops arrogantly, withholding military funds, delaying military affairs, and so on, fabricating stories with great detail. Qin Junyi's gaze shifted from the members of the third house to the women across from him, who looked at him with tearful eyes, finally settling on his newlywed wife. Unlike the other women who looked thin and worn out, she stood proud and composed, her expression cold. The days in prison had not left many scars on her. If she hadn't married him, she would still be a noble daughter living a luxurious life. Now, she could only share his fate. Su Yunwan took off her cloak. "Prince, the prison is cold. Cover yourself with this blanket." "No need," Qin Junyi weakly refused. But Su Yunwan urged Qin Junyi to continue, tossing the cloak over him. The warm cloak wrapped around him like sunlight, melting the icy coldness in Qin Junyi's heart. "Brother, I'll ask someone to call a doctor," Qin Junxian said, fighting back tears and trying to stay strong. Qin Junyi slightly shook his head. "The imperial doctor has already examined me." "Then I'll send some food and water," Qin Junxian said, taking off his brocade robe and calling the guard. "Servant, this robe is worth some silver. Please bring some easy-to-digest food and water." The guard weighed the robe, took it, and left. Soon, the guard returned with a bowl of rice porridge and a bowl of clear water. Qin Junyi struggled to sit up, half reclining against his younger brother, his brows tightly furrowed. Pain shot through his eyes, making him see black flashes. He could only swallow a few bites before he couldn't swallow anymore. The pain beyond his body's limit made him want to vomit, but he forced himself to endure with great willpower. His weak body made his mind fuzzy, and every time he felt himself slipping into darkness, he would recall the moment of torture. Those hammer strikes on the nail, the intense pain that made him wish to die. By dawn the next day, the morning light approached. The guard unlocked the iron door of Qin's prison and called out, "Everyone wake up. Get ready and come outside for assembly." Su Yunwan strode to the opposite cell and took Qin Junyi's hand. His hand was cold as ice. Clearly, Qin Junxian had been feeding him internal energy every hour, but it hadn't helped much. Su Yunwan immediately used her wood element ability to heal him and reduce his pain. Qin Junyi, exhausted and unable to sleep all night due to pain, felt a warm flow pass from her hand, spreading through his body. His tense nerves finally relaxed, and he gradually lost consciousness into darkness. Qin Junxian and Qin Junyi carried the stretcher out, with Su Yunwan walking beside them, her hands always tightly clenched. In the courtyard of the court, a large group of people about to be exiled had gathered. Besides the Qin family, there was also Chu Xiao, a general from the Imperial Guard, and some disheveled criminals. The total was around 200 people. The autumn wind was cold and bleak, with bare trees and grass. Many people whispered sadly, feeling uneasy and hopeless about what was to come. The officers in charge had about 70 or 80 men, with 5 horses and 5 carts prepared. After counting the people, a guard shouted, "Everyone, line up to get branded with the official seal." Branding, also called face etching, was a punishment under the laws of the Great Zhou. Criminals to be exiled had their faces marked with large characters as a sign of their punishment. This was to prevent escape and to shame the criminals, damaging their dignity. In one corner of the square, a square table was set up. 2 calligraphers used knives to carve a large prisoner character into the criminals' foreheads, then stained with black ink, which would never fade. The fear and pain of the bleeding, broken skin caused the prisoners to struggle, but the guards held them down firmly. The screams were continuous. The Qin family, being demoted to commoners, were not considered criminals and thus avoided wearing prison clothes, being branded, or shackled. They sat or stood nearby, cold and trembling. Su Yunwan sat beside the stretcher, adjusting the cloak covering Qin Junyi with one hand. Qin Junyi, injured and weak from losing his martial skills, was faint and unconscious, still not waking despite the comforting power of his ability. Sin Yi thought Qin Junyi was pretending to sleep, so she moved closer, pretending to look pitiful. "Big cousin, I'm scared." Qin Junyi showed no response. "Don't be afraid. If you're scared, you shouldn't follow Qin family into exile. This is your last chance," Su Yunwan said expressionlessly. Sin Yi saw her calm, emotionless eyes, with no sadness or happiness, but still felt she was deliberately pushing her away. She looked up and said, "I won't leave the Qin family." The old lady saw all this and began to think deeply. After all the prisoners were branded, the men were fitted with heavy iron shackles weighing 40 or 50 jin, about 20 to 25 kilograms, while the women were chained with wooden cuffs. The groups of 5 lined up in 2 rows. "It's getting late. We'll travel 50 miles a day. Let's go now." Leader of the escort, Zhong Wei, mounted his tall horse, raised his sword, and gave the order. As the heavy gates opened on both sides, the exile convoy moved slowly and grandly toward outside the city. Passing through the busy marketplace, it was already bright in the morning. Many townspeople stopped to watch. They whispered to each other, commented on the scene, or even picked up stones from the roadside to throw at the prisoners, cursing corrupt officials who deserved exile. Some prisoners couldn't dodge in time and were hit by stones, bleeding from their heads. When the crowd saw that the last of the convoy still wore prison clothes and was unbound, specifically the Qin family members, they gradually quieted down after hearing they were from the Qin prince's residence. They remembered that 6 years ago, the old prince sacrificed himself, and the Northern D army advanced into the city. It was during Qin Junyi's funeral that he was entrusted with a dangerous task. After years of bloody fighting, he finally drove the enemy out and signed a peace treaty favorable to their side. Suddenly, a small purse flew from the 2nd floor. Su Yunwan reached out and caught it, then bowed to a girl at the window to thank her. The girl shyly smiled. Encouraged by her, others also threw things, mostly rice, flour, vegetables, and meat, besides purses, making Su Yunwan laugh and cry at the same time. The members of the main and 4th households were overwhelmed, feeling both grateful and complicated. Once they had rewarded others, now they were the ones receiving pity. Su Yunwan narrowly caught a large cabbage about to fall on Qin Junyi's head and took a deep breath. The crowd's enthusiasm was too much for her to handle. Near the city gate, Qin Junyi, who had woken up unexpectedly, struggled to sit up despite the pain and bowed to the silent crowd sending him off. Thank you all for your farewell. I am grateful, but at a loss for how to repay. I wish you all success, safety, and happiness. Supporting him, Su Yunwan also bent slightly to bow. She hadn't seen such pure kindness in a long time. Prince, take care of your health. Prince, live well. Prince, safe travels. The crowd shouted loudly, some tearfully wiping their eyes. After leaving the city gate, Mrs. Pei began to demand money. Su, give me all your money. Not wanting to give her everything, Su Yunwan replied, this is for Prince to use. Mrs. Pei glanced at her sleeping eldest son. What can he do with money? If I take it, I'll ask for more later. When will the expenses in the front yard be managed by the back house? Your hand is reaching too far, Su Yunwan said, looking at her hand. She dared to ask her for money, not afraid of losing it. Mrs. Pei, you are overstepping. The old lady scolded sharply. She ordered everyone hand over the money you just found. Su will keep it, and Ear will decide how to use it. Currently, women have a low social status, and men are the heads of families. Men manage all finances, and women are not allowed to interfere. Wealthy families often delegate some household affairs to the inner chambers for convenience, but the head of the family remains the main authority. Pei did not expect to receive money. Instead, she had to give it away. She felt very upset inside. She saw others obediently hand over money to the eldest son, and she had to take out her empty purse and toss it over. The people of the third household looked jealous. They had just been ahead and wanted to turn back to pick up some belongings, but officials blocked their way. They didn't even get a leaf of vegetable and were whipped several times for stopping to eat. They kept telling themselves, commoners only have a few copper coins, not worth much. But they still felt very angry. Hurry up and go. Don't stay. After walking for over an hour out of the city, the pace slowed visibly. The officials waved their whips, constantly urging the group forward. When they reached a high ground, many prisoners looked back at the capital, tears in their eyes. Most exiled people end up buried in foreign lands. Will they ever return home? Riding a horse, Zhong Weiyang loudly shouted, the 10-mile pavilion is just ahead. Hearing the word pavilion, exhausted people gained new strength. After more than half an hour, the group finally arrived at the farewell spot outside the capital, the long pavilion. There were already a few people waiting to see them off, hugging and crying with the prisoners. Others looked on anxiously, including the Qin family. Mother, will uncle and the others come to see us off? Qin Rulin asked uncertainly. Pei firmly replied, yes, they will. They'll be here soon. In the past, she used her position as a housekeeper to send many benefits to her family. Now that her own family is in trouble, they will surely come to see her off. However, Su Yunwan knew that until the group set out, the Pei family members wouldn't appear. Master Zhuang, we're here. Qin Ruoshang saw someone emerge from a donkey cart and happily waved her hand, shouting. The people from the 4 households quickly went to meet them. Housekeeper Zhuang handed 200 taels of silver to the 4th master, saying, Master is still out of town, and the lady is seriously ill in bed. She can't come to see you off in person. This is the best she can do. Don't think it's too little. The 4th master hurriedly said, No. We're grateful just to have you here. Lin Shi asked about her mother's condition. When she learned that her already weak mother was even more ill after hearing about the Qin family's troubles, she collapsed and fell sick herself. She cried, saying she was unfilial and worried her mother even more. After housekeeper Zhuang comforted them, he reminded, Madam asked you to give the 100 taels of silver to the old lady and keep the remaining 100 taels for yourselves. I don't want to hand over the money to my grandmother, Qin Ruoshan said with a tense face. She wouldn't forget how her grandmother forced her in prison. Mrs. Lin quickly advised, Shan, I know you're upset, but our family only has 4 members. If we lose protection, the 3rd house will bully us even more. Not only the 3rd house, but outsiders might also take advantage of us. Dad and your brother can't always protect you and your mother, said old Master Qin. Qin Junyi said, Why not give it directly to my eldest brother? He's the head of the family and the only one who truly cares for us. Then give it to the eldest brother or the eldest sister-in-law, Qin Ruishan agreed. She wouldn't forget that Su Yunwan saved her from danger. After she finished, everyone agreed without objection. The housekeeper, curious, asked how Su Yunwan was as a person. Qin Ruishan looked at her sister-in-law sitting beside her eldest brother and smiled. She's quite a remarkable woman. Meanwhile, the old lady was eagerly waiting for her two married daughters to come see her off. Both had sons, so they shouldn't face much trouble from their in-laws. But she underestimated human nature. People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. Her two daughters were kept under house arrest by their husbands. Even if it was possibly their last chance to see her, they weren't allowed to say goodbye. Instead, her sister-in-law's family arrived. It was her second nephew, Lu's second brother. He brought 500 taels of silver for the third house and also gave the old lady 300 taels for expenses. This money made the old lady and the third house unhappy, feeling like they were dealing with poor relatives. Lu's second brother directly criticized, "Second brother, at least bring some water, clothes, or something. This amount of silver is enough for what?" "Don't be rude," the old lady scolded, but she accepted his words. Lu's second brother looked awkward. "The emperor is still watching over the Qin family. I risked crossing the line to send you off. I can't carry much. If someone asks later, just say you hid this money during the house search. Don't let them blame me." The Lu family had 2 generations of close ties with the Qin family. They knew Qin's strength and believed the family might rise again someday. So, under pressure, Lu's family sent him to see them off. The 300 taels of silver he gave also secretly meant he was watching over Qin Junyi through the old lady. But what he didn't expect was that after receiving the money, Lu's wife sneered at the eldest lady, saying, "Sister-in-law, why haven't your family come yet? Do they think you're just a discarded piece of trash?" Pei was so anxious and upset that she fainted, shouting, "What are you proud of? As a member of the Qin family, you must hand over the silver to the public treasury." Her husband had already betrayed Qin Junyi, so Lu's family refused to pay. She boasted, "If you want to use the money I have, that's fine. As long as Brother Yi forgives the past, I will take charge of the household." Even now, she couldn't let go of her obsession with controlling the Qin family. Dream on. Pei absolutely would not allow Lu to interfere with the household management, even if she had nothing. Lu's second master felt a jolt in his heart, pulled his brother-in-law aside, and whispered to ask what needed to be forgiven. Third master explained all his actions and was angry about the verdict. "You're so foolish." Lu's second master was so angry, he almost spat blood. He no longer cared about avoiding suspicion and strode up to Qin Junyi, blushing with shame. "My lord," my brother-in-law was temporarily confused. "I hope you will forgive him." Qin Junyi wanted to stand up, but was stopped by Su Yunwan. She turned to Lu's second master and said, "May I ask, if you were betrayed and stabbed by your own uncle, could you forgive him?" "That. The Lord needs to rest and will take his leave now." Su Yunwan directly ordered him to leave. Lu's second master understood that nothing more could be said, so he took out his purse and handed it over with both hands. "This small gift is just a token of my sincerity. I hope the Lord will accept it. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness. As for money, I have gifts from the common people which are enough," Qin Junyi said politely to Lu's second master, considering his grandmother. Lu's second master could only take back the purse. "Take care, then, second brother." Lu's wife saw her second brother being so humble and refused the gift, her face suddenly feeling like she had been slapped. She angrily called him back. Lu's second master knew his sister's temper well. He didn't want to waste words and went straight to deal with the officials. Before the exile team set out, he said farewell to the old lady and others, eager to go back and tell his father about this change. Lu's wife was so annoyed she stomped her feet, and Sinyi suddenly asked, "Big sister-in-law, why haven't your family come yet?" "Whether they come or not has nothing to do with you," Su Yunwan said calmly, looking at her. Sinyi pouted and said sadly, "I just care about you. Thank you, but it's not necessary." Pei scolded her again. Sue, what kind of attitude is this? E is being kind. Don't be ungrateful. Kind? Then why doesn't she ask why your family hasn't sent anyone? Su Yunwan finished, and, ignoring Pei's changing expression, continued, Sin Yi, if you don't ask the lady of the house, are you more concerned about me than about her? Sin Yi was speechless. Not far away, the old lady sighed. E, come here and give your grandmother a foot massage. Okay. E hurriedly ran away. Mrs. Pei's face alternated between pale and red. Su, sure, you also come and give me a foot massage. Before Su Yunwan could speak, she sat down heavily on the grass, stretched out her right leg, and looked at Su Yunwan with an arrogant gaze. Huh. Su Yunwan looked up at the sky in speechless frustration. Qin Junyi said to his younger sister, Lan, go serve mother. Just as Qin Rulin agreed, Mrs. Pei scolded sharply. What? You can't even serve your mother now. Mother, Yunwan needs to take care of the children. Please let Lan serve, Qin Junyi said, changing from his usual submissiveness to defend himself forcefully. Mrs. Pei didn't expect him to dare to argue back and angrily pointed at his nose, scolding. Good for nothing. You marry a wife and forget your mother. How did I give birth to such a thing? From my point of view, the prince is the one who's unlucky, having a mother like you. Su Yunwan interrupted her, threatening, Do you want me to publicize your glorious deeds so everyone can see what you really are? The old lady didn't want Su Yunwan to damage the Qin family's reputation. Before Mrs. Pei could lose her temper, she sternly said, Mrs. Pei, I think you don't want to be peaceful for a moment. From now on, stay here and serve. Mother, Mrs. Pei whined in grievance. What? Can I even command you, daughter-in-law? The old lady retorted, just as Mrs. Pei had spoken. Mrs. Pei, who was afraid of the weak and favored the strong, didn't have Su Yunwan's courage. She quickly lowered her head and said, Daughter-in-law dares not. Then come here quickly and give me a shoulder massage. Mrs. Pei felt sick inside but had no choice but to go and serve her mother-in-law. Su Yunwan watched Mrs. Pei be picky about the old lady's demands, secretly sighing. Truly, one thing overcomes another. Qin Junyi's heart was very complicated. He had already seen Su Yunwan's mysterious and bold nature on their wedding night, but he didn't expect her to know about his relationship with his mother and to dare to oppose her openly, risking the crime of 7 escapes. It's getting late. Everyone, continue on your way. After the officials finished their respectful greetings and saw no one else coming, they stood up and shouted loudly. Suddenly, the crowd became lively, like boiling water, sobbing and crying as they bid farewell. It seemed that they might never see each other again in this lifetime. At this moment, a donkey cart rushed over and narrowly stopped beside the Qin family. Mingyan jumped out of the cart and saw Su Yunwan, immediately crying out, Miss, you've suffered. Su Yunwan walked over and said, I'm fine. You say you're fine, but look at how thin you are now. Boo-hoo. Su Yunwan looked down at herself with confusion. Miss, I can't bear to leave you, Mingyan, a family servant said. She had been taking care of Su Yunwan since she was young, and their bond was very close. Su Yunwan remembered the past. Her heart softened. She took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Don't cry anymore. I will be okay. After Mingyan calmed down, she took a thick pouch from her waist. Miss, all the money for me and Hooper is here. There's also a letter Hooper wrote to the prince. Please keep it safe. Su Yunwan took out 300 taels of silver notes and handed them to her. This is my dowry for you. Don't refuse it. Mingyan refused to accept it at first, but Su Yunwan insisted and forcefully put the money into her hand. A few steps away, Mrs. Pei felt her face burning and cursed Mingyan silently. She had been sold out and still missed her old master. She also cursed Su Yunwan for not knowing the situation, having money but not accepting it, acting overly generous. Soon the exile team gathered and set out. Su Yunwan felt very sad, and the others in the group also carried heavy feelings of sorrow, unable to relax. The march became slower, and the women of the Qin family soon couldn't lift their legs. They usually stayed behind big gates or rarely went out, often traveling by carriage. Had they ever walked such a long distance before? They could only push on until they reached the pavilion, which was their limit. Every step after that felt as painful as walking on a blade. In front, the third branch's men and women, spoiled and pampered, struggled to walk. The youngest son of the third master accidentally fell to the ground. He closed his eyes and pretended to faint, hoping someone would carry him like Qin Junyi. The people from the third branch hurried to help him, but a guard pushed them away. He raised his whip and struck hard. "Get up. If I have to, I'll beat you to death." The boy was whipped and immediately jumped up, no longer pretending to faint. "Stop hitting me. I'm leaving." The guard sneered. "My whip is good at curing dizziness. Anyone who's dizzy, come over and get a few lashes and you'll be fine." The people from the third branch trembled and struggled to move their heavy legs, trying their best to keep going. After walking for a while, the third master and Mrs. Liu couldn't go on anymore. They ordered 2 younger sons to carry them. The 2 boys looked at each other uncertainly, leaving their mother behind to support her, and went to carry their father and the main wife. But after a few steps, they both twisted their ankles and fell. Mrs. Liu fell to the ground, feeling sore all over, while the third master was barely held up by the younger sons. The couple scolded each other, but dared not ask the boys to carry them again. The 2 men's gazes turned to the other 3 legitimate sons, who all lowered their heads to avoid eye contact. Lady Liu was reluctant to see her own son suffer, and the third master looked at their weak appearance and gave up hope, continuing to walk quietly. Behind them, Lady Pei had a different idea. She ordered in a commanding tone, "Fourth son, you carry mother on your back. Su, you carry me." Su Yunwan, already in a bad mood, immediately asked, "Do you think that's possible? I am your mother-in-law. Serving me is your duty," Lady Pei insisted, trying to use her status to pressure her. Su Yunwan responded smoothly, "Then why don't you carry grandmother?" "I can't carry her," Lady Pei replied. "I can't carry her either," Su Yunwan said. Lady Pei was at a loss and once again directed her anger at the eldest son. "Brother Yi, look at the good wife you married." Qin Junyi weakly said, "Mother, Lon Lon is helping me walk." Lady Pei angrily said, "Lon Lon, you always push everything onto Lon Lon. Don't you know she's delicate? Do you still see her as your sister?" Qin Junyi insisted, "Yunwan needs to take care of the children and can't attend to my mother. Please understand." Lady Pei was about to argue further, but the old madam interrupted her. "Lady Pei, continue to support me as we walk." She dared not let the 4th son carry her, fearing he might drop her like the illegitimate son of the 3rd couple earlier. She was old and fragile, and falling would be dangerous. The old madam, with aching legs and body, bore most of her weight on Lady Pei, making her suffer greatly. As they walked, Lady Pei suddenly had an idea. When stepping on a sunken patch of ground, she twisted her ankle, and both women fell to the ground. "Ouch!" The old madam clutched her waist and cried out in pain, unable to avoid falling. Lady Pei also sprained her ankle and gasped in pain. In a way that hurt herself more than her enemy, she broke free from the old madam and was helped forward by her daughter. Under Su Yunwan's supernatural power, Qin Junyi once again fell asleep. Su Yunwan had already discovered the deadly nature of the Soul Despair pin. Removing it would drain her energy and require rest and recovery. Currently, there were no conditions for exile, so she first needed to recover her mental strength, allowing him to sleep and escape the pain and torment, resting peacefully. After walking a little further, they saw a wounded prisoner lying unconscious. No matter how the guards whipped or scolded him, he remained dazed and barely moved. People nearby hurried to avoid him, but a middle-aged prisoner with a scar near his eye couldn't stand it and spoke up. "Guard, stop hitting him. If you keep going, he might die." Other prisoners took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone can't move anymore. Let's rest for a bit. When will breakfast be served? We're hungry and tired. We really have no strength. Let us rest for a little while." Zhongwei looked at the position of the sun from atop his horse. Seeing that it was approaching noon, he tightened the reins and gave the order, "Hold position and prepare breakfast." As soon as Zhongwei finished speaking, everyone hurried to find a shady spot to sit and rest. On the exile route, Food was the same as in ordinary households, providing only 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner, each with just one small steamed bun. Because of such limited intake and high expenditure, prisoners became weak and exhausted, unable to run far even if they wanted to. Even so, the meals were not free. The authorities only lent money in advance, and once the prisoners reached the exile destination, they had to work to earn money to pay it back. Of course, prisoners could also spend their own money to buy better food and improve their diet. Since the exile had just begun, many prisoners quickly took out dry food to nourish themselves. Those without dry food also used silver to exchange for more food. A small steamed bun was not only unappetizing but also barely enough to fill the stomach. Because the Qin family was under heavy suspicion, no one dared to send supplies. The third master, without dry food, asked his eldest son Qin Junyi to exchange silver notes for food from the officials. Qin Junyi returned with about 20 meat buns, clearly not including the main household and the fourth household. The third master took a bun and approached the old lady. After walking a few steps, he turned back and took another. After a moment, Qin Junyi looked at the bun handed to him, expressionless, and asked, "What about the others? Brother E, I don't have much money left, so I had to focus on the third household first," the third master said awkwardly. "There's no need to give me any," Qin Junyi said coldly. He didn't intend for the third master to support the entire family. He had already decided to kick him out of the Qin family and naturally wouldn't accept his offerings. The third master couldn't bear his cold words and anger, and he restrained his fury as he argued, "Brother E, I only did that to keep a little incense for the Qin family. I had no choice." Qin Junyi replied indifferently, "These words can wait until we meet with the clan members and have a public trial." The third master was furious and ashamed. "You caused trouble that involved the whole family and still dare to hold a trial? Uncle advises you to stop now, or you'll be responsible for the consequences," the old lady hurriedly scolded. "Third brother, what are you saying? Apologize to brother E right now." "Mother, you heard it too. He doesn't care about family at all and wants to hold a court to judge me." The third master was both surprised and frightened. The Qin family has strict rules, and his false accusations could have cost him his life. Qin Junyi sneered. "Family bonds? Did you think about family when you took that step? Did you consider the consequences? Big cousin, I warned third uncle in prison that he would face the death penalty, but he ignored me and didn't care." Tsuni suddenly spoke. The old lady angrily scolded. "What are you talking about? Stay out of this." Shrank back but then stood beside Qin Junyi, supporting him firmly. "Brother E, do you really want to kill me?" The third master's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. Qin Junyi coldly replied, "For grandmother's sake, since you want to keep yourself safe, you can ask to leave the family and change your surname. Otherwise, you will be dealt with according to the public trial." The third master turned pale and took a few steps back. This means being expelled from the family and losing his surname. He would become a rootless person, living under others' watch and ridicule, and when he dies, he cannot be recorded in the family tree or buried in the family grave. The old lady trembled with anxiety. "Brother E, just let the third branch split off. If that's not possible, even dividing the family would do. Being expelled from the family, how can they stand on their own in the future?" "Grandmother, I have read his confession. According to family rules, even if he survives, he will be imprisoned for life. I have already shown mercy," Qin Junyi said firmly, standing by principles. The third master thought about his false accusations and sank to the ground, realizing there was no way back. Members of the third branch rushed over to help him up. Mrs. Liu threatened and persuaded, "Brother E, this journey is long and difficult. With our third branch's money and manpower, you won't suffer much. If we leave, only you will lose out." Qin Junyi snorted coldly, unwilling to argue. The others in the third branch can decide whether to stay or leave. The people of the third branch believed they would be punished or retaliated against if they stayed in the Qin family, so they all chose to follow the third master. This decision aligned with Qin Junyi's intentions, and he simply allowed it. The old lady had already foreseen the worst outcome. When her pleas failed, She struck the third master several times and cried out, "You unfilial son! No matter how much I begged, you wouldn't listen. Now look at you. Are you trying to make your mother die of anger?" The third master regretted and shed tears, but at this point, he had no choice but to say, "Mother, don't be sad. Let me change my surname to yours, and you can live with me and be cared for in old age." Mrs. Liu agreed. "Yes, mother, let your daughter-in-law serve and care for you in your later years." The old lady was originally Liu's aunt, the most favored among the four sisters-in-law, and she was very close to her family, willing to care for them in old age. The couple also shared a common idea. Since the mother was with them, the Qin family would benefit from her presence, and they could share in that benefit too. Junjian Qin immediately objected, saying, "This won't do. Grandmother is the elder of the Qin family. We, her grandchildren, will show respect. We don't need outsiders to flatter us." "Who do you call an outsider?" Liu Shi shouted angrily. "Enough. If you want to keep the Liu surname, go ahead. I won't stay with you. From now on, you can live your own lives," said the traditional-minded old lady. Even though she loved her third son's family very much, she couldn't abandon the Qin family to live with them. The third master and his wife had no choice but to give up their plans. From then on, the third master changed his name to Liu Zheng and started his own family. Su Yunwan had long known what would happen and remained calm inside until she saw a government officer, which broke her inner peace. The disputes within the Qin family had ended, and two officials approached with steamed bread in hand. When Su Yunwan saw one of the slender, handsome men, she was stunned, recalling her past life. Back then, during a forced exile, their convoy was attacked by bandits and assassins at the same time, with swords flashing and blood flowing. 3 Qin family carriages were hit with arrows, causing them to run wild. She, severely ill and lying in her carriage, was being chased by several assassins. It was this officer, surnamed Wu, who arrived and fought desperately to kill all the assassins. As the carriage was about to fall off a cliff, he quickly grabbed the reins. But, badly injured and nearly exhausted, he couldn't stop the carriage from plunging. He jumped after it, both falling into a deep abyss. Already seriously ill, she couldn't resist the dizziness and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, her memory was blank, and she had traveled to the end of the world. Looking back now, she realized they were not related and had no connection. His willingness to risk his life to save her was rare and extraordinary. Thinking of this, Su Yunwan looked at Qin Junyi and immediately met his deep, cold eyes. Even though she was only distracted for a moment, Qin Junyi sensed it keenly. He looked in the direction of her gaze and saw the familiar face, known as the Jade-Faced Gentleman. Their eyes only met for a second before looking away, but his wife seemed captivated, staring intently at the young officer, which made Qin Junyi's expression grow darker. Seeing the officer put down the steamed bread and turn to leave, Su Yunwan ignored Qin Junyi's mood and quickly called out, "Wait a moment. I want to borrow an iron pot to make some hot food." Su Yunwan saw that the buns exchanged from the third house were cold, so she planned to cook some hot porridge for Qin Junyi to drink. Now, they had a little rice, flour, meat, and vegetables, but they only lacked kitchenware and tableware. Wu Xiaohan, expressionless, looked at Jiang Xiaolu, who was traveling with them. Jiang Xiaolu is Zhong Wei's nephew and can make decisions directly. The androgynous-looking boy Jiang Xiaolu chuckled, raised 2 fingers, and made a money-counting gesture. "As long as I have this, everything is easy to talk about." Seeing this, Su Yunwan smiled lightly. "Then I'll go see what else I can exchange." Jiang Xiaolu was dazzled by her stunning beauty and blushed, his ears turning red. "Yunwan, rest well. Let second brother go exchange it." Qin Junyi saw Jiang Xiaolu's expression, felt no suspicion, but still spoke to Su Yunwan in a gentle tone. Su Yunwan responded with a smile and nodded. Qin Junxian felt a bit embarrassed. He had no money. Su Yunwan took out a bulging money pouch and handed it to him. "There's limited time for rest. I only prepare meals for the prince." Hearing this, Qin Junyi's heart softened and added, "Exchange 2 more buns for grandmother and mother to eat." Most of the money given by common people was copper coins, which wasn't much in total. He needed to save money to buy a cart with animal power, otherwise, grandmother wouldn't be able to walk all the way to Yuzhou. As for the money the maidservant gave to Su Yunwan, Qin Junyi never thought of using it for household expenses, and the money from Lu's family for grandmother was even less likely to be used. Pei Shi immediately opposed. That steamed bread contains bran and is not edible. Your younger siblings also need buns, buy a few more. Suddenly, Pei Shi said to the couple from the fourth house, hand over the money, I will arrange everything. The fourth old master took out 100 taels of silver notes, but didn't give them to her. Instead, he handed them to Qin Junyi. Brother E, here. Qin Junyi thanked him, ignored his mother's displeased face, put the money in his pocket, and asked his younger brother to exchange buns for everyone. The steamed bread would stay on the road as snacks. Qin Junyi agreed, and left with 2 officials. Pei Shi watched them settle everything, and felt that as the head of the family, she was being sidelined. Her chest heaved heavily. Brother E, from now on, I will handle all these matters of food and lodging. You just focus on recovering. Qin Junyi knew his mother's nature well. If she took charge, the fourth house would definitely be treated differently. So he said, Mother, I will be responsible for exchanging supplies with the officials. If you need anything, just tell him directly. Old Madam was worried that the money might be taken by Su Yunwan alone, so she asked, how much money does our family have in total? Prince Qin looked at Su Yunwan, who promptly took out all the money bags given by the common people to count the amount. As Prince Qin suspected, the bags seemed full but mostly contained copper coins. After counting, they found the total was only about 20 taels of silver, far less than the Pei family's expectations. She suddenly looked at Su Yunwan and asked, Su, how much pocket money did your maid give? Why don't you ask how much my grandmother has? Su Yunwan replied with a cold smile. Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law arguing again, Qin Junyi interrupted. Mother, how much can a maid have? The old lady watching silently thought to herself. Not necessarily. A few days ago, when they searched the house, Su Yunwan's maid was not present. She must have taken money and her contract to escape. As the daughter of a high official, Su Yunwan probably had a lot of hidden money. Now that it's returned to her, she might be the person with the most money in the Qin family. Thinking of this, the old lady made a decision. Brother E, since Yunwan has already entered the family, I think she should take charge of the household affairs. Mother, the eldest wife exclaimed, is there something my daughter-in-law did wrong? The old lady replied, no, you did very well. But now that Brother E is married, the authority of managing the household should be handed over to his wife, except for Mrs. Pei. Others were happy to see this. However, Su Yunwan was not willing. Grandmother, I want to take care of the prince. I have no time for other matters. The old lady looked kindly and said, you don't need to do everything yourself. Just tell them what to do if there's anything. Su Yunwan was too lazy to handle this big matter and refused politely. Grandmother, I really can't manage it. Grandmother, there isn't much to do on the exile journey. Let my younger brother handle both inside and outside affairs. Qin Junyi saw his wife unwilling to take charge of the household and felt a pang but still helped her refuse. At this moment, Qin Junyi returned with exchanged goods. He had brought buns, water bags, lard, salt, and borrowed tools like a cast-iron pot, knives, and chopping boards. The officials were happy to trade with others, earning several times the profit. That was why they endured the hardships of mountain climbing and water crossing, making extra money easily. As long as they completed one trip smoothly, they could earn enough for several years. This was a rare way to make money. The old lady, already very hungry, stopped talking and let everyone share the buns. She looked at Su Yunwan, who was cooking with Qin Junyi, and silently nodded. As long as Yunwan could take good care of Brother E, she would no longer insist. Su Yunwan didn't know the old lady's thoughts, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. She looked at the ingredients she had and decided to make vegetable and lean meat porridge. During cooking, she quietly used her wood element abilities to remove all impurities from the porridge, leaving only the nutritious essence. When the porridge was ready, a tempting aroma filled the air and spread with the wind, making many people salivate. Even Qin family's people, who had just finished eating buns, were tempted. Pei looked at the 2 bowls of porridge in the pot and said, "Brother Xian, bring half a bowl for mother to taste." Qin Junyi looked uncomfortable, while Su Yunwan said directly, "I already said, only the prince can have it. If you want to eat, make it yourself. E.g., what do you say?" Pei looked sternly at Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi glanced at Su Yunwan, expressionless, and said, "Mother, this is made by Yunwan. I have no right to decide." Pei was furious and was about to argue, but was scolded by the old lady. Su Yunwan smiled approvingly at Qin Junyi. As a native of the previous era, she clearly understood that filial piety was the most important virtue now. Qin Junyi's actions were rare and admirable, and she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter for her past self. She sat beside Qin Junyi, holding her bowl and gently stirring the soup with a spoon. The steam from the porridge blurred her face, adding a touch of warmth and homeliness. Qin Junyi looked at his wife, who had made the soup for him herself, and felt a gentle affection grow in his heart. Xin Yi glanced at Qin Junyi, ignoring her leg pain, and picked up a leftover bun to lean over gently. She said softly, "Big cousin, porridge can make you hungry. You should have a bun too." "Thank you, no need." Qin Junyi refused immediately. "Then I'll help you up to drink the porridge." After speaking, Xin Yi reached out to help him. Qin Junyi immediately raised his hand to stop her, his tone turning cold. "Men and women should not touch. Please respect yourself." Xin Yi's eyes immediately filled with tears. She turned her head back to the old lady, feeling wronged and tearful. The old lady sighed, patted Xin Yi's hand, and said nothing. She had once considered letting Yi serve alongside Su Yunwan, as her eldest grandson had fallen seriously ill, and more close care would be better. But Yi was her beloved granddaughter, and she couldn't let her become a concubine, even if that person was her own eldest grandson. Moreover, her eldest grandson had no romantic feelings for Yi. Forcing a relationship wouldn't be sweet. Yi felt upset inside. She had loved Qin Junyi for many years, and even if she had to be a concubine, she was willing. But her grandmother always looked down on concubines, and she didn't know how to persuade her. Su Yunwan was unaffected by Yi's feelings. Once the porridge cooled to the right temperature, she fed Qin Junyi spoon by spoon. Qin Junyi drank a whole bowl eagerly, and the remaining food naturally went into Su Yunwan's mouth. After eating and drinking enough, Su Yunwan tidied up the dishes and went to wash them by a nearby creek, but was stopped by the old lady. "You only need to watch over brother Yi. Shan, go wash up." "Yes." Qin Ruishan obediently stood up, trying to take the bowl and chopsticks from Su Yunwan. But Su Yunwan avoided her. "Let's go together." At the creek, Qin Ruishan told Su Yunwan to wait, then lifted her skirt and squatted by the water to wash the dishes. "Big sister-in-law, thank you for what you did earlier." Su Yunwan knew she was talking about the time in prison, so she said, "It's because you're strong and persistent, it's nothing. No, without you, we would either be beaten harshly by the third household or severely scolded by grandma. We wouldn't be safe." Qin Ruishan finished, biting her lip. Su Yunwan looked at the young girl just coming of age in front of her. "Have you thought about splitting from the family?" "Splitting from the family?" Qin Ruishan looked at her in surprise.
Su Yunwan nodded.
"Yes, if you split, Grandma wouldn't be able to control you anymore." Qin Ruishan shook her head with a bitter smile. "Not to mention that our parents are still alive. Even if we did split, Grandma would still order us around like servants." Su Yunwan thought for a moment. It was true. She had been too naive. Meanwhile, since the Qin family was the only one borrowing a pot to cook, the officials were very curious and even bet whether the Qin family members could cook. When the officials, claiming to be on patrol, discovered that Su Yunwan not only cooked porridge skillfully, but also that the porridge smelled wonderful, they went back and told their colleagues, "It's that newlywed princess cooking. No wonder she's the daughter of the Ministry of Rights." Despite her situation, she still maintains her manners and even takes the time to cook herself. She's no princess anymore. The Qin family has already been stripped of their titles and downgraded to commoners. She's really unlucky. She was a princess for just one day, and now is exiled. Such a beautiful woman, what a pity. Zhongwei listened to his subordinates gossiping about Su Yunwan, but did not stop them. He admired Qin Junyi and suspected he was wrongfully accused. But before departure, someone with a stern face was sent in by his superiors, hinting that he should act quickly. Zhong Wei obediently complied, and sweat immediately broke out on his back. A few days earlier, he had arranged for someone from his family to join the escort team. Now, with another person sent by his superiors, Zhong Wei immediately realized something was wrong. But when he went to find his family, they had already left the capital. Looking at Wu Xiaohan, who was very respectful to him, Zhong Wei decided to tell him about the person his superiors had sent and stared at him closely, not letting go of any micro-expression on his face. Who knew that Wu Xiaohan not only showed no signs of discomfort, but also humbly asked for advice to avoid offending anyone. Zhong Wei finally relaxed, not removing him from the team of messengers. Now he couldn't openly show his stance to his family and risk causing trouble, so he subtly glanced at Wu Xiaohan. Wu Xiaohan, eating a bun, listened to the official's words. Although he didn't respond aloud, he behaved like a normal person and didn't show any anger or frustration. After breakfast, the team set out again. Everyone, having just finished eating, regained some strength, but the pain from their sore feet remained unchanged. The old lady was almost carried by the fourth master and Sinyi, and she didn't last long. She no longer cared if the fourth master was deliberately stumbling. She ordered him to carry her on his back. Qin Junyi felt sorry for his father and called out, "Dad, let me carry the stretcher. I will carry Grandma." Together, they lifted the stretcher, which was easier than carrying a person directly. The fourth master didn't refuse. He was also afraid of accidentally dropping his stepmother. If he hurt her, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The old lady felt more at ease with Qin Junyi carrying her. He was young and strong, and he wouldn't secretly retaliate, making it safer. Pei's wife, standing nearby, was inspired and said, "Brother Xian, you carry Mom and let Su's wife carry the stretcher." Before Su Yunwan could reply, Qin Junxian blushed and said, "Mother, it's good enough that my sister-in-law can walk on her own. How can she carry her older brother? I think she looks energetic. How will I know if I don't try?" Pei's wife insisted. Qin Junxian worriedly said, "But what if she falls and hurts her older brother? The consequences would be terrible." Pei's wife, "If she really falls on ear, can you handle it? Just walk your own path." The old lady scolded. "Mother, I really can't walk anymore." Pei's wife covered her face and tears fell. Qin Junyi, who had been dozing, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes with a determined look and said, "No need to carry me. I can walk by myself." After saying that, he struggled to get up. Su Yunwan quickly held him down. "Don't move, I will carry the stretcher." In a previous life, Qin Junyi faced the same dilemma. At that time, he wanted to stand and walk, but his injured body couldn't respond to his will. Just standing up drained all his strength. Later, under the old lady's arrangement, everyone took turns carrying or lifting him, often falling. That night, Qin Junyi's injuries worsened, and he developed a dangerous high fever, nearly losing his life. Now, Su Yunwan still had strength left and wouldn't let history repeat itself. "I will carry him too," Qin Ruoshang said through gritted teeth. Qin Rulin quickly added, "Me too." The fourth young master was afraid that too many people would make it hard to carry the stretcher steadily, so Qin Junyi said, "I'll carry Brother Yi, and you all carry the empty stretcher. Father, let me carry the elder brother." "You go carry the grandmother," Qin Junyi suggested. The old lady saw that after going around in circles, she was about to have the fourth young master carry him again, and immediately lost her patience. "Pei, where is your face to let Brother Jian, who is badly injured, take care of you, who are healthy and unhurt?" Before Pei could reply, the old lady continued, "Listen to me all. Brother Yi is not only the eldest son of the main family, but also the head of the Qin family. No one, including me and Pei, can go beyond him. If anyone disobeys, they can leave the family." Yes, all the Qin family members bowed and obeyed. Pei looked on eagerly, watching her second son be arranged by the old lady to carry the stretcher, angry but unable to speak out. Qin Junyi said to the old lady, "Grandmother, I can walk. Grandmother knows, but your main task now is to recover well. These matters are arranged by grandmother. Don't worry about them, the old lady said kindly, wiping the cold sweat from Qin Junyi's forehead. Qin Junyi had no choice but to accept. Similar scenes were happening in the Liu and Chu families. Liu Zheng and his wife, no longer caring about tripping, once again asked the younger sons to carry. This time, they learned their lesson and had the legitimate children stand nearby to protect themselves, ordering the younger sons not to cheat or face family punishment. The two younger sons dared not secretly cheat again, but they were exhausted after walking a while and truly couldn't carry anymore. However, Lu's wife and husband scolded them harshly, insisting they continue, causing them to stumble and fall heavily to the ground after just a few steps. Seeing that the Liu couple was uninjured and protected, they became furious and started hitting and kicking the fallen younger sons. Their own mother knelt on the ground, crying and begging for her son's forgiveness. With the nearby officials shouting and whipping, chaos ensued. As for the Chu family, it was a different scene. Their men wore heavy shackles, while the women had their shackles removed but could only support each other as they walked slowly. Because of their slow pace, the officials whipped and drove them forward. At the command of the family head, all the men moved to the outskirts to shield the women from the harsh lashes. One twisted official, seeing he couldn't hit the women, started beating the men to death. The Chu men clenched their fists tightly, capable of killing the official with one hand, but they could only hold back in pain. The official, who was abusing them, never expected that he would pay a painful price for his actions. Everyone, hurry up and go. If we can't reach the post station, we will have to stay overnight in the wilderness. We don't care if a tiger eats us. Even though the exiled people dragged their injured, bleeding feet and were exhausted to the point of collapse, the officials kept urging them to move on. When they heard about the tiger, everyone pushed themselves, walking and dragging, using all their strength, and finally arrived at the official post just before dark. The officials stayed in the guest rooms of the post station, but the prisoners could only be kept in the small, old mud houses in the backyard. These mud houses were meant for prisoners to stay overnight, not much different from a jail cell. Lu Zheng shouted that he was not a prisoner and refused to stay in the mud house. His family members also loudly protested. They had had enough of prison life and didn't want to be locked up again. Zhongwei had already been told by Qin Junyi that the third branch of the Qin family had been expelled from the family and that they had no more connection. Without hesitation, he ordered the officials to use force to suppress them. The Liu family members not only suffered but also received several whips and hurried into the mud house to escape. The Qin family had originally wanted to offer them the guest rooms, even the large communal beds, but seeing how the third branch family was defeated, no one dared to ask again. They obediently entered the mud house. Su Yunwan sat on a straw mat beside the stretcher, wiping away sweat and opening her water pouch to drink. Her body was weak from lack of training, very delicate, and her waist and legs ached painfully. She relied solely on her strong mental strength to support herself. At that moment, Xin Yi, who had endured for a long time, suddenly asked, "Big sister-in-law, you single-handedly stopped all the women of the third branch in the prison. Do you know martial arts?" As soon as she finished speaking, the others, who had been checking their leg injuries, looked at Su Yunwan. They finally noticed that Su Yunwan had walked all day, but looked much better than the other women. Su Yunwan did not want to hide anything, just a move or two. "Where did you learn that?" Xin Yi asked again. Su Yunwan coldly glanced at her and ignored her. Xin Yi ignored her and secretly felt pleased, continuing to press, "Your father is famous for valuing literature over martial arts. How could he let you learn martial arts?" She deliberately tried to make everyone doubt Su Yunwan's background, almost implying she was a spy. These three questions made the Qin family members' faces change color. Even Qin Junyi's face darkened. He looked sharply at Xin Yi and said, "Cousin Xin, please do not make baseless guesses about Yunwan." "Big brother-in-law, I'm just worried about you." "Enough," Qin Junyi interrupted her with a stern look. "I already knew about Yunwan's martial arts skills the night we got engaged." He still remembered the night in the bridal chamber clearly. At first, he had some doubts, But no matter who she was, since she was sent to be with him, she would only be his wife from now on. Exactly, sister-in-law is always caring for big brother, but you falsely accused her of being a spy. I think you're the one with bad intentions. Qin Ruishan immediately agreed. Big sister-in-law's skills had never been hidden. They just didn't think much while they were trapped, so there was no reason to suspect her. Qin Ruilin clearly understood where Cini's hostility came from and softly advised, my elder brother is already married. You should give up this idea. Didn't expect that her move would not only fail to bring down Su Yunwan but also make her the target of everyone's blame. Frustrated and angry, her face turned red. I'm just worried about big cousin's safety. You refuse to listen to her explanation and instead blame me? Everyone's eyes shifted back to Su Yunwan. She showed no interest in arguing but instead held Qin Junyi's hand, focusing entirely on him. In fact, Su Yunwan was very satisfied with her protection of Qin Junyi and immediately used her special abilities to help him heal. Since she had already revealed she was skilled in martial arts, she no longer needed to hold back. She poured her healing energy into him vigorously, using her internal power as a cover. Qin Junyi felt a surge of warmth flow from his palm, spreading through his veins and limbs. The sharp pain in his body was gradually eased, like a powerful force sweeping away the pain. At that moment, there was a noise outside the door. Officer Jiang Shaolu entered and said, "Young Master Qin, the courier has arranged a private room for you. Come with me." Qin Junyi asked, "Will my family come too?" "That's not possible. At most, 1 or 2 people to take care of you." Jiang Shaolu was also puzzled, not understanding why the courier emphasized this. However, Su Yunwan knew this was the emperor's men trying to clear out the palace guards by using Qin Junyi as bait. If Qin's family stayed in the same room, the guards wouldn't dare to show themselves. In a previous life, Qin Junyi refused and was forcibly taken to a guest room. But whether it was due to some unspoken understanding or a method he used, no one came to investigate late at night. Since he couldn't refuse, Su Yunwan directly said, "Then I will go with the prince." "I am too," added Qin Junyi. But Qin Junyi immediately rejected him, saying, "You stay here and take care of the family. Yunwan and I can handle it." He knew very well that he was just a bait. As long as the guards didn't appear, nothing would happen. Now they were still within the city. If the emperor wanted to harm him, he would have to stay far away from the city. Qin Junxian also understood the reason, but was still worried. "Big brother, you need someone with you. I'll stay with sister-in-law to look after the family." Qin Junyi looked at Su Yunwan and nodded in agreement. Soon after, the 3 of them moved to the guest room. This room is on the far left of the 2nd floor, with 2 windows, one facing the backyard and the other facing the surrounding woods, making it a good spot for external communication. The room is small but adequately furnished. After Qin Junyi lay down, he took out 100 taels of silver from his pocket, given by the family, and handed it to his younger brother. "Go buy some food for grandma and the others. Keep the rest for yourself." "Okay," Qin Junxian replied as he took the money, but he saw his eldest sister-in-law also take out her purse. Su Yunwan took out over 20 taels of money, gifted by common people. "This money also belongs to you to keep." She didn't want to get involved with the Qin family's money to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qin Junxian hesitated and looked at his older brother, Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi's face darkened slightly, but he eventually nodded. Qin Junxian then accepted the money and left. Once his younger brother left, Qin Junyi looked into his wife's eyes, wanting to ask why she didn't want to manage the money, but she suddenly took out another purse and pulled out a letter. "This is for you from Hupa." Qin Junyi reached out and took it, opening to read. After a moment, he handed the letter to Su Yunwan without guarding himself. "Have a look too?" Su Yunwan paused, then took the letter and read it. The elegant handwriting on the letter said that because the princess had given an early warning, most of the guards had already left, and now the soldiers were actively searching. Also, the leader of the shadow guards, Qing Xian, had sent someone riding fast to the northwest to report. After reading, Su Yunwan burned the letter with candle flame and sat back down beside him, whispering, "Aren't you afraid I might betray you?" "You won't," Qin Junyi said firmly, with a determined look.
Su Yunwan smiled gently.
Then what do you want to ask? Seeing her honesty, Qin Junyi asked the most important question. Are you under someone's control? Once yes, but now I've broken free, Su Yunwan replied. My father exchanged my marriage for political benefits, enough to repay the kindness of giving me life. Wasn't it an imperial decree for the marriage? Qin Junyi asked with doubt. Yes, but before I married, my father drunkenly told me that the emperor originally intended to marry the prime minister's daughter. However, she was in love with someone else, so I was chosen instead, Su Yunwan said with a teasing smile. Do you regret not marrying that prime minister's daughter? Nonsense. You are my officially married wife. Qin Junyi's face suddenly darkened. Su Yunwan giggled. So, you accept me as your wife? Seeing her ears turn pink quietly, Qin Junyi's face also showed a faint blush, and she burst out laughing happily. Master Qin Junyi reached out and embraced her, covering her laughter with his mouth. Soft lips touched, and Su Yunwan's pupils suddenly widened. She quickly closed her eyes and lightly bit her teeth. Qin Junyi's blood surged with passion. In a commanding and irresistible manner, he forcefully entered through the gap. His hot lips and tongue roamed freely, dancing with her tongue. A charming sound escaped from her lips, and their bodies pressed closer together. Suddenly, Su Yunwan pulled away, looking slightly nervous as she tidied her appearance. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Qin Junyi came in holding a basin of water. Big brother, dinner will take a little more time. I'll bring you water to wash your hands first. Their sweet moment was interrupted, and Qin Junyi looked annoyed.
Su Yunwan cleared her throat softly.
I'm going for a walk. Be careful. Got it. Su Yunwan left the room briskly. After a moment of thought, she went to find Yijing. At that time, Yijing was entertaining the Marquis of Xianping, who was returning to the capital. After hearing his subordinate's report, he asked the Marquis to wait a moment and then stood up to leave the side room. When he saw Su Yunwan waiting patiently, Yijing was momentarily distracted. Even though he often saw noble families come and go, no one could compare to this woman. She was dressed in a light pink elegant gown, her skin as smooth as jade, her eyes deep and water-like but unfathomable, her cheeks rosy and lips tempting, truly charming, a beauty of the country and a goddess of elegance. Su Yunwan introduced herself, thanked Yijing for providing a guest room. Yijing smiled kindly. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Not long ago, a servant with a high court token quietly found him, asking him to give Qin Junyi the most remote guest room. He didn't know about the late-night ambush plan. He only guessed that the emperor, feeling grateful to the Qin family ancestors and after regaining military power, ordered the imperial guards to escort someone. Your Excellency is kind-hearted. Could you please help me with one more thing? Could you swap the donkey cart used for transporting goods?
Su Yunwan asked.
Since the villainous emperor was scheming, she decided to use this to her advantage and gain some benefits. It was only fair to return the favor. Yijing, misreading her intentions, was happy to help but also had his difficulties. Young lady, according to Kyoto customs, exiled prisoners are not allowed to use animal-drawn carts. Then just unload the cart, push the handcart first, and once we leave Kyoto's borders, we can reassemble it, Su Yunwan said with a bright smile. That won't do, Yijing blurted out. Why not? Su Yunwan's smile remained unchanged. That way, it won't be considered a violation. Suddenly, a coughing fit sounded from the side room. The Marquis of Xianping, who was drinking tea, heard the entire exchange and was so surprised by Su Yunwan's cleverness that he choked on his water. Moments later, the door opened, and Su Yunwan saw a man wearing a noble crown walk out. He was dressed in blue, tall and slender, with charming peach blossom eyes, and he looked at Su Yunwan with interest. Are you the daughter of Su the minister who just married into the Qin family? Su Yunwan nodded confidently and asked, And you are? The courier introduced him. This is Marquis Xianping. Oh, the Marquis. My apologies, Su Yunwan said, having heard of his name. He is the grandson of the Empress Dowager, greatly loved by her and trusted by the emperor. My father has some friendship with Minister Su. I can take you back to the capital, Marquis Xianping said softly, waiting for her to thank him happily. After all, who would give up wealth and honor to live a hard, wandering life? But Su Yunwan smiled and refused, saying, My father has already given up on me. Instead of returning to face disapproval, I prefer to settle in a quiet corner of Yuzhou. Marquis Xianping, used to hearing complaints, was surprised to see someone speaking about great hardships with a gentle smile, especially a delicate beauty. He looked down on Minister Su for being cold and unfeeling, yet he felt pity. Then you can come with me. I will take care of you. Su Yunwan shook her head. I am already married into the Qin family. We will face hardships together, never abandoning each other. If she wanted to leave, she could at any time. She would never willingly become a concubine. Are you sure? Besides me, no one else dares to take you away. Thank you, Marquis. I have made my decision. With Marquis Xianping present, the topic of buying a donkey cart could no longer continue. Su Yunwan prepared to leave. But just a few steps away, she was called back. You don't want the donkey cart? If possible, of course I do, Su Yunwan replied, turning around. Marquis Xianping suddenly remembered a line of poetry. A smile that charms all, brighter than palace beauties. He suppressed his thoughts, closed his fan, and tapped it against his palm. It's just a donkey cart. Courier, just agree with Miss Su, whether intentionally or not. He called her Miss Su instead of Madam. Marquis, if the higher-ups find out I can't take responsibility, the courier said worriedly. Then sell the donkey cart to me. I will give it to Miss Su. Marquis, you're joking. I'll have someone remove the donkeys immediately. With the Marquis taking responsibility, the courier no longer felt awkward. Remove what? I'm giving this to Miss Su as a means of transportation. Who dares to criticize? Let them come directly to me, Marquis Xianping said proudly, then ordered. Also prepare a bedding for Miss Su. If she has to stay outdoors, she might catch a cold. The courier agreed repeatedly, while Su Yunwan looked at him thoughtfully. A noble marquis, giving away a donkey cart was one thing, but even thinking of bedding in such detail was surprising. Meeting his fate. What more do you need? Just say the word. Lord Xianping waved his hand grandly. Su Yunwan was not polite. I need a set of clean clothes. This stumped Lord Xianping, who looked at the postmaster. The postmaster immediately said, I have some new clothes for my daughter, but the fabric is rough. I'm afraid the young lady won't be used to it. Thank you. Having something to change into is good enough. I won't be picky. After Su Yunwan finished speaking, the postmaster said he would have someone deliver the clothes directly to her room. Su Yunwan and the postmaster left one after the other. Lord Xianping returned to his side room, standing by the window, gazing at the full moon in the sky. He remembered the wedding banquet from a few days ago, when Lord Qin Yi was dressed in red and full of pride, but now he was sentenced to death, living worse than death. They say power and wealth can vanish in an instant, like smoke and dust. Lord Xianping felt deep sadness in his heart, hoping that the person involved would simply give up and not turn against him or seek revenge. The inn's guest room was brightly lit with candles. Thanks to his extraordinary healing abilities, Lord Qin Yi's spirit had recovered quite a bit. He sat by the bed, secretly discussing important matters with his younger brother. Suddenly, Qin Yi made a shushing gesture. Young Master Qin, I have brought your meal. A young servant's voice came from outside the door. Qin Yi nodded and said, Come in. Soon a wooden table was set with 3 dishes, a bowl of soup, and rice utensils. Qin Yi refused his brother's suggestion to eat first, waiting to dine with his wife. Not long after, Su Yunwan returned to the guest room. Qin Yi wanted to get up, but Su Yunwan stopped him, saying, The soul-shattering nail hasn't been removed. You can't push yourself. Qin Yi moved his lips, about to speak, but then swallowed his words and lay back on the bed. Big brother, just listen to your wife and rest well, Qin Xian said as he served food. After they finished eating, Qin Xian cleared the dishes and went downstairs, leaving Qin Yi and Su Yunwan in the room. Thinking about the intimate moment interrupted before dinner, they both smiled. At that moment, the young servant brought clothes. Su Yunwan asked him, Is there a bathroom at the inn? I want to wash. There's a bathroom on the first floor. "Shall I take you?" The servant, having received instructions from the postmaster, was very polite. Qin Junyi was worried. As a humble exile, anyone could insult him. "Bring the basin up here, and I'll wash in this room." The servant hesitated, but that's on the second floor. Carrying the basin and water is troublesome. "Let my brother do it," Qin Junyi said. After he finished, Su Yunwan took out a silver coin and handed it to the servant. The servant's eyes lit up and he quickly changed his tone. "Please wait a moment, I'll bring the water right away." His annual income is only 2 taels of silver, and this reward is equivalent to half a year's income. After the shop assistant left, Qin Junyi asked, "Where did you get the clothes?" "From the daughter of the courier officer." Su Yunwan secretly checked the clothes, quietly swapping her inner garment with one from her space. "Do you know his daughter?" "No, not really." Strictly speaking, it was a gift from Marquis Xianping. Qin Junyi's pupils shrank suddenly. "Marquis Xianping? Why is he at the inn?" "I don't know either." The shop assistant and Qin Junxian carried in a large wooden tub. They stopped talking and watched as they repeatedly carried hot water to fill the tub. Honestly, bathing for women in this era is quite troublesome. Men have dedicated bathhouses, but women can only sit in large wooden tubs. Just the water-filling process made her eyes twitch. After filling the water, Qin Junxian stepped outside. Su Yunwan went to the bed, lowered the curtain, and playfully said, "No peeking." Qin Junyi snorted softly, avoiding her gaze, though his ears subtly turned red. Su Yunwan smiled slightly, walked to the tub, took off her outer garment, and stepped into the bath. Moonlight shone through the window, casting a faint silver glow on the water, making the skin of the person bathing look smooth and jade-like. Qin Junyi was lying on the bed, listening to the water outside the curtain, and couldn't help but feel restless. Suddenly, his wife's voice came through. "How is your relationship with Marquis Xianping?" He showed a faint smile. "It's okay. So, it's pretty good." Su Yunwan leaned on the edge of the tub, deliberately saying, "They say a friend's wife can't be deceived, but he wants to take me away and make me his concubine. Impossible." Qin Junyi immediately denied.
Su Yunwan chuckled softly.
"He said it himself. He probably only said he wanted to take you away, not that he asked you to be his wife," Qin Junyi said, staring tightly at his wife's silhouette through the blurry curtain.
Su Yunwan smiled.
"That's right, you guessed it very accurately. Do you want to stay?" Qin Junyi understood this was a rare opportunity. Despite feeling reluctant, he still hoped she could escape suffering. "If you want, he will take good care of you. I can take care of myself. Why would I need someone else to look after me? But the journey into exile is very dangerous. You could stay in the capital first, and after I settle in Yuzhou, I will send someone to fetch you. For me, it's not that difficult," Su Yunwan said. "I'll accompany you for a while." Qin Junyi's face turned cold. "What do you mean? When you reach Yuzhou, you want to leave. Things come together if they are meant to and fall apart if they are not," Su Yunwan said casually. "When that day comes, give me a letter of release and we part ways happily, each going their own way." "You really think so?" Qin Junyi was anxious and angry, coughing non-stop. With each cough, the injury from the soul pin was triggered, causing him to tremble with pain. "Big brother," Qin Junxian outside the room called urgently, but he couldn't enter because his sister-in-law was bathing. Su Yunwan quickly stood up and stepped forward, grabbing Qin Junyi's hand to channel her energy and soothe his blood flow. Seeing blood at the corner of Qin Junyi's mouth, she scolded angrily. "Why are you so anxious? I didn't say you must leave right now. I won't let you go." After coughing, Qin Junyi was very weak, but he held her tightly with his other hand. "Since you married me, unless I die, you can't leave this life," Su Yunwan. She didn't want to argue about this with someone seriously injured. "All right, I'll go change clothes." Only then did Qin Junyi notice she was soaked, her thin inner garment clinging tightly to her body, revealing her graceful figure. Su Yunwan broke free from his grip, casually pulled the curtain, and took a towel to dry herself. After changing, she poured a glass of water and handed it to Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi stared intently at his wife, and after a few moments, took the cup and drank it all. Then he kept his gaze fixed on Su Yunwan. His wife, just out of the bath, was charming and captivating, Who could imagine she had an extremely unsettled heart inside? No wonder she dared to defy her mother and refused to accept the family authority. She didn't see herself as part of the Qin family. In Qin Junyi's deep eyes, a dull light flickered. After placing the empty cup down, Su Yunwan turned and opened the guest room door for Qin Junyi. "Big brother, are you okay?" Anxiously, Qin Junyi hurried to the bed, seeing his sweaty older brother, and quickly wiped his sweat. Qin Junyi had already calmed his emotions and said softly, "I'm fine. Go tidy up the room." Qin Junyi secretly glanced at his sister-in-law, silently pouring out the water from the wooden basin. He had heard everything outside and felt deeply shocked and worried. His sister-in-law was like the wind, unconstrained by worldly rules, such a remarkable woman. Could his big brother really handle her? Deep into the night, the bright moon hung high. In a corner of the inn's backyard, Qin Junyi crossed his arms, quietly keeping watch. In the upstairs guest room, Su Yunwan lay on a bed, facing the wall, covered only by a blanket. "Yunwan, are you asleep?" Qin Junyi softly asked. Su Yunwan opened her clear eyes and turned 180 degrees. Not yet. She was just thinking about a big escape during her past life when she crossed over, wondering if Qin Junyi had escaped safely. Recent events have followed the same pattern as her past life, but now with her butterfly effect. It's hard to say if things will change in the future. "I am no longer a prince. From now on, just call me husband," she said, taking the first step to accept her new identity by changing how she addressed him. "Su Yunwan." Qin Junyi took her silence as approval and asked, "Do you have a nickname?" "Wan Wan. Then I will call you Wan Wan." Su Yunwan nodded casually. Qin Junyi wanted to turn to face her, but as he moved, his injury tensed painfully, and he let out a muffled groan. His wife was strong-willed, and he knew he couldn't confront her directly. Showing some weakness might make her pay more attention. Sure enough, Su Yunwan grabbed his arm and gently frowned. "Don't move recklessly." Qin Junyi looked sad. "My body isn't in good shape anymore. It's okay. Once we get to Yuzhou, you can rest and recover." Su Yunwan softly comforted him. Qin Junyi shook his head with a bitter smile. "The punishment of the soul-stabbing nails is different from others. Once inflicted, it stays with you for life until death. Let me see your injury." Su Yunwan sat up. Qin Junyi hesitated for a moment, then undressed and turned over, lying face down on the bed. His body tensed painfully from the movement. His broad shoulders and narrow waist showed smooth lines, and his tan back was covered with scars of various depths, marks left from the battlefield. The 5 soul-stabbing nails on his spine were all embedded, only 5 cold glints visible. Around them, there was a patch of blood and bruising, dark purple and black. Su Yunwan's fingertips gently touched the bruises, and her hand trembled slightly. Qin Junyi was prepared for intense pain, but Su Yunwan withdrew her hand. Since she couldn't remove the soul-stabbing nails now, she decided not to probe the bone's thorn structures to avoid causing more pain. But she was confident she could remove the nails someday. "I have a way to take out the soul-stabbing nails." "Really?" Qin Junyi exclaimed in surprise, then added, "But this punishment has been in place for many years, and no one has successfully removed the nails. The imperial doctors said it would damage the meridians and cause lifelong paralysis." Su Yunwan confidently replied, "I am sure I can do it. It just depends on whether you dare." Qin Junyi looked at her with doubt and finally clenched his teeth. "I trust you. Then once we reach Yuzhou, I will remove them for you. But I don't want to wait that long." Su Yunwan said, "The removal process is long and cannot be disturbed. There are many people lurking outside. If we clash, the consequences could be terrible." Most importantly, she lacked effective anesthesia. Removing the nails without anesthesia would be more painful than the punishment itself. Qin Junyi was not a reckless boy. Even though he wanted to quickly get rid of the soul-anchoring nail, he wouldn't risk everything by ignoring danger. He had to find another opportunity. "Just lie down and sleep like this. It will be more comfortable," Su Yunwan said as she covered him with a quilt. Already hopeless, he suddenly felt hope again. Qin Junyi looked at her beautiful face and didn't sleep all night. The next day, the earth woke up from the faint morning light. Footsteps sounded outside, and the servant came to knock and call them. After Su Yunwan and Qin Junyi dressed and washed, Qin Junxian brought in a big bag of plain steamed buns. Big brother, we usually eat 3 meals a day. I changed some buns and also took some to Grandma and the others. Qin Junyi nodded. Then have some to fill your stomach first. The 3 of them each ate one with water, then went downstairs to gather in the front yard. At this time, many people were standing in the front yard, including Qin's family. However, Su Yunwan's eyes were drawn to the donkey cart at the gate. She suddenly remembered she forgot to tell her brothers about the cart last night. The courier saw Su Yunwan and strode over. "Young madam, the vehicle is ready. It's just outside the door." Su Yunwan looked at Zhong Wei and saw his serious face, but he didn't stop her. The courier whispered, "Young madam, don't worry. I already reported to Lord Zhong last night." "Thank you," Su Yunwan said, then with Qin Junxian helped Qin Junyi onto the cart. It was a donkey cart used for carrying goods. The black donkey at the front was shiny and spirited. Behind it was a fenced flatbed cart, with a set of new bedding folded at one corner. Su Yunwan folded the bedding into 2 layers and laid it on half of the flatbed. Then she helped move Qin Junyi onto the bedding. She also asked the courier for some hemp rope and tied the stretcher to the side of the cart, just in case. Qin's family had already gathered around, asking where the donkey cart came from. Qin Junxian had a guess, but couldn't be sure. Just then, Su Yunwan asked the courier to convey her thanks to Marquis Xianping, and they found out it was the Marquis who sent the cart. The old madam saw that a noble was willing to help, and asked the courier, "Is the Marquis still at the inn? I will go personally to thank him." But the courier didn't want to cause trouble for Marquis Xianping. The Qin family members now avoided everyone out of fear. "Old madam, there is a misunderstanding. Marquis Xianping gave the cart because he knew the relationship between your father and Minister Su, not because of Qin family." The old madam looked surprised at her eldest grandson. Qin Junyi frowned slightly, looking gloomy, as if he had been betrayed. In fact, he was worried that this might damage his wife's reputation. Su Yunwan didn't care what they thought and simply said, "Brother Xian, you are responsible for driving the carriage. Grandmother, we will ride together." "Then what about me?" Mrs. Pei called out anxiously. Su Yunwan didn't want to argue with her and simply glanced at Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi said, "Mother, you can sit with us too." Mrs. Pei snorted coldly, helping the old lady onto the carriage. As soon as they sat down, they heard the eldest granddaughter-in-law, Ning, holding her eldest grandson, who was fussing to ride along. "Great-grandmother, I want to ride too." He was a chubby 4-year-old boy, spoiled and unruly, the family's little troublemaker. Seeing her beloved great-grandson, the old lady softened and looked at Qin Junyi. "Junyi, just let little Rue ride with us." Qin Junyi didn't want to involve adult grudges with the children but politely asked Su Yunwan for her opinion. "Wanwan, what do you think?" The carriage was nominally for his wife, but in reality, it was also his. He couldn't decide on his own. Fortunately, his wife was clever and saw through her friend's intentions. If she misunderstood it as flirtation, the scene would be awkward. Su Yunwan knew that even if they disowned the family, blood ties couldn't be cut easily, but if the Liu family wanted to take advantage, she wouldn't allow it. First, the Liu family pays for the carriage. Second, the child sits quietly. If these 2 conditions are met, he can ride. Yes. "Pay for the carriage," Mrs. Pei declared boldly. "Don't you have a lot of money? Aren't you stingy with this small amount?" She hadn't forgotten how the Liu family had humiliated her yesterday with their wealth. "I think you're completely broke," Mrs. Liu yelled angrily, wanting to make money off a child. "He's your nephew. Do you have no conscience?" Now that they had no income, their money was running out. She didn't want to pay, nor did she want Mrs. Pei to control her. "Nephew? You betrayed the Qin family and are still talking about family ties," Mrs. Pei retorted. "If you don't pay for the carriage, don't even think about riding." "Mrs. Pei, I'm not dead yet." The old lady patted Mrs. Pei's arm heavily and scolded her. In the past, Mrs. Pei would have immediately backed down, but now with Su Yunwan present, she was more assertive. "Mother, the Liu family still has several children. They are all your precious ones. You wouldn't favor some over others and let them all ride, especially if it might hurt Junyi. Hearing that it might hurt her beloved grandson, the old lady hesitated and said no more. Seeing her mother-in-law no longer supporting her, Mrs. Liu was so angry she ordered her eldest daughter-in-law to hold the children properly and immediately set off. To prevent the children from coveting the donkey cart, the Liu family joined the group of prisoners and no longer traveled with the Qin family. The procession set out. From a distance, the loud crying of children could be heard, mixed with Lu Zheng's displeased voice. "It's just a little silver. What's the harm if we give it to them?" Mrs. Liu said, "It's not about the silver. I just can't swallow this anger. Mother, my daughter-in-law really can't hold the child anymore. Please help." The 4-year-old child was throwing a tantrum, like a small calf that was hard to control. Yesterday, Ningshi had carried him all day and couldn't hold him anymore. Before her mother-in-law could respond, she handed the child over. Mrs. Liu almost didn't catch him, scolding her daughter-in-law, but she only held him for a moment before passing him to her eldest son. The child was like a hot potato, impossible for anyone to hold. In the end, Mrs. Liu had to pay to let him ride in the donkey cart, but Su Yunwan refused outright, saying, "I've given you a chance. No more waiting." The old lady's face darkened, but she said nothing because this cart was personally gifted by Marquis Xianping to Su Yunwan. She secretly resented Marquis Xianping for being cautious and not caring about her feelings, and she also grew annoyed with Su Yunwan for ignoring her. If she hadn't been taking care of her eldest grandson diligently, she would have taught her a lesson. Sinyi, walking painfully nearby, secretly felt happy and took the opportunity to ask, "Sister-in-law, where did you get that outfit?" "None of your business." Su Yunwan rolled her eyes, knowing she was about to cause trouble again. Could it also be a gift from Marquis Xianping?
So, what if it is?
Sinyi looked embarrassed and hesitant. Did you do something to stain your clothes?" As soon as she said that, Qin Rulin and Qin Ruoshuan blushed with shame, but Su Yunwan smiled. "You're so perceptive. How much experience do you have?" Embarrassed and furious, Sinyi exclaimed, "You're insulting my innocence." "Ha, this is just using her own methods against her. I haven't even doubled the punishment yet. Can't handle it, huh?" Su Yunwan's lips curled slightly, looking at her like she was watching a clown. Sinyi quickly defended herself. "Marquis Xianping gave you clothes and a donkey cart. Don't tell me there's nothing going on between you two? Only someone with such a dirty mind would think of love and lust in everything. How bored and lonely are you?" Sinyi's face turned red, tears welling up. "It's obvious you're suspicious. I just don't want our eldest cousin to be kept in the dark." The old lady couldn't listen anymore. "Enough, Think before you speak next time. If you keep making wild accusations, don't blame Grandma for not caring about you." The old lady knew that Marquis Xianping had a good relationship with her eldest grandson, so she believed this was to help him. Additionally, her feet were already injured and bleeding, making every step painful. Even if her younger relatives carried her, she could only go a short distance at a time. Now that she had a donkey cart, she could travel more easily. After hearing Sinyi's words, the old lady looked at the beautiful Su Yunwan. Even though she was worried, she blamed everything on her eldest grandson. Yaij was nearby, watching silently, so Su Yunwan dared not do anything inappropriate. If they pushed too hard to find out the truth, it might hurt everyone's feelings. Given Su Yunwan's quick temper, she might even order everyone off the carriage. She no longer wanted to walk on her own feet. Pei's family shared the same idea as the old lady. They also wanted to ride in the donkey cart. Even if they doubted it, they didn't question Su Yunwan like Sinyi did. They only waited for their eldest son to wake up and let him handle the matter. At this moment, Qin Junyi was sleeping deeply with his eyes closed. When they started their journey, Su Yunwan had used her special power to influence him. Since he hadn't slept all night, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. During the argument, Su Yunwan held Qin Junyi's hand tightly, trying to weaken his senses, so he wouldn't wake up from the noise. The donkey cart was bumpy and shook from time to time, which felt like punishment to Qin Junyi. It was better for him to stay asleep to avoid suffering. These trivial matters weren't worth him suffering over. Xin Yi looked at Qin Junyi, who was unaware, tears falling like broken pearls. No one comforted her. Once close friends, Qin Ruolin, who pitted her love that couldn't be fulfilled, now looked at her with disgust. She couldn't understand how the once innocent and kind Xin Yi had become like this. As her grandmother said, if she truly had the ability, she should produce evidence. Constantly accusing others only made her look like she was falsely blaming people and behaving badly. Xin Yi, feeling isolated, couldn't understand why Marquis Xianting was so obvious in his actions, yet her grandmother and her aunt refused to suspect Su Yunwan. No, based on what she knew, they probably already suspected but tolerated it just to ride in the donkey cart. It's true. People are driven by profit, and the world is full of selfishness. Suddenly, Xin Yi burst into loud, wild laughter. Her strange appearance made everyone in the Qin family feel chills, fearing she might truly lose her mind from the shock. The old lady felt guilty for her harsh words and saw a bundle with steamed buns nearby. She immediately said, "Lon Lon, quickly give Yi a bun to eat, so she can distract herself." Qin Ruolin carefully took out a steamed bun and handed it to Xin Yi, saying gently, "Yi, have some food." Xin Yi grabbed the bun and took a big bite, her eyes showing strong regret. She regretted following the Qin family on this exile journey. If she had gone back to her aunt's house, with her looks and talents, she could have found a good marriage and become the main wife of a wealthy family. Why did she end up being disliked even as a concubine? Originally, after Qin Junyi rejected her, she placed her hope on her grandmother and her eldest aunt. The elders gave her permission. She was determined to become a formal wife, not a concubine. But now she saw that these women, more interested in profit than merchants, wouldn't help her unless her older cousin nodded. If that was the case, she would no longer rely on them. People who humiliate her would pay the price someday. Qin Ruoshang saw her fierce, snake-like eyes and nervously rubbed her arms to chase away the sudden cold. Soon, Xin Yi no longer cared about her anger, and the others in the Qin family also ignored Xin Yi. Even after resting for a night, the usually pampered families of Qin, Liu, and the Chu clan quickly found it hard to go on. They had walked all day yesterday, their waists and legs aching terribly, not to mention their battered feet. Mrs. Pei, sitting on the donkey cart, watched her daughter walk painfully and felt heartache. She rarely spoke kindly to Su Yunwan and said, "Su, Lon Lon can't walk anymore. Let her sit for a while." Su Yunwan had just covered Qin Junyi's eyes with a silk handkerchief to block the bright light and turned to look at the others walking ahead. Lin was carried by her son Qin Junyi, protected by the elder. Qin Ruolin and Qin Ruoshang supported each other, walking painfully. Xin Yi found a stick and used it to support herself. Everyone was sweating and panting heavily. Qin Junxian, who had stayed up all night, jumped down from the donkey cart and said, "Sister, you sit here." A wooden board was nailed to the side of the cart for the driver to sit on. Since they were moving slowly, Qin Junxian could walk alongside and drive the cart. He had wanted to give his seat to his sister from the start, but his aunt was still walking, so he couldn't speak up. Now that his mother spoke, he immediately got off and gave up his seat. Mrs. Pei saw her youngest son, looking exhausted, and felt pity. But since 3 people were sitting and one was lying on the cart, there was no space for a 5th person. If Su Yunwan didn't give up her seat, she couldn't do anything. Unexpectedly, Su Yunwan got off the cart and said, "Ruoshan, you should also get on." She was tired from walking and wanted to rest and stretch her body. Qin Ruoshan was momentarily stunned, her gratitude evident in her expression. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Can I let my mother sit down?" "Go ahead. Shan, hurry and get in the car to rest. Mom has her brother to carry her, so she's not tired." Lin Shi stepped down from Qin Junyi's back and helped her daughter into the car. Her greatest pride in life was having a pair of warm-hearted children. Although she had traveled fewer paths than her daughter, she still felt pain all over. But she would rather walk or carry herself than see her daughter suffer. This deep mother-daughter bond deeply hurt Xin Yi, who was an orphan. Seeing all the women of the Qin family being cared for, she was left alone and discarded like trash. Her resentment grew stronger. Although the old lady felt sorry, she was powerless. She couldn't walk anymore and couldn't give her seat to her granddaughter. She came up with a plan. The front passenger seat will be shared by the women. Pei Shi was strongly dissatisfied. Her youngest son had given that seat to her daughter. But she dared not speak out loud. Instead, she secretly planned to have her daughter sit in a cart later, letting Qin Ruishan take turns. She just hoped Su Shi could walk more and let her daughter rest more. At this moment, Su Yunwan moved forward silently, her mind already in space, checking the herbs stored in the pharmacy. Even if she couldn't remove the soul-destroying nail, she wanted to improve Qin Junyi's health as much as possible. When the attack came, he wouldn't be lying there waiting to die. The world belongs to the king. The land belongs to the ruler. Even if the Dog Emperor worried about unrest in the northwest and resorted to assassination, he could still mobilize many elite troops. Relying only on the weak power of the palace, it was hard to fight against such strength. After another hour of marching, the convoy arrived at a pine forest. Dark green pine leaves were lush, covering the sky and blocking the sun. The branches were twisted and mottled, like dragons and snakes. Occasionally, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard. Under the persistent pleas of the prisoners, Zhong Wei ordered the team to rest and distributed the first meal of the day, breakfast. Su Yunwan stopped and looked around. Using her spiritual power, she quickly sensed the situation within 100 miles. Without exaggeration, nature was like her territory, and she could draw resources from it. Now, she wanted to gather some herbs to hide her intentions and prepare some common medicines. I'll go look for useful herbs. You take care of the prince. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Shi opposed her. First, make some porridge for Brother Yi to drink along with my share. Who wants porridge? Make it yourself. Su Yunwan responded bluntly, bending down to pick up a stick and stepping into the dense forest. Her goal is to find precious medicinal herbs hidden deep in the mountains and forests. As soon as she leaves everyone's sight, she uses her space powers to quickly fly to her destination. Soon, she appears among dense grass on a shaded hillside. Her eyes fall on the king of herbs, wild ginseng, about a few meters away. Judging by its shape, this wild ginseng is at least 100 years old. Its lush small leaves are topped with several clusters of bright red berries, very eye-catching. Su Yunwan uses her space abilities to produce insect-repellent medicine, purifies it, and sprays it onto the ginseng forest. A deadly silver snake suddenly appears. It lifts its head, spits silk, and coldly stares at Su Yunwan, ready to attack. But when it sees the rare flower, Jie Yiji Hua, in Su Yunwan's hand, it turns and runs away. Seeing no more poisonous insects or snakes nearby, Su Yunwan approaches to pick the berries and dig up the ginseng roots. With her powers, she easily pulls out all the roots intact. She looks at the wild ginseng, which is about 70 to 80 centimeters long and has strong, hairy roots. She smiles slightly, using her green light and her palm to make the ginseng grow to several hundred years old, stopping only when its nutrients reach their peak. At this moment, the ginseng in her hand has become a rare treasure, perfect for someone weak like Qin Junyi to use. After harvesting the ginseng, she begins to head back, collecting some common medicinal herbs along the way. She also weaves a net with vines to carry everything. Besides herbs, she climbs trees to gather bird eggs, catches a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. She returns fully loaded. However, she doesn't expect that the camp is already tense. While she walks freely through the forest, Sinyi, pretending to visit the Liu family, stumbles and walks over to Zhong Wei, who is resting on a large rock. "Sir, my sister-in-law has been gone alone for quite a while. I wonder if something has happened." Zhong Wei's eyes instantly sharpen. Which way did she go? How long ago? Just that path. About an incense stick's worth of time ago. Sinyi points in that direction. "Sir, I will go find her." Officer Zhao Rong immediately offers with a bow. Zhong Wei tenses up, then points to 3 other guards, including Wu Xiaohan, to search for her. The 4 quickly run into the dense forest, causing some prisoners to whisper among themselves. Qin Junyi also notices this scene and feels a bad premonition. This is the direction his sister-in-law left. What's going on? Qin Junyi, sensing his younger brother's unusual mood, immediately asks. He had already woken up about 15 minutes ago. Learning that my wife has entered the dense forest alone, I have been worried and anxious. Some officials have gone toward my sister-in-law's departure point. I will ask Lord Zhong, Qin Junyi said, then strode off to find Zhong Wei. Zhong Wei looked stern. Your family's woman told me someone left a while ago. Qin Junyi suddenly looked at Sunyi, who was staying with the Liu family, and explained, my sister-in-law went to pick some herbs. She will be back soon. Zhong Wei didn't think Su Yunwan would run away. He also saw that Su Yunwan was skilled in martial arts. If she wanted to escape, last night would have been the best time.
There was no need to wait until now.
But Zhao Rong, who was added to the team at the last minute, took the initiative to look for her, making the situation complicated. He said seriously, we are about to set out. Find her first. When Qin Junyi returned to the Qin family, Qin Junyi, who was already sitting up, listened and said, you and Junyi go look for her. Big brother, I can't leave you. Qin Junyi said, worried that someone might harm him. No matter what Qin Junyi said, he refused to leave. Qin Junyi, anxious and angry, could only say, carry me on your back. He was more worried about Wanwan being troubled by officials than facing natural dangers. Qin Junyi couldn't persuade him, so he carried his brother and entered the dense forest. Meanwhile, the officials walking around lost track of them. Zhao Rong said, disperse and search. Last night, he had waited with his men for an opportunity but didn't catch a single person. His anger was boiling. Now, since Su Yunwan had left the team, she might be contacting the remnants of the prince's forces. He wanted to take the opportunity to wipe them out. Feeling his murderous intent, Wu Xiaohan shivered and quickly guessed Zhao Rong's identity. His expression tightened as he hoped to find Su Yunwan first. Su Yunwan sent someone ahead, so she appeared not far away and started walking back. Zhao Rong and Wu Xiaohan, both skilled fighters, paused for a moment, then heard the noise and hurried over. Soon, Su Yunwan appeared before them. She had a light smile on her face, holding a nest of bird eggs in her left hand, a wild chicken and rabbit struggling with vines tied around them in her right, and a bunch of plants hanging from her shoulder. She moved leisurely, as if out for a walk, not in a rush. When she saw the two officials, she stopped and asked Wu Xiaohan, are we leaving now? Wu Xiaohan looked serious, acting official. Long absence from the team needs to be reported. Okay, Su Yunwan replied with a gentle smile, her eyes clear and bright. Wu Xiaohan looked away and reached out, saying, let's go. Wait a moment. Zhao Rong glared at Su Yunwan with a hostile look. Leave everything in your hands behind. He had just looked around and saw no one else. Once again, his plan failed, and he deliberately made things difficult. Su Yunwan sneered. When did officials turn into bandits? How bold. If you don't obey, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Rong's face darkened with anger. A sharp sound of breaking air rang out as he whipped the tree trunk. The bark was left with deep whip marks. Wu Xiaohan frowned and said, take her back first. Let the boss decide. You want to protect her? Zhao Rong looked at Wu Xiaohan with suspicion. Wu Xiaohan stood proudly, allowing himself to be examined. The Qin family has a special status. Don't cause trouble for the boss. I suspect she wants to run away. Killing her on the spot would be good enough, Zhao Rong said without fear. He insisted she leave her belongings and go back empty-handed. Are you blind? Su Yunwan smiled coldly. Didn't you see I was heading back? If you want to frame me, at least find a better reason. You're asking for trouble, Zhao Rong shouted angrily and swung his whip toward her at high speed. Wu Xiaohan quickly raised his whip to block, and the two whips collided forcefully, changing direction. Zhao Rong, feeling frustrated, saw Wu Xiaohan as an opponent. He used his whip as a weapon, and soon they fought fiercely. Since both wanted to hide their identities, they didn't use internal energy, and their fight was evenly matched. The other two officials heard the noise and hurried over to join. Seeing their colleagues fighting, they quickly tried to stop them. Stop fighting. Talk it out nicely. Boss doesn't allow internal conflict. If you keep fighting like this, you'll be punished. But Zhao Rong grew more impatient. His attacks intensified, and the fight became very fierce. They fought until Qin Junyi and his brother arrived. Seeing Su Yunwan holding a stick and ready, Qin Junyi quickly got down and told his younger brother to protect her. Su Yunwan heard the commotion and looked toward the sound. When she saw Qin Junyi ignoring his injury and coming over, she immediately moved to meet him. At that moment, Zhao Rong, ignoring his own defense, suddenly changed direction and whipped towards Su Yunwan's back. Wu Xiaohan couldn't change his move in time and had to abandon his whip to block with his hand. He tightly grabbed Zhao Rong's whip, blood flowing from his palm, and red drops fell on the grass. Seeing this, Su Yunwan, who had already dodged, was furious. She clenched her wooden stick and rushed forward, but was stopped by Wu Xiaohan's outstretched hand. He was cold and stern, shouting, "Go back." Su Yunwan clenched her fists and stared coldly at Wu Xiaohan. Just then, Qin Junyi arrived. He stepped in front of Su Yunwan and said, "Sister-in-law." Su Yunwan responded with a nod, threw down her stick, and told him to pick up the harvest she had left under the tree. She then ran toward Qin Junyi. "Yan Yan, are you hurt?" Qin Junxian quickly embraced Su Yunwan, then loosened his grip and looked her over from head to toe. Su Yunwan looked at the weak, sweating man in front of her and felt soft-hearted. "I'm fine. You shouldn't have come. As long as the soul-shattering nail remains, he will suffer torment every day. Even if carried away secretly, it will cause pain and worsen his injuries. I don't want you to worry. Don't move around in the future. I will be fine." Qin Junxian only smiled but did not agree. At this moment, Qin Junxian returned with some items. He handed them to Su Yunwan, bent down to carry his older brother, and the three of them headed back to the camp. Zhao Rong's sneak attack failed. Seeing Wu Xiaohan's hand injured by a whip, his anger eased a little. After being persuaded by two other officials, he stepped down from the stage. He glared coldly at the backs of the three people ahead, a cold smile on his lips. Wu Xiaohan felt a chill rise from his heart upon seeing this. The four returned to the camp. Zhong Wei saw Wu Xiaohan injured and frowned. "What happened?" Wu Xiaohan explained everything clearly, then added, "Captain, if the Qin family girl is harassed, young Master Qin will not let it go easily. I don't want to cause trouble for you, so I stopped Zhao Rong. What's there to fear? The Qin family is already down and out. As someone being escorted, he still dares to oppose you." Zhao Rong looked disdainful, glaring at Wu Xiaohan. "Are you secretly loyal to the Qin family?" Hearing this, Zhong Wei immediately looked at Wu Xiaohan. Wu Xiaohan remained calm and corrected him. "You're mistaken. I am only thinking of the captain. The escort mission has been tough, and I don't want to cause more trouble or make things difficult for you." Zhong Wei understood Zhao Rong's background and could only downplay the matter. "If you have disagreements in the future, report to me. No internal conflicts among colleagues allowed." "Yes," Wu Xiaohan and the other two officials responded respectfully. Zhao Rong took a deep breath, silently reminding himself that the task was most important, then replied, "Yes." The two officials, unaware of the true situation, were puzzled by the captain's efforts to calm things down. They knew Wu Xiaohan was loyal to the captain, but he was injured by Zhao Rong, yet the captain did not pursue it. Who exactly is Zhao Rong, that even the captain fears him? While Zhong Xiaolu was bandaging Wu Xiaohan's wound, Qin Junxian came over. "Captain Zhong, my older brother asked me to tell you not to forget that the Qin family is free. It's best if we don't interfere with each other." Qin Junxian spoke proudly, making Zhong Wei's face turn dark, his hand clenched tightly with joints creaking from suppressed anger. Wu Xiaohan ignored his own wound and stepped beside Zhong Wei, sternly scolding. "It was your Qin family who first sought help, and that's why the captain sent us to find someone. Not only did you show no gratitude, but you also dared to speak arrogantly." Qin Junxian snorted coldly. "Gratitude? You all acted like bandits robbing others, and now you expect thanks. Getting good things along the way is a rule to honor the officials," Wu Xiaohan said coldly. "Moreover, Lady Qin wasn't hurt at all, so why are you shouting and making a fuss? Do I even need to thank you?" Indeed. Faced with Wu Xiaohan's confident attitude, Qin Junyi was so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened. His older brother told him to act confident, so even if the officials really stopped them to cause trouble, he couldn't back down. Hating to admit defeat, Qin Junyi looked away and glared at Zhao Rong. Even if I hand over things, it doesn't mean I have to give everything. If you dare to do this again, I will break your hand. Why wait for next time?
Come now.
Zhao Rong raised an eyebrow. Qin Junyi stepped forward, but Zhong Wei stopped him. Enough, everyone calm down. I also advise young Master Qin to control his family members. Qin Junyi knew that Zhong Wei was implicitly agreeing with his older brother's plan. Once the goal was achieved, he stopped acting impulsively and politely expressed his thanks. At this moment, Qin Junyi was resting on a cart, while Su Yunwan watched from afar as Wu Shaohan performed a scene of protecting his master. The Dog Emperor promised not to hurt Qin's family members, but was secretly eradicating Qin's influence. If Wu Shaohan's identity was exposed, he would face deadly danger. No one knew how much suspicion this act could clear. Qin Junyi returned with Zhong Wei's message, and Qin Junyi nodded slightly. He glanced at Xin Yi, still staying at the Liu family, then turned to the old lady and said, "Grandmother, I want to write a letter to Uncle Liu to ask him to clear Xin Biao's sister's name and send her back to her aunt's house." The old lady, who had been involved in family struggles for decades, knew Xin Yi's true intentions but couldn't bear to send her away, as she had grown up with her. "Junyi, Yi means well, but did the wrong thing. Please forgive her this time. Her aunt's family is unaware of everything," Qin Junyi said sharply. "Grandmother, I have no chance with her. Keeping her in the Qin family will only give her false hopes and disturb our peace. Better to let her leave and live peacefully." Seeing her grandson suffering silently from this turmoil, the old lady finally relented and turned to Qin Junyi. "Go call Yi back." Xin Yi didn't expect Qin Junyi to personally go to find Su Yunwan. Seeing her safe and sound and not questioned by officials, she secretly sighed that her plan to use officials to punish Su Yunwan had failed. Fearing the consequences, she stayed at the Liu family, afraid to face what might come. Now, her grandmother called her back, and she had no choice but to return. Liu Junfeng, the younger son of the Liu family who had always admired her, saw she was scared and felt pity. He accompanied her to see her off. The old lady watched them walk away, suddenly feeling a burst of happiness. If Yi and Brother Feng could be together. "Grandmother," Xin Yi and Liu Junfeng said together. The old lady snapped out of her thoughts, took Yi's hand with kindness and said, "Yi, do you want to leave the Qin family and go to your aunt's side?" Yi was very surprised. "Grandmother, what do you mean? You can ask your cousin to help you through the Liu family, depending on what you want." The old lady didn't mention her previous idea and gave Yi another choice. Yi's face turned pale. She immediately looked at Qin Junyi, tears silently falling. "Cousin, do you really dislike me so much?" Qin Junyi looked cold. "The Qin family can't give you the life you want." Liu Junfeng, nearby, became anxious. "But living as a guest somewhere else is even harder. Even in tough times, it's better than exile," the old lady said. "But if my younger sister is married off casually, we won't be able to do anything," Liu Junfeng said. Then he knelt down and begged sincerely, "Grandmother, why not marry my younger sister to me? I will treat her with all my heart." This surprised everyone. Yi's face was a mix of emotions, her eyes wet and fixed on Qin Junyi. But he looked at her calmly, as if her decisions had nothing to do with him. Qin Junyi truly had no opinion. Whether Yi chose to reunite with her long-lost aunt or marry her familiar cousin, both options had pros and cons. It all depended on her choice, as long as she didn't insist on her own way or cause trouble. Seeing his heart was as hard as iron, Yi's initial hopes shattered instantly. Heartbroken, she had to think about her own future. This morning, she regretted joining the exile journey with a Qin family, but now it was like someone offering her a pillow while she was sleepy. Yet, the opportunity was right in front of her, and she hesitated again. Like Liu Junfeng said, if she truly went alone to her aunt's house, she wouldn't be as free as she was in the Qin palace. Living as a guest, watching her words and actions, and being manipulated in marriage. After marriage, without strong family backing, she would be bullied by her in-laws. But she didn't want to marry Lu Junfeng either. If the Qin family hadn't fallen, she might still consider giving up her obsession. But now, Lu Junfeng was just a commoner with a humble status, unable to give her a good life. The best option was to reach Yuzhou and marry a local high-ranking official or powerful family. Thinking of this, Qin Yi used a delaying tactic. Grandmother, I have always thought of cousin Junfeng as a brother. This sudden change of status, I can't adapt to it right now. Don't worry, even if you're on the way to exile, you can't hold a wedding yet. The old lady saw hope and smiled happily. The old lady glanced at Su Yunwan, knowing that with her temper, she wouldn't let Yi ride in a donkey cart again. To cover up the situation, the old lady didn't want Qin Yi to clash with Su Yunwan again, so she came up with a plan. Yi, from now on, you will go with the Lu family. Just get along well with them. But, grandmother, I want to spend more time with you. Qin Yi said politely, but inside she thought, the Lu family doesn't have a donkey cart. If I have to walk the whole way, I won't go. She had just ridden in a donkey cart earlier and didn't want to rely on walking anymore. Su Yunwan saw through her inner thoughts and couldn't help but smile slightly. She wondered where Yi's confidence came from. After scheming against her, she still thought she could ride in a donkey cart. The old lady glanced at Su Yunwan, more certain of her guess, and said, marriage is decided by the parents. Now that you have a chance to enjoy some time before the wedding, you should seize it. Go now. Yi begged a few more times, but seeing the old lady's firm decision, she had no choice but to walk back with Lu Junfeng to the Lu family. Lu's couple immediately looked unhappy when their youngest son spoke. Lu sure said bluntly, Yi, don't you like ear? Why are you now involved with Brother Feng? Everyone in the mansion knew about Yi's admiration for Ear. Now that Ear didn't want her, they thought she was trying to push their son into the situation. What did she think of them? It was grandmother's idea, Yi said awkwardly, forgetting about her third uncle and his wife. I'll go talk to my mother, Lu sure said angrily, wanting to find her mother-in-law but was stopped by her younger son. Dad, Mom, I have something private to discuss with you. Lu Junfeng took his parents to a quiet place. He looked at Qin Junyi and whispered, as long as Yi marries my son, her caring grandmother will look after us more. As for Yi herself, I believe my son can win her over. Lu Zheng frowned and said, even without Yi, your grandmother wouldn't forget me. Why go through all this trouble? Father, our family has become commoners. My son can't marry a noble lady anymore. Instead of marrying a rural girl in the future, it's better to marry Yi. Lu Junfeng, who is clever and cautious, didn't directly say he liked Yi, as that would only make his parents more opposed. Lu sure heard this and thought there was some truth to it, but she still had concerns. She used to like brother Yi so much. Even now that he's married, she hasn't truly let go. Mother, don't worry. Women, once they enter the marriage bed, their hearts naturally shift to their husbands, said Lu Junfeng sincerely. His concubines all thought the same way. Although he said this, the thought of Qin Junyi's unwanted woman entering their home made Lu Shi and her husband feel sick, like they had swallowed a fly. Seeing that their parents still looked unhappy and refused to agree, Lu Junfeng used his last trick. My two older sisters-in-law come from noble families. If you won't let me marry Yi, then you must find me a wife from a family just as good. Lu Zheng and his wife looked at each other in despair. Their family was in such a bad state that no noble girl would want to marry into it. Reluctantly, they agreed. Fine, we'll do as you say. Lu Junfeng couldn't hide his happiness and happily said, thank you, mother and father, for your support. The group set out again, and Qin Yi walked with the women of the Lu family. Watching everyone from the Lu family walk so hard, she felt a strange sense of balance in her heart, but thinking of the donkey cart from the Qin family made her feel even more frustrated. She looked at the official's cargo cart, her eyes shining with a dark light. As time passed, the hot sun shone fiercely, and the exiles grew thirsty and sweaty. Suddenly, an older prisoner looked flushed, collapsed to the ground unconscious, and didn't respond even when guards hit him. Stop hitting him, he's suffering from heat stroke, said a scarred man. He checked the man's pulse and pressed on his neck to wake him. When the man regained consciousness, he was dizzy and weak and couldn't walk. The man helped him sit up and used a special technique to press on his neck to help him recover. Once he was a little better, they continued walking together. The exile team had daily schedules and wouldn't stop just because some prisoners were unwell. Su Yunwan went into the woods to pick leaves and vines, teaching the women on the cart to make simple hats to block the sun. Seeing this, the Chu family also went to gather leaves. Since they couldn't make hats, they wrapped vines around their heads, which at least provided some shade. Over time, more people in the group suffered from heatstroke, including members of the Chu family. They borrowed knives from guards to cut branches into simple stretchers and carried the sick along. Some men also got whipped for protecting the women. Su Yunwan often left the donkey cart to find medicinal herbs like the cooling and heat-relieving fairy grass and other plants, brewing them into tea during the midday rest to help everyone stay cool. The tea tasted sweet, smooth, and slightly spicy. After swallowing, it made the throat feel very cool. The Qin family each drank a large bowl, which helped ease their summer heat. The old lady looked at the remaining half-pot of soup and ordered Qin Junyi, "Yuji, take the rest and deliver it to your third uncle and the others." "That's for the officials," Su Yunwan interrupted. "You should give it to Lord Zhong and tell him each person can only have one bowl." After Qin Junxian threatened her, Zhong Wei still lent the Qin family some bowls and dishes. She then returned the favor by sharing a little with Wu Xiaohan to drink. This cooling tea, refined by her, not only tasted good but also worked much better, enough for one bowl each. The old lady stepped back and said, "Then split it in half and send some to your third uncle. No, give all of it to the officials. The Lu family can pick and boil their own." Su Yunwan rejected again. The old lady was angry. "They already know they were wrong and have been punished. Can't you be more generous?" "No," Su Yunwan replied simply. Qin Junyi held his wife's hand to signal her to speak less and explained his stance to the old lady. "Grandmother, they have been expelled from the family. The Qin family's things are no longer theirs." The old lady gasped for breath and then said, "Put a pot of this tea aside for me to use later." Since her eldest grandson was firm, she could only take a roundabout approach, keep the tea and secretly give some to her third son after they set out, still achieving her goal. But everyone knew her true intention. Su Yunwan would not let her have her way. Too much. "Each person can only have one bowl," the old lady pouted and said, "Then I'll save it for tomorrow." "Is that okay? Are you really saving it for tomorrow, or just planning to give it away?" Su Yunwan exposed her disguise. The old lady was stunned. She didn't expect Su Yunwan to be so sharp. "Anyway, it's for giving away. What's wrong with letting my third son have a sip?" The old lady admitted openly, questioning her. "My things, I can give to whoever I want," Su Yunwan said coldly. "If you want to give some, why not give it yourself and go with them?" "Wan," Qin Junyi called out anxiously, looking at his grandmother. The old lady was hit like a thunderbolt. She, the head of the Qin family, was being driven out by her new daughter-in-law. Qin Junyi hurriedly said, "Grandmother, since you married your grandfather, it's been over 40 years. Now that she's old and no longer useful, does she deserve to be expelled?" Realizing this, the old lady immediately interrupted him, trembling with anger, almost fainting. Pei Enlin quickly supported her. The old lady's words deeply hurt Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi's heart felt like it was being torn apart. He could no longer stay still and forced himself to sit up. "Grandmother, I have never had such thoughts." Wanwan was just angry and spoke impulsively. "She has no such intention." After speaking, he turned to look at Su Yunwan, sincerely hoping she would say something gentle. But Su Yunwan's reason for showing respect to the old lady was because she genuinely cared for Qin Junyi and wanted to control the Pei family. The old lady wanted to speak for her, but she was not qualified. If she didn't stop this now, there would be many worries in the future. "Grandmother, you are the matriarch of the Qin family. Who can really harm you? If you want to show maternal kindness, please use your own money and belongings. Don't take from others." The old lady was speechless after being rebuked. Her face turned red and then pale. When had she ever been humiliated like this by a younger generation? Qin Junyi looked shocked. His already strained body almost collapsed, and Qin Junxian, who was nearby, hurriedly supported him.
Sushi.
You are already married. Everything, including people and possessions, belongs to the Qin family. Naturally, your grandmother can make decisions. Pei Shi took the opportunity to make things worse, adding, if you don't have this awareness, you're not fit to be a wife of the Qin family. Do you think I care? Su Yunwan glanced at her with a cold smile on her face. Pei Shi immediately turned to Qin Junyi and said, Junyi, you've heard it. Since she doesn't care, just send her a divorce paper and be done with it. As soon as she finished, everyone in the Qin family changed their expressions. The old lady was even more caught in a difficult position, secretly cursing Pei Shi for being clueless. She just wanted Junyi to discipline Su Yunwan properly and make her obedient, not to divorce her. Junyi was seriously injured and might not recover soon. In her sadness, she also hoped that after her grandson's injuries healed, they could quickly have children to carry on the family line. Qin Junyi trembled with pain, his lips pale, and uttered 4 words. Absolutely impossible. Pei Shi was furious. If she disrespects me, that's one thing. Now she even defies your grandmother. What use does she have? Mother, if you divorce my wife, will you take care of me? Qin Junyi, rarely interrupting Pei Shi, looked at her with a self-deprecating smile, his face soaked in cold sweat. Since reuniting with his family, his mother hadn't said a single caring word. Pei Shi hesitated for a moment, but then said firmly, if I come, I come. But my son's injuries might never heal. Can you take care of him for a lifetime? Qin Junyi endured the sudden darkness before him, ignoring his family's worries, and revealed his injuries and the diagnosis from the royal doctor. How could this happen? Everyone was deeply shocked and found it hard to believe. The punishment of the soul death pin was well known to the Qin family. Because of its cruelty and permanence, it was considered a severe penalty. The person punished would become paralyzed, needing to stay in bed for years. Any slight movement would cause unbearable pain, like torture. It was hard to imagine how much pain he had endured. Hurry, help brother E lie down. The old madam no longer cared about their earlier argument, tears streaming down her face. Qin Junyan's eyes filled with tears, and Qin Rulan sobbed uncontrollably. The father and son of the 4th household had red eyes, and the mother and daughter silently wept. Mrs. Pei was also stunned, recalling yesterday when she almost forced her youngest son to walk, nearly causing her eldest son to leave out of frustration. Qin Junyi had been harshly punished many times since childhood by Mrs. Pei. His body had rarely healed, and her concern for his weakness and pain was no surprise. Who would have thought he was enduring a punishment that caused pain now and suffering for a lifetime? Even Mrs. Pei, cold and indifferent as she was, felt a bitter ache and couldn't bring herself to criticize. Su Yunwan helped Qin Junyi lie down, feeling like a heavy stone was pressing on her heart, making her feel suffocated and uncomfortable. The old madam wiped her tears and tightly held Qin Junyi's hand, forcing herself to comfort him. When we reach Yuzhou, we will find the best doctors in the world. We will definitely find a cure. Qin Junyi nodded, comforted his grandmother a little, then looked at Su Yunwan. He had many words in his heart but couldn't speak them. Next to him, Qin Junyan called his cousin Qin Junyi, and together they brought cooling tea and took all the dishes back. The old madam didn't mention the words she wanted to give to her 3rd son. Instead, she glared fiercely at Mrs. Pei, blaming her for stirring trouble and ruining her plans. Zhongwei watched the Qin family's argument, feeling his dissatisfaction fade away, and hoped Qin Junyi would recover soon. After receiving the cooling tea, he drank a bowl, and the remaining tea was shared among his subordinates. Soon after drinking, most of the heat inside his body dissipated. The servants finally understood why such a small cup of tea could cause internal conflict in the Qin family. This was no ordinary cooling tea, it was a powerful summer remedy. Amid the praise from those around, Wu Xiaohan swallowed his tea, trying to suppress his sadness and hide his feelings. The team was about to set out again. The old madam stopped the lady who wanted to get into the carriage, insisting firmly, Mrs. Pei, walk a short distance and let Lin Shi ride. Mrs. Pei didn't expect to cause trouble herself and immediately looked at her eldest son, hoping he would speak up to help. However, Qin Junyi, exhausted in body and mind, saw that the old lady no longer pressed him and, unable to hold on, tilted his head and fainted into sleep. Su Yunwan looked into the distance. She ignored the old lady's interference and was lost in her thoughts. If the conflict could not be resolved, she decided not to go with the Qin family anymore. After the old lady finished speaking, she looked at Su Yunwan and saw that she didn't say anything, which made her feel relieved. But when she noticed that Su Yunwan was no longer carefully caring for her eldest grandson as before, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she heard about her grandson's serious injury and now looked down on her? Lin Shi sat trembling beside her mother-in-law, afraid she might also become a target for blame. She secretly observed Su Yunwan. She didn't expect her to dare to face the old lady directly, which changed her opinion of her again and strengthened her resolve to make her daughter and Su Yunwan get along. Pei Shi supported her youngest son as they walked along. Only then did she realize that if she divorced Su Yunwan, she wouldn't have the right to ride in the donkey cart. No wonder her mother-in-law didn't agree with her. Yesterday, after walking a long way, her feet had already blistered and were sore. Finally, she got to ride in the cart, but she felt it wouldn't be long before she had to get out again. Pei Shi could only look at Qin Junyi with pleading eyes. At this moment, Qin Junyi was jolted awake by the bumps and pain, and his attention was fully on Su Yunwan, who was turned away from him. He sensed his mother's gaze, but could only pretend not to notice. First, he didn't want to oppose his grandmother. Second, he hoped his mother would see the benefit and stop making things difficult for his wife. As for feelings, she was stingy even with her own son, so she certainly wouldn't be kind to his wife. His longing for maternal love had been extinguished after years of battlefield life and witnessing life and death. Now, with his mother, sister, and the women of the fourth household taking turns riding in the donkey cart, it seemed fair and just. He couldn't find anything to oppose. Naisher felt helpless. When she truly couldn't walk anymore, Qin Junyi carried her on his back. The scorching sun headed west. The exiled group hurried along, but by nightfall, they still hadn't reached the next inn and could only camp on a patch of wilderness. "You're responsible for lighting the fire and cooking." "I'll go find some herbs," Su Yunwan said. Qin Ruishan wanted to go with her, but was refused. "I won't go far. You stay and help with the cooking," she replied. Her goal was to confirm someone's identity, and traveling alone was better for that. Qin Junyi suddenly said, "Let my brother go with you." Su Yunwan looked at him for 2 seconds and shook her head. "He's going to set the stove and catch rabbits. I'll be back soon, at most in the time it takes to burn an incense stick." After speaking, she picked up the woven grass basket she made during the day and took a walk into the forest. Sure enough, a small tail appeared behind her. Once she confirmed that the person following her was deliberately causing trouble and the official trying to seize all her harvest, she collected some mushrooms, wild onions, and ginger for seasoning, then headed back. From his tracking skills, it was clear that Bai Tian was hiding his true ability. Since his identity was obvious, Su Yunwan made her decision. When Qin Junyi saw her return safely, he relaxed. By then, the outdoor stove was already built. Qin Ruishan was sitting in front of the fire, cooking, with dirt all over her face. Qin Ruolin sat beside Pei Shi, enjoying herself, and jokingly called Qin Ruishan a big cat. Qin Junyi frowned and said, "Lan, go with your sister-in-law to wash the herbs." Reluctantly, Qin Ruolin stood up. Seeing the mushrooms in Su Yunwan's basket, she exclaimed, "Big sister-in-law, you can't eat wild mushrooms randomly. Many are poisonous." "Don't worry, these I picked are safe." "You say they're safe? What if something happens?" Pei Shi didn't believe Su Yunwan could identify mushrooms. If she had bad intentions, they would regret eating them. Su Yunwan rolled her eyes and said, "You don't have to eat them. If you won't eat, then don't. Lan, you don't need to wash mushrooms. Come help take care of Mom," Pei Shi said proudly, glancing at her eldest son. "Aren't you always saying that the Pei family should take care of you? Now that your sister is taking care of me, don't try to boss her around." Qin Junyi's throat moved as he looked at Su Yunwan. Yuan, when my brother comes back, let him wash the mushrooms. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Junxian, carrying a bunch of dry branches, returned and said, "What washing? I'll take them to the creek." Su Yunwan handed him the basket, then started her own fire, placing a clay pot on the stove to brew medicinal herbs for healing and nourishment. She opened the ginseng wrapped in large leaves, broke off a few roots, and put them into the pot. Qin Ruishan's surprised cry came from beside her. Qin Ruishan accidentally saw the wild ginseng in Su Yunwan's hand. Having never seen such a perfect specimen, she couldn't help but exclaim. Realizing her reaction, she quickly covered her mouth to avoid attracting attention. But the nearby Qin family members couldn't miss it. Seeing Qin Ruishan's surprise, they couldn't help but lean in to look. One look made everyone gasp. The wise old lady immediately whispered, "Don't make a fuss. If you show off, you might attract trouble." Everyone responded with yes. Pei Shi reached out and asked, "Where did this come from?" Su Yunwan calmly closed the leaves over the ginseng and said lightly, "Picked from the mountains." "Was it during breakfast?" the old lady asked. Receiving a positive answer, she felt regretful. At that time, Su Yunwan had not returned for a long while, causing Igur to go searching with the crowd, which also made Yi lose her footing at the Qin family. The old lady secretly marked this in her heart. Because of this, she stubbornly insisted on her opinion during the noon heat relief tea discussion, even risking breaking the peace they had maintained. "This could sell for quite a bit of money, Mrs. Pei thought. Selling the ginseng would bring in silver, allowing her to regain control of the household. The old lady nodded. Looking at its appearance and age, it could be life-saving. It's worth at least 1,000 taels. If a wealthy buyer urgently needs it, it could be several thousand taels. Mrs. Pei felt her whole body fill with energy, her blood rushing to her brain. She tightly held her daughter's hand, as if seeing silver coins flying toward her. Suddenly, a basin of cold water was poured over her head, making her shiver all over. "This is for the prince. No matter the price, I won't sell it." Su Yunwan put it into a basket and broke a branch to insert into the stove. Mrs. Pei hurriedly said, "Igur can't use so much. Selling half is fine. The road ahead is long, and our family's money isn't enough to spend. Even if I sell it, it's my private savings. With official meals provided, I won't go hungry even if I have no money." Su Yunwan guessed her plan and found it amusing. Such a large income, at least half should go to the public treasury. But the official meals are small and tasteless, not enough. No matter how Mrs. Pei complained, Su Yunwan ignored her. Seeing that her plan was blocked, Mrs. Pei thought of another idea. Everyone's health is badly damaged. You should cook more ginseng soup to help everyone recover. After speaking, she looked at Qin Junyi. Igur, you wouldn't oppose, right? Whether he opposes or not doesn't matter. What about you? Don't you understand the principle that each has their own master? Su Yunwan's eyes slightly narrowed coldly. Fighting over medicine with a severely injured son. Are you really the prince's biological mother? What nonsense are you talking about? Igur is definitely my biological son. Igur, do you refuse to acknowledge your mother? You ungrateful son. Mrs. Pei was hit where it hurt but knew she was helpless against Su Yunwan, so she turned her anger on Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi, lying in the carriage, silently looked at the night sky, his tense facial muscles as cold and hard as stone. Enough. Mrs. Pei, since you are so filial, come replace Lady Lin and serve her. Come help me with her back. Riding in a donkey cart still causes back pain. The old lady didn't want her to insult her eldest grandson, and once again played her role. She secretly cursed the Pei family for their narrow-mindedness. Today, Su Yunwan managed to find ginseng, and in the future, she could find other precious herbs. When her money runs out, she will still need to gather herbs to earn a living. How can she only focus on this small profit right now? More importantly, no one should think about fighting her for the medicine with her eldest grandson. Pei was furious inside. She had walked halfway, without complaining about pain, but her mother-in-law was riding a donkey cart all along. How could she feel uncomfortable? But she only dared to curse silently. She hesitated and walked to the side with the old lady, kneeling behind her to pat her back. "Why are you kneeling like that? Be proper," the old lady scolded angrily. Pei had to kneel on the uneven, gravelly ground. After serving the old lady for a while, Lin, who had been kneeling on the ground, was finally free to sit with her daughter Qin Ruishan by the fire. From an angle where the old lady couldn't see, mother and daughter gently massaged Lin's knees and calves. Since being imprisoned, the old lady often criticized the women for their posture, insisting they kneel properly. But after kneeling for a long time, their knees and calves would ache terribly. On this exile journey, it was like adding insult to injury. Other prisoners could sit on the ground and rest freely, but if the Qin women encountered the old lady in a bad mood, it became another kind of suffering. Qin Junyi had politely advised her, but the old lady not only ignored it, she also scolded him for disregarding etiquette and nearly dragged the men down with her. Of course, she knew times had changed. Those who behaved well might be treated more leniently. Su Yunwan, having experienced the end of the world, was no longer used to kneeling comfortably and would sit however she felt best. The old lady, seeing this, was smarter than Pei. She understood that scolding her would only cause trouble, so she simply turned her head and pretended not to see. In fact, the old lady was quite conservative, valuing the inheritance of the main family. As long as Pei did not criticize Qin Junyi, the old lady would be lenient with her as the eldest daughter-in-law. She wouldn't deliberately set rules for her. Usually, she only made the concubine's wife Lin serve her well. However, Pei was used to controlling Qin Junyi like a mother, and even though she was often reprimanded by her mother-in-law, she couldn't help but offend the old lady's bottom line. Now, Pei's calves were sore, numb, and swollen, but she could only endure the discomfort, not daring to slack off, carefully serving the old lady. After an incense stick burned, the father and son from the fourth household, along with Qin Junxian, returned from the creek. Pei quickly said, "Mother, the daughter-in-law will go help in the kitchen." The old lady saw that she was serving diligently and finally let her go. "Go ahead." Undoubtedly, the old lady saw kneeling as a way to control and discipline. Although it was not as harsh as family punishments, it could silence her eldest grandson and make him suffer silently, serving as a lesson to remember. As for the old lady herself at the top of the pyramid, she would sit however she pleased, and no one dared to say otherwise. Qin Junxian watched as his mother was once again scolded and disciplined by the grandmother. He felt a pang in his heart, knowing his mother had probably criticized his eldest brother again. He looked worriedly at his mother and quickly focused on preparing the ingredients. Pei understood her younger son's concern but was more annoyed with her eldest son, blaming him for not helping to speak up. She completely did not realize that all this was her own fault. Since Qin Junyi could remember, he was often in trouble. His mother frequently ordered him to kneel in various punishments, be beaten, or even locked in a room where his nursemaid would secretly give him almost painless but extremely painful needle punishments. His father only saw the visible punishments and did not protect him. Instead, he used these to toughen his son's body and character, aiming to cultivate resilience. Only the old lady truly cared for him in the Qin family, but her restrictions on Pei only led to harsher secret punishments. When gentle persuasion failed, the old lady proposed to raise her grandson herself. But Qin Junyi's father, seeing how his mother had already spoiled his third brother, refused to let his eldest son follow the same path. He not only declined but also scolded Qin Junyi for being spoiled, sending the 9-year-old boy to the Shadow Guard camp for even harsher training than in the military camp. It was only after 2 years that he was brought back home. However, Qin Junyi's situation did not improve at all. Pei continued to abuse him as before. At that time, Qin Junyi was heavily tested in the Shadow Guard camp. The family's internal secrets were no longer enough to hide the pain, but the suffering and humiliation did not lessen because of his strong spirit. Physical pain was nothing compared to the wounds of the heart. Qin Junyi transferred his admiration to his grandmother. But when the old lady lost her confrontation with her eldest son and also harmed her grandson, She dared not interfere in her son and daughter-in-law's discipline anymore. She could only take care of his daily needs like food, clothing, and shelter. 6 months after returning to the estate, war broke out at the border. Qin Junyi went to the northwest with his father to fight. He only returned to the capital 6 years later. Later, when his father returned from the battlefield, the old lady, now free from interference, began to suppress Pei and took better care of Qin Junyi. Even when Qin Junyi was away on campaigns, the old lady often sent messages and supplies, never losing concern for him. He had a strict mother and a kind grandmother. When the grandmother set rules, Qin Junyi naturally did not plead easily, so as not to damage her authority. Moreover, taking care of the grandmother is simply a mother's duty, and he has no right to comment. If the Pei family knew about his thoughts, they would definitely be furious at such double standards. Su Yunwan checked the available ingredients and suggested to Qin Junyi, how about making braised wild rabbit, chicken mushroom soup, and a plate of stir-fried greens? Qin Junyi had no objections and softly said, "You decide." Under Su Yunwan's supervision, a series of delicious dishes were prepared. The strong aroma of meat spread throughout the camp, making many people salivate. Adults could control themselves, but children couldn't resist the tempting food and started to ask to eat. The children from the Chu family were kept restrained, but the Lu family's children were happily making noise. Mrs. Lu's eyes lit up, and she quickly came up with an idea. Take the children to visit the ancestors and pay respects. Xin was also tempted by the smell and nodded without hesitation, leading the 2, 3, or 4-year-old children toward the Qin family. When the Qin family saw the big and small children approaching, their cheerful smiles froze instantly. Xin saw this and paused, then smiled and stepped forward. "Grandmother, the children miss you." Hearing this, the old lady's tense expression immediately softened, replaced with a kind smile. "Come, come, great-grandmother will hug you." The 2 children, a boy and a girl, crowded into the old lady's arms. Listening to her loving words, their eyes kept glancing at the dishes. The old lady, having learned her lesson, did not take the initiative to invite them to stay for a meal. She pretended not to notice and coaxed her great-grandchildren to chat, waiting for Qin Junyi and his wife to show their stance. The eldest grandson, who was the family's dominant figure, responded a few times before finally losing patience. "Great-grandmother, I want to eat meat. I want some too." The little girl immediately followed, looking pitifully at the old lady. The old lady awkwardly looked at Qin Junyi, but he turned his head away to avoid eye contact, signaling that he couldn't make the decision. The old lady then looked at Su Yunwan, who was dividing the food. "Yunwan, the children are pitiful. I want to share my portion with them." She was prepared for rejection but was surprised when Su Yunwan straightforwardly said, "That's fine." Xin was anxious. "Grandmother, don't forget about me." The old lady naturally remembered her granddaughter. She wanted to follow her usual plan, but was met with Su Yunwan's cold gaze. She immediately understood that if she dared to speak, Su Yunwan would refuse, possibly involving the great-grandchildren. The old lady quickly changed her words. "Go back first. Later, I will send someone to bring the children over." Xin looked shocked, tears quickly filling her eyes, appearing very pitiful. She said, "Grandmother, I haven't married yet. Don't abandon me now." The old lady felt a pang of sadness. "How could that be?" Xin asked again. "Since I haven't married, can I still stay with you?" The old lady hesitated, unable to speak. Xin pressed on. "Grandmother, please let me come back. I haven't married into the Lu family yet, and staying with them would ruin my reputation." The old lady thought for a moment and turned to Qin Junyi. "Brother your cousin has grown up in the palace since she was young. She is practically part of the Qin family. What do you think?" Qin Junyi replied, "My cousin is being fostered in our house, but she is not a blood relative of the Qin family. We shouldn't mix things up." The old lady was silent. Su Yunwan chuckled. "Xin, do you want to stay because of deep feelings or because of the delicious food?" Xin, feeling exposed, blushed and said, "Of course, I can't bear to leave my grandmother and auntie." "Then if you want to stay, just stay. Later, we can eat separately," Su Yunwan said lightly, but her words hit the Qin family hard. Mrs. Pei immediately opposed. "We haven't even divided the household yet. Why split up?" Su Yunwan gave a cold glance and then told Qin Junyi to send a portion of rabbit meat to Zhong Wei and to borrow a few more sets of dishes and utensils. Zhong Wei, who had been waiting for this moment, happily waved his hand. "Take as many dishes and utensils as you need to the carriage. Also, bring back the pots, bowls, and spoons you borrowed. When you don't need them anymore, just return them." Qin Junyi and his brother didn't expect such convenience. They immediately thanked him. The officials prepared several sets of dishes, utensils, and cookware. They could use them themselves, sell them at high prices to wealthy prisoners, or lend them for free to those buying supplies. Because the officials' items could be exchanged at over 10 times their original price, 1 bushel of fine rice weighing 12 jin could sell for a silver tael, and other food and daily necessities were similarly expensive. The Qin family was short on money and didn't want to lose more. They only borrowed, never bought. Now that Zhong Wei spoke up, they wouldn't have to keep borrowing and returning every meal. Since there wasn't much food to give, the guards could only watch eagerly as Zhong Wei happily ate. Zhang Xiaolu, a relative and subordinate, loved good food and couldn't help but lean in and whisper, "Uncle, can I have a bite?" "Just one." "Go away, I haven't finished eating, and there's no room for you," Zhong Wei said dismissively, but in reality, he still let Zhang Xiaolu and Wu Xiaohan use chopsticks to share the food. This scene was secretly observed by Su Yunwan, who remembered it in her heart. There is a saying, "You stand on the bridge to watch the scenery, while the person watching you is upstairs." Every move of Su Yunwan caught Qin Junyi's attention. He saw the 3 officials eating far away, and his gaze lingered on Wu Xiaohan for 2 extra seconds. His normally cold expression grew even more serious. Su Yunwan divided the meat evenly among the Qin family members. The old lady's face darkened like storm clouds. She wanted to share her portion with her great-grandchild, but didn't expect Su Yunwan to separate her own meal to distinguish her share. Under Su Yunwan's watchful eye, others didn't dare give food to the old lady, ensuring the child only ate her portion. After the old lady started eating, everyone silently began to eat, following the rule, no talking while eating. Mrs. Pei, who refused to eat mushrooms, wanted to take the chicken soup, but was stopped by Su Yunwan, who took the spoon away. "This chicken soup isn't for you and your daughter." "Why not?" Mrs. Pei angrily shouted. "I'm your mother-in-law," Su Yunwan replied firmly. "No matter who you are, if I say no, then no. Stop arguing and don't eat the other dishes either." "Stop arguing." "Mrs. Pei, if you don't agree, go down and stop eating." Mrs. Pei felt humiliated but knew arguing further wouldn't help, so she could only endure it and angrily chew her food to vent her emotions. Next to her, Xin, with tears like pear blossoms, was ignored by the Qin family who were immersed in their meal. She stood awkwardly and weakly in the evening breeze. Lu Junfeng felt pity and approached to greet the old lady, then wanted to take Xin away. But Xin asked him to talk to her side, telling him she wanted to return to the Qin family. "Why do you want to leave? Is my family treating you badly?" Lu Junfeng suppressed his anger and asked. Xin made an excuse, feeling wronged. "If I stay in the Lu family, it will only make your parents unhappy. You overthink it." "I've already convinced them," Lu Junfeng hurried to explain. But no matter how much he promised, Xin was determined to go back to the Qin family. Lu Junfeng's eyes darkened. "You still miss Qin Junyi, don't you?" "Of course not. Why would I demean myself?" "Good." They parted unhappily. Uncertain what Lu Junfeng said afterward, the Qin family finished their meal, and Lu's couple came over with him. Xin felt a bad premonition. Lu's wife put on a smile and said to the old lady, "Mother, my daughter-in-law is here to propose marriage for Brother Foam. I don't want to." A sharp female voice pierced the silence, and Xin could no longer hold back her true self. Lu Shi's face suddenly changed. "Not willing? If you're not willing, why are you still hanging around my son? What's your intention?" Lu Zheng, realizing his son had been tricked, looked grim. "Your marriage is your own business. The ancestors have the final say, so don't tell me what to do. Grandmother, I don't want to marry so early." "You promised I could think about it," Xin pleaded with tears in her eyes. The shrewd old lady finally saw through her delaying tactics and angrily tapped her cane on the ground. Give me a clear answer now. Do you want to marry Brother Foam? If not, send a letter back to the capital tomorrow. Cornered, Qin Yi squatted on the ground, crying silently. She knew very well that without her grandmother's protection, she would be vulnerable and bullied wherever she went. But she was completely unwilling to marry Lu Junfeng. Besides her family status being lowered, Lu Junfeng already had a household with concubines. Her third uncle and his wife were not easy people either, and with several strong-willed sisters-in-law, she wasn't crazy enough to want to marry into the Lu family. Grandmother, I also want to write a letter to my eldest uncle to ask him to be a matchmaker and help me find a good husband. Lu Junfeng's dark, gloomy expression was hidden behind the moonlight shining behind him. This move cut off Qin Yi's second option entirely. Lu Junfeng's gaze shifted to Qin Yi like a fierce beast locking onto its prey, determined and unyielding. Qin Yi forgot to cry, looked up in disbelief at Lu Junfeng, then was so frightened by his stare that her face turned pale, and she forgot to breathe. The old lady, sensing Lu Junfeng's dominance, instinctively protected Qin Yi. Brother Feng, your eldest uncle is far away in the capital. No need to bother him. Then, mother, about this marriage. The old lady immediately interrupted Lu Zheng. What marriage? Who talks about proposing like this? Everything will be settled once Yuzhou is stable. Qin Yi threw herself into the old lady's arms, crying out loud again. The old lady gently patted her back and angrily glared at Lu Zheng and others. Aren't you leaving yet? Lu Junfeng shook off his sleeve and left. The Lu couple exchanged a glance, led their two grandsons away, pretending to be angry on the surface, but secretly delighted. They preferred a manageable village girl as a daughter-in-law rather than Qin Yi, who was preoccupied with Qin Junyi. This move by the Lu family brought Qin Yi back to square one. Qin Junyi's brows furrowed tightly. The Lu family in the capital was Lu Junfeng's maternal family and favored him greatly. The situation immediately fell into a deadlock. Su Yunwan reached out with her slender hand, gently stroked his forehead, and said, I'll go get some medicine. Drink it and then sleep. As for Qin Yi, she can do whatever she likes as long as it doesn't touch her principles. Watching her stumble around is like watching a clown jump around. At this moment, Qin Yi was very frightened. She had realized that the old lady was her true support and relied on her to stay safe. She decided to serve the old lady well and never lose her kindness again. As for the eldest cousin, who was so weak he couldn't even stand up, she decided to leave him to Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan was carefully giving a bowl of soup to Qin Junyi. This medicine helps calm the mind. Drink it and get a good sleep. Qin Junyi drank it all in one go. Soon, his eyelids grew heavy, and his mind became fuzzy as he fell into darkness. The bright moon shone in the sky, casting silver light everywhere. Qin Junxian discussed with the two sons of the fourth household about guarding the camp. Su Yunwan sprinkled insect repellent powder around and burned some mugwort to keep mosquitoes away. Only the officials had tents to sleep in. Everyone else sat or lay on the ground. After a long day of running around, everyone was tired and fell asleep. Gradually, the camp was filled with light, snoring sounds. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the shadows of the trees danced. A few officials on night duty sat around the campfire, resting their chins on their hands. Meanwhile, Qin Junxian and some men from the Chu family were hiding in the dark, alertly watching their surroundings. Suddenly, a faint wolf howl came from deep in the forest. It was barely audible. Su Yunwan immediately opened her eyes. What was that sound? Qin Junxian, tense, said sternly, Sister-in-law, that's a wolf howl. Wake everyone up. I'll make a few more torches just in case. A wolf? Su Yunwan was puzzled. Just then, a barely noticeable strange smell drifted through the air. She quickly used her mental power to sense around the camp and find the source. On the grass around the camp, yellow medicinal powder had appeared unexpectedly. Su Yunwan woke everyone and then went into the woods. She reached out and touched some of the yellow powder hidden at the roots of the plants. After checking what it was, She quickly realized that this powder was very tempting to wild animals. Was the Wolf Emperor trying to lead Qin Junyi to be attacked by wild beasts? But with officials and Qin Junyi present, these wolves couldn't harm Qin Junyi. A bigger possibility was that they wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, create a crisis, and draw out hidden enemies of the Qin family. Then they planned to send people to eliminate them one by one. They were willing to use the entire exile team as bait. What a bold move. But why did the ambush at the post in the previous life also end in failure, yet tonight's plan succeeded? Su Yunwan quickly thought of the conflict during the gathering of herbs. Maybe this unexpected change caused the mistake. She released her mental power and discovered Zhao Rong outside the camp. He was talking with 5 people dressed in night clothes. Suddenly, he turned sharply, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, his body tense and alert. He was quite cautious. She originally wanted to secretly teach him a lesson and spare his life, to avoid removing him as the Dog Emperor and then sending someone else. But he was fine. Before she could act, he made a new move. It really is true. If you don't take the big road, you'll find no door to hell. Zhao Rong didn't notice anything unusual, but his keen instincts told him something was wrong. He gave a quick signal, and several black-clad people bowed and dispersed. Su Yunwan retracted her attention, pretending to be surprised. Brother Xian, come see what this is. They also attracted the night watchman from the Chu family. The watchman was elegant and handsome, tall and graceful, with a pair of charming eyes hiding a wild spirit. Even with shackles on his head and wearing prison clothes, his charm was undeniable. After examining the powder, their faces changed drastically. Chu Yi said, "We can't stay here. Let's go quickly." He immediately went back to inform the Chu family members. Qin Junyi explained the effects of the powder to Su Yunwan, telling her to organize the Qin family to evacuate, while he went to find Zhong Wei to report the situation. Su Yunwan told the 2 men from the 4th household to find branches to make torches as weapons, and ordered the old lady, Pei, and Lin to quickly get on the donkey cart. Pei was the first to rush onto the cart, but Lin pushed Qin Ruishan onto it. "Shan, you get on the cart. Mother will defend." "No, Mother, you sit on the cart. I'll protect you," Qin Ruishan said with a worried yet determined look, insisting that Lin sit down. Pei saw this and felt warmth in her heart. She looked at her daughter. "Lan, come sit in my place." "No, Mother, you sit comfortably. I'll get the torch." Qin Ruilin suddenly changed from her usual delicate self and firmly picked up the branches Qin Junyi brought back, lighting a fire. The old lady was the last to get on the cart, hurriedly calling Cini, who was helping her up, "Go quickly, and inform your 3rd uncle and the others." Hesitated, afraid of being left behind, but in the end, old Master Si went over to wake Lu Zheng. Qin Junyi, freed from the drug's control, woke from deep sleep. Seeing everyone preparing to leave overnight, he asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Su Yunwan leaned close to his ear. "Someone spread powder to do evil. The wild wolves are coming." Qin Junyi quickly understood the situation, his eyes sharp as an eagle, searching among the crowd for Wu Xiaohan. Su Yunwan sat in the driver's seat, raising the reins. "Everyone, hold tight. Let's go." On the other side, Qin Junyi informed the guards on night duty that there was an urgent matter calling for Zhong Wei. The guards had already seen the chaos at Qin Chu's 2 households and immediately headed to the largest tent. Soon, Zhong Wei, dressed neatly, strode out of the tent. "What's the matter?" Qin Junyi blocked his view and opened his left hand, revealing a small handful of yellow powder. He whispered, "Lord Zhong, there is a lot of this powder spread around the camp. It's very tempting to wild animals, and someone is deliberately luring them here." Zhong Wei, experienced in leading teams escorting prisoners, quickly pinched the powder between his fingers, sniffed it, and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, leave the camp quickly. There are fierce animals coming." The prisoners, startled awake, heard about the wild animals and hurriedly ran forward, causing chaos in the camp. "Everyone stay calm. We have many people. Each of you make a torch. We can scare away the wolves. The guards relayed Zhong Wei's instructions, but most prisoners, terrified, only thought of fleeing blindly. The Qin family, having seized the advantage, had already moved ahead of the group. No one noticed Qin Junyi exchanging a glance with Wu Xiaohan, giving the order to kill. The Qin family followed closely behind, with the men making torches as they moved, surrounding the women and children for protection, quickly and orderly retreating from the camp. Meanwhile, the newly formed Liu family, despite being warned immediately by the matriarch, was overwhelmed with fear and exhaustion. They got caught among the prisoners and gradually fell behind. Countless torches lit up the dark forest as the escape was underway. A frightened donkey suddenly bolted forward. Su Yunwan tightly held the reins, controlling the speed so the fleeing Qin family could keep up. Qin Junxian and Qin Junyi had already reunited. At the end of the line, a faint brownish glow flickered among the trees, and countless wild wolves approached relentlessly. With a loud howl from the alpha wolf, the wolf pack launched their attack. The guards waved torches and swords, fighting and retreating from the wolves. People scattered in all directions, screams and howls echoing through the wilderness. Su Yunwan suddenly pulled on the reins and stopped moving forward. "Why aren't we running anymore?" Mrs. Pei screamed. Su Yunwan said, "The road ahead is dark. I don't know if there are ghosts or monsters." In reality, around the corner ahead, a large tree was lying across the road. If the donkey cart rushed straight through, it would overturn. Nearby, two groups of people were fighting. They all wore night clothes and attacked fiercely. Pei looked at the wind-blown shadows on both sides and shivered. "Don't talk nonsense. There are wild wolves behind us. Run quickly." Su Yunwan jumped down from the carriage, spreading her mental energy around her. "Prepare to fight." Qin Juxian and others immediately protected the donkey cart, holding torches to keep outsiders away and ready to defend against the wolves. A few wolves approached from the side of the Qin family. She secretly summoned plants to bind and secretly kill them, keeping the danger 10 meters away. One wolf that escaped was also killed by Qin Juxian. Seeing no wolves around, she secretly helped those in danger during the fight, allowing them to escape the wolves' claws. Suddenly, a servant ran over in a panic, chased closely by a fierce wolf behind him. Su Yunwan was about to act but saw a stone fly from the side, hitting the officer's knee. The officer fell to the ground, attacked by the wolf, and instinctively raised his right hand to block. His arm was bitten by the wolf, and he screamed loudly. Su Yunwan looked at the person who had taken action. It was him, the young man from the Chu family who was investigating the powder with Qin Juxian. He seemed to notice something, turned his head, and met Su Yunwan's gaze precisely. After a slight nod, he withdrew his eyes. Looking more closely at the person fighting the wolves, it was the fierce officer from the Chu family who was cruel and ruthless. It turned out to be Karma. Other officers arrived to help, working together to kill the wolves and rescue their bloodied colleagues. Su Yunwan shifted her attention, finding the alpha wolf commanding from a high place, and manipulated the plants as she had before. The sharp-eyed alpha wolf sensed something was wrong and howled, causing the wolves to retreat. The crisis was over. The officers reorganized their team and called back the scattered prisoners. Su Yunwan used her mental power to find the instigator. Deep in the canyon, two figures dressed as officers moved back and forth among the trees. Suddenly, the figure in front jumped onto a large tree, and the vines on its branches moved without wind, wrapping around his calves. Zhao Ronggong tried to cut the vines with his knife, but several thick vines swung through the air, sending a chill up his spine, climbing to the top of his head in an instant. A step behind, Wu Xiaohan arrived. The two fought fiercely, each attack deadly. While resisting the strong enemy, Zhao Rong also had to deal with the strange vines. His injuries increased, and knowing he couldn't win, he adopted a soft approach, fighting while saying, "Wu Xiaohan, as long as you turn to the right side, I will recommend you to the emperor myself." How can I be spared? Die. Zhao Rong stopped speaking and fought while retreating, pushed to a broken cliff. The strong wind made their clothes flutter loudly. Zhao Rong leapt into the air and jumped off the cliff. Wu Xiaohan peeked from the side, surrounded by mist and clouds, unable to see the bottom. He bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it off the cliff, waiting a long time before hearing the echo. At this moment, on the steep cliff, Zhao Rong held tightly to a withered vine with one hand and used a dagger to wedge into a crack in the rock with the other, his limbs pressed firmly against the cliff face. After a few moments, he used the dagger to make a path and slowly climbed upward. The mist was thick, making it hard to see his surroundings. Zhao Rong could only hear faint sounds and felt a cold chill of near-death fear in his heart. He decisively drew his dagger and dropped himself freely to escape, hoping to land in the deep pool below the cliff for a chance at survival. With a loud bang, Zhao Rong successfully fell into the cold pool, the icy water shocking him awake. He moved his limbs and swam upward. Suddenly, the water plants at the bottom of the pool wrapped around his legs like snakes, climbing upward. Cliffside, cold pool. Skilled Zhao Rong waved his dagger, cutting the water plants that wrapped around him, trying to escape alive. Countless water plants seemed to attack him, determined to keep him at the bottom of the pool. Zhao Rong gradually grew exhausted, but his strong will to survive made him burst with energy, breaking free from the water plants and surfacing. He swam with all his might toward the shore, unaware that the plants on the bank were even more dense and dangerous. Wu Xiaohan heard a loud crash from the cliffside and immediately headed down the path from the side, jumping a few times and disappearing from sight. When he reached the cliff, he saw a shocking scene that made him shiver and remember for life. He saw Zhao Rong, who had escaped from the water, caught in the plants like a rice dumpling. A vine, about 2 fingers thick, hung quietly from a big tree, wrapping around his neck twice before suddenly pulling him upward. A few moments later, a hanging ghost appeared in the world. Could the plants have become spirits? Wu Xiaohan froze, his mind shaken, his hand trembling with the knife handle, veins bulging, his whole body tense and ready to strike.
Bang!
Zhao Rong's body was torn from the vine and heavily fell to the ground. The vine, still on the tree, swayed in the wind, as if everything just now was an illusion. Wu Xiaohan cautiously stepped closer, confirmed Zhao Rong was no longer breathing, then took out the corpse disposal water from his pocket. A disgusting smell arose, and the bones on the ground were gone. Having destroyed the body completely, Wu Xiaohan cast one last glance at the strange vine and quickly left. At the camp, the scattered crowd gathered again, and officials were counting the people. After exchanging information with the shadow guards near the Qin family, Wu Xiaohan silently merged into the crowd. Once the count was finished, the officials found Zhao Rong was missing, and 2 male prisoners took the opportunity to escape. Zhong Wei ignored Zhao Rong and sent a large team to hunt down the fugitives. Thanks to the officials' prior preparations and Su Yunwan's secret help, no one in the group was killed. Most were injured from falling or scrapes during their escape. The most serious injury was to the violent officer who fell into the wolf's mouth. He had multiple bites and scratches, and his right hand was badly mangled, with flesh and bone visible. Leader, the Chu family refused to help. He said through the pain, glaring fiercely at the Chu family members. Zhong Wei looked stern and glanced at the Chu family, but did not question them as he wished. Instead, he said, "When we reach Jin City, I will arrange for someone to send you back to the capital to recover." The identities of the officers and prisoners seemed opposed. Helping the injured was kindness, but not helping was understandable. Moreover, Zhong Wei had often used harsh methods to pressure the Chu family, so it was fortunate they didn't take advantage of the situation. Expecting them to rescue was unrealistic. The man knew his body was injured, but didn't want to let go of the Chu family. Leader, the Chu family is stubborn and unruly. You must punish them properly. Zhong Wei's expression darkened, and he coldly said, "Are you trying to tell me how to do my job?" The man quickly bowed and said, "I dare not," but inside, he was full of anger. At this moment, many injured prisoners came asking for medicine. Before Zhong Wei could speak, other officers drove them away, saying, "No medicine. We don't have enough for our own people." Most had to turn back and hastily bandage their wounds. A few took out silver and begged repeatedly before receiving medicine, including the Liu family members. They lagged behind, and some were injured in the crowd. Qin Junyi looked at the injured people, feeling a surge of intense anger. The head of the Chu family and several of his sons, who knew the situation, shared his anger. They began to realize that perhaps this entire exile group would eventually become Qin family's sacrifice. Meanwhile, Zhong Wei suspected Zhao Rong was behind it, targeting the Qin family. He secretly hated Zhao Rong's ruthless actions, which dragged everyone into trouble. "Uncle, the people have been found." Zhang Xiaoyou's voice brought him back to reality. Two disheveled, bearded prisoners were brought before Zhong Wei by a group of officers. Zhong Wei steadied himself and ordered, "Cut off their left hands and put on shackles." The two escapees struggled and begged for mercy, being forcefully tied to a nearby tree by several officers. "Officer, I won't do it again. It was just a moment of foolishness. Please consider my first offense and spare me." What responded was the crack of batons swinging, and their desperate screams echoed through the silent valley, filling the air with pain. All the exiles trembled with fear, shaking uncontrollably. After the culprit's hand was broken, the officer took out a heavy foot chain weighing over 10 pounds and put it on him before releasing him. The freed prisoner collapsed on the ground, holding his injured hand and groaning in pain. Zhong Wei paced around and looked at everyone. "Everyone, open your eyes and watch carefully. If anyone tries to escape again, there will be no mercy." Seeing that nearly half of the group was from the Chu family, he deliberately walked over and sternly warned, "I know you are skilled, but you'd better behave. Don't make me put handcuffs on you." Chu Gongzi suppressed his emotions and reluctantly said, "Lord Zhong, the Chu family will not cause you trouble. That's best." Zhong Wei shot him a sharp glance, but he was still uneasy. Behind him, Zhang Fuguei, a servant of the Chu family who had been attacked in retaliation, limped over with the help of a companion. "Boss, I just remembered. It was the Chu family who secretly attacked me. That's why I fell into the wolf's mouth." Zhong Wei's eyes flashed like lightning. "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely. I could have escaped, but I inexplicably fell to the ground, and that's when the wild wolf caught up." Chu Xiao, the head of the Chu family, snorted coldly. "Who did you see attack you? Point them out for debate. Otherwise, even if our Chu family is down, we won't tolerate your false accusations." Zhang Fuguei, who had been intentionally biting the Chu family, didn't actually notice the real attacker, nor could he identify who had attacked him. But he had already decided on his target before coming. He pretended to scan the faces of the Chu men, finally fixing his gaze on the most notorious rogue, 6th young Master Chui. At this moment, Wu Xiaohan stepped forward and said, "Boss, the smell of blood here is strong. It might attract other wild animals. Should we find a new place to rest?" Zhong Wei looked up at the sky. "In an hour, it will be dawn. Let's pack up and move out." "Yes," Wu Xiaohan turned to give the order. "I've confirmed it. It's him." Zhang Fuguei pointed at the famous Chu Yi in the capital. "Lord Zhong, you see clearly. This man has always wanted to abuse my family's women. His character is extremely poor. His accusations are just a way to vent his anger and seek revenge. Don't be fooled by this petty person. Shut your damn mouth." "Shut up," Zhong Wei scolded Zhang Fuguei, and then looked sternly at Chu Yi. "6th young master, are you sure you didn't secretly harm anyone?" "Absolutely. Then I'll believe you this once." "Boss," Zhang Fuguei called out urgently. But Zhong Wei waved his hand, signaling someone to help him onto the carriage to rest. Whether or not he was truly attacked, it was his own fault. Zhong Wei's task was to escort everyone to Yuzhou. Now that the Chu family knew the truth about the wolf attack, he didn't want to force them to rebel at this critical moment. A staged wolf attack event has ended, and those who know the truth keep silent to prevent chaos. The officials urge everyone to move quickly in the dark, while the exiled people sitting on the ground complain loudly. But when they hear that staying in place might attract a second wave of wild beasts, they suddenly feel more energized. A few officials drag several dead wolves onto the carriage, and others see this and rush to collect wolf carcasses. Many prisoners who haven't eaten meat in days have bright eyes and even fight over the wild wolf meat. The officials watch coldly, only caring that no one gets killed. The fourth master asks everyone, should we also go and pick up a wolf? Many from the Qin family agree, as their bodies are already weak and they want to eat more meat to regain strength. The father and son of the fourth house go to find a wild wolf first, while Qin Junyi looks around and still keeps watch. People hiding in the shadows failed, fearing other actions might happen. He doesn't know that Qin's shadow guards have already secretly killed all the enemies lurking nearby. Su Yunwan leans on the carriage's yoke, silent and bowed her head. Long-distance control and pursuit have severely drained her mental energy, leaving her exhausted. After dividing the wild wolves, the team sets off again. Su Yunwan, feeling weak, climbs onto the donkey cart, feeling another person's warmth through her hand. Qin Junyi looks worried and asks, "Are you feeling unwell?" Su Yunwan shakes her head. "I was woken up when I was very sleepy. I'm a bit tired." "Lie down and rest," Qin Junyi offers, trying to make space for her. "Don't move around," Su Yunwan warns. "You need to lie still and rest to reduce the pain." She then glances warningly at the eager Pei family members nearby. Qin Junyi notices and stops insisting. The seating arrangement on the donkey cart returns to yesterday's setup, with the main family women and the fourth house women switching places after half an hour. Xin Yi forces herself to keep going, silently enduring the journey. After Qin Ruishan takes her turn sitting, she suddenly falls to the ground with an awe. Qin Ruilin quickly helps her up. Xin Yi holds her left ankle, tears falling down her face. "It hurts so much. I twisted my ankle," she cries. Qin Junyi squats to check her ankle. Every time he presses, she screams in pain. He exchanges a helpless look with his older brother. The old lady thinks she's fallen badly and immediately says, "Shan, walk a little more so Yi can sit." Qin Ruishan looks at Su Yunwan, but doesn't move. Only Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan can cover the fourth house now. She doesn't want to upset Su Yunwan, so she waits for her to speak. Su Yunwan had already noticed something from Qin Junxian's facial expressions and sneered as she looked at Xin Yi. "I know a bit about medicine and can judge injuries. Do you dare let me examine your wound?" Xin Yi wanted to use her old trick again and was about to agree when Su Yunwan said, "Let's agree first. If you're pretending, I will personally treat your injury to make it real." Looking at the cold and ruthless Su Yunwan, Xin Yi slightly parted her lips but couldn't say a word about pain. Everyone saw this and understood clearly. The old lady's face darkened. "Keep moving," Xin Yi hurriedly followed and explained, "Grandmother, I really hurt my foot. Please believe me." Linsher glanced at the old lady's expression and muttered, "After 2 days of travel, who doesn't have sore feet?" Thinking about how her daughter almost got tricked by Xin Yi, Linsher felt angry but dared not speak after seeing the old lady's stern look. Xin Yi, having failed in her plan, felt regret and frustration. Just as she was about to grit her teeth and agree to Su Yunwan, even if it meant getting hurt to gain her grandmother's trust, she saw Su Yunwan's smile that seemed to hide amusement, as if waiting for her to fall into a trap. "Hurry up! Don't dawdle," the officer guarding the Qin family shouted. Xin Yi swallowed her tears and continued to walk forward. After several hours, the sun reached its highest point, and Zhong Wei ordered a rest. The group stopped, and the prisoners scrambled to borrow pots from the officers to cook wolf meat. Those who couldn't borrow a pot had to start fires and roast meat. Since their rest time was limited, they couldn't take turns using the pots. At this moment, Zhong Wei's help was very useful. The Qin family no longer had to compete with others for pots. Qin Junxian and the sons of the fourth household worked together to gather firewood and prepare the wolf meat, while Qin Ruishan and her daughter washed rice and cooked. The old lady looked at Su Yunwan, who was preparing herbs to make medicine, and said to Xin Yi sitting nearby, "Go and help cook." Xin Yi, exhausted after walking all morning, was too tired to move, but had to agree. She dragged her feet to Linsher, who was tending the fire, and softly said, "Fourth aunt, let me light the fire." Linsher stood up to give her space and told her what to watch out for. It was easy to say but hard to do. Xin Yi was choked by the smoke and kept coughing, her face covered in soot. She looked at Su Yunwan, who was calmly cooking medicine, and felt very uncomfortable inside. That meal was made without Su Yunwan interfering. She only described the ingredients and steps. Qin Ruishan was clever and quickly got the hang of it. The large plate of stewed wolf meat turned out pretty well. That day's breakfast was filled with a strong meaty smell that spread across the camp. Most prisoners, regardless of the taste, ate until they were full. Su Yunwan had little appetite and put down her chopsticks after a few bites. Qin Ruishan asked nervously, "Is it because I didn't cook well?" "Of course not. I just don't like eating wolf meat." Honestly, as a young lady of a royal residence, Qin Ruishan's cooking was quite good. She was just a guest, so she wouldn't be picky. But she was not picky, yet others were dissatisfied. Madame Pei complained, "It's indeed not as tasty as last night's meat dish. From now on, let Su handle the cooking." Su Yunwan snorted softly. "Just having something to eat is good enough. If anyone dislikes it, they can cook themselves in the future." The old lady immediately scolded, "Madame Pei, from now on, we will cook together. Don't always sit back and enjoy." Madame Pei was annoyed and looked aggrieved. "I'm just trying to make sure everyone in the family eats better. Then please improve your cooking skills and help us all eat better," Su Yunwan said with a hint of sarcasm. She still thought she was the lady of the house, able to say whatever she wanted. Madame Pei's eyes widened in anger. "It's one thing that you are unfilial to me as your mother-in-law, but you also want me to serve you. That's a joke. It's your wish to take care of the whole family. What does that have to do with me?" Su Yunwan sneered coldly. Seeing another argument about to start, the old lady waved her hand. "Enough, enough. No talking during meals. Do I have to remind you of this rule?" Madame Pei's words got stuck in her throat, unable to speak or swallow comfortably. She could only glare fiercely at her eldest son. If it weren't for his obsession with women, how could Madame Su be so arrogant? When they arrived in Yuzhou City, she would make sure to set things straight. Qin Junyi, who secretly resented her, ignored her angry gaze and asked his younger brother to buy some other food. Then he said to Su Yunwan, "You and my brother go see the officials. No need. I'm not hungry. You all eat slowly. I'll pick some cooling herbs," Su Yunwan said as she stood up. She truly had no appetite. If she got hungry on the way, she could eat the food from her space. Qin Junyi also wanted his younger brother to go with him, but Qin Junxian said, "Big brother, I can't be too far from you. Then I'll go with my sister-in-law," Qin Junyi said at the same time. "No need. I'll go and come back soon," Su Yunwan insisted, standing up alone and leaving. At the top of a high mountain, a gentle breeze blew. On a large rock at the summit, Su Yunwan closed her eyes slightly, sitting quietly and focusing. In the air, invisible spiritual energy from plants and grass gathered and continuously flowed into her body. The spiritual energy circulated around her body, transforming into wood element supernatural power, stored in her mysterious pool. A small amount of this power seeped outside her body, flowing upward, causing the surrounding trees not only to stay healthy, but to become even more lush. As the saying goes, what is taken from the forest is returned to nourish it. Suddenly, a voice came from downhill, and Su Yunwan opened her eyes. On a flat area halfway up the mountain, the head of the Chu family, the eldest son Chu Da, and Chu Yi stood apart. "Speak. What happened?" The family head, Chu Shao, looked sternly at Chu Yi. Chu Yi said, "It's just as you think." In the next moment, a kick flew toward him, hitting him with a loud bang and knocking him several meters away. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Chu Yi's mouth. He struggled a few times but couldn't get up. Sixth brother, the eldest son, hurried over to check his injury and looked up at Chu Shao. "Father, that servant deserves to die. Please show mercy. Did I ever say not to act? Once I do, there will be no more trouble." Chu Shao's face was cold and serious, and anger shot from his eyes. Chu Yi supported himself with one hand and held his waist tightly with the other. Cold sweat ran down his face. "If we directly take his life, Zhong Wei will blame us even more. Then find another chance." Chu Shao was furious. Now that the wolf attack incident has happened, Zhong Wei will be even more cautious of the Chu family. Do you want to cause everyone to be harmed? Chu Yi's face turned pale. He explained, after the medicine powder incident, Zhong Wei dare not threaten the Chu family. Your words, dare not. What if he does? Chu Xiao was furious again and tried to kick him. The eldest son immediately stepped in front of Chu Yi. Father, please calm down. If sixth brother is severely punished, it will give Zhong Wei a reason to accuse him of plotting. Now that the matter is settled, we should be more careful in the future. Chu Xiao looked at his eldest son and ordered sternly, move aside, but the eldest son shook his head and continued to plead. Father, now that he's on the exile road, it's dangerous enough. Please be magnanimous and forgive sixth brother this time. If not, a reprimand will do. Chu Yi, who had endured the initial pain from the hard kick, pushed away his older brother, knelt straight on the ground, and accepted his father's wrath. Son knows he was wrong. Please, father, punish me. Chu Xiao was angry and hateful, constantly scolding. This is not the past. Your every move could endanger the whole family. If Zhong Wei gets annoyed, there will be many troubles. Chu Yi respectfully responded, Father's teachings are correct. I will remember them. Chu Xiao snorted coldly. Who else knows about this? Chu Yi mentioned a few family members present at the time, but suddenly his expression froze. Who else? Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes and pressed. The wife of the Qin family. Chu Xiao frowned fiercely. The eldest son hurried to comfort him. Father, don't worry. Since she is protected by Qin Junyi, her character must be good. She wouldn't intentionally cause trouble. Chu Xiao then scolded his youngest son again before letting him get up. Prince Chu helped Chu Yi to his feet and said, From now on, leave these matters to my older brother. Don't act on your own again. Okay, Chu Yi replied since their father was present. Suddenly, Chu Xiao quickly turned and looked toward the mountaintop. What's wrong? The prince asked, confused, following his father's gaze. There is someone on the mountaintop. The two brothers exchanged a sharp look and scanned the area carefully. But apart from the trees, flowers, birds, and insects, they saw no one. Su Yunwan withdrew her mental energy and remembered the rumors in the capital. The Chu family head was skilled in martial arts and strict in managing the family, but he had a rebellious and talented young son who was both loved and hated. Seeing that the three of them stopped talking, she turned and headed down the mountain. She took out some herbal seeds for cooling off and, after planting them, went ahead to the camp. Qin Junyi saw her return and pointed to a bag beside him. Wanwan, my brother just exchanged some plain steamed buns and pickled vegetables. You should eat a bit more. Su Yunwan smiled gently and took a bun, slowly nibbling on it. Mrs. Pei glanced at her and said, It's not the time to be picky. The officer's buns are precious, and now isn't the time for fussing. Qin Junyi held back and said, Mother, if you want something else, I can ask my brother to exchange it for you. Mother isn't like some people who only know how to spend money on pleasures. Now, our family's money is used carefully. What'll we do if it runs out? Qin Junyi wanted to say more but was interrupted when Su Yunwan pinched a piece of bun and offered it to him. Try a bite. He was surprised and gently opened his lips to take it. The tenderness in his eyes was hard to hide, and he didn't argue with his mother. After all, he couldn't argue with her. Whether right or wrong, his mother had her own way of thinking. When pushed, she would use filial piety to pressure others. She was always unbeatable. When Chu Yi's group returned to the camp, he looked strong and upright, with no sign of pain on his face. The fine, cold sweat on his forehead seemed to be from physical activity. He subtly glanced at Su Yunwan, who was eating a bun and holding the last small piece. It was clear she had been back at the camp for a while. Chu Yi looked away and thought silently. It's not her. Meanwhile, Zhao Rong had not returned for a long time. Zhong Wei felt uneasy and cast a glance at Qin Junyi. Last night, there must have been someone from Zhao Rong's side in the shadows. There had been no movement since then, which might mean bad news. He couldn't openly ask, Did you kill Zhao Rong? Out of fear. He could only hold back and try not to offend the Qin family. I wonder if the Qin family, pushed to the brink by the royal family and aided by hidden forces, will choose to escape. While lost in thought, The Chu family father and son returned to their camp. Zhong Wei immediately sounded the alarm in his mind. Compared to the Qin family, the Chu family was even more his top concern. Little Lu, go visit the Qin and Chu families, especially the Chu family. If there's any movement, report back immediately. After careful consideration, Zhong Wei entrusted this important task to Jiang Xiaolu and Wu Xiaohan. Wu Xiaohan and Jiang Xiaolu accepted the orders, and their team set out toward the Chu family's residence. Hurry up and get ready, we're leaving soon. Anyone who lags behind, don't blame me for using my whip. Jiang Xiaolu cracked his whip and shouted at the Chu clan members as they walked. The young men of the Chu family looked at each other in confusion. Who is this fool? Their previous retaliation had just happened, yet he still dared to act so arrogantly. Wu Xiaohan's heart sank, knowing Jiang Xiaolu was just loud and boastful. Over the past few days, his whip had never actually struck anyone. A smile flickered in his eyes as he watched Jiang Xiaolu make noise, while his gaze fell on the Chu clan members being scolded, observing their expressions carefully. Suddenly, a glance from the Qin family caught his eye. He casually turned his head, meeting Su Yunwan's gaze. Su Yunwan nodded slightly at Wu Xiaohan, then looked down at his bandaged hand. In his previous life, he was covered in blood only because he was following orders. Today's act of standing up to protect was spontaneous. Since it was protected by Qin Junyi's wife status, she needed to play her role well. Wu Xiaohan's hand curled slightly. As he looked around and approached Qin's family with Jiang Xiaolu, he thought, if you need anything, just find me. Jiang Xiaolu, unlike when facing the Chu family, now took a more humble approach, offering to help. But we don't have much money, Su Yunwan said casually, teasing lightly. Jiang Xiaolu put his arm around Wu Xiaohan's shoulder and joked, no need money. Just share some good food with me and Wu Ge. He had tasted the food and summer cooling soup sent by Qin's family to his uncle and couldn't forget it. Now, he was happy to take advantage of the situation and enjoy some more. Su Yunwan looked at Wu Xiaohan and nodded with a smile, no problem. As her nails gently hooked her palm, she withdrew her gaze and looked at Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi cleared his throat and said, I'm a bit thirsty. Su Yunwan took out a water pouch and fed him a few sips. During this time, she received a hand signal from Wu Xiaohan, confirming that Zhao Rong was dead. However, his expression seemed a bit strange, and it was unclear what had happened during the process. They would need to investigate further when they had the chance. The weather was hot and sunny, with the sun shining fiercely. The exile team was walking slowly along the official road, each person looking pale, tired, and discouraged. Officer, please give me some water. I'm about to die of thirst, a ragged prisoner begged the officer by the side of the road. Not all prisoners had loved ones to give them water pouches. Some were alone and had no containers for water, so they could only drink when eating or passing water sources. In this hot weather, those without water were parched, their lips cracked, and they were so exhausted that their eyes blurred. If you want water, buy a water gourd with your money. Then you can carry water with you. The officer wiped his sweat and said impatiently. To squeeze every penny from the prisoners, the guards never missed a chance, which was part of the usual process. If it weren't for the extra money, who would want to leave their home, face hardships and dangers, and escort prisoners for thousands of miles? The prisoner, frowning, said, Officer, I really have no money left. No money, yet you still want water?
Dream on.
Keep moving forward. Maybe you'll find a water source, the officer snapped, urging them to hurry. Asking for water was common among the hundreds of people in the group, but most requests were refused. Only when someone fainted or was too weak to stand would the guards give a little water. Those prisoners who still had water also suffered under the blazing sun. The hardships and cruelty of exile became even clearer. Each person in the Qin family had a homemade straw hat to block the sun. Qin Junyi, lying down, faced the sunlight directly. He was already weak, and his face looked even paler. Su Yunwan tied her cloak to the cart while having the people pull it, shielding him from the sun. Passing by a few palm trees, Su Yunwan came up with an idea. She asked Qin Junyi to pick many leaves, while she collected various vines and braided thin strips into ropes. During a rest break, Su Yunwan used thick vines as a frame and large palm leaves as a cover, creating a small shelter over the donkey cart. Lying in the shade, Qin Junyi looked at the sturdy shelter with deep, unreadable eyes. The shelter looked simple, but without certain skills, most people couldn't build it. Even if it was barely put together, any shake or gust of wind could make it fall apart. This wasn't something easily learned from books. Where did she learn this skill? Others in the Qin family, as well as the Chu family and Zhongwei, also wondered about her background. Seeing that Qin Junyi didn't ask questions, the Qin family members guessed her identity silently. Even Xin Yi didn't speak up rashly. In fact, there was no need for her to say anything. The people of the Qin family all suddenly remembered Xin Yi's previous words. She was skilled in martial arts, knowledgeable about medicine, and capable of surviving in the wild. Each detail pointed to her having a mysterious background. To Zhongwei, Chu Jia, and others, they believed Su Yunwan was a woman secretly cultivated by the Qin family to better care for and protect Qin Junyi. As for Su Yunwan, she knew that revealing her skills would invite suspicion. But she was not someone who would be wronged easily. The shelter she built was not only for Qin Junyi, it also gave her a place to rest in the shade. Even if this was a path of exile, she tried to make her life as comfortable as possible. Su Yunwan fanned herself with a leaf made from a brown tung tree, alternating between herself and Qin Junyi, looking relaxed and happy. We'll just deal with it for now. When we reach the next town, we'll buy a carriage. Qin Junyi's lips curved into a handsome smile, and his dark eyes shone with gentle light. That's good enough. Su Yunwan's red lips curved into a faint smile, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Qin Junyi looked at her and thought to himself, no matter where she came from, she would be his for the rest of his life. The old lady's gaze fell on them, her mind a jumble of emotions. On one hand, after learning about her grandson's health, Su Yunwan didn't reject him but instead cared for him more carefully, which was a good thing. On the other hand, there were many strange things about Su Yunwan, and she hoped her wise grandson would stay clear-headed and not be deceived. Xin Yi twisted the silk handkerchief in her hand into a braid, snorted coldly, and looked away. She saw Qin Ruishan pouring the cooled herbal tea into a pot and immediately went over. I'll take the cooling tea to the officials. When Su Yunwan heard her voice, she gave a cold glance, but didn't object. The others didn't stop her either. Qin Ruishan brought her a bowl. After thanking her, Su Yunwan lowered her head and drank it. This time, the summer cooling tea was not refined with special powers, so the taste was much worse than before, bitter and hard to swallow. However, the medicinal ingredients used were grown by Su Yunwan herself, of excellent quality, so the medicinal effect of the broth was not greatly reduced. Su Yunwan looked at the remaining ingredients and had the idea of swapping them secretly. As long as she didn't make dark dishes, the quality wouldn't be too different. High-quality food could be distinguished by appearance, so she couldn't swap them directly. She planned to do so when restocking supplies next time. On the other side, Xin Yi's soup pot was taken over by Jiang Shaolu. She showed a gentle smile and said to Zhongwei, "Sir, this summer cooling tea wasn't made by my eldest cousin-in-law, so it might not taste as good. You and the other young masters have worked hard. In the future, my eldest cousin-in-law can prepare tea for you." Zhongwei looked at Xin Yi carefully for a moment and then said with a slight smile, "No need to trouble yourself. You've been very kind to the Qin family. We just want to show our thanks, so please don't mind," Xin Yi quickly added. Suddenly, Wu Xiaohan spoke up, "Sir, since this young lady is so sincere, let's let her do as she wishes and make the tea." No, I don't make good tea," Xin Yi hurried to explain, referring to Su Yunwan, not intending to do the work herself. "It's fine, as long as it works," Wu Xiaohan interrupted her and looked at Zhongwei. Zhongwei's lips curled into a small smile, and his eyes gleamed with interest. "Then I'll leave it to you. As for picking the herbs, I'm just a weak girl. I can't pick enough for dozens of young masters." Xin Yi was eager to refuse the task of picking herbs, but making tea was even harder to avoid. Zhongwei leisurely watched Xin Yi, who looked anxious and kept refusing to pick herbs. Seeing her finish speaking, he called Wu Xiaohan to go with him to the Qin family. Su Yunwan watched the three people approaching. Among them, Cini's face was flushed red, and cold sweat was pouring down her forehead. She didn't know what she had done this time. Zhong Wei cupped his hands and said, "Old Madam Qin, young Master Qin, I wish to send someone to gather summer herbs. Please kindly guide us so we won't trouble you too often. Sir Zhong, you're too polite." "It's our honor," the old madam replied. After that, she looked at her grandson and Su Yunwan. Qin Junyi glanced at Su Yunwan. Seeing her nod, he said, "When we pick the herbs, send someone to help identify them." Zhong Wei then asked Wu Xiaohan to handle this matter, and Wu Xiaohan accepted the task. Zhong Wei added, "Miss Xin sincerely wants to make tea for us. What do you all think?" Everyone's eyes focused on Cini's face. When did she become so diligent? Cini forced a smile and said, "Grandmother, since Sir Zhong is so kind to our family, I am happy to serve the young masters." After speaking, she looked at Su Yunwan and said, "Big cousin-in-law's herbal soup is very good. I believe you would also like to contribute." As soon as she finished, the air seemed to freeze. Su Yunwan looked at her with a meaningful gaze, showing disdain and silently watching her make a fool of herself. The old madam's face darkened, and she said sternly, "Making tea is simple. You can handle it alone. There is no need to trouble the young lady of the family. If Miss Xin hadn't insisted, we could have made our own tea." Zhong Wei bluntly interrupted, exposing Miss Xin's eagerness completely. Cini's face turned bright red, and she wished she could disappear. Her mind was a mess, confused about how things had turned out this way. She wondered why the officials' boastful attitude didn't make them want to let Su Yunwan serve them. Meanwhile, Su Yunwan took the opportunity to say, "When we reach the next town, we want to gather some supplies." Zhong Wei quickly agreed. "Tomorrow, when we pass through Weinan Prefecture, arrange for 2 people to buy supplies with the guards." "Thank you, sir." Su Yunwan nodded politely. Then Wu Xiaohan left with the Qin family, and Zhang Xiaolu also joined them. When Su Yunwan saw some useful herbs, she called everyone to pick them together. The old lady, concerned about her reputation, specifically asked Qin Junyi and Qin Ruoshang, the brother and sister, to join as well. They naturally formed a group of 5 collecting herbs. To avoid delaying their journey, Zhang Xiaolu asked Zhong Wei for a special approval for a carriage so they could ride and gather more herbs. This made their travel feel more like a herb-picking trip. For Su Yunwan, almost all plants and grasses on the ground had value. Since others didn't have wood element abilities to refine medicinal ingredients, she patiently explained which plants helped with heat relief, while herself collecting other high medicinal value plants. Zhang Xiaolu was curious and asked questions. She then shared her knowledge of medicinal properties, including preparation methods and specific effects. Qin Ruoshang listened carefully and admired Su Yunwan's openness. There's a saying, teaching a disciple can sometimes lead to the master starving. Even experienced herbalists might not share so much knowledge with their apprentices. Now that the Qin family was in trouble and lost their income, if the eldest sister-in-law managed the collection and sold herbs to shops for money, it would secure the family's position. By explaining the medicinal properties in detail, Su Yunwan was practically passing on her skills. Unlike Qin Ruoshang's gratitude, Wu Xiaohan noticed a problem. Although Su Yunwan seemed knowledgeable about herbs, she often didn't mention the plant names. Did she forget them, or did she never know? If she didn't know the names, how did she understand the medicinal properties of the plants? Wu Xiaohan knew well that she was not a subordinate of the prince. No matter which organization she belonged to, no subordinate would dare oppose the respected old lady. But claiming she was an undercover agent was even more absurd. What spy would be so bold? For some reason, Wu Xiaohan suddenly remembered the scene of a plant near the cold pond killing someone. A chill suddenly rose from his feet, spreading quickly through his body. Su Yunwan, who was collecting seeds, sensed Wu Xiaohan's curious gaze and looked back puzzled. Wu Xiaohan hid his feelings and asked cautiously, "Do these seeds have medicinal effects?" Su Yunwan casually pinched a handful and said, "I want to take them to Yuzhou City to see if we can grow them there. By the way, we can also grow herbs," Qin Ruoshan said happily. Zhang Xiaolu was not optimistic. Yuzhou is famous for its cold and harsh climate. It's not so easy. He had heard from his uncle Zhongwei about Yuzhou's environment. Because it was tough, it became a place for exile. Qin Ruishan then asked Zhang Xiaolu about Yuzhou, walking and stopping along the way. Before they knew it, the sun was setting. The exile team stayed at an abandoned temple. The sunset shone on the old walls, casting a faint glow. The temple was covered with fallen leaves and overgrown with plants. Su Yunwan entered with everyone and divided half of the medicinal herbs she collected with Wu Xiaohan. In the afternoon, when gathering herbs, everyone started separately. But as they became familiar, Wu Xiaohan and Jiang Xiaolu helped Su Yunwan pick many plants that weren't used for cooling down heat. Wu Xiaohan shook his head. We only need herbs that help with cooling, Jiang Xiaolu nodded. We have the common medicines. Just brew some cooling tea. Su Yunwan agreed and gave most of the cooling herbs to them. Before leaving, Jiang Xiaolu suddenly said, Miss Sin, it's your turn to help. Come with us to wash the herbs. Sin Yi was reluctant, but since it was unavoidable, she had to go along. The old lady watched Sin Yi and Jiang Xiaolu walk away, then turned and said, Thank you for your help. Rest well. The others will handle washing the herbs and cooking. Su Yunwan was happy to have some free time. After thanking the old lady, she sat beside Qin Junyi and softly asked, Is there anything you want to eat? Qin Junyi shook his head. His rough hand held Su Yunwan's. Anything is fine. As their hands touched, a strange energy flowed into his body. Qin Junyi's pain gradually eased like the tide receding. His eyes were deep and calm, fixed on Su Yunwan. This power entering his body was definitely not internal energy. At first, he thought it was internal strength, but after experiencing it several times, he realized it was clearly different. No internal energy in the world had such powerful healing effects. Maybe she really could help him escape the torment of the soul-anchoring nails and stand up again. His old gamble had turned into real hope. Qin Junyi's heart was stirred, but soon his brows furrowed again. As Su Yunwan waited for Su Yunwan to settle down, Qin Junyi leaned in and softly asked, Have you ever given someone your internal energy? Su Yunwan's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her face calm and replied, No. Why do you ask? Don't act rashly. Qin Junyi looked serious and stared at Su Yunwan with urgent eyes. If others found out about her healing ability, they would try to take her for themselves. If the emperor discovered it, the consequences would be even worse. Su Yunwan and Qin Junyi looked at each other for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Don't worry, I know when to be careful. Clearly, Qin Junyi had sensed something. But it didn't matter. She wasn't trying to hide anything. If someone wanted to harm her, she would fight back, prepare defenses, counterattack, and leave no chance for the enemy. The old lady ordered the herbal gatherers to rest, but only Su Yunwan truly let go of her worries. Qin Junyi and Qin Junxian went to the yard to prepare the fire and cooking utensils. Qin Ruishan and Lin Shi were washing rice and cooking, knowing that their mother would handle the kitchen chores. If her mother cooked poorly, she would definitely face her grandmother's scolding. The old lady sat nearby, watching her younger relatives cook, but her mind drifted to the herbs. If only she could sell them for money. Thinking of this, she asked Su Yunwan, who was sorting the remaining herbs, Yunwan, do you have any extra medicinal herbs? Can we sell them at the pharmacy? Yes, I was just thinking the same, Su Yunwan replied. The old lady was pleased. That's great. Then gather some more on your way, everyone. Let's pick together. This was the first good news she had heard since the Qin family fell on hard times. No matter how much money they could get, it would help support the family. The old lady had managed the household for decades and knew the importance of money. On this exile journey, if they ran out of funds, they would be stuck. Su Yunwan nodded in agreement. These herbs wouldn't fetch a high price, but if the Qin family worked together and accumulated small amounts, it could be a steady income. The other Qin family members, busy with their tasks, also felt happy when they heard the news. Qin Junxian was especially excited, rubbing his fists. I can go hunt some game to sell. But he quickly remembered something and subdued his expression. The young man, once proud and lively, had already hidden his youthful spirit and taken on the responsibility of protecting his older brother. Qin Junyi said, "My father and I will go hunting." Even though the fourth branch was not favored at the Qin prince's residence, they still kept up with their lessons. Qin Junyi was skilled in riding and archery and was confident in hunting. Qin Junxian smiled again. "Good. You two go hunt an animal for tonight's dinner." After the father and son of the four rooms left, Qin Junxian collected vines and branches nearby and started making a bow and arrow. Not far away, on the steps, Chu Yi and a few brothers sat down to rest. They quietly asked about injuries, and Chu Yi touched the place where he was kicked, smiling bitterly, saying, "The old man's strength hasn't diminished over the years." Sixth brother, "Be careful with your words," warned the fifth son of the Chu family, feeling tense. Chu Yi snorted softly and no longer made teasing remarks about his father. The others felt sad but dared not blame their father for being harsh. In the Chu family, the head of the family, Chu Xiao, was like an emperor. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would face strict punishment, with heavy-handed discipline. Chu Yi had been walking all day with his injuries and couldn't show any weakness, which was very hard for him. Fortunately, after dealing with that person, it served as a warning to others, so the other guards didn't dare to hit or scold the Chu family members, sparing the young men from punishment. While they were asking about the injuries, Chu's eldest son came out of a side room. "Go hunt some game and bring it back." "Sixth brother, mother is calling you inside." Chu Yi responded and struggled to stand, then followed his older brother to the side room. The side room was small, with a few broken holes in the roof tiles, showing its dilapidated state. The matriarch of the Chu family, the wife of the head, sat against the wall. Nearby, some women with children sat, and not far away, the old lady of the Chu family was lying down resting. Chu Xiao, the head of the family, sat nearby cross-legged, calming his breath. "Mother, you called me?" Chu Yi entered with a faint smile. "Sixth son, let mother see your injury," said the old lady, knowing her son was enduring silently. Under the watchful eyes of the officials, she could only hold back her worries. Chu Yi pretended to be relaxed. "Mother, there's no injury. Father just keeps it on record, and he'll deal with it later." But the old lady lowered her head and silently cried, tears welling up. "Brother Yi, come here." The old lady of the Chu family opened her eyes and sat up with Chu Xiao's help. Chu Yi hurried over to comfort her, but instead kneeled down to greet her. "Where are you hurt?" she asked with concern. Chu Yi smiled and reassured her, "It's nothing." But the old lady didn't believe him. She looked at her eldest son and said sternly, "Show brother ear injury." Chu Xiao's face was cold and serious. "Unbutton your clothes." Chu Yi knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he obeyed and unfastened his belt. On his left waist and abdomen, his slim, porcelain-white skin was covered with large purple and black bruises, glaringly painful to look at. "It's just a surface wound. It's not serious." Chu Yi quickly covered his clothes again. Chu Xiao looked at his eldest son. "Apply medicine." "Yes," replied the eldest son, taking out a special wound ointment from his bag. Chu Yi's body stiffened. "No, I don't need it. My small wound will heal quickly." The Chu family's special healing ointment was used to its fullest effect, but its potency was very strong, almost like salt on a wound. Applying it was more painful than the injury itself, making it a frightening experience. "Don't move around." The eldest son of the Chu family applied ointment with his finger, lifting the collar to examine the wound. Suddenly, a burning pain swept over him, causing Chu Yi to grunt softly. He clenched his thigh tightly, his fingers turning white from the pressure, and lowered his head to hide his pain in the darkness. The eldest son of the Chu family knew exactly what kind of suffering his second brother was enduring, having experienced the power of this ointment himself. Almost no one in the Chu family was unaware of its strength. He hurriedly applied more ointment, massaging it to help absorption, then wrapped the area with a cloth. After finishing, the old lady said with concern, "Come, lie down with grandma." Chu Xiao replied, "Mother, let him rest and recover." The old lady had no choice but to agree. Women in the Chu family held a low social status. Even the old lady couldn't criticize Chu Xiao's discipline. She only felt regretful that the women were too weak and had caused trouble for the men. Chu Yi sat cross-legged against the wall, closing his eyes slightly to focus, enduring the burning pain in his waist, and using his internal energy to ease his internal injuries. Sweat beaded on his forehead, running down his cheeks, passing along his slender neck, and disappearing into his clothing. After nightfall, the hunters gradually returned. The officials and the Chu family members had large catches and many gains. Qin Junyi and his son were weak and only managed to catch a rabbit and a few bird eggs. Under Su Yunwan's control, the aroma of cooked meat and vegetables quickly spread from the pot. Bored from tending the fire over at the official's side, Cini suddenly said, "Master Zhong, why don't I ask my sister-in-law to cook for you? You know, her cooking skills are extraordinary." Zhong Wei gave a cold glance but ignored her. Madame Qin's cooking was indeed impressive, but he knew his limits. Hadn't Madame Qin already been unable to command her? Why bother himself with such trouble? Moreover, he had a tacit understanding with Qin Junyi. He wouldn't ask his wife to cook just for taste. That was simply not something to say aloud. And besides, the Qin family always had delicious food and never let him down. Zhong Wei ignored her, but the other servants started to cheer. "Boss, that's a good idea. Let's try it too. The smell is just too tempting. What are you using to invite her?" Zhong Wei sneered. The guards looked at each other, knowing they could serve them, though it was a privilege for the prisoners. They could do some favors. At that moment, everyone remembered that the Qin family was not just any ordinary family. They simply couldn't ask for their help. Jiang Xiaolu chuckled. "Uncle, how about trading for prey? We've had a good harvest this time." Zhong Wei was noncommittal, and Jiang Xiaolu quickly grabbed a still-living wild chicken and walked quickly toward the Qin family. "I'll go ask the young lady of the house." When Su Yunwan heard Jiang Xiaolu's intention, she refused without hesitation. "I'm not a cook. I'm too lazy to even prepare my own meals, let alone take a wild chicken for over 100 people." Jiang Xiaolu was unwilling to go back empty-handed. "How about this? You give us some guidance, and we won't have to do it ourselves." Su Yunwan looked at the wild chicken and thought of making chicken soup with ginseng, then said, "I'll only prepare one dish, and just this once." "No problem." Jiang Xiaolu immediately handed the wild chicken to Qin Junyi. While searching through a pile of herbs for ingredients, Su Yunwan asked, "Why are you suddenly thinking of this?" It's that girl Cini. She told my uncle to call you to cook." My uncle ignored her, but others started to get ideas. Then Jiang Xiaolu mentioned how Cini had suggested that Su Yunwan go prepare medicinal tea for the officials, and he sneered. "Who does she think she is? Constantly throwing tasks at you. If my uncle weren't so clear-cut about right and wrong, you'd be in trouble." The Qin family members looked cold upon hearing this. They didn't expect Cini to cause trouble again so soon. Su Yunwan smiled slightly. Karma will get her in the end. After Su Yunwan and Jiang Xiaolu left, Qin Junyi looked at the old lady and said coldly, "Grandmother, Cini is quite capable. From now on, let her handle her own meals 3 times a day. Just treat her as a relative. Since she was unfaithful, she should be prepared to face the consequences." The old lady opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words to oppose. She could only say, "It's because I didn't teach her well. Give her one more chance, just this once." Meanwhile, Cini saw Su Yunwan walking with Jiang Xiaolu. Her lips curled into a smile she couldn't hide, but when she saw that Su Yunwan was only giving advice and not doing the work herself, her face darkened instantly. Even though she convinced herself to give up on Qin Junyi, her hatred for Su Yunwan didn't lessen at all. This morning, when Su Yunwan saw through her fake fall, her anger grew even more. Because of this, Sin Yi repeatedly used officials to make things difficult for Su Yunwan. She thought to herself that her grandmother would be happy to see her do this, using her to suppress the disobedient Su Yunwan. It's fair to say she knew the old lady quite well. Unfortunately, she overestimated her abilities. Every move she made was shallow and poor. Not only was she easily defeated, but she also got herself involved in the process. The experienced lady of the house didn't look kindly on her. Additionally, out of respect for her eldest grandson, The old lady couldn't support Qin Yi in suppressing Su Yunwan. She saw through it all. Making things difficult for Su Yunwan was just making things hard for her grandson. Why bother? 15 minutes later, Qin's family meal was ready. Qin Junyi came to call Su Yunwan back for dinner. Su Yunwan was in charge of controlling the stewed chicken, which was now mostly cooked with ingredients and seasonings added, simmering over the fire. Hearing Qin Junyi, she opened the pot, scooped a large spoon to check, and subtly used her special ability to enhance the flavor of the seasonings. After resealing the pot, Su Yunwan told the cook what to watch out for. Qin Yi, covered in soot and ash, also got up to leave. Zhong Wei waved his hand, letting her go. Just as the three returned to the Qin residence, the old lady said in a deep voice, "Yi, do you know you are wrong?" Qin Yi was stunned. She never expected the old lady to side with Su Yunwan. Faced with the old lady's questioning, she teared up and said, "Grandmother, is it wrong to build good relations with the officials? I'm doing it all for the Qin family. Go inside the hall and reflect on your actions," the old lady said, not wanting to argue while enjoying the meal. Yi glared at Su Yunwan with resentment, her stubborn figure disappearing at the door of the hall. Su Yunwan, however, was unaffected and happily enjoyed her meal. After dinner, the second branch's father and son wanted to go hunting under the moonlight, but Qin Junyi stopped them. The forest is dangerous at night. Don't risk anything. Now that the shadow guards were present, they could make money, so there was no need to risk their safety for small gains. Should we make chicken soup as a late-night snack? Su Yunwan suggested, earning unanimous approval. The father and son from the second branch went to the creek to slaughter the wild chicken sent by Jiang Shaolu, while Lin's mother and daughter went to wash the dishes. The old lady looked around and decided to take Pei and her to scold Qin Yi. As they entered the hall, they saw Yi kneeling on a cushion in front of the Buddha statue, crying and complaining about her lonely, stormy life. Others were whispering and pointing, probably criticizing the Qin family as unkind and bullying the orphan girl. The old lady's walking stick trembled slightly as she sternly questioned, "Yi, you've lived in the palace for over 10 years. Have I ever wronged you?" Yi looked back at the old lady with tears in her eyes and said, "Grandmother, you've always been very kind to me. It's my own foolishness. I don't know what I did wrong." The old lady sighed. "Come with me." Qin Yi staggered to her feet and followed the old lady out of the temple. As they passed the courtyard, she quietly glanced at Su Yunwan, her eyes shining with a strange light. Outside the temple, at the base of the wall, the old lady issued her final warning. "If you still want to stay in the Qin family, put away your little schemes. Stop plotting against Yunwan. If you do it again, you'll be expelled from the Qin family and left to fend for yourself. Are you going to kick me out of the Qin family?" On this exile road, Qin Yi looked at the old lady with a sad and resentful gaze, tears in her eyes and a hint of sarcasm on her face. The old lady suppressed her anger and said sternly, "If you consider yourself a member of the Qin family, you must follow the family rules. Your actions are serious enough to be punished. But if you only see yourself as part of the Qin family, the Qin family is now in trouble and can't help you. You must take care of yourself." "Qin family? I want to be part of the Qin family, but do you allow it?" Qin Yi remembered her old dream, tears flowing uncontrollably. "I loved my cousin wholeheartedly. For him, I was willing to become a concubine. I'm so humble, yet you still refuse. What kind of Qin family member am I?" Qin Yi expressed her feelings of grievance, crying loudly. At this point, "You still want to be a concubine for Brother Yi?" The old lady looked at her with disbelief. Qin Yi only cried without replying. She just wanted to reach Yuzhou safely, but her grandmother had already given up on her. If she lost her protection, she didn't know if she would survive. Mrs. Pei's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, "Mother, since Yi is so devoted, why not fulfill her wish? Mrs. Su is very busy and can't take care of Brother Yi. This is a good opportunity. If it worked out, she, as the future mother-in-law, could sit back and watch the fight, and at a critical moment, support Qin Yi." She wondered how long Su Yunwan could keep being so arrogant and domineering. Xin Yi felt bitter inside. Fate really liked to play tricks on people. The old lady thought for a moment and then rejected the idea. Brother Yi won't agree. There's no need to make things difficult for him. By now, Xin Yi had already gone beyond her control and was heading down a wrong path. She no longer cared about her humble status as a concubine. The only problem was that her eldest grandson was stubborn. If she forced Yi on him as a concubine, he would immediately drive her away. An elder's gift must not be refused. Mother, you also don't want Brother Yi to be bewitched by Mrs. Su, do you? She's hiding many secrets. If one day she harms Brother Yi, we will regret it forever. Mrs. Pei continued to persuade. Her words touched the old lady's heart. She was indeed worried about the unpredictable nature of Su Yunwan. Seeing that the grandmother wavered, Pei continued confidently. Brother Yi is unwell. If you take a concubine, it could help the Qin family grow and pass on their family line. Xin Yi suddenly looked up, her eyes full of hope. If she could give birth to Qin Junyi's eldest son, she could win over her grandmother and her aunt, becoming the main wife. This way, her child would be the legitimate heir, with natural rights to inherit. When talking about passing on the family line, the old lady's spirit was stirred, and her heart tilted in that direction. But with Yi's personality, she probably wouldn't do well as a concubine, and conflicts between wives and concubines would still trouble the eldest grandson. Xin Yi watched the changing expression on the old lady's face, clenched her teeth, and used her secret weapon. Grandmother, I actually have some hidden money. What? The old lady exclaimed in surprise. Xin Yi wiped away her tears, straightened her back, and smiled confidently. When I was being searched during the house arrest, I hid a silver note. After the emperor's marriage decree was announced, she felt disillusioned and thought about running away from home. So, she secretly sold some jewelry and combined her savings from her monthly allowance, gathering 500 taels of silver. Because it was her entire savings, she hid it in her sock during the search, enduring the pressure from the guards, and kept it until now. After these days of ups and downs, she had seen through her grandmother and Pei's selfishness, realizing they only cared about their own benefit. Now was the time to show her value. But she didn't know that her grandmother, shocked, felt heartbroken. If she had been willing to pay during her imprisonment, she wouldn't have had to do wrong and force her granddaughter to marry to seek help. Without this, the conflicts between the third and fourth branches wouldn't have happened. Maybe the third branch could have stayed clear-headed, understanding that one's fortune depends on the whole family, and wouldn't have betrayed their integrity. She had raised and cared for her for over 10 years, never suspecting her selfishness and coldness. She had raised a white-eyed wolf. Pei's eager voice interrupted her thoughts. How much silver note do you have? Yi tried to hide her pride. Not much, only 500 taels.
Such a large amount.
Pei exclaimed, her eyes shining as if she saw a pile of silver. Ordinary people only need about 2 taels of silver a year for living expenses. With this 500 taels, traveling by carriage and buying a house in Yuzhou would be no problem. But soon, Pei regained her composure and said with a resentful tone, if you have so much money, why didn't you help improve everyone's food during those days in prison? Those days in prison. The food was a nightmare for Pei. Xin Yi had a plan ready. I only have 1 silver note. If I give it to the jailer, what if they all swallow it? That's true. Mrs. Pei agreed easily. So, what do you think now? Xin Yi blushed and said, if I marry my older cousin and become a real member of the Qin family, I will naturally turn over the silver to the public. Mrs. Pei was pleased and immediately looked at the old lady. Mother, you should talk to Igor. He listens to you more. The old lady recalled what just happened and quickly understood Xin Yi's true intentions, her face showing a mix of shock and anger. How dare she try to influence the entire Qin family? Her ambitions are truly big. Mrs. Pei finished speaking quickly and then noticed the old lady's strange expression. She asked in surprise, Mother, the old lady, lost in thought, softened her face and said calmly, Igor is so weak. It's too early to talk about having children. Once he gets to Yuzhou City and his health improves, then taking a concubine can wait. Then she looked at Xin Yi with a cold tone. If you become a concubine, you must endure and obey, serve the main wife. This journey is a good chance for me to see if you can do your part as a concubine, so that later, when you enter the family, you won't cause trouble. Qin Yi was speechless. She couldn't understand why the old lady reacted this way. In her mind, she thought that since she had money, her maternal grandmother would definitely support Qin Junyi and maybe even let her be the primary wife for Face. Where did she go wrong? She had already explained why she didn't take the money before. Qin Yi never expected that the old lady would blame her for changing the family name of the third branch. She thought that her grandmother just didn't want to pressure her precious eldest grandson, so she let her try to win Qin Junyi's approval herself, even suggesting she flatter Su Yunwan to reduce resistance. But serving Su Yunwan was more painful than death for her, and she couldn't do it. What she didn't realize was that her secret conversation was overheard by several sharp-eared people behind a wall. After finishing dinner, Chu Yi and some brothers went to the yard to enjoy the cool night. The old lady's words drifted into their ears. They exchanged looks, feeling a mix of emotions. Qin Junyi was already like that, yet he couldn't escape all the schemes. Every family has its own troubles. At this moment, Qin Junyi was lying on a stretcher, turning his head to look at Su Yunwan, who was inserting a broken branch into the earth stove. The firelight reflected on her, making the dark night seem warm and bright, flowing with graceful, captivating curves. The old lady entered the yard and saw her grandson's condition, her feelings becoming even more complicated. "Go and fetch some water to wash Yi's face," said the old lady as she sat down beside Qin Junyi. Qin Yi immediately replied, "I'll go get water." She picked up a few empty water bags and quickly went to the nearby creek to collect water. Mrs. Pei was pleased with her enthusiasm and nodded silently. Su Yunwan looked at Mrs. Pei, then turned her gaze to the old lady who was caring for Qin Junyi, deep in thought. Soon, Qin Yi returned with water, took a silk handkerchief from Qin Junyi, and soaked it, intending to wipe his face herself. Qin Junyi tilted his face aside and reached out to take the handkerchief, wiping his face himself. The old lady watched him wipe carelessly, her loving eyes almost turning into a tangible warmth. Fortunately, Yi did not develop any deformities. Qin Junyi felt puzzled, scanning around at Qin Yi and his mother, but found no clues. "Yi, tell your grandmother, how does your father manage the household when he's stationed in the northwest, with the first son having rebelled and left home, and the second daughter, Qin Yi, changing her personality after raising her for over 10 years, the old lady had to face her own failure in education." Qin Junyi recalled his time in the northwest, looking absent-minded. "Father rules the family like he commands the army. It's probably true. Grandmother strongly opposed your father's strictness, but after all the twists and turns, she realized he was right." The old lady sighed. Qin Junyi pursed his lips, unsure how to respond. The old lady continued, "You just inherited the head of the family and went off to fight on the battlefield for many years. You haven't had time to tidy up the household affairs, and I have softened my strictness for your sake, to clean up the back house. Grandmother, now we are on the exile road. As long as everyone is safe, that's enough," Qin Junyi said anxiously, grabbing her hand. If they truly wanted to improve the family discipline, Wanwan would be the first to suffer. He wouldn't forget that every time his father returned to the capital, he would strictly enforce family rules, often punishing with family law. The third household, spoiled by the old lady, suffered even more. Anyone who violated family rules would face harsh punishment under the family law. If the grandmother managed the back house like the father did, there would be no place for Wanwan to stay. The old lady, understanding his worries, turned her head and said, "Yunwan, come here." Su Yunwan stood up and approached the old lady, who held her hand and advised, "Yunwan, now that you are Yi's wife, the back house will eventually be in your hands. Our Qin family has always been strict in managing the household. It's only in these recent years, while Yi was away in the capital, that we lost some discipline. Now that the grandmother wants to thoroughly tidy things up, you should observe carefully and learn well." Miss Su Yunwan thought the old lady wanted to keep her out of matters, but she still frowned slightly and opposed, saying, "Grandmother, we're still on the way to exile. Let's stay calm and wait until we reach Yuzhou. Qin Junyi quickly agreed. Grandmother, I share that opinion. However, the old lady felt the urgency and said firmly, we've been lax for so many years. If we don't set strict rules now, who knows what trouble might happen. Listen to me, this is decided. Just then, the people from the fourth household returned from the creek. The old lady looked serious and said, put down your things. I have something to say. Everyone sat upright and quietly listened. The old lady looked around and, seeing all the Qin family members present, said sternly, remember the family rules. From now on, anyone who doesn't follow them will face family discipline. Everyone felt nervous and secretly looked at Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan kept a calm face, already making plans in her mind. At worst, a simple divorce, freeing her from the Qin family's wife role. Qin Junyi seemed to see through her plan and held her hand tightly, silently trying to stop her. The old lady continued, now that our family is in trouble, we must work together to get through this. Tomorrow someone will go shopping. Take out all your money, and brother, you will manage everything. She then took out a money pouch given by the Liu family and pulled out 300 taels of silver notes. I'll lead by example. I won't keep a single coin. Anyone caught hiding money will be expelled. Qin Junyi refused to take the old lady's money. Grandmother, the money for tomorrow's shopping should be enough for now. Please keep it. No, during these hard times, we must stick together, the old lady said firmly. Pei Shi suddenly understood and gritted her teeth, taking out all her personal money, which was given by common folk. This is all I have. Afterward, she looked at Sin Yi and thought silently, experience is the best teacher. Sin Yi looked very upset. Her position as a concubine was still uncertain, and now she was being forced to hand over her money, but she only had one silver note and couldn't hide some of it. Under the watchful eyes of the old lady and Pei Shi, she lowered her head and remained silent. Qin Junyi frowned, guessing his grandmother's intention. After a moment of thought, he stayed silent. Sin Yi had been treated equally to the Qin family's daughters for over 10 years, with no special treatment. Now that her grandmother and mother had taken out their money, and the fourth household had also contributed, it was unreasonable for her to stay uninvolved. Qin Junxian took out a small bag of money. This is the money my older brother asked me to manage. I spent some on official transactions these days, and the rest is inside. Fourth brother, are the four houses completely broke? The old lady saw Sin Yi hiding her head like an ostrich and turned her gaze to the fourth house. The fourth master, under pressure, made Lin Shi hand over all the 100 taels of silver gifted by her family. Mother, this is the remaining money given by the Yu family. Lin Shi, afraid that hiding the money would be discovered and lead to being expelled from the family, handed everything over, even though she was reluctant. Qin Junyi and Qin Rulin, the brother and sister, bowed their heads silently. One clenched his fist, trying to hold back, while the other's eyes filled with tears of sadness. From now on, the fourth house could only depend on others and had no way out. The old lady believed what the fourth master said. If the fourth house had hidden money during the family's inspection, it would have been taken out long ago when they were forced to marry off their daughters in prison. She turned her gaze to Qin Rulin. Lan, where are you? Qin Rulin shyly said, I hid a few taels of silver, but when the Wei guards threatened me, I handed it all over. Why are you so timid? Mrs. Pei scolded playfully, pointing at her forehead. Qin Rulin forced a smile and begged for forgiveness. The old lady looked at Sin Yi and Su Yunwan, who hadn't spoken yet, and called out their names. Sin Yi knew she had nowhere to run but remained stubborn to the end. What about the eldest sister-in-law? Don't tell me you have not a single coin. How could that be? Su Yunwan looked at her meaningfully and took out 5 banknotes of 200 taels each. She had received a lot of money from the Qin residents and didn't mind returning some. Everyone was shocked but also understood Su Yunwan's actions. She had the ability to protect herself and had money, yet she was involved with the Qin family right after marriage. Not harboring resentment was already good, so it was no wonder she didn't want to be bound by elders. In the face of large sums of money, even Mrs. Pei looked at Su Yunwan more favorably. Everyone knew these funds belonged to Su Yunwan because she had just married into the Qin family and hadn't yet accessed their wealth. However, Qin Junyi took a step further and confirmed that the money did not come from her family. Even if the marriage was arranged by the emperor with blind trust, he had investigated her background before the wedding and knew her situation well. There was no way she had so many banknotes. Thinking that these might be money she was risking her life for others, Qin Junyi felt suffocated and found it hard to breathe. Cini, seeing Su Yunwan give so much money, felt very annoyed. With the previous 1,000 taels, her 500 taels seemed insignificant. If she had known, she would have taken out her money first to gain some reputation. As for the idea of not paying and being independent, she had just thought of it but quickly dismissed it. This exile group included some very dangerous people who fought over food and drink several times. If she lost the protection of the Qin family, the large silver note would become a death sentence, with terrible consequences. In the end, Cini still took out the 500 taels of silver. When everyone saw this, they understood the old lady's original intention. Many felt pity for Cini, knowing she was forced into this by close family members. Such a situation is hard to imagine. At the same time, they grew more respectful of the old lady. The old lady looked at Cini with mixed feelings. If she could find her way back, she would find her a good family, and she would marry happily. As for becoming a concubine for the eldest grandson, based on Igor's attitude, that was unlikely. She sighed for a moment, then collected her thoughts, counted all the money, and smiled happily. Igor, please invite a doctor tomorrow to check your wounds carefully. Qin Junyi glanced at Su Yunwan and refused. Grandmother, I am much better now. Wanwan can bring some medicinal herbs for recovery. Thanks to Su Yunwan's special treatment, his condition was much better than other prisoners. If a doctor was called, his condition might be exposed, which could alarm the emperor and bring danger. But the old lady didn't understand the situation and scolded. Some folk doctors are very skilled. Don't hide your illness and avoid treatment. Having Wanwan help with recovery is enough. We can wait until we reach Yuzhou to settle everything else. Qin Junyi's words didn't dispel the old lady's worries. He had to reveal the harsh reality. If the grandson recovers quickly, he might even receive a death edict. Hearing this, the old lady and others were shocked. Did the emperor still want to kill him? Seeing their family fall into fear and despair, Qin Junyi immediately said, Grandmother, according to the family rules, everyone should receive some monthly silver. If something went wrong and they were scattered, they would at least have some money for backup so they wouldn't be completely broke. When they heard about the monthly silver, everyone's minds were pulled back, and they looked at the old lady with hope. The old lady knew how to use both kindness and authority and said straightforwardly, We will distribute according to the previous Wang family rules. The oldest lady, the matriarch, received the most, 20 taels of silver. The head of the Pei family received 15 taels. Su Yunwan, as the wife of the head of the family, received 10 taels. Qin Junxian, as the second son of the main branch, received 5 taels. Qin Ruolan received 2 taels and Cini, who was the same age, also received 2 taels. The other 4 branches, the father and son each received only 2 taels, while the mother and daughter received just 1 tael. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children is clearly shown in the monthly silver payments. These payments used to be just pocket money, but now they might be essential for survival. Everyone carefully keeps their share close. After taking the silver, Mrs. Pei said to Qin Junyi, Brother Yi, give some money to your mother for the family's daily expenses. She had long been worried about not having enough money, and her authority over the household was almost gone. Now, if her eldest son didn't send some funds, she wouldn't give up easily. Qin Junyi turned to look at Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan avoided his gaze, still unwilling to take part in managing the household. He sighed quietly and gave his mother 500 taels of silver, telling Qin Junxian to keep the rest safely. Mrs. Pei received the silver and cheered happily. Come on, everyone, let's discuss who will go shopping tomorrow and what we need to buy. I want to go to the city to sell herbs and buy a few carriages. I will share a carriage with the prince. Su Yunwan was the first to agree. Since she contributed the most money, Mrs. Pei didn't object and simply said, "No problem. I also want a carriage," Xin Yi quickly added. With her own carriage, she could sit or lie down whenever she wanted. Old Madam said, "Our family only has 3 men who can drive, so tomorrow we can only add 2 more carriages. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lan Yi, and I will ride together. Brother you'll drive, and the other 4 households will take donkey carts." The people in the 4 households were used to being treated differently. As long as they had a carriage, they were satisfied. Only Qin Ruishen lowered her head, hiding her resentment. Qin Junyi frowned and said, "Tomorrow, change the donkey carts to carriages too." Old Madam thought there was no need to spend money on new carriages, but Qin Junyi convinced her by saying, "The donkey carts are open-sided wagons, which are easy to loot and cause jealousy." Yi saw that they quickly made the decision without considering her needs, and her anger finally burst out. "Grandmother, let me ride with my cousin. I want to take care of him with my sister-in-law." Old Madam hesitated, unsure how to oppose her. Yi had already spent all her money. If she didn't let her get close to her grandson as promised, she couldn't justify it. But she didn't oppose, and Qin Junyi, wanting to avoid suspicion, said plainly, "Yi, I already have your sister-in-law. Don't ruin your reputation. I grew up in the Qin family." "I won't ruin my reputation," Yi sneered. "With me here, my sister-in-law can rest properly." "I suppose you don't want her to be tired," Su Yunwan snorted. "Why don't you just take the 500 taels back and stay out of the Qin family's affairs?" "What do you mean?" Xin Yi was caught off guard and felt both surprised and angry. Mrs. Pei was reluctant to see the cooked duck fly away and scolded, "Su, sure, you may not understand yet, but Yi is now part of the Qin family. In the future, don't say such things." Before Su Yunwan could speak, she added to Xin Yi, "Yi, your kindness is understood by Brother Yi. But since he doesn't want to trouble you, let's just forget it." After speaking, Mrs. Pei looked at the old lady and said, "Mother, how about this? We use 4 carriages, your carriage with 4th brother's wife, mine with Lan, Yi with Shan, and the last one, we can ask a government driver to handle it. They would be happy to avoid walking." Mrs. Pei also wanted a carriage. Sitting all day made her back sore, and lying down to rest would be much better. The old lady rolled her eyes and said, "1 carriage costs over 100 taels of silver. Are you going to earn that money?" Mrs. Pei paused and awkwardly replied, "Sorry, daughter-in-law, didn't think it through. Please advise, mother. Our family only has about 10 people. For carriages are too showy. At most 3. The old lady spoke firmly and organized everything calmly. "Yi, since you want to ride alone, you can take the cargo carriage. Another carriage can be for Brother Yi to rest well. The remaining 2 of us can share the last one." Inside, Xin Yi was furious. She wasn't asking to ride alone just for the sake of it. Sitting among the cargo, how was she supposed to rest? But she couldn't voice her opposition. If she asked for too much, and if the grandmother, as Su Yunwan said, returned her money and told her to fend for herself, she would regret it deeply. Seeing that the old lady had made up her mind, Mrs. Pei dared not oppose. The old lady felt proud. This plan not only silenced Yi, but also disciplined the women and established her authority. Especially Mrs. Pei, who would not let her continue to trouble her eldest grandson by pretending to be a natural mother. After arranging the carriages, the Qin family discussed buying food and supplies for the next day. Su Yunwan quietly left, poured out the medicinal decoction, and started preparing ingredients to cook chicken soup. Xin Yi smelled the delicious aroma and eagerly called out, feeling hungry, but she was annoyed that no one saved her a meal. In fact, the Qin family had already heard from Jiang Xiaolu about Xin Yi's schemes, and they were quite annoyed with her actions. How could they possibly make Su Yunwan feel uncomfortable because of her? Once the chicken soup was ready, Xin Yi immediately grabbed a spoon, eager to eat the meat, but Su Yunwan covered the pot and turned sideways, saying, "This isn't your share. I just took out all the silver notes." "Why don't I get a share?" Xin Yi was furious. "Because this chicken soup wasn't bought with your money." Su Yunwan's gaze swept over her. "And your money? I suppose it was given by the Qin family before." Xin Yi's face instantly turned pale, with a hint of redness. Even if it was I hid it. Otherwise, it would have been taken away long ago. Su Yunwan snorted coldly. That doesn't change the fact that the money came from the Qin family. Besides, you've been spending quite a lot of their resources since you were young. Others from the Qin family nodded silently, casting strange looks at Sinyi. The old lady also felt that Sinyi was cold and distant, and said coldly, "That's enough. Say less. Brother Xian, go ask the officials if there's still food, and bring some back for your cousin." In the end, Sinyi could only nibble on the leftover cornbread given by the officer, tears silently falling. Su Yunwan looked up at the dark clouds covering the night sky. A storm was coming. After midnight, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. The cold, damp air swept through the mountain temple with a fierce wind. Rainwater seeped through the broken tiles, dripping onto the cold, nightmare-stricken people below. Curses and shouts arose. Su Yunwan opened her eyes and saw that Qin Junyi was already awake. He trembled slightly, clutching the stretcher with visibly tense finger joints, clearly enduring intense pain in silence. The fierce wind carried cold air, penetrating everywhere. The sharp pain from her spine spread to her brain, and then to her limbs. Qin Junyi clenched his teeth, silently fighting the pain. "Big brother." Qin Xian quickly grabbed his hand without hesitation, pouring his internal energy continuously, but it couldn't withstand the destructive force of nature. Su Yunwan took out a few painkillers collected from the pharmacy from her space and fed them to Qin Junyi. It took time for the medicine to work. Watching Qin Junyi convulse in pain, Su Yunwan transferred her supernatural power to him, thinking about removing the nail. As long as the soul nail remained, he would suffer endlessly. Since she couldn't remove it all at once, she decided to do it in several sessions. He would recover faster that way. Half an hour later, the rain finally stopped, but the cold temperature did not rise. People could no longer sleep, curled up in the cold, staring at the sky until dawn. The healing ability of wood element supernatural power could speed up tissue repair, but couldn't immediately eliminate the pain caused by the cold. Only when the medicine took effect did Qin Junyi fall into a deep sleep. In the morning, large gray clouds drifted across the sky, which was so low it seemed almost within reach. Zhongwei stood in front of the hall, gazing at the horizon, then suddenly turned and ordered, "Everyone, since it's not raining anymore, let's hurry and move out at full speed." The adults looked at the darkening sky and said, "It looks like it might rain soon. Let's rest for half a day. We caught a cold from the wind. Please give us some medicine. Let's eat first or we won't have the strength to walk." People talked among themselves, and the main idea was simple: eat, take medicine, rest. Zhong Wei snorted coldly. "Is this all? If we delay our journey, winter will still be here, and you all might freeze to death." Hearing this, everyone dared not delay any longer. They just wanted to eat first and then leave. Seeing their swollen eyes and tired faces, Zhong Wei agreed to wait until they finished breakfast before setting out. As for cold relief medicine, you can go to the mountain to pick wild ginger and make ginger tea. The forest was damp, and those inside the house didn't want to get their clothes wet. It was cold and getting colder, so only a few actually moved. Pei, trembling from the cold, instructed, "Fourth brother, you and your father go find some dry firewood quickly so we can cook hot porridge. Yunwan, take the girls to gather some cold relief herbs." Su Yunwan looked at Qin Junyi, who was sleeping, then stood up and headed outside. "I'll go alone. You all take care of the Lord." When she reached a quiet spot, Su Yunwan slipped into her space and quickly searched the medicine cabinet stored in her space, using her powers to make anesthetic drugs for preparing the soul nail. She estimated the time and returned to the forest, then broke some fresh ginger collected from the food bureau onto the ground. She used her wood element powers to manipulate it. The ginger sprouted roots and grew rapidly, flourishing in just a few breaths, reaching the peak of life. Su Yunwan withdrew her hand gestures, squatted down, and began harvesting. Each ginger plant yielded about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms. She looked at the pile of ginger on the ground, planning to store most of it in her space. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind her. Chui and his younger brother came along a mountain trail, their eyes scanning the bushes, trying to find wild ginger. The Chui men had internal energy to protect them, but the women were affected by the cold, and the elderly lady was even sick. They quickly spotted someone ahead, Su Yunwan, and bowed politely. "Young Mistress Qin." Su Yunwan returned the gesture. "Are you from the Chui family?" "Yes, I am Chui. I am the sixth son. This is my seventh brother, Chuyen." After introducing himself, Chui looked at the ginger near Su Yunwan's feet. "Can you share some with us? We can exchange them for game," Su Yunwan said casually. "That's fine. I don't need so much." After saying that, she plucked a ginger plant. "You can have the rest. Thank you, young mistress." The brothers Chui searched for a long time, but couldn't find any wild ginger. Now they have obtained dozens of jin, and are very grateful to Su Yunwan. Chu Yan remembered what he heard last night, and quickly told Su Yunwan, "Madam, I have something to tell you. Your cousin wants to marry your husband as a concubine. It happened just last night." Chu Yi stood nearby, letting his younger brother tell Su Yunwan everything he heard. After hearing this, Su Yunwan finally confirmed that Qin Yi's desire for Qin Junyi had reignited. She couldn't quite understand why a concubine's position was worth so much effort. Qin Yi had given everything, and if she didn't succeed, what kind of storm would that cause? Seeing Su Yunwan looking somewhat speechless, Chu Yi reminded her, "Madam, do you know about the crisis in the Qin family? Compared to internal family struggles, the bigger threat to the Qin family came from outside." Su Yunwan looked up at Chu Yi, who appeared like a gentle gentleman. Her lips parted lightly. "What crisis?" To eliminate the root cause and prevent future trouble, Chu Yi stood proudly in the woods, his cold words revealing the heart of an emperor. Su Yunwan looked into his eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled softly. "Thank you for the warning." Chu Yi wanted to say more, but he knew some words were better left unsaid, so he didn't speak again. The three of them carried the ginger back home. Su Yunwan mentioned shopping. "Hopefully it won't rain during the day so we can reach Weinan Prefecture smoothly." Chu Yan immediately said, "Madam, could you please help my family buy some things? If we go through the officials, I don't know how much the prices will be inflated." Hearing this, Su Yunwan also felt that the officials' greed was terrible. The journey was long, and the money of the criminals would eventually be drained. "You all want to buy a cart, right? It's best to go choose the horses yourself," Su Yunwan said. She didn't know how to pick good horses and didn't want to take on this task. Chu Yan smiled bitterly. "If only we could go ourselves, that would be perfect. But I'm afraid Zhong Wei won't allow it. Just ask first, and if not, then forget it. I mainly don't know what kind of horse to buy or what kind of cart to match." As soon as Su Yunwan finished speaking, Chu Yi said, "There are other draft animals at the horse market. I prefer to buy a mule cart." Su Yunwan was puzzled, so the Chu brothers explained. It turned out that horses were now considered military strategic resources. Most of the horses in the market were old or poor quality, eating a lot and costing a lot. Mules, which are similar in size to horses, were stronger and more enduring, especially suitable for mountain roads. Since they couldn't be bred easily, they were much cheaper. "Then I'll decide when I get to the market and see what kind of cart is best." Su Yunwan remembered her past life. Back then, the Qin family bought 2 carriages. After an attack by assassins, both horses were stabbed and ran wildly. The carriage she was in fell off a cliff, and the horses probably didn't survive. Later, such assassinations became common, so there was no need to spend a lot of money on carriages. The three of them discussed the topic of horse-drawn carts, and then returned to the temple. As soon as they stepped inside, many people from the Qin and other families looked their way. In a corner of the broken temple's main hall, the Qin family had set up a simple stove with a lively fire, crackling and popping. A hot pot on the fire emitted gentle white smoke. "Older sister-in-law, you came back just in time. The porridge is ready," Qin Ruishan said with a smile, taking the fresh ginger from Su Yunwan. Faced with curious looks around her, Su Yunwan remained calm and returned to Qin Junyi's side. Seeing he was still not awake, she reached out to check his forehead temperature. Fortunately, he wasn't running a fever. Sen Yi wanted to mock coldly, but she was met with a stern look from the old lady. She remembered the nonsense about being a proper concubine and held back her words. Pei, who had regained power, ordered domineeringly, Su family, don't forget your status. Keep away from outsiders. Su Yunwan curled her lips and ignored her. All right, let's eat, the old lady said firmly, giving Pei a sharp look to prevent trouble. Right after finishing the meal, Pei ordered Su Yunwan to wash the ginger. Su Yunwan ignored her and tested the temperature of the porridge she had specially kept for Qin Junyi. She bent down and called, Prince, Prince. Hearing the call, Qin Junyi opened his heavy eyelids, his voice hoarse. Yan Yan, I am no longer the prince. Don't call me that anymore. Shu Yunwan. The words husband were hard for her to say. Seeing her silence, Qin Junyi's heart sank with bitterness. Drink some porridge first, Su Yunwan changed the subject, helping Qin Junyi sit up and feeding him with a spoon. After a few sips, Qin Junyi suddenly said, Ziyuan, my courtesy name. In the current cultural environment, calling someone by their given name was considered disrespectful and rude, similar to insulting someone. That's why Su Yunwan still called Qin Junyi Prince. Now, hearing his courtesy name, she responded naturally with a light smile. Zun, have some more. Qin Junyi's breath trembled, his heart pounding, and a faint blush appeared on his ears. His eyes were full of tenderness. Yan Yan calling him by his courtesy name seemed to carry a different charm, a feeling that words couldn't fully describe. After finishing the porridge, Qin Junyi lay back down. A cold wind suddenly blew in, making him cough several times. The old lady watched her eldest grandson grow weaker and more fragile, feeling heartache and pain. Seeing him cough, worried he might catch a cold, she immediately ordered Sini, hurry, and wash the ginger thoroughly. We need to make ginger soup quickly. A concubine's status is low, but it's not just a matter of words. The old lady wants Sini to truly understand this, so she won't willingly accept her humble position. Reluctantly, Sini picked up the ginger and left the temple. Seeing her back disappear outside the door, the old lady turned and scolded angrily. Pei Shi, Wanwan needs to take care of Brother Yi. If there's anything, you tell others to do it. If you keep being unclear about your role, I will hand over the household authority to Wanwan. When she heard about taking away her control of the household, Pei Shi immediately apologized obediently. Mother, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I won't assign any more work to Yunwan. The old lady snorted coldly. Even she couldn't command Su Yunwan, so where does Pei Shi get the confidence? She truly thought that regaining control of the household would let her dominate everything? Meanwhile, at the Chu family, the head, Chu Shao, asked his two returning sons, where did all these ginger come from? Chu Yan straightforwardly replied, they were picked by Madame Qin, the eldest wife of the Qin family. We exchanged some game for them. Chu Shao didn't ask further. He turned to his eldest son and had him distribute some of the ginger to relatives from other branches. Father, we're about to reach Weinan Prefecture. I want to ask Master Zhong for help to buy a carriage and grain in the city. Chu Yi wanted to go shopping, and his first step was to get his father's approval. As for money, that was not a problem. The Chu family's trouble stemmed from a core issue. A legitimate daughter was betrothed by the Empress Dowager to the fifth prince as a side consort, forcing the family to be labeled as loyal to the fifth prince's faction. Chu Shao, the head of the family, didn't want to get involved in the struggle for the throne and tried to stay neutral. The fifth prince failed in his attempt to seize power and died, which dragged the Chu family into trouble, leading to exile for the entire clan. Fortunately, Chu Shao didn't support the fifth prince, which saved his family's lives. Many other families who chose the wrong side suffered complete destruction. The male members faced execution, and the women were taken into the palace as entertainers, becoming playthings for high officials. Because the Chu family had prepared early, they hid a lot of money. Their false charges weren't as deadly as those against the Qin family, and friends and relatives gave them a lot of money, so they were relatively well off. However, with so many people, even their money wasn't enough to bribe the officials. They had to be careful and spend wisely. Chu Shao said, "This isn't urgent. Your grandmother is sick. First, go talk to Master Zhong and ask her to borrow their carriage." Yes, Chui looked at his grandmother, who had a high fever and was pressing a silk cloth to her forehead, then strode off to find Zhong Wei. Chui offered 100 taels of silver to Zhong Wei and said, "Lord Zhong, my grandmother is ill. Please kindly allow us to move her to a different seat on the carriage." Zhong Wei refused, saying, "No, the entire exile team has many people who are unwell. We cannot set this precedent. You can make a stretcher and carry your grandmother." Chui then asked, "Could you remove the shackles from the bearers to prevent my grandmother from falling? You know she cannot withstand a fall." He pushed the silver forward again. Zhong Wei hesitated and struggled. Chui added, "Don't worry. If anyone in our family dares to abandon their relatives and run away, my father will not forgive them easily." Zhong Wei looked toward Chu's family and took the silver, agreeing to remove the shackles from 2 people. Chui took the message back to his father. Chu Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided to spend money to free all the family members. Zhong Wei, already wary of Chu's family, was only comfortable controlling 2 people. Now that all Chu family members were unbound, he didn't want to risk losing control for the sake of silver. Chu Xiao personally negotiated with Zhong Wei. After paying 50 taels per person, Zhong Wei agreed with a nod. After handing over more than 1,000 taels, the guards carefully removed the seals from the shoulders of Chu's family members and took off the heavy shackles. Chu's extended family included Chu Xiao's father's 2nd and 3rd brothers. Chu Ergong and Chu Sangong came over to ask about the situation. When they learned it would cost 50 taels each, Chu Ergong immediately pretended to be poor and asked his nephew Chu Xiao for help. Chu Xiao, thinking of his late father, took out a stack of silver notes. Chui wanted to speak up to stop him, but his eldest brother grabbed his arm and shook his head, signaling him not to speak. Chu Ergong, having received a good amount of silver from Chu Xiao, pulled his disapproving 3rd brother and happily went to find Zhong Wei. However, Zhong Wei was cautious and didn't trust the scattered Chu family members. He only agreed to exchange their shackles for foot cuffs at 30 taels each.
Why?
"We can also pay 50 taels," Chu Ergong angrily demanded. Zhong Wei waved his hand. "Anyone who questions further will pay 10 more taels. Do you think the seals on the shackles are easy to tear? According to the rules, prisoners in exile are not allowed to remove their shackles during transport. If the seals are damaged, the officials at the destination will hold the guards responsible." Chu Xiao promised to use his connections in the capital to help him and assured that no matter what happened on the way, he would lead his family to Yuzhou to report and would never run away. He knew Chu Xiao's words carried weight, so he took the risk and agreed to remove the shackles. Second Lord Chu no longer dared to challenge Zhong Wei's authority. After handing over the silver, he removed his shackles and put on sturdy foot chains. Comparison reveals harm. Human nature is best at deceiving the weak and fearing the strong. Second Lord Chu dared not accuse the officials, so he turned his anger toward the Chu family members. With a gloomy face, Second Lord Chu asked, "Big nephew, did you take our collateral relatives hostage just to ease your worries?" As soon as he said this, the Chu family members gathered around, and the eldest son of the Chu family looked angry but restrained. "Great uncle, my father paid you a large sum of money. If you are not grateful, that's fine, but you shouldn't slander us like this. What kind of hostages? Are they qualified?" The grandchildren of Second Lord Chu also came forward, forming a standoff. "Our collateral relatives have always been burdened by you. What's a little money to us? Exactly, you should also give us some subsidies. It's all your fault. We also want to share the grain and game." The Chu family boldly accused and made demands, treating the Chu family as a fat pig to be slaughtered. "If it weren't for our legitimate branch, you'd still be working in the fields." Chui stepped forward, looking down on everyone with contempt. "Enjoying so many years of wealth and luxury, yet you don't understand the importance of family honor and unity. You're old enough, but you're even more childish than a little kid. How dare you, brat?" Second Lord Chu raised his hand to strike, but Chu Xiao stepped forward and firmly grabbed him. With a clever move, Chu Xiao pushed the old man down onto his children and grandchildren. "My son, when did it become your place to teach me a lesson?" Chui looked at his father, his throat trembling. Second Lord Chu was held up by a few people behind him, crying out loudly, "Chu Xiao, how dare you hit a senior like me? Do you have no manners? Clinging to old age and acting superior? I won't buy that," Chu Xiao said disdainfully. "We used to live peacefully in the countryside. It was you who insisted we stay in the capital. Now we're exiled to the frontier, and it's all your fault. You should compensate us." As soon as Second Lord Chu finished speaking, his grandchildren echoed him, glaring at Chu Xiao with anger. "Understand this. It was who brought the whole family to the capital, clinging stubbornly and refusing to leave my house." Chui started to argue, but his father waved his hand to stop him. Chu Xiao looked at the other collateral relatives. "Is that what you all think too?" Some nodded in agreement, hoping to gain some benefits. Some harbored resentment, but dared not oppose the main family, so they stayed silent. Others denied it repeatedly and tried to persuade others to see reason and share hardships. Master Chu Sangong stepped forward and said, "Brother Yi is right. As members of the same family, we share both joy and sorrow. No one should be blamed. Now that we are in a difficult time, we need everyone to stay united and face the challenges together." Chu Xiao observed the reactions of the people from the Pang family with a neutral expression and said, "If Uncle Second's family can only enjoy the good times and not endure the hardships, then we should part ways and become separate families. From now on, your family's honor and sorrow will have nothing to do with us." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ergong was stunned and looked like a statue. Chu Sengong quickly tried to calm everyone down and said, "There's no need for this. Let's all calm down and remember we are one family." He then looked at old Madame Chu and said, "Sister-in-law, you should also advise your eldest nephew not to act on impulse." Old Madame Chu, supported by her daughters-in-law, had been standing quietly nearby. When she heard her third brother ask about her, she replied, "Third brother, you know my son well. Once I speak, I can't take it back." Seeing his sick mother, Chu Xiao hurriedly went to support her to rest in the side hall and left a parting word. "Third uncle, our Chu family doesn't need parasites." This made third uncle Chu open his mouth, but he only sighed, realizing there was no room for negotiation anymore. Second uncle Chu's face turned red with anger and said, "Splitting the family? Who cares about that?" Afterward, he took his children and grandchildren back to their own campfire. His sons secretly felt regretful. The main branch had much more resources than their branch. Losing the main family's kinship was a blow to them. It was all because their grandfather, acted on a whim, leading to this outcome. The disturbance in the Chu family was so big that almost everyone was watching and sighing. Even the strongest family can fall apart when faced with exile. Su Yunwan fed Qin Junyi some porridge and watched the argument. She admired Chu Xiao's decisive attitude. Extreme situations reveal people's true nature. She wondered if the Qin family members could withstand the test. She knew that the Qin family was in the northwest. In a few days, when the imperial decree was announced, she didn't know whether they would be exiled like the people from the Qin prince's residence or rebel and oppose the court. While she was lost in thought, Chu Yi entered her view. He casually walked to the fire of Chu Ergong's family, reached out and grabbed all the ginger that the eldest son had just sent over. "Second uncle, I took the ginger back so it wouldn't accidentally burn you, and so people wouldn't think I have hidden motives," he said. He waved his sleeve and strolled away in front of everyone's surprised eyes. His carefree attitude was so bold that, when he caught his father's gaze, he suddenly twisted his ankle and almost fell.
Shuyunwan chuckled softly.
No wonder it was said in the capital that Chu's sixth young master was unconventional and free-spirited. His behavior, so petty and narrow-minded, is not what a gentleman would do, but it suits her very well. If it were her, she would not only take back the ginger, but also recover the money her father had given as support. On the other hand, perhaps Father Chu's authority is so strong that he dares not oppose him, so he simply stops. His mouse-like expression when seeing the cat is truly amusing. Qin Junyi watched everything unfold, feeling a sour wave of emotion flooding over him. If only Wan. Stop. Qin Junyi warned himself not to jump to conclusions. What seemed harmless might, after his reminder, open Wan's heart to him. A strong sense of crisis grew in his mind. They shared many feelings. Even without romantic ties, they couldn't help but respect each other and hope for lasting friendship. At this moment, his desire for her recovery grew stronger than ever. He reached out and tightly grabbed Su Yunwan's wrist. Wanwan, I don't want to wait until Yuzhou. His words were vague, but Wanwan understood what he meant and replied, Exactly, I feel the same. Shall we try tonight?
Okay.
The Qin family members nearby were confused by their conversation. The old lady asked directly, What are you talking about? Nothing. Qin Junyi avoided her gaze. He didn't want to tell her about the soul-taking nail. If something went wrong, it was his own choice. He didn't want his family to blame Su Yunwan. Seeing her usually honest grandson suddenly acting mysterious, the old lady looked at Su Yunwan's face, then down to her abdomen. Qin Junyi followed her gaze, his breathing suddenly trembling. A faint redness appeared on his neck and spread to his ears. Su Yunwan looked at the two of them, feeling. Starting again, not only did the once pampered Qin and Chu families find it hard to endure, but even the seasoned messengers, used to traveling through mountains and waters, complained loudly. Even returning to official roads, they were still dirt paths. After heavy rain, the roads became especially muddy, with water and mud everywhere. The donkey cart once again got stuck in a mud pit and couldn't move. Su Yunwan and the others had to get off the cart, leaving only Qin Junyi and the old lady on it. Everyone worked hard to push the wheels out of the deep mud. Su Yunwan looked at her wet, muddy clothes and felt nostalgic for the cement and asphalt roads of the end times. Now, only the city streets are paved with stones. These long dirt roads are truly difficult to walk. Qin Rulin accidentally fell, getting covered in mud from head to toe, instantly turning into a mud figure. At this moment, brothers Chu Yi and Chu Yan carried a stretcher and came over. This stretcher was borrowed from the Chu family's eldest son in the morning to carry Madame Chu. They lacked the materials to make a proper stretcher, and homemade ones using vines and tree trunks were heavy and uncomfortable to lie on. After returning to the main road from the mountain, to avoid slipping on the wet path and risking injuring their grandmother, the family switched to carrying her on their backs. This led to the task of returning the stretcher. When Qin Rulin saw the visitors, she wished she could turn into mud and disappear. After everyone helped her up, she kept carrying Chu Yi, lowering her head and crying shyly, ashamed to face others. Qin Rulin also saw clearly that Chu Yi's actions earlier, which were not gentlemanly, were deeply noticed by her. Now, seeing herself in such a shameful state, she felt too embarrassed to face anyone. Tears flowed uncontrollably like water. Madame Pei thought she had simply fallen and hurt herself, and kept asking with concern. Only after Chu Yi walked away did she manage to choke out dirty. Madame Pei sighed in relief and said, Just endure a little longer. When we get to Weinan Prefecture, we can buy some new clothes to change into. Hearing Weinan Prefecture, everyone felt motivated and moved forward carefully. At noon, the temperature rose. Dark clouds blocked the sun, making the land feel like a giant steamer, hot and uncomfortable. Many people went to the small creek to catch fish. The two men from the Qin family's fourth branch also went. Women like Su Yunwan and Qin Rulin went upstream to wash and tidy themselves up. As the only one with clean clothes, Madame Pei offered to borrow some after her daughter's clothes got dirty. But since Su Yunwan also had mud on her half-body, she didn't want to trouble others and only agreed to borrow a cloak. When she arrived at the creek, she washed herself thoroughly, then slipped into the nearby woods to change clothes in the space. Luckily, she washed her dirty clothes every night after bathing and hung them to dry, so they were ready to use now. Soon, she returned to the creek wearing a beautiful brocade dress from when she was imprisoned, looking fresh and clean. Sin Yi, jealous and with red eyes, deliberately provoked Qin Rulin, who was washing in the creek, saying, Other wives take care of their sisters-in-law, but Rulin, you can't even borrow a change of clothes. That's so pitiful. Qin Rulin also felt wronged, but since Su Yunwan was favored by her older brother, she didn't want to cause trouble or make him uncomfortable. So she ignored Sun Yi and focused on washing off the mud from her body. As a result, she got completely soaked from head to toe, but since the weather was hot, it wouldn't take long to dry. She found it harder to endure the mud and dirt than the cold. Downstream in the creek, Chu Yi held a bundle of small fish wrapped in large leaves, about 2 fingers thick. He stopped Qin Junyi, who was about to return to camp, and said casually, "The creek fish are too small. Take these home to cook some soup. When they reached Weinan Prefecture, I will buy a few more pounds of pork." Faced with such a down-to-earth former noble young man, Su Yunwan smiled and took the leaf. "These fish are enough." "Which fish?" "Let me see." Qin Rulin came out of the creek, her wet dress clinging to her body, outlining her graceful figure perfectly. Hearing the noise, Chu Yi turned his head to look, then quickly looked away, avoiding inappropriate sights. Qin Ruishan immediately picked up her cloak from the stone by the creek and hurried over to put it on Qin Rulin. Qin Rulin's cheeks flushed red. After fastening her cloak, she happily leaned close to Su Yunwan, only glancing at the fish in her hand before looking directly at Chui. "Sixth young master, do you know my sister-in-law?" Chui looked at Su Yunwan and smiled softly. "Of course. Not only does he know her, but they also share a deep bond. On the way into exile, secrets are hard to hide." Over the past days, Chu Yi has observed the conflicts within the Qin family. He, a charming and unruly man, knows many young women, but he has never seen a woman with such beauty and pride like Su Yunwan. And that is precisely the quality he admires most. Chu Yi himself is someone who refuses to be bound by worldly rules. Since childhood, he has been mischievous and free-spirited. 3 days without trouble, and the roof tiles would be pulled off. In the strict Chu family, he was often the one scolded the most, but he would always forget his pain and continue his mischief. Fortunately, he is talented and intelligent in poetry, music, and martial arts, excelling in everything which his father Chu Shao both loves and resents. Now that the Chu family has been punished and exiled, he has restrained his sharp edges, trying not to cause trouble for the family. If he had behaved as he used to, he would have stepped forward to protect the Chu family members when they were beaten and whipped by those seeking revenge. Even now, even though Su Yunwan is already married, he still wishes to make friends with her. "Is this fish specially sent to my sister-in-law?" Qin Rulin asked sharply, feeling displeased. Chu Yi frowned slightly and emphasized, "It's not a gift, it's an exchange." He told her and the nearby Qin family women about trading the prey for ginger, avoiding misunderstandings and damaging Su Yunwan's reputation. Qin Rulin looked embarrassed after hearing this. "I don't know how to speak properly. Please, sixth young master, don't take it the wrong way." Chui waved his hand, nodded at Su Yunwan, and turned to leave. After he walked away, Su Yunwan coldly looked at Qin Rulin. "Return my cloak." "I won't." It was agreed I could borrow it. Qin Rulin hurried back to the camp to prevent her from tearing off the cloak, walking quickly. Su Yunwan snorted softly, only saying that much, then asked Qin Ruishan to call her brother to stop fishing and come handle the fish. Because there were too many people fishing, the father and son from the 4th house only caught 2 small fish. When they heard their daughter calling, they learned about Chu family's gift of fish, but didn't ask many questions. They went directly to the stream to kill the fish. Using the fish sent by Chu Yi, Su Yunwan reluctantly made a fish soup. During this time, the eldest lady of the Chu family came to ask how to cook fish soup to remove the fishy smell as much as possible. Su Yunwan picked out a few herbs for seasoning and explained the method to her. Seeing that she looked a bit confused, she simply went with her to the Chu family, giving instructions like helping an official, while secretly making small moves. After boiling water in a pot, she told the female cook in the Chu family about the cooking time and remaining duration. After receiving their thanks, she returned to the Qin family. No matter how the Qin family handled their meals, they still felt full, but the prisoners without money had a hard time. The official agreed to everyone's request and provided breakfast at the deserted temple early in the morning. With half a day until the next meal, they were already starving and dizzy. Hunger made them look at other prisoners eating, and when they weren't paying attention, they rushed to snatch food. After grabbing some, They ignored the beatings and stuffed the food into their mouths. The victims cursed continuously, but could do nothing. This scene almost always happened during mealtime. Today, there were especially many troublemakers, and the official had to stand up and whip them to discipline them. The entire camp was noisy and chaotic. Xin Yi shrank her neck and chewed the baked bread fiercely, which made her even more determined to stay with the Qin family. Mrs. Liu came again to eat for free with her children. Her sons went fishing but returned empty-handed, only able to exchange some miscellaneous steamed buns with the officials. The old lady, as always, only shared her portion with the children, while her daughter-in-law and niece-in-law, Mrs. Liu, watched eagerly from the side. The Qin family had few members, but that was relative to a large family. Now, with 11 people eating, there was no extra food. The old lady had already given some to the children, and what remained was not enough for herself. She had no time to care about Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu suppressed her disappointment, remembered her younger son's request, and looked at Xin Yi. Yi, today is Xiao Bao's birthday. We will have a good meal tonight. Come and eat with us. The Liu family also learned from the official about staying overnight in Weinan Prefecture. After suffering for so many days, they decided to take the opportunity to enjoy a good meal while celebrating their child's small birthday. Liu Junfeng thought of Xin Yi and asked his mother to invite her. However, Xin Yi, who was with the Qin family, was well taken care of during all 3 meals and didn't want to get involved with Liu Junfeng. She politely refused. Thank you, third uncle mother. I need to stay with my grandmother-in-law, so I won't go. Lu Shi quickly responded. Mother should also come along, so your daughter-in-law can serve the old master well. The old lady cared about her third son and agreed. Yi Cin didn't expect her big plan to turn against her instantly, so she just smiled and agreed to join. After half a day of hardship, the exile team finally reached the gates of Weinan Prefecture. The ancient, tall city walls fluttered with flags in the wind, and dusk gathered from all directions. The soldiers guarding the city wore armor, carried long swords at their waists, and checked each person's documents and goods at the entrance with serious faces. Zhong Wei dismounted and handed the official documents to a guard, who verified them and then signaled to let people in. Su Yunwan sat on a donkey cart, watching the shops along the road. These shops were 2 stories tall, with front stores and back courtyards. Even near evening, many people still came and went. As a large city protecting the capital, its prosperity exceeded Su Yunwan's expectations. That was good. She could take a nice walk. After half an hour, Zhong Wei stopped and announced they had arrived at the lodging. It was a wooden inn with a simple roof, located in a remote area, with 2 floors and a rustic signboard bearing the characters, Bing Wu. The owner came out when he heard the noise, saw Zhong Wei and others, and greeted warmly, Master Zhong, you're leading a long journey again. Please come in. Zhong Wei exchanged a few words with him, then let him speak. The owner looked at the courtyard full of prisoners and said loudly, Everyone, the dormitory rooms are for 20 people each, costing 5 coins per person. There are also luxury rooms. The Heaven Suite costs 2 silver coins, the Earth Room 3 coins, and the People Room 1 coin. Feel free to choose. Of course, if you have no money, you can stay in the hayloft or the stable. Su Yunwan listened and immediately raised her hand to indicate, we want a Heaven Suite. Since she needed to do a bone nail surgery at night, the best room with more space and good service would make the operation easier. The old lady and Mrs. Pei were unhappy with her impulsive decision, especially Mrs. Pei, who controlled the money. But Su Yunwan's words were final, and since they could also stay comfortably, they didn't object openly. Instead, they discussed how many rooms to rent. I'll share a room with Ziyuan, Su Yunwan said. As soon as she spoke, a few meaningful glances were exchanged.
Su Yunwan.
She looked at Qin Junyi but saw him pursing his lips, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Under the soft dusk, the slight redness under his ears was barely visible. The old lady thought for a moment and said, Let's open 3 rooms. Besides Brother Yi and his wife, the others, 1 man and 1 woman each. But mother, there are so many people. 2 rooms are not enough, she whispered politely. Then let the shopkeeper send more bedding. so we can sleep on the floor. Our family's money only goes out, not in, so we must be frugal, the old lady said. Or, do you want to sleep in a large shared bed? Of course, she didn't want that. So, she turned to her younger son Qin Junyi to negotiate with the shopkeeper. Meanwhile, the Chu family decided on a room with a specific name, but Chu Ergong, a relative from the Chu clan, seemed to want to embarrass the Chu family by choosing a higher-grade room than the one assigned. The Chu boys saw he had money and still asked their father for more silver to remove restrictions. They looked proud and scorned their father, making them angry and clenched fists, wanting to take back the money. Chu Xiao snorted coldly and asked the shop assistant to lead them to the guest room. The extra silver was like a family gift, paid as a token of love. It looked like the Chu family lost out, but they avoided troublemakers and protected their reputation. In a world where reputation is very important, Chu Xiao was happy to use a little money to keep the family safe. Back in the guest room, he warned everyone, remember, sacrificing small benefits for the long term is wise. Without our support, they won't last long. The ones who laugh last are the real winners. Just watch and wait. Meanwhile, Su Yunwan followed the shop assistant to room No. 3 on the east side of the second floor. The room was about 30 square meters. Inside, there was a red lacquered table and chairs, and a large landscape screen. Behind the screen was a wide bed with thick mattresses. Qin Junyi and Qin Junyi worked together to move Qin Junyi onto the bed. Then they checked the other 2 rooms to help the women settle in. Su Yunwan checked Qin Junyi's pulse and frowned, saying, "Last night's cold entered your body, and today's bumps made you weak. You should move around." Qin Junyi didn't want to wait. "Let's try, just one attempt." Seeing his firm will, Su Yunwan nodded. "I'll go buy some herbs and tools. You can't eat or drink for 3 hours before the procedure. We start late at night. Won't that be hard for you?" "I won't eat dinner," Qin Junyi said, feeling sorry she'd stay up late. Su Yunwan smiled. "You're too weak to go hungry. Eat your dinner now, no need to wait for me." They chatted for a while. Then outside, they heard officials calling everyone. Su Yunwan stepped out of the room. In the main hall on the first floor, Jiang Xiaolu loudly announced, "We are going out to buy supplies. If anyone wants to buy something for themselves, just tell me your name." Immediately, many prisoners stepped forward. "Line up, one at a time," Wu Xiaohan ordered sternly, along with other officials, to keep order. The shopkeeper stood nearby, writing quickly with a brush, ink flowing onto the paper. "Registering, paying, organizing." "Big sister-in-law, mother is calling you," Qin Junyi said as he came out of the second guest room, seeing Su Yunwan by the railing. He spoke briefly, and then went into the third guest room to accompany Qin Ji. After Su Yunwan entered, she saw Mrs. Pei take out 300 taels of silver notes from her purse and hand them to her, saying, "The carriage is the most important. Buy a good one. Use the remaining money to buy grain." Su Yunwan frowned and reminded her, "I heard that donkeys and mule carts only cost a few taels. After buying 3 carriages with these notes, there won't be much left. Maybe buy a mule or donkey cart instead. But we need a carriage," Mrs. Pei insisted firmly. "We have many people, and a carriage is most suitable." Then Mrs. Pei suddenly realized, "You and Brother Yi are just 2 people. You can ride a donkey cart, and the other one for cargo can also be a donkey cart. So, buy 1 carriage and 2 donkey carts." The old lady immediately scolded, "Mrs. Pei, have you forgotten Brother Yi's status? As the head of the family, how can he lower himself to ride a donkey cart? Carriages are a symbol of status and wealth." In the past, the Qin family traveled by carriage or sedan chair. Now, with enough purchasing power, Mrs. Pei insisted on riding in a carriage, but she wanted her disliked eldest son to settle for less. But she forgot that the old lady loved her grandson the most and valued rules highly. If they didn't have the means, everyone could ride other animal-powered carts, but now they could afford better. How could the eldest grandson be made to fall behind? Mrs. Pei immediately lowered her head and admitted her mistake, then said, "Then 2 carriages and 1 donkey cart. Replace the current sedan with a carriage." Xin Yi, who already didn't want to ride a cargo cart, took the opportunity to say, "Grandmother, I don't want to ride a donkey cart. Let me stay with you. Not riding alone? No, I feel better staying with you. The old lady was softened and nodded in agreement. Apart from grain, we also need to prepare some common medicines, Su Yunwan reminded her. Although her space had plenty of herbs, she had no reason to use them now. If she bought various medicines, she could confuse others and make it seem natural. Aren't you collecting herbs? Just sell them and exchange for other common medicines, Mrs.
Pei said.
She only had 500 taels of silver, and giving 300 taels already used most of her money. She was reluctant to spend more. Su Yunwan sneered. The money I earn from selling herbs is to buy tonic medicines to help Ziyuan recover his health. Mrs. Pei glanced at her and said, You know a lot about medicine. Why not gather more herbs? It's easy to say that. Ziyuan needs many nourishing herbs to restore his energy. Will they grow by the roadside waiting for me to pick? Su Yunwan replied coldly and sarcastically. Mrs. Pei knew she was in the wrong but was angry and said, Fine. You just focus on exchanging medicines for Brother E. You don't need to worry about anything else. Su Yunwan felt annoyed and ended the topic, saying, Let me make this clear. If you get heat stroke, dizziness, cold or fever, injuries, or other health issues in the future, don't come to me. The old lady immediately said, Mrs. Pei, give Yunwan 50 taels more. Do I need to tell you the basics of preparing medicines for a long journey? Mrs. Pei was speechless and could only give the money. Mother, what about clothes? I want to buy a few more sets to change and wash, Qin Junyi hurriedly reminded. Mrs. Pei patted her hand to signal her not to worry and turned to tell everyone, clothes and other personal items, if anyone wants, they should pay for them themselves. When she said this, everyone was stunned. In the former Qin palace, expenses for food and clothing were paid from public funds. Only private dining required personal payment. The monthly allowance given to each master was just pocket money. Now it had to cover a large part of living costs, including clothing. Lin Shi was the first to complain. Big sister-in-law, our 4 houses' monthly allowance isn't enough to buy clothes. Currently, ordinary cotton cloth cost about 5 qian silver per bolt, and normal shoes cost around 2 qian silver a pair. Plus, handmade costs, a set of clothes for changing would cost at least 1 or 2 taels of silver. And with each autumn rain, the weather turns cold, so thicker clothes are needed, which Lin Shi was not exaggerating about. But Mrs. Pei casually said, Then bring back fabric to make your own clothes. Most of the people in the 4 houses were involved, and if public funds paid for clothes, Mrs. Pei only wanted to buy cheap fabric and use her monthly allowance to buy better quality clothes. So, she simply decided everyone should pay for their own clothes. Clothing prices were very high in the court, but ordinary families could use a single garment for 10 years. As the saying goes, 3 years new, 3 years old, mended and patched for another 3. Lin Shi lowered her head, touching her eyes with a silk handkerchief, and looked at Su Yunwan for help. As a native of the household, Su Yunwan understood that clothing expenses were paid from public funds. Moreover, the 4 houses had paid 200 taels of silver, so there was no reason why even basic warm clothing was a problem. I'll ask Ziyuan, Su Yunwan said, pretending to go outside, but was stopped by the old lady. Don't bother Brother E with such trivial matters. The old lady finished speaking and scolded Mrs. Pei. It's only been a few days since the house was seized and exiled, and you can't even tell the difference between public and private matters? Mrs. Pei quickly explained politely, Mother, now every penny counts. My daughter-in-law is just trying to make the money last longer, so that Brother E won't worry. The old lady accepted her reasoning and softened her tone. No matter what, clothes are still necessary. Let's prepare a set of cotton and linen clothes for each person. If anyone wants to buy or wear better ones, they can pay for themselves. Yes, Mrs. Pei agreed, but she was reluctant to spend more money, so she used the 300 taels she had just received. The old lady paid out of her own pocket and asked Su Yunwan to buy silk, brocade, and fine clothes. Even if the house collapsed, she still cared about the quality of clothing. Su Yunwan straightforwardly said, Clothes need to be tailored to fit. Let's first ask a tailor to measure everyone, or we can ask Zhong Wei for permission to let everyone go to a clothing shop to choose and get fitted. Qin Junyi immediately said, I want to go to a clothing shop to pick out what I like. The others agreed with smiles, all wanting to go and choose for themselves. So, Su Yunwan went to find Zhong Wei, but he wasn't at the inn. He had gone to the government office to report and handle paperwork. After about an incense stick of time, Zhong Wei came in from the inn's entrance, just as the shopkeeper finished listing the items bought for the prisoners. He picked up the paper, looked it over, and assigned several officials and shop assistants to go buy supplies. If some shops had already closed, they would make up for it the next morning. Qin Junyi came downstairs and mentioned to Zhong Wei that his family wanted to go to a clothing shop. Zhong Wei hesitated and did not agree but offered a feasible suggestion. Give some tips to the shop assistants. Ask them to find tailors at the clothing shops to bring measuring tools and sample clothes so they could measure and choose at the same time. This wasn't a sign of special favor to Qin's family, as the inn already offered a shopping service. The reason they didn't stay at the outside post station but chose this inn was also clear. Exile in the Great Zhou dynasty was not uncommon, and over time, a cooperation between officials and merchants formed. During the journey of exile, the head of the escort only needed to report to the government office with the transportation documents. The local authorities didn't care where they stayed. Since the post station was nearby, they could stay or leave as they pleased. Staying was easier, but leaving was even simpler. The escort team could stay at the inn, enjoying better treatment and free accommodations, and could also earn kickbacks from the prisoners' expenses. The inn benefited from the large number of prisoners improving their lodging and meals, which led to the development of shopping services. As long as the money was in place, their service could be provided smoothly. The old lady accepted Zhong Wei's advice and sent a shop assistant to find someone. Su Yunwan carried a medicine basket and went downstairs with Qin Junyi. Zhong Wei had already promised the Qin family that the two of them could buy supplies on their own, but he still had to appear formal. When he learned that Su Yunwan was going to sell medicine, he asked Wu Xiaohan, who had gone herb picking with them yesterday, to accompany her and find out the prices for the medicinal herbs. If the prices were good, he could organize his subordinates to pick herbs along the way and sell them. Traveling thousands of miles back and forth just to make money was normal. As long as they could earn income, it was not a problem. This move might hurt the Qin family's interests a little, but it wasn't serious. The Qin family couldn't cover all the mountains with just a few people. However, Zhong Wei made sure to be clear about his intentions, since Su Yunwan was the one who taught them about herbs. Su Yunwan didn't mind at all. Wild herbs in the mountains are free for anyone to pick. After saying goodbye to Zhong Wei, Qin Junyi went to drive a donkey cart, while Su Yunwan and Wu Xiaohan waited outside the yard gate. Su Yunwan noticed that Wu Xiaohan had slowed down and was always half a step behind her. She turned and asked, "Is your hand injury better?" Wu Xiaohan moved his fingers slightly and looked ahead. "It's not serious anymore. If there's a next time, I can avoid it," she said. Wu Xiaohan responded with a looking distant and unapproachable. Su Yunwan didn't say anything more. As they left the gate, they saw Chu Yi and Chu Yan, the brothers, rushing over. Apparently, they had asked Zhong Wei for permission and were going to buy supplies too. Their escort, the bodyguard, coincidentally, was Jiang Shaolu. Chu Yi smiled and asked, "We want to go to the horse market. Want to come?"
Su Yunwan nodded. Sure.
At that moment, Qin Junyi arrived in a carriage, and Su Yunwan invited everyone to get in. Chu Yi looked at the cart and shook his head with a smile. 5 people in one carriage is too crowded. We'll walk. Chu Yan agreed immediately. That's true. Jiang Shaolu wasn't worried at all about the 2 Chu brothers running away halfway and jumped onto the donkey cart. Then you all walk slowly. I'll ride for a while. After saying that, he called Wu Xiaohan to get on the cart. Wu Xiaohan shook his head, indicating he preferred to walk, but Jiang Shaolu said, "Brother Wu, that's not right. The young lady is generous. You're being so hesitant you look like a girl." Wu Xiaohan's face darkened, and he shot him a cold look before walking ahead. The Chu brothers followed, and the donkey cart moved slowly. Seeing that Wu Xiaohan was truly angry, Jiang Shaolu kept apologizing, acting like a clown. Su Yunwan watched happily and found it very amusing. Until Wu Xiaohan couldn't help but laugh and relax, Jiang Shaolu finally stopped. Su Yunwan gazed at the sunset in the distance and sighed. I wonder if the horse market has closed for the day. Let's go see first, then buy some grain. Chewy walked beside the carriage and said self-deprecatingly, "These days, the officials treating us like easy targets to exploit." Sigh. After speaking, he looked at Wu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiaolu. "My words were careless." Sorry. Su Yunwan chuckled softly, her smile bright and charming. Zhang Xiaolu pouted and said stubbornly, "There are rules to follow. The officials leave their homes, face hardships, and do all this just for money. No one can change that. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not preparing well before leaving the capital." Chu Yan sincerely cupped his hands and begged, Yes, little officer. Next time, we will prepare everything properly so we won't need official supplies." Zhang Xiaolu looked confused and said, "That doesn't sound right." Su Yunwan couldn't help but giggle, and the others also couldn't hold back their laughter. The group joked and teased as they followed the directions they had heard, heading toward the horse market. When they arrived at the horse market, it was already dark, and the owner was about to close for the day. Chu Yi called out to him, "Boss, we want to look at horses and mules." The owner, surnamed Ma, was a middle-aged man. He turned around upon hearing this, showing a surprised expression. With officials and prisoners in tow, they looked like exiled criminals. But why was there a woman dressed in fine clothes among them? Soon, he guessed that Su Yunwan was also in exile, just maintaining her dignity through clever means. Judging by their posture and demeanor, they clearly came from noble backgrounds, now fallen into disgrace. Ordinary people, especially those who despise corrupt officials, would want to step on them. The shrewd owner, who was good at reading people, looked down on them and sneered, "Did you bring silver?" The youngest, Zhang Xiaolu, couldn't stand it and stepped forward to argue, "Are you serious about business? The big customer is right here, and you're not even smiling? Haven't you heard that a camel that's thin is still bigger than a horse? Who are you insulting?" Fearing Zhang Xiaoyu's official status, the owner didn't dare argue and forced a smile. "Officer, you're right. Please, everyone, come in and look around." Su Yunwan followed the group into the market. The market was a large courtyard with animal pens along the walls, holding horses, mules, donkeys, and cattle. In the middle were several large shops that made and sold carriages. People buying draft animals and carriages would choose their animals first and then match them with carriages. They didn't sell complete sets. Chuyan asked about the prices of various animals. The owner, being cautious because of the officials present, honestly quoted the prices. Horses were the most expensive, costing around 70 to 80 taels of silver. Cattle were about 20 taels. Next is the mule, priced between 10 to 15 taels. The cheapest is the donkey, only 5 to 7 taels. The owner spoke as he led everyone toward the animal pens. The animals for sale on the outermost side are donkeys, available in black and gray colors. The owner said black donkeys are more energetic. Chu Yi selected 3 black donkeys for transporting goods, and a few others continued inside. After passing the yellow cattle, they arrived at the mule pen. Mules are divided into horse mules and donkey mules. According to the horse owner, they combine the best features of horses and mules, making them the best choice for transportation. The brothers Chu Yi chose 7 strong, tall mules, making the horse owner smile happily. Perhaps because they sell the least, the horse pen is at the very edge, with about 10 large horses of different colors tied inside. The horse owner pointed to the healthiest black horse and said, "This is our best horse. Its coat is black, hooves are snow white, and it's a true snow-stepper horse." Qin Junyi liked it and asked, "How much?" "Considering the 2 of you, I'll sell it for 300 taels," the horse owner said enthusiastically. Qin Junyi immediately gave up the idea. Their total budget was only 300 taels, so they couldn't afford it. Seeing them look at other horses, the horse owner didn't get upset, but instead introduced another small gray horse. Just those 10 animals already made a rare big deal, and the main customer couldn't be ignored. Qin Junyi listened carefully to the owner's explanation, while Su Yunwan looked around at all the horses by herself. Most horses in the pen held their heads high, with dark eyes watching everyone, obediently allowing selection. Only one skinny black horse was head down, eating hay from the manger, its head hidden. After finishing the introduction, the horse owner left Qin Junyi to think and turned his gaze to Su Yunwan. Seeing she was interested in the horse eating, he stepped forward, pulled the reins, and exposed the horse's head. The skinny horse was forced to lift its head, chewing hay, with eyes looking down at the manger, as if thinking, eating from the bowl, but eyeing the pot. The horse owner was annoyed and said, "All it does is eat. What else can it do besides eating?" Then he said to Su Yunwan, "Madam, this horse has a big appetite, but a gentle nature. If you want it, I'll sell it to you at half price." Su Yunwan remembered reading an article called The Horse's Tale, which said that a 1,000-mile horse eats a lot. If not properly cared for, its quality of life is worse than ordinary horses. Because it costs more to maintain than regular horses, ordinary families can't afford to keep it or take good care of it. Could this be a 1,000-mile horse? But a 1,000-mile horse is fast, and this horse doesn't seem to be. At this moment, Chu Yi said with interest, "This horse is quite interesting. Let's take a look at it." Horse owner opened the door and let out the black horse for a walk, but the horse looked longingly at the feed trough and reluctantly took a few steps before stopping. Perhaps because it had been hungry for a long time, the horse was very thin, with its bones clearly visible on its back. Because of this, it had been sitting unsold at the horse market for a long time, with no one interested. Chu Yi observed around and became somewhat confident. He asked the owner, "How much?" Seeing both of them interested, the owner immediately increased his asking price significantly. This horse originally sold for over 100 taels. "Since we have a good connection, I'll sell it to you for 70 taels of silver." Chu Yi smiled and said, "Boss, who are you fooling? The asking price is over 100. Aren't you worried about losing money?" The owner chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, if I don't lower it to 70 taels, I'd be losing money selling it." Chu Yi looked at Su Yunwan and saw her say, "This horse looks slow and sluggish, not suitable for daily pulling." Wu Xiaohan rarely looked at Su Yunwan and also saw the special qualities of this horse. If it really was a talented horse, it wouldn't be worth just this much. But a talented horse has a huge appetite. One meal can require a stone of grain, about 100 jin. Buying a talented horse for pulling carts isn't cost-effective. So the question is, did she see through it but not say so, or was she just lucky? Chu Yi asked meaningfully, "Are you sure you don't want it?" Su Yunwan nodded, and Chu Yi hesitated. The horse owner's heart skipped a beat. He really didn't want both of them to refuse. But what happened happened. Considering the feeding costs, Chu Yi shook his head and said, "Forget it, I can't afford to keep it. Both of you, if this horse is well-fed and strong, don't underestimate it. It's very healthy and never gets sick," the owner hurriedly said. Chu Yi spread his hands and smiled. "I've already bought what I want. I'll just need 10 carriages later." Seeing that he was not interested, the owner turned to Su Yunwan and offered a much lower price of 50 taels, claiming she would be losing a lot. Su Yunwan remained non-committal and let Qin Junyi choose first. Qin Junyi liked a big brown horse and offered 80 taels. Only then did Su Yunwan say to the owner, "You said earlier it was half price, half gift. Let's take 80 taels as a reference. I'll buy it for 40 taels. The owner shook his head like a rattledrum. "No, that price is absolutely impossible." Unfamiliar with horses, Qin Junyi became a helpful assistant. "Big sister-in-law, what attracts you about this horse? I see nothing but flaws. Why don't you look at other horses?" Su Yunwan suddenly lost interest and said, "You choose, any horse is fine. If the assassination repeats, the horse's life will be in danger." Boss Ma watched as the decision-maker became Qin Junyi and immediately grew anxious. He hesitated and said, 40 taels is 40 taels. "Sigh, I've lost everything now." Compared to other horses, he wanted to send away the thin horse that had already been badly eaten. Now that they finally had a customer, he couldn't let this opportunity go. Su Yunwan smiled and said, "The remaining 40 taels can be used to buy good feed. Just do a good deed and let this thin horse eat well. By the way, do you sell feed?" "Yes," the boss beamed with happiness. "I have all kinds of feed. Lady, this is a kind act. The horse being with you is its good fortune." Su Yunwan chuckled softly. "Whether it's good or bad luck, it's hard to say now." Qin Junyi wanted to speak, but hesitated. The 40 taels saved could buy many things, so why spend it on feed? But Su Yunwan always had her own ideas, and talking more wouldn't help. So he said nothing. After choosing the livestock, Boss Ma took everyone to pick the carriages. Chu Yi arranged 3 regular carriages for goods and 7 spacious large carriages. Su Yunwan sold her cart at a discount to the boss, then ordered 1 regular carriage and 2 large ones. She also asked the carpenter to convert 1 large carriage into a double bed. This made it look like a mobile home, where they could sit and sleep comfortably. They further decided to reinforce the wheels with iron sheets, cover the roof with oilcloth, and install soft cushions inside. At settlement time, Boss Ma gave some change, and the Qin family spent 230 taels of silver. Su Yunwan and Chu Yi paid half of the cost up front. Each family drove a donkey cart toward the second stop, the grain shop. The remaining carriages and money would be settled after the modifications were finished, and the carriages delivered to the inn. At the same time, at Binggu Inn, the lights were bright. A shop assistant led a group of people carrying several large boxes inside. It was the owner of the clothing shop with seamstresses bringing new clothes. Several women gathered together, trying on clothes, chatting happily, as if celebrating the new year with new outfits. On the second-floor balcony, Qin Junyi stood tall, looking down at the lively scene below. Suddenly, a person in a white robe caught his attention. It turned out that Chu's old father was ill. After Chu Xiao arranged everything, he immediately sent the shop assistant to invite a famous doctor. Dr. Zhang and his apprentice came to see the patient. After diagnosing and prescribing medicine, Chu De Gongzi saw them out. Qin Junyi jumped down from the second floor, causing a gasp among the onlookers. He strode quickly to Dr. Zhang and nodded to young Master Chu, then cupped his hands and said, "Doctor, could you please examine my older brother?" Without hesitation, Dr. Zhang followed Qin Junyi upstairs. In the guest room, Qin Junyi watched his younger brother jump over the railing outside, feeling suddenly nervous and unsure of what was happening. Soon, he saw his brother bring the doctor inside, and only then did he understand. Dr. Zhang asked about the injury, then carefully checked the pulse. He frowned slightly, clearly worried. After a long moment, he withdrew his hand and said, "Take off his clothes, let me see the wound." Fearing that the doctor might notice his unusual condition, Qin Junyi replied, "Doctor, I have difficulty moving. Please diagnose based on my pulse." Dr. Zhang didn't insist and simply said, "There is a metal pin in his spine, a serious injury to his bones and flesh. If it's not removed, his life could be at risk. Is there a way to remove the pin?" Qin Junyi asked anxiously. Dr. Zhang didn't answer immediately and asked, "How thick and long is the pin?" Qin Junyi's mind replayed the scene of the executioner describing the pin. 3 inches long, 1 finger thick, with a special mechanism, and a lotus-shaped iron piece inside the bone. Dr. Zhang took a deep breath and said regretfully, "All I can do is prescribe medicine to boost his energy and blood. He must rest carefully to prolong his life." Suddenly, the door was pushed open and the women, including the old lady, entered the room. They had been waiting outside and overheard everything. The old lady sighed sadly. "Doctor, is there no other way?" Dr. Zhang shook his head with compassion. As expected, the old lady quickly composed herself, then softly asked, "Will this affect his future children?" Dr. Zhang considered for a moment and said, "Young master's health is very weak. Strengthening his foundation is the key to long-term health. But remember, he must avoid illness. Any cold wind could take his life." The old lady looked exhausted, her legs trembling, unable to stand. Pei and Lin hurriedly helped her sit on the bed. Qin Junyi looked at his grandmother, pursing his lips with guilt. With Wanwan, his situation was much better than the doctor suggested, but because of Wanwan's privacy, he couldn't tell her the truth. After a long pause, the old lady tucked the blanket around herself and softly said, "Brother Yi, don't be afraid. We'll take good care of your health. Nothing will happen." Qin Junyi nodded slightly, unsure how to respond. Tonight, he was about to face a dangerous adventure. Even if he trusted Su Yunwan, the outcome was uncertain. The old lady hesitated for a moment, then stammered, When you're feeling better, have a son. Qin Junyi. Brother E, please don't overthink. Grandmother is only thinking about Yunwan. With a son, she can rest assured, right? The old lady saw her eldest grandson's serious face and tried to explain. Qin Junyi's lips twitched slightly, forcing himself to say, "Your grandson understands." Next to him, Xin was deeply shocked, feeling as if her whole body had fallen into a cold pool, freezing her heart with pain. Qin Junyi, ignoring his unmarried status, couldn't hold back and said, "Grandmother, even if the eldest sister-in-law is pregnant, she can't rest peacefully on the way to exile. That's not your concern." The old lady just scolded before being interrupted by a call outside the door. Lu and her husband came to invite the old lady and Xin to dine. At this moment, Dr. Zhang, who had overheard, finished writing the prescription, stood up, and handed it to Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi settled the consultation fee and paid for the medicine, then asked someone to deliver the medicine to their door before seeing Dr. Zhang out of the inn. Mrs. Lu inquired about Qin Junyi's diagnosis. The old lady sighed and shook her head without replying. Mrs. Lu understood and, recalling Qin Junyi's difficult childhood, sighed emotionally. "It's good luck, not bad luck. You can't escape fate. Everyone's life is determined by destiny." Qin Ruishan glanced at the indifferent, distracted Mrs. Pei and spoke up to refute. "My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. Big brother will definitely get better." Mrs. Lu curled her lips and smiled disdainfully, then remembered her purpose and said, "Mother-in-law, E, let's go have dinner." Recently upset, Xin just wanted to be quiet and declined. "I won't go. Big cousin isn't here, and I need to take care of big brother." Mrs. Lu looked at her puzzled and asked 3 times in a row, "Why is she still talking about Igor? Did something happen she didn't know? What about her little son?" The old lady, wary of Xin causing trouble again, advised, "E, your big cousin has brother Xian to take care of him. Let's go together." Fearing the old lady, Xin changed her mind, thinking it might be good to leave a way out for the Lu family, and agreed. She looked back at Qin Junyi with a very complicated expression, then turned and left with the old lady and others. "Go have dinner too," Qin Junyi said. After a few comforting words, everyone left, leaving only Qin Junyi to stay with him. Qin Junyi asked his younger brother to come closer and carefully explain the property in the northwest, then said, "I don't know how much of this wealth can be saved. If something happens to me, the family head position will fall to you. As for my private property, it will all go to your eldest sister-in-law, and she can decide what to do." Tonight, he was about to try something no one had ever succeeded in before. In the past, those who tried to take the nail either ended up paralyzed in bed, struggling for a year or 2 before dying, or lost their lives instantly. To prevent the worst outcomes, he must make plans. Qin Junyi looked at his older brother, who was making arrangements for the future, and felt a deep pain in his heart. With a tearful voice, he said, "Big brother, don't listen to that doctor's scary words, and don't listen to grandma's worries either. She's afraid you might have an accident and lose the heir. But your life is the most important thing." Qin Junyi nodded, but he wanted him to agree officially. What he worried about most was his wife. If she was alone, the Qin family wouldn't be able to stay afloat, and going back to her family wouldn't be easy. She would be left alone in the world, without money or support. He couldn't even imagine it. Qin Junyi didn't want his brother to feel so down, so he used tough love. "But with your plans, grandma and mother will definitely oppose them, so you need to handle it secretly, without them knowing. Your wife married into our family, and then faced this big trouble. It's my fault that I caused this." The Qin family had many members, so he couldn't divide the property equally. Instead, he decided to give them his private possessions. Qin Junyi asked, "Big brother, if your wife is really pregnant, would you be willing to leave her and the child behind?" Qin Junyi's eyes trembled slightly, and his thoughts drifted far away. Would the night of their wedding night be the moment she might be carrying a new life? Thinking about the possibility of a new baby in her belly, Qin Junyi, who was already unwilling to accept his fate, felt even more determined. Beyond a few streets, Su Yunwan didn't know what was happening inside the inn, nor was she aware of Qin Junyi's wild thoughts. When they arrived at the grain shop, they found the door already closed. Every city had a curfew at this time, though the hours varied. Even before the curfew, most shops had closed, except for lively places like inns and taverns. Of course, the Spring Tower was no exception. Chu Yan woke the night guard at the grain shop, and the two families bought large amounts of rice, flour, and other supplies overnight. Su Yunwan didn't want to feel wronged, so she chose only high-quality grains. During the next period, her energy focused on Qin Junyi, while others took care of the food. With equal skill, the quality of ingredients made a big difference. No matter the situation, she wouldn't neglect herself. After paying, Wu Xiaohan and Jiang Xiaolu helped carry bags of grain onto the donkey carts. Once everything was loaded, Chui looked at the night sky and suggested, "Let's make one more trip to the clothing store and the pharmacy, then go back to the inn for dinner. We can buy the rest tomorrow morning. What do you think?" Su Yunwan agreed, without hesitation. Thanks to the door-to-door service at the Binggu Inn, the clothing store hadn't closed. Most of the ready-made clothes had already been sent to the inn. A few remaining clothes were either fine silk or rough hemp fabric. With the ladies' rule of public-funded clothing purchases, Qin Junyi chose from poor-quality clothes directly. Su Yunwan used her so-called monthly allowance to buy 2 sets of silk clothes and shoes, suggesting that Qin Junyi only buy one outfit for the evening and wait until morning to buy better ones. Qin Junyi nodded and only bought 1 set. When they finally arrived at the pharmacy, Su Yunwan sold all her herbs but only got 2 coins in return. Most of the medicinal herbs at the time were gathered from the wild, and unless they were rare or precious, the prices were cheap. However, the doctor's consultation fee was high. Su Yunwan didn't know that Qin Junxian had already hired a doctor. She thought it was a good opportunity to just buy herbs. So, she used 50 taels of silver from the Pei family's separate funds to buy a variety of herbs and tools at the pharmacy. Actually, she already had all these in her space. As always, she couldn't let others see her abilities. When everyone returned to the inn, the other members of the exile team had already gone to their rooms. The main hall was left with only the guards on duty and a few prisoners drinking tea. Chu Yi said, "Shopkeeper, help us prepare a good meal." "Got it," the shopkeeper replied. "Do you want a big table or private rooms?" Considering Su Yunwan's status, Chu Yi looked at the others and said, "Let's sit at a big table in the hall. What do you think?" Su Yunwan had no objections, and the others didn't care much either. Chu Yi then told Wu Xiaohan and Jiang Xiaolu, "Sit for a moment. We'll go report to my father first." "We'll be right back." Su Yunwan and Qin Junyi went upstairs first. Qin Junyi went to the women's quarters to report to the lady and Pei Shi about their shopping results, while Su Yunwan went to see Qin Junyi. When she opened the door, she saw a table full of various dishes. Qin Junxian came out hurriedly behind the screen and said anxiously, "Big sister-in-law, you're just in time. Big brother is in a bad mood and doesn't want to eat or drink." Su Yunwan frowned slightly and quickly walked inside. What happened? Hearing Qin Junxian describe the doctor's diagnosis, Su Yunwan looked into Qin Junyi's eager and hopeful eyes. She could tell at a glance that he wanted to have the surgery early. Qin Junyi's pale face showed a faint smile. "You're back. Was it smooth?" Seeing Su Yunwan nod, he continued, "I asked my younger sister to pick out 2 outfits for you. Go see if you like them." Su Yunwan didn't move but reached out to check his pulse, disguising her supernatural ability to examine him. Finally, she told Qin Junxian to go out first. Just as Qin Junxian left the room, Su Yunwan coldly said, "Why aren't you eating?" He was clearly starving but forced himself to hold back. Only a few hours had passed, yet he was so eager. Why was he so desperate? Qin Junyi found it hard to speak. Late at night, he was very sleepy and wanted to reduce risks. Su Yunwan said, "Do you know that with your weak health, proper medical treatment won't allow you to remove the nail? That's why I have you." Qin Junyi gently held her hand, full of trust. Su Yunwan sighed inwardly. "But right now, no one is asleep yet. It's okay. Just wait a bit longer," Qin Junyi said. "Have you eaten?" Su Yunwan shook her head and looked at the food on the table. "Just that is enough for me. But I'll go downstairs and tell Wu Xiaohan, so I won't eat with them." "Wu Xiaohan?" Qin Junyi's pupils shrank uncertain. Yes, Su Yunwan nodded and briefly explained her plans to go shopping with Chu Yi and Wu Xiaohan. Hearing this, Qin Junyi's eyes grew very deep and his mind suddenly became restless. Su Yunwan didn't think much and went downstairs. As she passed by the women's room at the Qin family, she heard Mrs. Pei scream, "What? You bought 40 tails of horse feed. Call Su's wife over for me." Su Yunwan pushed open the door and stopped Mrs. Pei with a single sentence. "Do I need to tell you that the money I handed over from the public account only accounts for a small part?" Seeing Mrs. Pei choke on her words and fall silent, she ignored her and said to Qin Junyi, "Go downstairs and eat." Qin Junyi looked around and, seeing that the old lady hadn't spoken, left the room. "Big sister-in-law, the eldest and is asking too many questions. I can't do anything," Qin Junyi whispered as he went down the stairs. Su Yunwan didn't ask him to lie, thinking it was her own decision. Downstairs, Chu Yi and his brother had already sat down and waved when they saw Su Yunwan and her companion. Su Yunwan approached and said, "I have some things to do, so I won't eat with you. You all eat well and enjoy yourselves." Wu Xiaohan's sharp gaze immediately turned to her. Jiang Xiaolu asked confusedly, "What urgent matter is so important that you don't even have time for a meal?" Su Yunwan chuckled softly. "It's my husband. He's waiting for me to come back so we can eat together." Everyone heard this and commented on their deep love as a couple, saying they'd invite them again next time. Su Yunwan waved her hand, went back to her room to eat and take a bath, then waited quietly with Qin Junyi for the night to deepen. A test was about to begin. In the quiet late night, in room number 3 on the top floor, on the wooden table in front of the bed, there was a basin of hot water sent by the waiter, steaming in the flickering candlelight. "There's someone on the roof." Su Yunwan looked around and saw a person hiding in the shadow of the roof. Qin Junyi looked up and suddenly spoke, "Come out." The window silently opened, and a figure climbed inside. The person knelt on one knee by the screen, bowing their head and quietly listening with respect. Su Yunwan looked over and saw the other person dressed in night clothes, wearing a gray mask, so their face was unclear. "Here, guard well. No matter what sounds you hear, do not enter the house." Qin Junyi was prepared to face anything. "If there's an emergency, all shadow guards listen to my younger brother's orders." She quickly looked up, ignoring manners. "Master, whatever you want to do, please let me handle it. Remove the bone nails." Qin Junyi didn't hide his intention. "Absolutely not." She knelt a few steps forward. "Please, master, don't risk yourself. I have made up my mind," Qin Junyi said seriously, turning away. "Just guard the outside area." "Master," she whispered in alarm, using a pleading tone. "If enemies attack, I may not be able to hold them off. Can you wait until you're safe in the wilderness, away from the royal forces, before taking action?" As long as tonight passed, he planned to persuade his brothers to talk the master out of it. Qin Junyi understood his meaning and simply ordered, "Step back." But she knelt silently, refusing to move. The Shadow Guard camp had strict rules and tough training, but Qin Junyi was a kind master. She had been with him for a long time and was no longer the stiff soldier he once was. When it came to the master's safety, he was willing to risk everything. "Can I command you any more?" "I dare not." She's body trembled slightly, then disappeared from the guest room. Su Yunwan withdrew her gaze and chuckled softly. "Your master is quite easy to talk to." This kind of organization, the shadow guards who work in the dark, had members who lost all emotions and desires, only obeyed the master's commands. She had never seen a shadow guard who insisted on their own opinions before. "I once disguised myself and joined the shadow guard training when I was a child." So, she knew how difficult it was to be a shadow guard. Hearing this, Su Yunwan felt uneasy. "You, a son of the Qin prince's residence, how could? Is it a family tradition of the Qin family that every eldest son must have this experience?" Qin Junyi shook his head with a bitter smile. "At that time, my grandmother did it to protect me. She forced my father with filial piety, and they argued fiercely. In anger, my father sent someone to take me to the Shadow Guard camp." Su Yunwan was silent. She believed that filial piety ruled the world. Her father held the power over life and death of his children. If Qin Junyi had been harmed in the Shadow Guard camp, she wondered if the old prince would regret it. From what the Qin family members had said in recent days, Su Yunwan guessed that the old prince was cold-blooded, strict, and proud. Qin Junyi seemed to understand her thoughts and tried to defend his father. Although he hid his identity, my father promised he wouldn't harm me. So you are grateful for his mercy not to kill you, Su Yunwan sharply retorted, her heart filled with bitterness. Realizing she had been abrupt, Su Yunwan pressed her lips together again and cleared her throat. Sorry, Qin Junyi, noticing her concern, filled with tenderness. It's all in the past. Indeed. Su Yunwan composed herself and refocused on tonight's main purpose. She helped Qin Junyi remove his inner clothing. I'll check the bone pins first. They might cause pain. Please bear with it. No problem. Qin Junyi, topless, lay face down on the bed. On his back spine, 5 star-shaped marks aligned neatly from top to bottom, and the surrounding skin had returned to normal, with no more bruises or dark marks. If the doctor came tonight to examine him, they would notice something unusual. Su Yunwan reached out and placed her hand on the lowest bone pin at his lumbar spine, closing her eyes to channel her energy and probe inward along the pin. Qin Junyi's whole body tensed, feeling a warm flow entering from the wound. Suddenly, a sharp stabbing pain struck. Su Yunwan was concentrating her power to shake the lotus-shaped iron plate inside, testing its thickness. Watching Qin Junyi grimace in pain and clutch the bed sheets, Su Yunwan withdrew her hand, took out a small bottle, and explained, "This is anesthetic powder. After you drink it all, you'll be fully numb for about 2 hours." As expected of a device so sturdy it was hard to remove, her anesthetic was the maximum dose safe for the human body. However, her healing ability could cause the anesthetic to wear off prematurely, making the duration unpredictable. If Qin Junyi woke up during the operation in pain, it could lead to medical accidents. This was a serious test for both doctor and patient. After drinking the anesthetic powder, Su Yunwan took an old piece of clothing and tore it into strips. To prevent the anesthetic from wearing off too early, I need to tie your hands and feet. Hearing this, Qin Junyi remembered the torture of being bound and having nails hammered into his bones, which triggered a stress response, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Su Yunwan immediately put down the clothing, leaned over gently and soothingly. Ziyuan, focus your mind. Suddenly, Qin Junyi tightly gripped her hand, and after a few moments, he calmed down. Then he bit down on a clean cloth handed to him. As the medicine took effect, he gradually sank into darkness. Su Yunwan bound his limbs to the bed frame, placed her right hand on his back, and continuously channeled her energy into his body, forming a powerful force to destroy the lotus-shaped iron device and stabilize the iron plate, preventing it from damaging his bones and nerves. Time passed second by second. Sweat beads appeared on her forehead, but her body remained still, lost in a state of mindlessness. After a long while, she reached out with her left hand, took medical tools and a screwdriver, cut open the skin, and slowly removed the bone pin that had detached from the steel plate. Then she pulled out the remaining patch from the body. The first bone pin was successfully removed from Qin Junyi without him noticing. She stitched the wound, stopped the bleeding, and bandaged it carefully. Su Yunwan calmly handled the injury, then turned her attention to the second bone pin. She glanced at Qin Junyi, who was still motionless, and raced against time. She didn't bother wiping the sweat from her face and continued her work. When she reached the stage of removing the pin, just halfway out, the anesthesia's effect wore off. Qin Junyi's body reacted instinctively before he regained full awareness. He suddenly jerked back, his limbs turning red from being tightly bound with cloth strips, and the bed frame creaked. His muffled cry of pain was blocked by the cloth, and he let out a suppressed groan. Next door, Qin Junyi, who was lightly sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. He hurried to the door, knocked, and softly called out, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Su Yunwan, with blood-stained hands and a cautious look through the screen, looked at the door. She calmed her racing heart and coldly said, "Your big brother is fine." The sounds of struggling outside continued. Qin Junyi couldn't believe it. "Let my big brother say something." Su Yunwan looked at Qin Junyi, still struggling fiercely, and quickly thought of a plan. Just as Qin Junxian was about to break down the door, his big brother's voice sounded. "I'm fine." But how could that weak, hoarse voice, which was clearly holding back pain, be truly fine? Qin Junxian anxiously said, "Big brother, I want to come in and see you."
No.
Qin Junyi, regaining consciousness, forcibly stopped him, enduring the darkness before his eyes. "It's not convenient."
Go back.
Hearing his big brother's restrained voice, Qin Junxian clenched his fists against the door. His mind recalled what his grandmother had said about childbirth. He mistakenly thought that something unspeakable was happening inside, feeling both embarrassed and sad. He couldn't go in, but he also couldn't leave. At the same time, Shi on the roof wanted to lift the tiles with his hand to see what was happening to his master. But the strict orders from his master still echoed in his ears. Although he could easily lift the tiles with a gentle pull, it felt as heavy as a mountain, and in the end, he held back and let go. Despite his master's kindness, they had to stay disciplined and never challenge his bottom line. Once, a senior had been so lenient that he forgot himself, was punished, and later resented it. He was sent back to the Shadow Guard camp to rebuild, and in a careless moment, he died, ending his life in darkness. He definitely didn't want to follow that path. Inside the house, Qin Junyi saw his younger brother stop speaking. He let down his guard and collapsed onto the bed, breathing quickly. Su Yunwan whispered in his ear, updating him. "Now we are halfway through removing the second one." "Keep going," Qin Junyi said with a bitter tone. In fact, stopping was not an option. Su Yunwan focused and continued her work. It was very painful. Without anesthesia, it was almost unbearable. Qin Junyi's lips turned pale, his face losing all color. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking the pillow. After everything was done, Su Yunwan looked at Qin Junyi, who was trembling and on the verge of collapse. She felt a tightness in her chest and softly said, "It's over." It went well. At this point, Qin Junyi couldn't speak at all. He was just gasping and completely exhausted. He closed his eyes to rest for a while, then hoarsely said, "Thank you." Despite the intense pain his body was enduring, Qin Junyi felt a surge of happiness inside. Yuan did it. She really did it. Su Yunwan stood up, released the restraints, and carefully wrapped the removed bone nails and metal pieces with a silk cloth for future artisans to make similar devices. The pain he suffered today, she vowed to repay someday. Seeing Qin Junyi convulse in pain, Su Yunwan, feeling pity, slowly infused her remaining energy into his body. Under the effect of her power, Qin Junyi fell into a deep sleep. "Shi, come in," Su Yunwan said softly. As soon as she finished speaking, the shadow guard Shi quietly entered. Seeing the blood-filled basin and blood-stained bandages, Shi's pupils shrank sharply. "How is the master?" "He's asleep." "You can tidy up." Su Yunwan continued to channel her energy and gave instructions. Shi restored the scene to its original state, carried the basin of blood out the window, and soon returned with clean water. After finishing, he looked at his sleeping master and asked nervously, "Was it successful?" Su Yunwan frowned and said, "2 removed." She had planned to remove them all at once, but things didn't go as expected. The anesthesia wore off much earlier than planned. Shi was deeply shocked but quickly asked, "Are there any risks?" Receiving a negative answer, he was overjoyed. He bowed and stepped back a few paces, then jumped out the window and disappeared into the night. Su Yunwan looked away, turned to the exhausted Qin Junyi, and remembered a fitting poem about him. "Life kisses me with pain, but I respond with song." The darkness of night gradually receded, and the first light appeared in the east. Hearing the door opening next door, Qin Junyi, who had not slept all night, immediately opened his door and saw Su Yunwan about to leave. Their eyes met. He paused and asked, "Has my older brother woken up?" "Not yet." Su Yunwan noticed the bluish color around his eyes and turned to the side, saying, "Let's go inside. I'll find something to eat and bring it up." Qin Junxian bypassed the screen, and what he saw confirmed his suspicion. He saw Qin Junyi lying face down on the bed with his eyes tightly closed, arms exposed and uncovered by the bedding. His face, like a carved sculpture, showed a gentle smile, as if he was dreaming something pleasant. Su Yunwan finished washing up downstairs, then went to the back kitchen to get some fried dough sticks, soy milk, steamed buns, and vegetable and lean meat porridge. She placed them on a tray and carried them upstairs. Just outside the door, she heard the old lady scolding inside. "Child, why are you so impatient? Grandma told you to rest and get better before coming. Look at how you've worn yourself out." Confused, Su Yunwan pushed open the slightly open door and entered the room. Behind a screen, figures flickered, and the Qin family members were gathered inside. Seeing Su Yunwan, their faces showed complicated expressions that were hard to describe. Only Qin Yi's eyes revealed clear jealousy. It turned out that the noise from last night and the sound of Qin Juxian being refused entry had been overheard by some women. When they woke up this morning, everyone knew about it. The old lady, pleased yet worried about her grandson's obedience, hurried over after waking up to visit. The grand scene woke Qin Junyi from his fainting state. Hearing his grandmother's scolding, he had nothing to say. He buried his head in the pillow, silent. Until he heard Su Yunwan's greeting, he pulled his head out from the pillow and turned his head to look. Seeing the food on the tray in Su Yunwan's hands, Qin Junyi felt very hungry and took the opportunity to escape. "Grandmother, I'm hungry. You all should go have breakfast too." The old lady nodded, instructing Su Yunwan to take good care of her grandson. Then she led everyone out of the room. Su Yunwan put down the tray and took out Qin Junyi's clothes, dressing him one by one. Qin Junyi, lying half on the bed, watched his wife tie his clothes. He wanted to reach out and brush away the hair blocking his eyes, but his hand fell weak halfway. All his strength had been drained during last night's surgery. The little remaining energy was used to repair damaged nerves. Although the pain had lessened, his limbs felt heavy and his whole body weak. "Don't move around. Rest well," Su Yunwan said, glancing at him while busy. "With last night's experience, after 3 treatments, it will be completely cleared." Qin Junyi smiled faintly, then suddenly became serious. "Can this anesthetic be mass-produced? If it can be used in the military, it could greatly reduce soldiers' pain and suffering. The one used last night can only be made by me." Su Yunwan was confused. "Does the army not have anesthetic drugs now? There is high-concentration medicinal wine, but using alcohol to numb pain takes too long. Wounded soldiers often die from severe pain before the medicine takes effect," Qin Junyi said solemnly, showing a look of pity on his face. Su Yunwan had been confined to her backyard for her entire life and was unaware of the current level of medical development. She never expected that even anesthetic drugs had not yet been invented. However, if she wanted to give up her special abilities to invent an anesthetic, it wouldn't be easy. "I know some plants that can cause numbness, but they are hard to extract using normal methods. It requires experienced experts in traditional medicine to research." Since the topic involved the army, Su Yunwan asked, "Do you know the current situation of the North Town Army? Will your second uncle and others cause trouble?" Such a sensitive and critical topic was brought up so naturally by her. "Of course not." In the guest room, Qin Junyi's eyes were firm and his expression serious. "Our Qin family's duty is to protect the country and bring peace to the world. Even if we are betrayed and killed, we will prioritize the common people and will not start wars or cause chaos." Su Yunwan smiled slightly, unsure whether to believe him. In this era, if the emperor ordered, officials could be executed. If a father ordered, a son could be killed. Perhaps the 2 elders of the Qin family in the northwest could be officially exiled to Yuzhou. But human hearts are unpredictable. When one's life and safety are threatened, it's hard to say whether they can still hold to their previous beliefs. After breakfast, everyone packed up and mounted their horses. In the backyard, over 20 animal-drawn carts were parked, filling the space. Yesterday evening, the Liu family and the Chu family's relatives also asked officials to buy some carts, but due to financial constraints, each only bought 1 or 2. The officials, having collected a lot of silver, bought 5 more mules' carts. The prisoners used carts to travel, freeing up the officials' hands. They could take turns riding, easing the journey. When they returned the prisoners to Weinan Prefecture or the capital, they could sell the carts without losing much silver. The old lady and others followed Qin Junyi's instructions to their own carriage. Seeing the thin, black horse, Mrs. Pei kept complaining with disdain. When she saw Su Yunwan, dressed brightly and rushing over, she was even more annoyed. The shop that delivered clothes yesterday was very considerate. Most of the outer garments were made of plain, simple fabrics and colors. Only the inner clothes were of various grades. They are not new to doing business with prisoners, and they know well not to let the prisoners wear fine clothes to avoid attracting trouble or causing trouble for the guards. This results in elderly ladies who are used to wearing silk and satin, only being able to buy plain cloth clothes despite their wealth. However, Su Yunwan, who shops at the store, is not restricted and becomes a special presence among the women. Su family, you only buy clothes for yourself and don't think about buying something good for your grandmother, Pei Shi said with envy as she looked at Su Yunwan's dress. She ordered, "Later, buy a fine outfit for your grandmother and for me." Su Yunwan chuckled. "I'm not going. You and others can arrange for brother you to go." "What do you mean? You should respect your elders, and now you're just hiding?" Pei Shi shouted. Su Yunwan, already tired and feeling unwell, was annoyed by Pei Shi's loud words and asked back, "What if I hide?" Seeing the argument escalate, Qin Junyi, who was just settled in the carriage, said with difficulty, "Mother, Yuan is tired and needs rest. Whatever you want, let Junyu help buy it." Yuan had used a lot of energy last night and looked much worse than usual, appearing very exhausted and in need of rest. At this moment, Qin Junyi suddenly opened the curtain of the carriage and jumped down, trying to calm the situation. "Mother, just let fourth brother buy it." After saying that, he took out all 5 taels of his monthly silver and handed it to Qin Junyi, saying, "Take this money and help grandma and my mother pick out some fine dresses." Qin Junyi, dressed in the plain blue cotton clothes that the women of the 4th household had specially chosen for him last night, nodded and took the silver. Pei Shi saw this and smiled kindly. "My younger son is the most filial." Seeing this, Qin Junyi, who had planned to ask Qin Junyi to add more money, simply closed his mouth. The old lady did not allow Pei Shi to belittle the eldest grandson and scolded, "Junyi has grown up. How can he not have some money? You, as a mother, only care about your own happiness. Do you still have the manners of a mother?" "Mother, my daughter-in-law hasn't finished speaking," Pei Shi said with a grievance, then took out 10 taels of silver from her own pocket and forced it into Qin Junyi's hand. "Take this money as a backup. If it's not enough, I will add more." "Mother, I don't even have enough for my monthly allowance," Qin Junyi said, tugging at Pei Shi's arm and acting spoiled. Pei Shi scolded with a smile, "You little troublemaker, you're everywhere. He mother is the best," Qin Junyi flattered, then said she also wanted to buy clothes. Su Yunwan looked at the loving trio, turned around, climbed onto the carriage, lowered the curtain, and kept the dazzling scene out of Qin Junyi's sight. Qin Junyi seemed to understand what she was thinking and smiled gently, saying, "It's okay, I'm used to it." He had been like this since childhood, building a strong wall in his heart that wouldn't be easily affected by small matters. Su Yunwan felt mixed emotions. As the eldest son expected to carry great responsibilities, he was treated so harshly by his biological mother, which was rare in the world. Outside the carriage, the old lady instructed Qin Ruishan to go with her brother Qin Junyi to buy supplies, handing them a recently prepared shopping list. Since the carriage was ready, the old lady wanted to buy more supplies to live more comfortably. She had just visited a shop and made the list based on other shopping choices. When Qin Junyi and his sister looked at the list, their expressions became awkward. It included bedding, pillows, raincoats, straw hats, oilcloth, tents, hemp ropes, daggers, axes, cooking essentials like salt, vinegar, oil, pots, bowls, knives, cutting boards,
Meat, sauce, fruits, pastry.
The list covered all aspects of daily life, very thorough. However, they had very little silver left, so they couldn't buy all these supplies. The siblings looked at Pei Shi, who pretended not to know and avoided eye contact. The old lady threatened, "Pei Shi, Hurry up and give the money. When making the list, she had gone with herself to find the shop and knew exactly what was on it. At that time, Pei Shi saw her mother-in-law excited and didn't dare oppose her. Now she wanted to avoid trouble and let her eldest son pay. But the carriage curtain was already drawn, and her eldest son inside remained silent. Under her mother-in-law's pressure, she had no choice but to give 100 taels of silver, saying, "Use it sparingly and bring back any change." The siblings finally relaxed and agreed. Then they hurried with a donkey cart to join the official buying team and set off. As soon as Qin Junyi and his sister left, Lu Shi brought 2 children over to the old lady and said, "Mother, we have more than 20 people, but because of limited funds, we only bought 2 carts. Let these 2 children stay with you." The old lady looked hesitant, saying, "We can't fit everyone. How is that possible?" "You have about 10 people and 3 carts," Lu Shi argued. Pei Shi rolled her eyes and said, "The donkey carts are for carrying goods, but surely there's enough space for the 2 children. They're so small, they don't take up much room. Since you say that, you also have a carriage, so there should be enough space." Pei responded firmly. "Besides, you can also have an adult hold the child while sitting." The old lady watched her 2 sisters-in-law argue back and forth, and she no longer favored the Lu family, even though they had just invited her to dinner last night. The carriage was already full with 6 people inside. At that moment, the officer shouted for everyone to get on the carriage and depart. Lu's family saw that most of the Qin family had already boarded the other carriage with their mother-in-law, leaving only Qin Junyi and his wife in the second carriage. She quickly approached and said, "Brother Yi, let your nephews and nieces get on the carriage." Su Yunwan pushed aside the curtain, expressionless, and said, "You want us to bring you children?" "No, I will ride with you." "I just want to watch the children," Lu said. Su Yunwan sarcastically replied, "Madam Lu, have you forgotten the relationship between our families?" Before Lu could defend herself, the old lady's voice came through. "Don't disturb Brother Yi. Take the children back." She always tried to stop anything that might interfere with her eldest grandson. Lu knew how much the old lady valued Qin Junyi, so she had no choice but to leave angrily. On the main road of Weinan Prefecture, the prisoners led the way on foot, followed by several animal-drawn carts slowly heading out of the city gates. Many villagers stopped to watch, angry that corrupt officials who deserved exile could still travel comfortably by cart. This was where Zhong Wei differed from other team leaders. Other leaders saw the prisoners' long journey as deserved punishment and didn't allow them to enjoy comforts. Usually, each family could buy 1 flat cart for the elderly, sick, or disabled to ride in. But Zhong Wei believed that once prisoners reached exile, they would face hard times, and there was no need to make their journey more difficult. As long as they could pay, everyone could ride in carts, finishing their task early and saving time, which could be considered paid leave. Why not do something that benefits everyone? After leaving Weinan Prefecture, Su Yunwan was rocked to sleep by the carriage. She took a few wide wooden boards from the ground, placed them across the benches to make them wider and softer, then added cushions, pillows, and blankets before lying down together. Qin Junyi watched her perform what looked like magic, transforming the carriage into a cozy double bed, and nodded approvingly. Su Yunwan smiled sweetly, pulled the quilt over him, and leaned on his arm to rest her eyes. Qin Junyi looked at his wife so close by, smiled knowingly, and they fell asleep together. During the brief stops along the way, they did not show themselves. Near midday, the shopping team returned. People eager to buy goods rushed forward, making a lot of noise. The official took out a list and handed out items one by one. The whole group was full of excitement and happiness. When Su Yunwan got off the carriage, she saw the Qin family members gathered around Qin Junyi and his sister, listening to their report on the shopping results. Everyone's face was full of joy. Since there was still a lot of money left, Qin Ruishan suggested going to a restaurant, bringing back plenty of food. The Qin family found a mat, laid it under a big tree beside the official road, then opened the food boxes and set out dishes that looked and smelled delicious. Before eating, Madame Lu brought the children over to join the meal. The old lady looked at Su Yunwan and saw her take out 2 empty porcelain plates, picking some food onto each, and said indifferently, "I'll eat with Ziyuan in the carriage." The old lady replied, "That's fine. You can take more, and if it's not enough, come back for more." When Su Yunwan entered the carriage, the old lady told Lu to sit and eat together. Lu was delighted and said a lot of flattering words to the old lady, even overshadowing Pei. Pei glanced unhappily at the carriage and secretly felt annoyed with Su Yunwan. "Aren't you supposed to reject the Lu family? Why are you not defending the Qin family's interests at this meal?" Poor her. Even as the head wife, she dared not oppose the old lady. She could only watch Lu, who was smiling proudly, and feel angry inside, stomach aching from the meal. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan helped Qin Junyi up. After feeding him a few bites, Qin Junyi took the spoon back and said, "I can do it myself." After resting for half a day, his strength had recovered somewhat. Not wanting his wife to go hungry, he forced himself to eat. Su Yunwan admired his strong recovery and handed him the bowl and chopsticks, occasionally helping him pick food. The small carriage kept out the outside noise. Sunlight filtered through the netting, making the space feel warm and peaceful. After eating, the old lady saw Su Yunwan carry the tray down and asked with concern, "How is brother eating?" "It's okay," Su Yunwan replied with a faint smile, then planned to wash the dishes. The old lady stopped her and said, "Wan, don't dirty your hands. Shan can wash them. You just need to take care of brother E." Su Yunwan looked at Qin Ruishan, who stretched out her tired hand, and said with a smile, "Big sister-in-law, leave it to me. You go rest." "Thank you, no need," Su Yunwan said, naturally not refusing after enjoying the delicious food. However, the old lady suddenly turned her head and said, "Are you still going to take over?" Sin Yi felt unhappy inside, but dared not refuse. She forcefully snatched the tray from Su Yunwan's hand and started washing it loudly and clumsily. Su Yunwan looked at the old lady with confusion, unsure what secret they were sharing. The old lady noticed her confusion. After Sin Yi and her daughter Qin Ruoshang left, she called her over and said, "Walk with me to help digestion." Su Yunwan knew she wanted to talk privately, so she helped her walk to a quiet place. Yen, I have something to tell you." "Don't worry," the old lady said softly in the quiet woods. "Yi is very determined to become Brother Yi's concubine. I want her to see clearly her role and status as a concubine, so I told her to treat you as the main wife. Please cooperate with me and help her give up this idea." Su Yunwan found it hard to respond. She had heard Chu Yi mention that Sin Yi wanted to be a concubine, but she didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought that the old lady wanted Sin Yi to follow the rules of a concubine and even serve her? Is she really her granddaughter? With Sin Yi's proud and stubborn nature, the more she is suppressed, the more she might rebel. Will the old lady be able to handle that? Yen, don't worry. As long as Brother Yi doesn't agree, I won't force Yi on your family, the old lady said, seeing Su Yunwan silent and worried. Su Yunwan felt confused. Shouldn't she say that Yi wouldn't agree? In the end, she thought, the biggest person is still the eldest grandson. What if she endures everything and meets all your demands? Su Yunwan knew very well the agreement between them. When that time comes, how would the old lady handle it? She can't do it, the old lady said firmly. If she knew she couldn't do it, why bother tormenting her? Su Yunwan truly didn't understand what the old lady was thinking. If you say she's heartless, she raised Yi carefully. But if you say she has feelings, her actions are confusing and seem to play tricks on people. Loving someone means loving everything about them. In her heart, the old lady already considered Su Yunwan as family and opened her heart. Earlier, I did consider having Yi and you take care of Brother Yi together, but he wasn't interested, so I didn't insist, she explained. Last night, the doctor said Brother Yi needs to rest and recover. That's enough for now. Your job is to take good care of him. When he gets better and has a son, our Qin family will have a successor. Su Yunwan finally understood. This morning, the old lady accused Qin Junyi of some supposed wrongdoing. It turns out there was a big misunderstanding about what happened last night. But what does it mean for Qin Junyi to have a son to be considered the heir of the Qin family? What about Qin Junxian and the second and fourth wives? Even with the eldest son inheritance rule, there's no need to exclude all other grandchildren. Su Yunwan couldn't help but feel that after experiencing the end of the world and returning, she no longer fit well with the current dynasty. Wanwan, you see, our conditions have improved a lot now. If we really have something, we won't need to worry. Besides Brother Yi, everyone in our family will give way to you, the old lady said, recalling Qin Junyi's words to comfort her. Faced with the pressure to have children, Su Yunwan had to make an excuse to avoid it. You see, Ziyuan's health is too weak. Even if he gets pregnant now, the baby would be born with deficiencies. It's better to wait until his health improves, she explained. But the doctor said his body is very fragile and can't withstand any hardships. If something happens, the old lady said, her voice choking with sadness. She wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief and sighed. Grandmother also hopes Brother Yi will live a long and healthy life. If it weren't for concerns about his safety, I wouldn't pressure you now. Su Yunwan felt a mix of emotions. The old lady's words were hard to interpret, but her love for Qin Junyi was undeniable. She thought for a moment and said, Grandmother, you don't need to worry. Ziyuan has already sent someone to invite a famous doctor. There's hope for him to recover. Even if it's not perfect, like now, careful rest and treatment will do. It won't threaten his life. Really? The old lady asked, unable to believe it. Su Yunwan replied, of course. Look, I'm not anxious at all. You should relax. Ziyuan will surely turn the tide. In fact, Qin Junyi had indeed sent someone to contact the Northwest, asking the military doctor from Jinbei Army to meet in Yuzhou and discuss the development of anesthesia. The old lady, who had been holding back her worries, finally felt some relief. She tightly grasped Su Yunwan's hand and asked cautiously, Wanwan, tell me honestly, what do you think about the future? Do you truly believe our eldest grandson can get better? Or do you have other plans? Su Yunwan smiled softly, turned to look into the distance, and said calmly, I'm waiting for the day Ziyuan stands up again. Her words acted like a tonic, filling the old lady with hope. She wiped away her gloom and said firmly, Good. Grandmother will wait with you. Let's witness this miracle together. In the woods, the old lady felt suddenly hopeful, but another member of the Qin family was filled with anger like a volcano about to erupt. Just now, inside the Qin family carriage, Qin Junyi took out a medicine bottle prepared by the doctor, poured a pill of blood-nourishing and energy-restoring medicine for his elder brother, and handed him a cup of cool boiled water to swallow. As Qin Junyi raised his hand to drink, his smooth cloud-patterned sleeve slipped down to his elbow, revealing a purple-red bruise on his wrist that suddenly caught Qin Junyi's attention. He hurriedly asked, Big brother, what happened to your wrist? Qin Junyi tilted his head to look, quickly put down his cup, and covered the injury with his sleeve. It's nothing, I accidentally bumped it. Qin Junyi obviously didn't believe him. Seeing his brother's unnatural expression, he immediately recalled the time and reason for the injury. It was fine before bed yesterday, and this morning he was driving the carriage outside the compartment, not noticing anything unusual. So, the problem must have occurred last night. Suddenly, Qin Junyi thought of something. He grabbed Qin Junyi's other hand, rolled up his sleeve, and sure enough, there was also a purple-red mark on his left wrist. His heart trembled as he released his hand, clenched his fist tightly, and his knuckles cracked. His eyes burned with anger, turning bright red. At the Northwest camp, he had heard that many soldiers, having fought on the battlefield and experienced life-and-death crises and bloody slaughter, often sought release with courtesans, showing no mercy or pity. Some of these brutal individuals even had strange fetishes that caused women great pain. His proud, strong, and imposing elder brother had been humiliated to this extent? Brother, what are you thinking? Qin Junyi saw his hand injury exposed, and his mood suddenly became chaotic. Seeing his younger brother's furious look, as if he wanted to destroy the world, made him feel even more headache. Qin Junyi suppressed his anger and growled, Is it because of sister-in-law? This made Qin Junyi instantly understand what he was thinking. He anxiously denied, It's not what you think. Then how did you get hurt by being tied up? Who did it? Qin Junyi. Now is not the time to tell him the truth. Besides the incomplete bone nail removal and the risk of further surgery, he also had another concern. His younger brother was straightforward and not good at hiding things. If he told him the truth, he might reveal clues. And once the news leaked, the emperor would not hesitate to mobilize troops to eliminate all threats. Their Qin family would face disaster. Therefore, Qin Junyi was gasping for breath from the question, only able to comfort him with a dry voice. In a while, I'll tell you. Why can't you say it now? Qin Junyi pressed. Who exactly is Su Yunwan? How does she threaten you? She didn't threaten me. Qin Junyi felt anxious from the questioning, but could only suppress his feelings as an elder brother. It's really not what you think. Don't you believe my words anymore? Qin Junyi mistakenly thought his older brother was unwilling to part with Su Yunwan, so he willingly fell into captivity on the bed. His eyes widened with rage, and suddenly he turned away. I will kill her. Come back. Qin Junyi hurriedly tried to stop him, reaching out and grabbing Qin Junyi's sleeve.
Bang!
Qin Junyi was forcefully thrown onto the bed, hitting the side wooden panel. Crimson blood gushed from the wound on his back, instantly staining his white clothes. His body, already weak after surgery, was further injured and distressed. Qin Junyi's throat tightened, and a large amount of blood spurted from his mouth. In an instant, he became a bloodied figure. Qin Junyi heard the noise and turned around. What he saw became his lifelong nightmare. Big brother, a sorrowful cry rang out. Su Yunwan immediately tensed her body, glancing toward the camp. Grandmother, something's wrong. She grabbed the old lady's hand, bent down to lift her onto her back, and hurried toward the camp as fast as she could. At the moment of the incident, the other Qin family members were scattered outside. When they heard the noise, they quickly returned. The first to arrive was Wu Shaohan. He no longer cared about hiding his identity, rushing to the Qin family carriage and nearly falling to his knees in shock at the scene before him. Inside the carriage, Qin Junyi, covered in blood, lay on the ground with his eyes half closed, his breath nearly gone. Qin Junyi was using one hand to send internal energy, pressing with the other on his back to stop the bleeding. The material used to stop the bleeding was his urgently removed outer garment. Wu Shaohan anxiously asked, Is there medicine? Yes, on the donkey cart, there's a big medicine box. Qin Junyi panted, his face showing traces of tears and grief. Wu Shaohan found the medicine box and quickly retrieved the golden wound medicine. Just as he was about to remove Qin Junyi's clothes to treat the wound, Qin Junyi reached out and grabbed his collar, refusing to be undressed. Young master, Wu Shaohan called hoarsely. At this moment, Su Yunwan and other family members who had returned from closer to the camp also climbed onto the carriage. Su Yunwan put down the old lady and was the first to jump onto the carriage. The scene before her made her feel suffocated. She trembled as she held Qin Junyi's head, using her remaining energy to restore him and asking Qin Junyi, What happened? Qin Junyi looked at her with anger and grief, unwilling to answer. I'm fine. Qin Junyi, already semi-conscious, opened his eyes but only saw a blurry figure of Su Yunwan. At this moment, the old lady and others also climbed onto the carriage, crying out in shock. Qin Junyi struggled to turn his head, weakly saying, You. I'll go out first. Wan. Stay. Wu Shaohan quickly handed the healing ointment to Su Yunwan and stood up, saying, Listen to the eldest son. Everyone get out of the carriage first, so the young lady can tend to her wound. The old lady understood the situation and immediately cleared the area. However, Qin Junyi, who was inputting internal energy, remained still and refused to let go. Seeing this, Wu Shaohan forcefully pulled him down from the carriage and drew the curtains to guard the front, showing a commanding presence like, one man guarding the pass. None can break through. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan softly said, They've all left. Let me see your wound. Qin Junyi then cooperatively loosened his grip, allowing Su Yunwan to tend to his injury. Su Yunwan cut open the back of his clothes and saw that the wound from last night, where the nail had been pulled out, had torn open, with flesh and blood visible. The 3 other nails around also showed dark bruising. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan quickly disinfected and stopped the bleeding from the wound. Outside, the old lady asked Qin Junyi in a stern tone, "Why did your eldest brother fall from the bed?" Qin Junyi lowered his head and stood respectfully, without saying a word. Various emotions, regret, frustration, sadness, flashed across his face. "Speak," the old lady demanded angrily. "It was because I didn't take good care of my eldest brother," Qin Junyi said, reluctant to speak but forced to respond. The old lady continued to press. "What were you doing when the accident happened?" Qin Junyi fell silent again. Answer. To protect his brother's reputation, Qin Junyi couldn't reveal the truth and could only bow his head in silence. Pei Shi quickly tried to mediate. "Mother, calm down. Right now, Ege's injury is the most important. Once he's better, we can deal with everything else." "I want to know what really happened now," the old lady said, clutching Lin Shi's hand tightly as she was supported. Her emotions were so intense that Lin Shi felt the pain but dared not speak. Seeing Qin Junyi still silent and hiding the truth, the old lady shouted for family discipline. Pei Shi panicked and said, "Mother, perhaps Ego fell asleep and rolled off accidentally. It has nothing to do with Brother Xian." After speaking, she gave Qin Junyi a subtle look. "If the truth couldn't be told, then use this excuse to cover for your grandmother." However, Qin Junyi would rather endure family punishment than lie. He knelt straight on the ground, showing a posture ready to accept any punishment. Seeing his silent resistance, the old lady ordered, "Fourth son, go cut a few vines and bring them back." The fourth master dared not disobey and ran into the woods, hiding in the shadows and not returning for a long time. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan finished treating the wound, changed Qin Junyi into a clean inner garment, and carried him onto the bed to lie down. Qin Junyi's spirit was completely exhausted. When he heard his grandmother outside the carriage questioning him, he only left a sentence, "Don't make grandma difficult for my brother," before passing out completely. Su Yunwan gently touched Qin Junyi's furrowed brow, still tight from his fainting, and took out a wooden board to block the gap, preventing him from turning over and falling again. Then she lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. At this moment, the old lady saw that her fourth son had not returned for a long time. She knew he was deliberately delaying and was about to blame the fourth family, but she saw Su Yunwan. She hurriedly asked, "How is Brother E? He is no longer in danger of life, but is in a deep sleep. I will go see him." The old lady and other members of the Qin family climbed onto the carriage. The old lady looked at her grandson, who was weak and pale, and reached out to feel his forehead. Seeing the cold temperature, she felt a great panic. Thinking of losing a loved one, the old lady couldn't help but cry out loud. The other women also wept sorrowfully. Pei Shi, despite her sadness, became more determined about a certain thought in her mind. Others watching from afar did not hear what Su Yunwan said. They only thought Qin Junyi had already passed away, and his family members were mourning. In the escort team, 2 young guards had recently joined. They exchanged subtle glances, secretly thinking, "They just infiltrated, and the target person is dead?" According to the rules, the losses of guards along the way would be replenished by soldiers from nearby towns. News of Zhao Rong's disappearance was sent to the capital through a secret report. The new emperor, upon reading it, was furious. He knocked over the teacup on the imperial desk, which shattered on the ground, and his finger was cut by the broken pieces, bleeding heavily. But he no longer cared about the pain. Gritting his teeth, he shouted 3 words. "Qin Junyi." The messengers sent to the northwest had not yet returned with news. The emperor could only suppress his murderous intent and send internal guards to secretly follow the exile team, closely monitoring Qin Junyi's every move. Unexpectedly, Qin Junyi, who had fallen into this situation, still dared to resist and eliminate his enemies. This time, he sent 2 more secret agents to infiltrate the team, focusing on monitoring Qin Junyi and Su Yunwan. Yes, including Su Yunwan. According to previous reports, Su Yunwan had learned various skills from unknown sources, making the Qin family's life seem like a distant journey. Even Qin Junyi's health was improving. If Su Yunwan could help Qin Junyi recover, the Northern Army might rebel even more. If the Northern Army rebelled, it would surely cause internal chaos, and the country would be in danger. Therefore, the new emperor ordered the two hidden spies to constantly watch the Qin family members, alert for any signs that Qin Junyi's condition was improving, or if there were any abnormalities. If so, they would immediately carry out an assassination plan. When he truly gained control of the Northern Army, it would be Qin Junyi's time to die. Two spies are quietly approaching the Qin family with others, but they hear Su Yunwan by the carriage frowning and saying, "Don't cry anymore." Ziyuan is not in immediate danger. The two exchange glances and take a deep breath. See, if Lord Qin Junyi could die so easily, the emperor wouldn't be so restless day and night. Wu Xiaohan glances at Su Yunwan, leaves the Qin house, and bows to Zhongwei to report on Lord Qin Junyi's condition. Zhongwei looks at Wu Xiaohan with a very complicated expression. Just now, Wu Xiaohan's quick movements showed skills far beyond ordinary guards, revealing his true identity. He was too careless and was easily deceived by the other side. Wu Xiaohan, under Zhongwei's gaze, remains standing with his hands folded in front of him, motionless. "All right, I understand." Zhongwei secretly glances at the two new guards mixed in with the officials and orders, break camp and set out. As he gives the order, the guards start organizing the team. The old lady hears the commotion and steps down from the carriage with everyone. Seeing Lord Qin Xian kneeling straight and still, she feels anger rising again. Why isn't the fourth son back yet? He's coming, he's coming. The fourth master had already hidden a thin vine nearby. Seeing the team breaking camp, he had to show himself, running to the old lady and offering the vine with both hands. The old lady grabs the vine, suddenly swings it with a cracking sound, and strikes the fourth master's arm. A sharp, burning pain spreads instantly from his arm. The fourth master yelps but shrinks back, not daring to dodge, and lowers his head to admit fault. "It's my fault for not doing well. Please forgive me, mother." The other members of the fourth house are distressed, but dare not speak up, fearing to make things worse. The old lady whips again, then snorts coldly. "I'll deal with you later." Afterward, she shifts her gaze from the vine to Qin Xian, her eyes fierce and ruthless, no longer showing the kindness of the past. Grandmother asks one last time, "Are you going to tell or not?" The old lady grips the vine tightly, her face twisted. From her grandson's attitude, it's clear that this matter is closely related to Brother Xian. No matter how many times she presses, she gets no answer. Seeing her raise the vine again, Pei Shi rushes forward and kneels in front of Qin Xian, crying and begging, "Mother, Brother Xian still needs to drive the carriage. Please wait until Lord Yi wakes up to find out more." But the old lady can't wait any longer and scolds, "Get out of the way. She won't forgive anyone who harms her eldest grandson." The caring Pei family member not only disobeyed orders, but, in a moment of panic, reached out and grabbed the end of the whip, determined not to let her mother-in-law punish her younger brother. This act of rebellion made Qin Junyi panic. He took a few kneeling steps and gently pried Pei's hand away. "Mother, you must not." Afterward, he looked up at the old lady. "Grandmother, please calm down. Hand over the whip to your grandson, and I will punish myself." At this moment, the old lady was still confused. She never expected that since losing her husband, the usually obedient Pei would dare to oppose her. Standing nearby, Su Yunwan watched the situation unfold with a cold gaze. She thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand what was so special about herself that made Qin Junyi act so unusually and clash fiercely with her respectful elder brother. But since Qin Junyi had left a message, she decided to prevent the situation from worsening. She lied, saying, "Grandmother, please stay calm." Ziyuan left a message. "Please don't hurt Brother Xian. He wants to handle this himself." The old lady stared intently at Su Yunwan. Seeing that she was sincere, she finally gave up on scolding Qin Junyi and loosened the whip, having it taken away. "Yan, if Brother Yi is awake, tell me immediately," the old lady said, turning to get into the carriage after Su Yunwan responded. Seeing the old lady enter the carriage, Pei immediately helped Qin Junyi up, looking distressed. Hurry up. Does your knee hurt? Let me rub it for you, she said tenderly. I'm fine, mother. Qin Junyi forced himself to move despite the numbness and pain from his old injury, softly persuading. Next time, don't go against grandmother just for me. But I can't just watch you get hit without doing anything, Pei replied. No one would guess that this kind motherly Pei, who appeared gentle, would often punish her other son and take pleasure in seeing him suffer silently. After speaking, Pei suddenly stopped Su Yunwan, who was about to get into the carriage. Su family, since brother Yi left a message. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why wait until now? What are you really up to? Su Yunwan glanced at Qin Junyi beside her and coldly mocked. You should ask your good son what he has done that's so good. Qin Junyi clenched his fists tightly, holding back his anger. Mother, you get in the carriage first. Everything can wait until Big Brother wakes up. Seeing that everyone else in the camp had already boarded and the walking group had gone far, Pei glared at Su Yunwan in anger and turned to get into the carriage. Qin Junyi approached Su Yunwan with a cold look and a threatening aura. If there's a next time, I won't let you go. Su Yunwan narrowed her eyes. You better make sure you say that clearly. Don't just talk with an empty mouth. Do I need to tell you what disgusting things I've done? Lord Qin Junyi looked at her with angry eyes. If it weren't for his older brother protecting her, he would have already taken action. A feeling of irritation rose in his heart, and Su Yunwan no longer wasted words with him. At this moment, Wu Xiaohan came over. He changed from his usual cold and distant attitude, speaking in a more relaxed tone. From now on, only I will accompany the Qin family. It turned out that after Zhong Wei confirmed his identity, he secretly observed the two new guards who joined earlier that morning. Seeing they made no unusual moves, he decided to pretend not to notice and sent himself and Zhang Xiaolu to follow the Qin and Chu families. The current situation was no longer like when they first left the capital. The entire group was at risk of being destroyed at any moment. In a critical moment, he hoped the Qin and Chu families could unite to find a way out. He withdrew the other escorts and only sent Wu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiaolu, showing his firm stance. Su Yunwan smiled and said, Perfect. We need someone to drive the carriage. Would you like to help? It's my honor. Wu Xiaohan was initially surprised, but then showed a faint smile. It seemed the master had already told his wife about his identity. Lord Qin Junyi, however, didn't expect this part. His eyes widened in shock and anger when he looked at the two. Su Yunwan didn't hesitate to treat the official as a coachman, and he obediently followed her orders. What was their relationship? Seeing Qin Junyi's obvious misunderstanding, Su Yunwan rolled her eyes and said, A good brain is a good thing, but don't treat it like a decoration. Before Qin Junyi could speak, she turned to Wu Xiaohan and said, Wu Xiaohan, you come and drive the carriage. Wu Xiaohan nodded, watched her return to the carriage, then glanced at the thoughtful Qin Junyi and jumped onto the carriage. Qin Junyi was only feeling restless, not truly foolish. Thinking about how he had just rushed to help in the carriage, his pupils suddenly widened. He lowered his voice and asked, Could it be that you are? Wu Xiaohan nodded slightly, jumped onto the carriage, and adjusted the reins. Qin Junyi quickly followed and took the reins from him. Let me drive. You're dressed as a guard. Don't stand out too much. Wu Xiaohan looked back and saw Su Yunwan silent. He followed her lead. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan wiped the sweat from Qin Junyi's forehead, thinking about how Wu Xiaohan's situation was shifting from hidden to clear. She had worried he would reveal his identity and be hunted down. Now that he had lost his cover, he was fully tied to the Qin family, which could protect him strongly. This way, they could also prevent the authorities from easily arresting him on false charges. So, Su Yunwan suggested he act as the carriage driver, fully siding with the Qin family. But this was only her idea. The final decision depended on Qin Junyi's awakening and his choice. Therefore, upon hearing Qin Junyi still wanted to hide a little, she simply let him be. The wheels rolled forward, leaving marks on the official road. A gentle breeze blew, and dust rose from the ground. On another carriage's bed, the old lady sat upright, calmly holding a teacup and playfully fiddling with the lid. Directly in front of her, Mrs. Pei knelt on the ground, enduring punishment for her kneeling. Qin Rulin knelt on one side, softly tugging at the old lady's dress hem, repeatedly pleading, "Grandmother, please forgive my mother this time. She was just in a hurry and didn't mean to disobey." Others sat nearby, shrinking their necks like turtles, trying to stay unnoticed to avoid trouble. The old lady listened to Qin Rulin's pleas, but did not agree to forgive. Qin Rulin slumped on the ground, hoping her elder brother would wake up soon. Next to her, Mrs. Lin carefully served the old lady, secretly worried about her husband, but when she thought about him riding a donkey cart, she felt a little relieved. Honestly, her husband shouldn't be secretly scheming. Brother Xian's poor guarding deserved punishment, and now her husband had caused trouble, getting whipped twice. She wondered if her mother-in-law would stop there. As the matriarch of the Qin family, the old lady always paid attention to the importance of things. Now that the fourth son was going to drive a carriage, she decided to let it go for now and focused on punishing Mrs. Pei, ordering her to kneel for an hour. Mrs. Pei, as the head of the household in the Wang family, hadn't been punished in years. Now, facing punishment in front of the younger generation, she felt humiliated and furious. But soon, she couldn't care about her dignity. Her knees went numb and then hurt more and more. She clenched her fists on her thighs, trying to endure the pain and find a way out. She had already explained the importance of her youngest son's care for Igor, hoping the matriarch would forgive her. However, the old lady was focused on Mrs. Pei's act of rebellion, not Qin Junyi. Seeing Mrs. Pei stand up to protect her son, the old lady couldn't help but recall how she had treated her own eldest grandson. The stark contrast in behavior made her even angrier, and she decided to punish without mercy. Mrs. Pei, enduring the pain, grew more determined and decided to act on the plan, no longer seeking an early escape. As time passed, Mrs. Pei felt overwhelmed by pain, her soul almost leaving her body. Suddenly, the carriage jolted heavily. Dizzy and unsteady, Mrs. Pei lost her balance and fell to one side, hitting her head against the carriage wall and opening a bleeding wound. "Mother!" Qin Rulin exclaimed in surprise, quickly hugged her, and used a handkerchief to cover the wound. The resting old lady hurriedly called to stop the carriage, saying, "Quick, bring the medicine box." As soon as the carriage stopped, Qin Junyi, hearing the noise, lifted the curtain and entered with the medicine box. Seeing their mother sweating and bleeding from the forehead while leaning on her younger sister, he hurried to stop the bleeding and bandage her. After finishing, Qin Junyi asked what had happened. Qin Rulin immediately cried out, "Grandmother made me kneel." Qin Junyi stiffened and turned to look at the old lady. "Why can't I punish her?" the old lady replied coldly and sternly. Qin Junyi looked pained and pressed his lips, not daring to challenge his grandmother's authority, and only whispered, "Mother did it for her grandson. Please let me take the blame." The old lady's anger had already been vented. She coldly said, "Go back to your carriage and stop this nonsense." Qin Junyi left the carriage and returned to his seat to continue driving, feeling overwhelmed with bitterness. Just a curtain apart, Su Yunwan probably guessed what had happened in the carriage. She once again looked at Qin Junyi, who was sleeping peacefully. If possible, she wanted to take Qin Junyi away from all this and live a quiet life with just the two of them. But he was the head of the family, carrying the responsibility of the entire Qin family. In this dangerous time, he could never abandon his family. Recalling the historical development she saw during the end times, the marriage customs changed from parents' arrangement and matchmakers' words to "I'd rather cry in a BMW than smile on a bicycle," and later evolved into having a car, a house, and savings but no parents or siblings. After the apocalypse, social order collapsed, and the strong became dominant. Regardless of gender, as long as you had the ability to rise to the top of the pyramid, you could enjoy many romantic interests, just like emperors in feudal society. At that time, Su Yunwan was unsure of her origins or destination. She lived alone, entertaining herself, never considering sharing her life with someone else. Now back in her world, she felt like an outsider, Her maternal family was practically gone, and her in-laws didn't quite accept her. But since she chose to rekindle her relationship with Qin Junyi, she wouldn't abandon him easily because of outside influences. As long as the Qin family members didn't cause trouble in front of her, she would just watch silently, letting them fuss as they pleased. In fact, conflicts weren't limited to the Qin family alone. Many other large families had their own internal struggles. Between brothers, sisters-in-law, mother-in-law, and daughter-in-law, even between parents and children, there were many family secrets kept from outsiders. Even the strict Chu family was not immune to selfish motives. Out of respect for the head of the family, they only dared to do things in secret that were hard to see. As Su Yunwan's thoughts drifted freely, Qin Junyi's fingers moved slightly, lifting his heavy eyelids. Wan, a weak voice called. Su Yunwan's attention immediately focused on Qin Junyi's face. She leaned down and asked, "You're awake. How do you feel? I want to drink water." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Junxian entered. He glanced at Qin Junyi briefly, as if shocked, then looked away silently, found a water pouch, poured water into a cup, and offered it with both hands. Su Yunwan helped Qin Junyi sit up, took the cup, and fed him water. Qin Junyi took a few sips, then lay back on the pillow. He looked at Qin Junxian kneeling in front of the bed. He saw him bowing respectfully, seemingly ready to be commanded, but his whole body was filled with a stubborn aura. Qin Junyi sighed. "Get up." Guilt, anger, frustration. All sorts of emotions turned sour inside Qin Junxian, making his eyes turn red as he straightened up. Qin Junyi didn't know how to comfort him. His gaze drifted outside the carriage. "Who is driving?" "It's me, Xiao Wu," came the respectful reply from Wu Xiaohan, despite the curtain. Qin Junyi was stunned, recalling the scene before he fainted. He frowned and asked, "What's the situation now?" "I went to drive." "You all talk." Su Yunwan stepped out of the carriage, taking Wu Xiaohan's place. Inside the carriage, Wu Xiaohan knelt on one knee in front of the bed, lowering his head. "Master, I made a mistake and exposed ourselves." Qin Junyi didn't pursue the matter. After telling him to stand, he asked, "What does Zhong Wei think?" Wu Xiaohan carefully explained Zhong Wei's arrangements and his suspicions. At the end, he also told Qin Junyi, "The two new servants this morning seem different. They're probably sent by the emperor." Qin Junyi's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. After a moment of thought, he said, "Keep their identities as guards, but try to stay close with us. Be very careful." "Yes. Tell Zhong Wei to prepare a way out for his family in advance," Qin Junyi added. "This journey is dangerous, full of threats, and the future is uncertain." After saying so much, Qin Junyi, injured and weak, was gasping for breath. "Master Zhong already told me he sent a message back to the capital from Weinan, telling his family to go to Jiangnan to visit relatives," Wu Xiaohan hurriedly said. From the wolf attack incident, Zhong Wei sensed the risk of being silenced. The first thing he did upon arriving in Weinan was to send a message to arrange his family's safety. After discovering Wu Xiaohan's identity, he also told him about it, indirectly showing that he was on the same side as the Qin family. Qin Junyi closed his eyes weakly, taking slow breaths to calm himself. Wu Xiaohan saw this and said, "Master, rest well. I will take my leave." Qin Junyi responded softly and allowed him to leave and drive away. When Su Yunwan returned, seeing his weak condition, she decided not to mention the old lady's wish to see him and let him rest peacefully. Qin Junyi was exhausted and soon fell back into sleep. Unbeknownst to him, trouble was brewing again before the current storm had settled. "Rest here for 15 minutes. At noon, Zhong Wei saw that the walking prisoner was nearly exhausted and ordered a break. When the carriage stopped, the old lady, supported by her female relatives, hurriedly got out and asked anxiously, "How is brother Yi? Has he woken up yet?" Su Yunwan turned her head and said, "He just woke up for a little while, but he was too tired and went back to sleep. Let him sleep well. Don't disturb him." The old lady's voice softened, afraid of waking her grandson. After speaking, she sat quietly nearby, waiting in silence. Qin Junxian quietly withdrew and went to the front carriage to see Mrs. Pei. Inside the front carriage, Only Mrs. Pei and her daughter Qin Rulin remained. Qin Rulin saw him and called out, "Second brother." Pretending to be asleep, Mrs. Pei immediately opened her eyes and waved at Qin Junyi. "Xian Gur, come here quickly. Mother has something to tell you." As soon as Qin Junyi sat beside Mrs. Pei, she pulled his hand eagerly, wanting to say something. But just as she opened her mouth, she swallowed her words and turned around, saying, "Lon Lon, Mother has some private words to discuss with your second brother. You get off the carriage and wait. Don't let anyone else come near, especially your grandmother." Qin Rulin was curious and wanted to stay and listen, but before she could speak, the wise Mrs. Pei said, "Be good and listen." Mrs. Pei's expression was serious, so Qin Rulin gave up her idea and got off the carriage, thinking silently, "I'll ask my second brother about it later." Inside the carriage, Mrs. Pei leaned close to her younger son and whispered, "Mother wants you to become the head of the Qin family." Qin Junyi was stunned like being hit by 5 thunderclaps, standing there in shock. "Mother, my older brother is still fine. Besides, what time is it now? Why are you thinking about such things?" Qin Junyi felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Mrs. Pei pointed to her forehead wound and said softly, "Look at me, Mother. I've been worn down by your grandmother. If there's a next time, I might not survive. It won't happen. Grandma knows her limits, and there's also Big Brother." "Don't mention your big brother," Mrs. Pei interrupted him. "He's long stopped recognizing me as his mother. Only if you become the head of the family can you protect Mother. It won't happen." Qin Junyi struggled like a trapped beast. "Big Brother is the most filial and respectful. He would never abandon you. You're overthinking. Your mother can tell you that she can no longer tolerate your grandmother's control. When conflicts break out, who do you think your eldest brother will support? Will you just watch your mother suffer?" Mrs. Pei looked at her youngest son and delivered a heavy blow. Qin Junyi was left speechless by the question. Since childhood, his eldest brother had been bound by strict family rules, always cautious and upright, and would surely side with reason. As the family's elder lady, how could the grandmother be bypassed by their mother? But if it were himself, he also couldn't do that. Your eldest brother's health is the most important thing. Saving his life is what matters. But your grandmother is putting things in the wrong order, forcing him to have children. She's practically pushing him to the limit. Mrs. Pei criticized and then tempted him. "Right now, you are the main support of our family, just missing a title. As long as you take charge, your eldest brother can recover well, and your mother can live peacefully. You can also realize your ambitions and gain a lot in one move." After hearing this long speech, Qin Junyi only focused on the first part, criticizing their grandmother, and suddenly thought of a possibility. His eldest brother only agreed to have a son because he had to please Su Yunwan. Realizing this, Qin Junyi felt enlightened. Knowing the reason makes it easier to handle. "Son, what do you think?" Mrs. Pei asked eagerly, seeing Qin Junyi's relaxed expression as if he accepted her plan. Qin Junyi was about to speak when he heard Qin Rulin outside the carriage raise her voice. Haven't you walked a few steps to stretch your legs?" Xin Yi smiled and said, "I'm going to the carriage to get some water. I'll help you get a water pouch," Qin Rulin said without hesitation and climbed into the carriage. Yi looked toward the lifted curtain and saw Mrs. Pei and Qin Junyi sitting side by side. Mrs. Pei looked excited, and Qin Junyi also appeared relaxed, as if they had reached some agreement. She had already noticed that Mrs. Pei and her son were secretly talking. If she could learn something, she might be able to use it. So, after getting the water pouch, she pretended to walk away and, when no one was paying attention, sneaked behind the carriage to listen in. Mrs. Pei's voice came from inside the carriage. "You and I, mother and son, are united. We're not afraid your eldest brother won't agree. Mother, let's talk about it when we reach Yuzhou City. Right now, all our family's money is with you and me. Just relax." Qin Junyi knew his mother's nature well. No matter whether he agreed or not, she would take matters into her own hands, try to persuade his eldest brother, and force him to agree, even asking him to give up his position to their grandmother. Since he couldn't change her mind, he decided to use a delaying tactic, calming her with money. Once his eldest brother's health improved, He planned to tell him about this and clarify that he had no such intentions. This way, my older brother won't be caught off guard. No one can break their brotherly bond, even if that person is their biological mother. Pei sure wanted to say more, but Qin Junyi softly warned, "Mother, my brother's health can't handle more shocks." "You don't want to be blamed for pushing him too far, do you?" Pei Shi's expression froze. If something happened to her eldest son because of this, she might be harshly punished by her mother-in-law. Thinking of this, Pei Shi nodded and said, "Let's wait a bit longer, Mother. Rest well. If grandmother scolds you again, just shout for your son," Qin Junyi said softly, glancing at the white bandage wrapped around Pei Shi's forehead with concern. "Good son, I understand. You should also take care of yourself and not overwork your body," she replied. The mother and son exchanged caring words, and the previous matter was no longer mentioned. Xin Yi quietly stepped away, holding her skirt, and thought about what they might be planning. To avoid being noticed by the skilled martial artist Qin Junyi, she kept a distance from the carriage and only listened to Pei Shi's words. Qin Junyi, who was very cautious, kept her voice very low, so she couldn't hear a word clearly. What could it be that made her sister-in-law and her son form a united front? Throughout the rest of the journey, Xin Yi kept pondering this question but couldn't figure it out. That evening, the exile team stayed overnight at a remote inn. This inn was different from the Binggu Inn in Weinan Prefecture. It had only one floor, with small, damp rooms and a musty smell inside. But no matter how poor the conditions, it was better than being out in the wilderness under the open sky. However, there were only 6 rooms, which wasn't enough for everyone. The rest had to sleep on the floor in the main hall. Everyone gathered in the front yard, and many argued over who would get the rooms. The innkeeper raised his hand and loudly said, "Everyone quiet down. To be fair, I will auction the rooms. The highest bidder gets to stay." As soon as he finished, the already tight-fisted prisoners started shouting and arguing loudly. The innkeeper, feeling overwhelmed, dared not confront so many people. He shrank back behind Zhong Wei, hiding his neck. In Qin's carriage, Qin Junyi had already woken up. The old lady, Pei Shi, Qin Ruolin, and others were gathered around, asking about her condition. Su Yunwan stepped out of the carriage to make space for them and listened to the innkeeper's arrangements. Seeing the chaos over the room, she looked toward the carriage and said, "Tonight, I will stay in the carriage with Ziyuan." Qin Junyi turned her head to meet her gaze and nodded with a smile. The old lady didn't want to compete with others for a room. "Then I will sleep in the carriage. I want a room with Lan Lan to stay together," Pei immediately said. Lin was anxious. "And what about us?" Pei replied, "You can also try to grab a room." This clearly meant Lin would have to pay for her own room, but they couldn't afford that. The old lady snorted coldly. "The innkeeper is clearly treating guests like pigs. Our family will not be taken advantage of. The remaining people, go squeeze into the main hall." Pei was reluctant and kept glancing at Qin Junyi, but Qin pretended not to notice. Although the money was with him, he couldn't use it without permission, nor go against his grandmother's plans over such a small matter. Seeing her youngest son was not helpful, Pei turned to her eldest son and suddenly had an idea. "Mother, let's open a room for Igor to stay in. The carriage leaks wind everywhere, so he won't catch a cold at night." The old lady was convinced by this, but Qin Junyi didn't want special treatment. He simply said, "Thank you, Mother, for your kindness. I don't want to move. Just add more bedding. You don't need to get up. Ziyuan's health isn't good for moving," Su Yunwan interrupted, knowing Pei's intentions. She didn't want to give her and her mother the bed in the carriage. She found it uncomfortable. The old lady made a final decision. "That's settled then. Hurry and prepare some food for Igor." "I'll go," Xin Yi volunteered first. Soon, she returned with a plate of roughly made, dark green cakes. "Right now, we only have mung bean cakes. Big cousin, you can fill your stomach first. If you want anything else, I'll ask the innkeeper." Qin Junyi politely and distantly said, "Thank you, but I don't want to eat anything." "Then I'll ask the innkeeper to make some gentle, digestible porridge for you," Xin Yi offered eagerly. Su Yunwan glanced at Xin Yi, who was unusually close and eager, and said, "Igor is on medicinal food. You all can help yourselves." After speaking, she went to the donkey cart to get supplies. The inn's kitchen only had 2 stoves. One was taken over by officials, and the other was reserved for the inn's cook. Su Yunwan decided to step outside the kitchen and told the Qin family to gather firewood and cook outside with a makeshift stove. Not far away, the Chu family made the same choice as the Qin family. They also abandoned the rooms and cooked on site, living self-sufficiently. Soon, bonfires were lit on the open ground of the courtyard, smoke curling up in the twilight, filling the air with the smell of cooking. While Su Yunwan was busy preparing medicinal food, Qin Yi took advantage of the Qin family's distraction and quietly climbed onto Qin Junyi's carriage. Hearing the noise, Qin Junyi turned his head to look and was slightly surprised to see her come in. "Big cousin, are you feeling better?" Qin Yi gently asked. Qin Junyi replied coldly, "Yes, I want to be alone for a while." "You can go out." "Big cousin, I found something secret by accident, and I don't know if I should tell you." Seeing his nervous look, Qin Yi felt a pain in her heart, but still decided to speak. Qin Junyi looked at the car roof. "If you're not sure, then don't say anything." But she continued, "It involves your mother and your younger brother. And maybe your sister-in-law." Qin Junyi suddenly looked at her sharply. Seeing this, Qin Yi leaned close to his ear. Qin Junyi tried to sit up to avoid her, but was too weak to move and could only turn his head away, whispering, "Please respect yourself." However, her next words made Qin Junyi stiffen and look at her with suspicion. "Are you telling the truth? I heard it with my own ears." Qin Yi nodded firmly. Looking at his handsome face so close, she remembered many years of longing. Her hidden love broke free from its cage and could no longer be suppressed. With a sincere and sad voice, she blurted out, "Big cousin, let me stay with you and take care of you." Qin Junyi immediately refused without thinking, "No need. What do I have to do to make you accept me?" Tears welled up in Qin Yi's eyes as she begged humbly, "I'm not bad at anything. Tell me what I lack and I will change." Seeing her lose control, Qin Junyi shouted, "Wan Wan." Qin Yi looked nervously outside the carriage, then suddenly leaned over and hugged Qin Junyi, pretending to be close. When Su Yunwan entered through the curtain and saw her triumphant smile, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her arm and was thrown backward. "Ah!" Qin Yi fell to the ground and bit into the dirt. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned by this sudden scene and looked toward the carriage. Inside, Su Yunwan's eyes flashed with anger as she stared at Qin Junyi, her tone icy. "Why are you alone with her?" Before Qin Junyi could speak, she added, "Don't pretend you don't know her intentions toward you." "Sorry." Qin Junyi was anxious and tried to pull her hand, but she harshly pushed him away. At that moment, the anxious voice of the old lady sounded. "Brother E, what happened?" As soon as she finished speaking, the old lady entered the carriage. Seeing her grandson's face flushed and sweating, she quickly held his hand, wiped his sweat, and turned to ask Su Yunwan about what had happened. Su Yunwan pursed her lips tightly, wanting Qin Junyi to explain himself. Qin Junyi called out to his younger brother. After seeing Qin Junxian, he forcibly suppressed his shame and anger. "Return the 500 taels of silver to Qin Biaomei and tell her to take care of herself." Now, he no longer cared about Qin Yi's ties to the Qin family. He was determined to cut her off completely. "Wait!" Outside the carriage, Mrs. Pei immediately spoke up to stop him when she heard about repaying the money. "You're too emotional now. Don't make any decisions." Then she looked at Qin Yi and said, "E, what did you do to make your big cousin so angry? Come over quickly to explain and apologize." Qin Yi, knocked to the ground, felt her bones almost breaking. She took a long time to recover before she could move. Other women of the Qin family, afraid of Su Yunwan's strong presence, dared not help her up. Hearing Mrs. Pei's words, Qin Yi struggled to her feet, limping toward them, her face showing a frightening, crazed look. "Repay the money? What money?" Tears filled her eyes, but she grinned wildly, revealing her madness. "Your good grandmother and mother have long promised me to you." Su Yunwan's nerves tensed, and she looked up at the old lady. Suddenly, a loud bang. The old lady trembled violently, no longer caring about Qin Junyi. She hurriedly shouted and got out of the carriage. Shut up. Xin-Yi looked up at the tall old lady outside the carriage. Seeing her fierce expression hide her guilt, her heart felt like it was stabbed by a knife, painful and speechless. Her world collapsed inside her. She despairingly fainted on the ground, unconscious. Before losing consciousness, Xin-Yi felt confused. She only wanted to inform Mrs. Pei about the conspiracy so her cousin could be prepared. How did she lose control and fall into her deepest fear? In the courtyard, the old lady anxiously called for someone to help Xin-Yi onto her carriage. She pinched her and fed her water, causing chaos and disorder. In the carriage pulled by a thin horse, only Su Yunwan and Qin Junyi remained. The air was so heavy it felt suffocating. Qin Junyi stared tightly at his wife sitting by the carriage door, feeling bitter. I don't know about the marriage arrangement. Su Yunwan shot him a glance and said sarcastically, and you expect me to believe that? If he dared even think about taking a concubine, she wouldn't be sitting here now. You knew all along, Qin Junyi asked, surprised, sensing something from her expression. Su Yunwan snorted coldly. Don't you have anything else to say? The shock of the explosion had lessened her anger, and she could now listen to Qin Junyi more calmly. Yes, Qin Junyi quickly explained. Xin-Yi came to tell me that my brother and my mother are plotting together, and it seems they want me to divorce. Su Yunwan was stunned. Your mother is one thing, but your brother? He can interfere in your affairs. Qin Junyi's face suddenly looked uncomfortable. He found it hard to speak about his brother's misunderstanding. Su Yunwan narrowed her eyes. She sensed there was more going on. Yan, come here for a moment. Qin Junyi called her with a caring look. But Su Yunwan felt uneasy inside and refused to let it go easily. Just tell me what's going on. Qin Junyi sighed and said vaguely, Yan, can we settle everything at once? Are you crazy? Su Yunwan stared in shock, her eyebrows furrowing. Did you forget the pain from last night's surgery? How dare you? If I could endure that, I can handle this too, Qin Junyi said firmly. That's not the same, Su Yunwan hurriedly replied. Back then you were in much better shape. Now, with your weak body, if it weren't for me, you'd have been gone a long time ago, but I can't even push away a woman now. Qin Junyi couldn't finish. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling humiliated and angry enough to go crazy. As a man of 7 feet, he had never blamed himself before. But Xin-Yi's actions shattered his defenses. Su Yunwan finally realized that he was the real victim, and her last feelings of frustration disappeared. She joked, aren't men supposed to like women throwing themselves at them? Nonsense, Qin Junyi snapped. At least I'm not, Su Yunwan chuckled. All right, I'll believe you for now. Qin Junyi felt a strange mix of emotions and quietly let out a breath of relief. It was only then that he remembered what Xin-Yi said after being thrown away. No matter what promises his grandmother and mother made with Xin-Yi, she would never be an obstacle between them. Not in the past, and not in the future. Su Yunwan understood this too. But she cared more about something else. What exactly is going on with your brother? Qin Junyi cleared his throat. It's just a misunderstanding. I will handle it. That's best. Su Yunwan saw he didn't want to talk more, so she let it go. Everyone has secrets they can't share. Rest well. I'll keep making medicinal dishes, Qin Junyi said, watching his wife's figure disappear at the door of the carriage, feeling a soft ache in his heart. Only Wanwan can clearly distinguish right from wrong, calm and composed. Wait, how does she know about Xin-Yi's engagement? Why didn't she tell him? In another carriage, Xin-Yi, lying on the bed, was suddenly pinched on the forehead and gradually woke up. Seeing her grandmother sitting nearby, her feelings of hurt and fear flooded her heart, and tears kept flowing. The old lady sighed inwardly, called someone to bring water, and personally wiped away her face and tears. Once her emotions stabilized, she dismissed the others and asked what had happened. Xin-Yi remembered her impulsive act in front of Su Yunwan, her face turning pale with regret. But the situation had escalated to this point. She felt she had no choice but to go all the way. Xin-Yi avoided answering and asked, Grandmother, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, right? The old lady suddenly frowned. Of course I haven't forgotten, but with your current personality, How can you fulfill the role of a proper wife? Entering the marriage so suddenly will only cause more trouble for your eldest cousin. I will not allow anyone to harm him. Then I'll wait for the day you and my eldest cousin agree. Qin put away her defensiveness and pretended to be gentle and loving. This was her plan to align with the old lady's delaying tactics, but she still reminded her, what if your eldest cousin truly has no interest? What will you do then? Qin vowed confidently, I will wait forever, silly girl. A woman's best years are only a few. Once she gets old and no longer beautiful, it's hard to find a marriage. That's my fate, and I accept it, Qin said pitifully. But she secretly thought, she must now tie herself to the Qin family. No one can shake her off. The old lady sighed deeply. What kind of misfortune is this? She patted Qin's arm. Rest well. When the food is ready, get up. Before leaving the carriage, her steps suddenly stopped, and she left a word. From now on, don't approach your eldest cousin. As soon as the old lady got off the carriage, she saw Su Yinwan quietly boiling firewood and making porridge, and added silently, so, she won't get beaten. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and cook. If you delay, see how I deal with you. The old lady, already in a low mood, scolded irritably as she saw the family gathered around the carriage. The Qin family members immediately dispersed and went about their tasks. The old lady took a deep breath, called Pei Shi, and went to find Qin Junyi. After finally resolving one issue, she still had to give her eldest grandson an explanation. Once aboard the train carriage, the elderly lady saw her grandson's deep, dark eyes and was at a loss for words. The three people in the carriage fell into a deep silence. After a while, unable to bear the tense atmosphere, Mrs. Pei broke the silence first. Brother Yi, you know that in other families, taking a concubine costs money. Yi voluntarily offered 500 taels of silver just for a concubine's position. Such good fortune is rare in the world. So, mother sold her son for money. Qin Junyi's face was stern like a mountain, and his voice was low and serious. That's not how you should say it, Mrs. Pei immediately disagreed. Yi's feelings for you are clear. Having another woman who loves you to serve you isn't a bad thing. Even your father had several concubines. When she mentioned her late husband, Mrs. Pei thought of a few concubines and children in the Northwest, and her face suddenly looked unhappy. As the legitimate wife, she stayed in the capital at the Wang family estate to serve her mother-in-law, while the concubines could stay close to her husband and be with him everywhere, giving birth to many children. Now that the Qin family was in trouble, they, as Qin family members, would also be exiled to Yuzhou. When they arrived in Yuzhou City, Qin Junyi looked at his mother's displeased face and couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. She disliked her father's concubines, yet for a small amount of money, she wanted to force a woman onto him. His father's favorite concubine was the one proposed by his grandmother. As women, why couldn't she understand Wanwan's feelings? But no matter how many words he had, Qin Junyi didn't speak them out loud. Instead, he emphasized, my son is content with Wanwan in this life. I will never take any concubines. You, Mrs. Pei was angry. Yi said she would wait until you are willing. Can you bear to see her wait her whole life? That's her choice. What does it have to do with me? Qin Junyi coldly replied. How can you be so heartless? If every woman who cares for me expects me to be responsible, my backyard would already be full of women soldiers. You're so arrogant. The old lady reached out and shook her sleeve, stopping the argument between mother and son. Then she awkwardly explained, Brother Yi, earlier Yi kept targeting Wanwan. To keep the family peaceful, I tested her with the pretense of making her a proper concubine, to temper her temper and make her obedient. But don't worry, as long as you are unwilling, I will never force her on you. Qin Junyi. With his mother's greed for money in front, her grandmother's ideas didn't seem so surprising anymore. But after living for over 20 years, Qin Junyi still does not understand his grandmother's way of thinking that led her to do such things. She knew she did not accept Qin, so how could she make such an unkeepable promise? The old lady did not know what her eldest grandson was thinking, so she only glanced outside the carriage and softly said, "You should talk to Wanwan nicely and tell her not to hold grudges. Grandma hopes you two will get along well." Qin Junyi's tense expression finally eased. "Thank you, Grandma. But since cousin can't stay in the Qin family in such a confusing way anymore, please ask my brother to return her money. She is just traveling with us, nothing more." "All right, I'll listen to you. Rest assured, Grandma will keep Yi in check and won't let her bother you anymore," the old lady said kindly, patting his hand and smiling warmly. "I am a disobedient grandson, making Grandma worry," Qin Junyi said, then looked at Mrs. Pei. "Mother, I am not capable enough. I worry about money and family matters. From now on, Mama will manage the household, so you don't have to worry about expenses anymore." "What?" Mrs. Pei stood up in shock from her seat. "That's a good idea," the old lady clapped and praised. "Old eldest, you and I will enjoy peace and quiet. These family affairs should have been handed over to Wanwan long ago." Mrs. Pei never expected things to turn out like this. Seeing the grandmother and grandson agree, she struggled and said, "Sue always didn't want to manage the household. Why force her?" "Yes, Igor, have you talked to Wanwan about this?" the old lady asked with a tense body, pressing for an answer. Qin Junyi lowered his eyes. "The grandson will speak to her properly. If she really doesn't want to, then Lon Lon and Shan Shan can take charge together. It's a good way to train them." "That's also good," the old lady nodded thoughtfully. "Daughters from wealthy families learn how to manage the household so that after marriage, they can smoothly take over authority and run the household. If Wanwan is unwilling, it's good to let the two granddaughters practice." At this moment, Su Yunwan was lifting the lid of a ceramic pot to check if the medicinal food was ready. She didn't realize that her moment of good temper had caused Qin Junyi to carry a big burden. If they directly asked, Su Yunwan's answer would naturally be unwilling. Inside the carriage, the old lady glanced at Mrs. Pei. "You first hand over the remaining money." Mrs. Pei's face changed from red to white, then green. Her anger could no longer be hidden, and she loudly shouted, "Mother, everything I do as a daughter-in-law is for our family. Why do you treat me like this?" Su Yunwan turned her head to look, and other members of the Qin family also stopped what they were doing, attracted by Mrs. Pei's voice. "Lower your voice," the old lady scolded. "I didn't say you were wrong, but the new daughter-in-law has already entered the house. It's time to step back." Pressed to this point, Mrs. Pei no longer wanted to follow the plan. She sneered coldly. "What new daughter-in-law? My brother Xian hasn't even married yet." Outside the car, Qin Junshian's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly got into the car to stop his mother. But Mrs. Pei, who had already made up her mind, spoke first. "Brother Yi, you are now seriously injured and unlikely to recover. It's time to pass the family head position to your younger brother." As soon as she said this, everyone inside and outside the car felt like they had been hit on the head, their minds ringing loudly. Su Yunwan snorted softly, then a strange thought arose in her mind. If Qin Junyi hands over the Qin family to his younger brother, and she and he go off to live just the two of them. In the car, Qin Junyi suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart. He turned to look at his stunned younger brother at the door of the carriage, his expression complicated. "If you want it, I can make it happen." "No." Qin Junxian knelt heavily on the ground, took a few steps closer to Qin Junyi, his eyes red with panic, voice hoarse and trembling. "I never thought about it." "Never. Brother Xian, what did you say to Mother?" Mrs. Pei reached out to help her younger son up, trying to break through his defenses. "Right now, only you can be relied on in the Qin family. You should take responsibility so your eldest brother can rest well." "Mother," Qin Junxian blocked Mrs. Pei's hand, crying out in pain. "It's my fault. I should have told you earlier. I will never do anything to hurt my elder brother." "What do you mean?" The old lady, just recovering from her shock, asked sharply. "Have you two planned this in advance?" Qin Junxian opened his mouth but lowered his head in silence. Qin Junyi understood clearly, both Tsinyi and he wanted to split up. Their mother's so-called united front wasn't about divorce. His younger brother misunderstood Wanwan deeply. Qin Junyi thought about uniting with his mother to pressure Wanwan to leave, which wasn't impossible. After hearing Tsinyi's suspicion, he planned to talk to his younger brother after dinner. Who would have thought their discussion was actually about the family head position? Since childhood, his mother had repeatedly begged their father to appoint his younger brother as the heir, so that the future dukedom would be inherited by his brother's line. But, mother, the Qin family's noble title has already been revoked. Is it worth it for a commoner family? Unlike Qin Junyi's silent protest, the furious old lady suddenly raised her cane and struck Mrs. Pei. You, Mrs. Pei, dare to incite Brother Xian to fight among yourselves. Just wait and see. I'll beat you to death. Qin Junyi was so anxious he wanted to stand up. Grandmother, please stay calm. Qin Junxian stepped forward to block his mother. It's all my fault. If you want to hit or punish someone, do it to me. I don't even know you. You foolish boy. The old lady stopped hitting her cane, panting heavily. Do you think your mother did this for you? No. She just wants to keep control of the household and secure her position. Qin Junxian lowered his head and listened quietly, feeling bitter inside. He had sensed this for a while, but what could he do? She was his biological mother, who gave birth to him.
No.
Brother Xian, mother is doing all this for you. Pei Shi tightly hugged her younger son's back, crying loudly. Goodness, Pei Shi, you wanted to set up a new heir over 10 years ago, and now you're causing trouble again. Do you think I am dead? The old lady was so angry she gasped for breath, then calmed down a bit and said, Our Qin family cannot tolerate your bad behavior as a daughter-in-law. I will divorce you for my late eldest son. Grandmother, no. Qin Junyi and Qin Junxian both spoke at the same time. Qin Junyi was so anxious, he started coughing violently. His hand, which was covering his mouth, suddenly was stained with fresh blood. When Su Yunwan caught up with the car, Qin Junxian was pouring a glass of cold water. Su Yunwan quickly took it, helped Qin Junyi lift his head, and fed him the water. After drinking, Su Yunwan patted his chest gently. When she saw him clench his hand, which was stained with blood, she turned her cold gaze to Pei Shi. You just want to be in charge? Just split the family and go your own way. Absolutely not. The old lady and Qin Junxian, grandfather and grandson, spoke together. Earlier, when Pei Shi was beaten and screamed, Qin Rulin, who had already gotten into the car, also said, I don't want this either. Afterward, she turned to persuade Pei Shi. Mother, our life is getting better and better. Can you stop thinking about those useless things? Big brother is still your son, isn't he? I am not an unfilial child like him. Pei Shi, seeing her younger son turn against her, her daughter complain, and her mother-in-law threaten to divorce her, completely lost control. Qin Junyi's eyes turned red. He spoke slowly and clearly, then take your approved son and split the family if you want. Big brother. Qin Junxian knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Pei Shi also froze. This was not the result she wanted. Brother E, don't be in a rush. If grandmother doesn't divorce your mother, then she is still part of the family. We cannot split up the Qin family, the old lady hurriedly comforted him. But grandmother, we no longer have titles or military power, Qin Junyi said coldly. Instead of fighting among ourselves, it's better to fulfill my mother's wish. If anyone else wants to split the family, they should speak up now. The fourth master beside the carriage hurriedly said, Brother E, Uncle Fourth won't split the family. Mrs. Lin quickly agreed, following her husband's lead. Qin Junyi and Qin Ruishan exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat moved, but since their parents made the decision, it wasn't their place to speak. Qin Junyi looked away and asked his sister, Sister, are you going to stay with mother or come with us? Big brother, what are you talking about? Qin Rulin cried out. I don't want to choose. I want us all to stay together. Boo-hoo. Qin Xian suddenly sat up straight, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and loudly declared, The law states that when grandparents and parents are alive, descendants cannot demand to split the family. If someone insists on establishing their own household and dividing the property, they will face 3 years of imprisonment. Su Yunwan felt a knot tighten in her heart. Indeed, the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty had such rules. But as the saying goes, where there's a policy, there's a way around it. This law couldn't fully prevent family divisions. Officially, It was based on household registration, so as long as the family didn't change their register household, they could split without penalty. Large families sometimes allowed younger sons to move out and live separately, and privately, families also divided. As long as ancestors didn't report it, they wouldn't be punished. However, the difficulty for the Qin family was that they wanted to split off the widowed mother and the unmarried son. Rare cases across the land. Qin Junyi's younger brother was amused and angry. "Are you trying to send me to jail? I'm going with you," Qin Xian responded, puffing out his chest. "Do I even need to thank you for accompanying me?" Qin Junyi said. After that, the scene fell silent, except for Qin Roland's sobs. "Brother E, since your younger brother refuses to budge, don't force him. It might hurt your brotherly feelings," the elderly lady, reluctant to split the family, advised. Qin Junyi looked at his stubborn younger brother, feeling troubled, and gently told him to stand up. Under their mother's long influence, the younger siblings still respected and cared for him. Qin Junyi didn't want to hurt them. Qin Roland was overjoyed and cried as she helped her second brother up, then looked at their mother together. But she saw her mother bowing her head, curled up in silence for a long time. The elderly lady glanced at Mrs. Pei, who was as quiet as a chicken, and sneered, "Mrs. Pei, either you split off and live separately, or stay quietly and obedient. If you cause trouble again, you'll have to go live in the mountain temple to pray for my eldest son." Mrs. Pei trembled, recalling the unbearable hardships of large noble families, and knelt down, tears in her eyes. "Mother, the daughter-in-law knows she was wrong and won't dare to do it again." Her younger son refused to cooperate, making her efforts seem useless. "Now, hand over the money," the elderly lady ordered. Mrs. Pei hesitated but finally took out her purse and handed it over with both hands. The old lady snorted coldly, then suddenly changed her expression. She smiled as she forcefully handed something to Su Yunwan. "Wan, for the sake of sharing the burden for Brother E, you should take charge of this family. Only you have the ability to clear away the darkness here." Su Yunwan looked down at the old lady's aged but strong hand, then turned her gaze to Qin Junyi. Seeing his sincere plea in his eyes, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to refuse. The idea of splitting the family clearly wouldn't work anymore. Instead of letting others cause trouble now and then, it would be better to use her authority to firmly suppress them. Anyone who dares to cause trouble again, she wouldn't be polite. "If I were in charge, everyone would have to listen to me," Su Yunwan said plainly. "Of course," the old lady agreed. "Our family rules clearly state that everyone must unconditionally obey the head of the family and the head lady. Later, the grandmother will have someone copy the family rules for you. Anyone who breaks the rules, regardless of their status, will face strict punishment." When she said the last few words, the old lady deliberately glanced at Pei Shi, clearly implying something. Pei Shi didn't dare to meet her mother-in-law's gaze directly and kept her dissatisfaction hidden in her heart. Su Yunwan then put away her purse. "Thank you, grandmother, for your support. Big sister-in-law, you should also take the money here." Qin Junyi quickly took out his purse, unable to hide his dislike for Su Yunwan. From what he knew of his mother, she would ask him for money sooner or later. It was better to hand it over early to avoid trouble. Su Yunwan, being one with her brother and his wife, shared both honor and disgrace. It was natural for her to manage the money. As for her bad habits, he was more cautious and didn't want her to have a chance to cause trouble. Su Yunwan also took the money without hesitation, then took out a silver note worth 500 taels from her purse and handed it to the old lady. "Grandmother, this money should be returned to Tsinyi, and she has two options. First, she can live independently. Until she buys a carriage, she should pay market rent for transportation and can temporarily use our family's carriage. Second, she can travel with us as part of the household. Besides the transportation and food costs, she will need to do chores like cooking and washing dishes, and she can no longer sit back and enjoy. No matter which option she chooses, she will be responsible for her own expenses in the future. We haven't taken back the money she originally received from the royal residence. We've already done our best." Qin Junyi's heart rippled with gentle waves, looking at his wife with mutual understanding, full of tenderness and love. The old lady hesitated for a moment, then looked at her eldest grandson. Summoning her courage, she took the silver note. All right, I will talk to her. A 500 taels silver note, if saved carefully, could last for many years. Once her thoughts grew calmer, she would find her a good marriage, so she would have support for the rest of her life. Since Su Yunwan did not intentionally hide her plans, Xinyi in another carriage overheard her options. When the old madam asked, she immediately chose the second option. At least in front of others, she wanted to be associated with the Qin family. Only then would she avoid being bullied. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. She now had silver money and the protection of the Qin family. It was much better than walking a dead-end path alone. A complicated dispute finally ended, and everyone, including the sharp-eyed Chu family members, understood everything clearly. Chu Xiao looked at his 7 or 8 sons sitting nearby and said coldly, "If any of you want to split the family, I will take your lives directly." "Son dares not." All the Chu sons bowed and promised, with Chu Yi shrinking back. The old man was ruthless and could even lose control and hurt someone fatally. After the Qin family finished their burnt dinner, the old madam asked Qin Junyi to find ink, paper, and a brush to write down the family rules. Soon, Su Yunwan looked at the dense writing, reading each rule carefully and frowning often. After finishing, she rolled up the paper and said, "Since there are no servants to serve, don't expect to enjoy privileges anymore. Starting tomorrow morning, Lon Lon and Xinyi will work together, and Aunt San and Shan Shan will work together, taking turns cooking and cleaning up." "But I don't know how to cook," Qin Rulin immediately shouted. Xinyi quickly added, "I don't know either." "If you don't know, learn. Everyone here is a master. No one is entitled to serve you," Su Yunwan said sharply. As soon as she finished speaking, the old madam frowned, and Lin and Qin Ruishan's mother and daughter's eyes shimmered with hope. The 2 old masters' sons also looked moved. Qin Rulin dared not oppose anymore. When Xinyi was told she had to do chores, she didn't dare to openly disagree either. Of course, if Shan Shan and the others agree, you can exchange tasks yourselves. Just one thing. Don't delay everyone's routines. Qin Rulin immediately said, "Aunt 4, I really don't know how to cook. From now on, our group will only handle cleaning up and washing dishes, okay?" Lin agreed happily. Usually, she and her daughter were busy before and after meals, but now that she could skip chores, she was quite satisfied. Qin Ruishan shared her opinion, and Xinyi, who already didn't know how to cook, dared not take on cooking duties and could only accept the arrangement. The old madam saw their agreement and left them to decide. Since the authority of managing the household had been handed over to Su Yunwan, she no longer interfered easily. She hinted with a single sentence, "Not deaf or mute, not a family head." Before sleeping, the Qin family encountered another problem. The main hall of the inn was small, and only by squeezing tightly could they fit all the exiled people. When Qin Chu's family entered, there was no space left in the hall for everyone. Su Yunwan asked Qin Junxian, "Can you set up a tent?" "Yes." Qin Junxian's eyes lit up. "There's a bamboo grove nearby. We can cut some bamboo to make supports and sleep in tents in the yard tonight." Seeing this, Chu and others decided to make tents on the spot instead of squeezing with the other prisoners. They took axes, knives, and other tools and set out. Soon, they returned with suitable bamboo poles, ready to set up the frames. Su Yunwan found some oilcloth and asked the women to help cut and sew it into tent covers. The women of the Chu family gathered around with needles and oilcloth, asking how to make the tents. They worked together happily, chatting and sewing. Everyone worked enthusiastically, and before nightfall, several simple tents were ready. The Qin family set up 2 tents, one for men and one for women. Su Yunwan chose to sleep in the carriage as usual. She brought a basin of warm water onto the carriage and helped Qin Junyi loosen his clothes. "Wipe your body." Qin Junyi smiled gently and cooperated, suddenly saying, Yuan, thank you." "Thank you for what?" Su Yunwan looked at his thin body, frowned, wrung out the wet cloth, and carefully wiped him. "Many things, countless." Su Yunwan chuckled softly. "You know that too? Of course, I keep it all here. Qin Junyi patted his chest, eyes full of tenderness. Never forget, Su Yunwan smiled again. You say it better than singing. I'm serious. Qin Junyi turned slightly with her guidance, enduring the pain. When I get better, I will find whatever you want. Why wait so long? I want you to restore your strong body right now. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yunwan paused, and a faint blush appeared on her face. He had a healthy physique, which she saw on their wedding night. The first time they made love left a deep impression on her. That night in the bridal chamber, she felt an unforgettable happiness. It was then that Su Yunwan realized there was truly a kind of ultimate comfort and joy in the world. Qin Junyi also seemed to remember their wedding night. His eyes flashed with fiery passion, and his throat moved nervously. The surging emotions in his heart made his heartbeat quicken, pounding loudly. After wiping everything clean, he gently kissed Su Yunwan's hand on the back of her hand and, feeling deeply moved, said, Wanwan, I am so lucky to marry you. Just think of it as a blessing from a past life. Su Yunwan smiled softly, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her complex eyes. If it weren't for the fate from a previous life, she would have escaped during the family upheaval long ago, and today wouldn't have happened. After washing up, Su Yunwan set up a wooden board and slept on the outside. Just as she lay down flat, Qin Junyi said, Wanwan, lying like this might press on your wound, Su Yunwan. She had already asked Qin Junyi to lie on his stomach, but he said it was uncomfortable for his neck after lying that way, so he changed his position to avoid pressing on the wound. Now, what does he want to do again? Qin Junyi moved closer, his lips near her ear, giving a gentle kiss and whispering, Can you hold me and sleep on your side? His warm breath brushed her ear, making Su Yunwan shrink her neck instinctively. Hearing this, she reached out to hold his waist, carefully avoiding the wound, and helped him turn face to face. She asked cautiously, Is that okay? Qin Junyi wrapped his arms around her slim waist and sighed contentedly. Yes. Su Yunwan leaned on his shoulder, yawned, and left a comment. Your body is so stiff, then found a comfortable position and closed her eyes. Qin Junyi couldn't help but smile, kissed her eyelashes, and they fell asleep together. The night passed quietly. At dawn, the rooster raised in the crowed for the third time, signaling a new day. Su Yunwan opened her eyes to find herself tightly embraced by Qin Junyi, who was still asleep. She decided to close her eyes and rest a little longer. Suddenly, outside the carriage, the old lady's scolding and shouting could be heard. Are you trying to burn me alive? Mother, please calm down. The daughter-in-law will brew another cup. Mrs. Pei quickly lifted the tray, but the old lady slammed her hand down hard, nearly knocking over the teacup. She hurriedly steadied the cup and stepped out of the tent. Just now, her mother-in-law, who had woken early, had asked her to serve tea. She had asked the kitchen helper to prepare it and placed it on a tray. When she brought it over, she didn't pay attention to the water temperature. She looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, feeling a bad premonition. In the days to come, things might return to how they were when she first entered the Qin family, difficult and uncomfortable. Decades ago, when she first married into the Qin prince's residence as the heir's wife, her mother-in-law was very strict. She set many rules for her new daughter-in-law for over half a year until she became pregnant, after which she managed to escape her mother-in-law's constant scrutiny. However, before she could feel happy for long, her mother-in-law used her pregnancy as an excuse to send two beautiful women to serve her husband. From then on, her life changed dramatically. Old memories are hard to recall, and she thought last night's events had quietly passed. Who knew? Her mother-in-law kept this in her heart and was waiting for her here. But she had no choice. As long as her brother Yao was the head of the family, her mother-in-law could always stay at the top. If things got messy, she would be the one to suffer. She wished her brother Yao would become the head of the family, so she could stand side by side with her mother-in-law. If she caused trouble between her and her mother-in-law, her brother Yao would surely support her, and she wouldn't have to suffer her mother-in-law's control anymore. But her brother Yao was too focused on his brotherly feelings and was tightly controlled by his older brother. Pei Shi was thinking hard about how to help her younger son stand out. She walked to the back kitchen and brewed another cup of tea to serve. Just as the old lady took a sip, she scolded that the water was too cold and didn't bring out the tea's fragrance. Qin Rulin couldn't bear to see her mother being deliberately made difficult. She stepped forward carefully and said, "Grandmother, let me make a cup for you." At that moment, outside the tent, a greeting was heard. Qin Junyi and his 4 sons came to pay their respects. The old lady stopped her scolding and said sternly, "Pei Shi, you need to be more attentive. If you slack off again, you'll have to face the consequences." Pei Shi quickly lowered her head and replied, "I dare not." Inside the carriage, Qin Junyi had already woken up, silently listening to the sounds outside, feeling mixed emotions. Su Yunwan comforted him gently and then lifted the curtain, saying, "This kind of thing probably won't stop in the future. You'd better get used to it early." Qin Junyi sighed bitterly. Grandmother values family most. My mother's actions have crossed her bottom line. That's good, so she won't be bored and come to bother you, Su Yunwan said without any pity, hoping the old lady would help more. As the saying goes, a son's actions reflect on the mother. Qin Junyi stopped talking. He smiled faintly as he watched Su Yunwan dress and comb her hair. She was wearing a beautiful white silk dress with intricate embroidery, looking elegant and noble. Her long silk-like hair was styled with a jade hairpin, revealing a white, slender neck, graceful and dignified. Su Yunwan tidied her appearance, lifted the carriage curtain, and slowly stepped down. From today, she officially accepted her role as the eldest wife of the Qin family, observing everything about the Qin household. At this moment, Chu Yi just came out of his father's tent and saw Su Yunwan getting off the carriage, slightly surprised. Her clothing and demeanor had changed significantly. Once proud and rebellious, she now rarely shows such traits. Her every gesture exudes elegance and nobility, fitting for a daughter of a high-status family. After last night's events, she decided to tone down her sharpness and become a graceful, refined wife of the Qin family. For some reason, Chui felt a strange discomfort deep inside, as if a precious gem was hidden in dirt, which made his heart ache. This feeling only lasted a moment, and he quickly smiled it away. The Qin family couldn't really hold Su Yunwan back. Everything she did was for Qin Junyi. At that moment, Chu Yi felt a bit jealous of Qin Junyi. He didn't know that Su Yunwan, a born noble lady, was very proper and elegant, no less than anyone else. Since she represented the Qin family, she added some ceremony and made small changes without issue. After getting off the carriage, Su Yunwan went to the women's tent and called out, "Grandmother. Yuan, Yuan, come in quickly." The old madam inside called out warmly. Su Yunwan entered the tent, glanced at the Qin family members kneeling around the old madam listening to her scold, and bowed politely. "Grandmother, peace be with you. Come sit here," the old madam said happily, patting the seat next to her where Qin used to sit. After sitting down, the old madam asked, "Did Brother Yi sleep well last night? Is he awake now?" "He slept through the night and just woke up," Su Yunwan replied. The old madam stood up immediately. "I'll go see him. Everyone, disperse." Mrs. Lin helped the old madam find Qin Junyi, while Su Yunwan turned to wash up. Later, she went to buy the steamed buns and dumplings they ordered the night before, just like in the past few days. Since they had to leave early in the morning, there was no time to cook, so they bought ready-made food like buns and dumplings. After breakfast, everyone dismantled the tent, tied the bamboo poles and other items onto the donkey cart for future camping use. By midday, the Qin family members noticed Su Yunwan's change, but they knew her rebellious spirit hadn't disappeared. She still didn't see Mrs. Pei as a proper mother-in-law. However, despite that, Su Yunwan had become the favorite woman of old Madame Qin, without exception. Qin Yi, who had been pushed aside, was furious with jealousy. Last night, she was thrown from the carriage and beaten so badly her nose was swollen and her whole body hurt. She almost tore the silk handkerchief in her hand in anger. She secretly hated. Why did Su Yunwan steal her cousin's heart and also compete with her for her grandmother? The team traveled for half a day, and by noon, They took a rest for half an hour, which was the longest break during the day. Mrs. Lin and her daughter usually do the cooking as usual. Because Qin Junyi has the help of Wu Xiaohan, she can finally leave for a moment and go hunting in the woods with her homemade bow and arrow. After dinner, Su Yunwan sees Qin Yi and Qin Rulin both frowning, unable to bring themselves to finish the leftover food. She simply tells Mrs. Lin and her daughter to rest, and then turns to get the medicine for Qin Junyi. Since they haven't finished their work, she has her own ways to handle it. The old lady impatiently scolds, "What are you waiting for?" Qin Yi and Qin Rulin have no choice but to get up, clean the dishes, and wash them at the water source. Last time, Qin Yi was called by the old lady to wash dishes with Qin Ruishan, but when they reached the water, she just stood still, and Qin Ruishan did all the work. Now, Qin Rulin, as the pampered eldest daughter of the Qin family, wouldn't indulge her. Qin Yi could only roll up her sleeves and carefully do the work that a servant should do. Feeling so wronged, she almost cried. Last night, Qin Yi exchanged her injuries for 500 taels of silver, which was a blessing in disguise. Who would have thought that Su Yunwan would treat her like a servant and command her? Thinking of this, she provoked again. "Lon Lon, you're the older cousin's wife. You should respect her, but she's ordering you around like a servant." Qin Rulin quietly rolled her eyes at her. Though simple-minded, she was not unaware of reason. "If you don't wash the dishes properly, how will we eat the next meal?" But this work should be done by the eldest cousin's wife. She married into the family and should be respectful to elders and polite to her aunt and uncle. "The chores in this house are her responsibility," Qin Yi said while washing the plates. Qin Rulin pursed her lips and stopped her work. "Why not just buy food from the shop instead?" "What do you mean?" Qin Yi was so surprised she dropped a plate onto the stones, breaking it. My sister-in-law is right. Without servants, you have to do things yourself." Qin Rulin no longer hid her discomfort and directly retorted, "If you don't want to work, just buy ready-made food. We're not running a restaurant, and we're not your servants. Even if you pay for ingredients, it's not right to just sit and wait to eat." She wouldn't forget what role Qin Yi played last night. Her sister-in-law had already made it clear that Qin Yi was just an outsider traveling with them. An outsider who has a favor from the family has no right to challenge the head of the household or expect to enjoy privileges without effort. Qin Yi didn't expect that after years of trying to please her and building a sisterly relationship, Qin Rulin would say such things. She felt so hurt she lowered her head. Qin Rulin couldn't see her expression clearly, but she noticed tears falling into the water one by one. Her heart softened, and she sighed. Our family has fallen apart. We are no longer delicate young ladies. I know, but even in ordinary families, these chores are usually done by the wife. I'm just speaking up for you." Qin Yi sniffed and wiped her tears. "Thank you, but it's not necessary," Qin Rulin said sincerely. "I hope our family can live peacefully without fighting. If you have any different opinions, just tell my older sister-in-law directly. Don't talk behind my back." Qin Yi nodded to show she understood. But how could she easily let go of her inner worries? Her gaze unintentionally fell on the broken porcelain plate earlier. Suddenly, she had a vague feeling, and the porcelain bowl in her hand also slipped and shattered into pieces on the stone. "Oh no! What should I do? Another one broke. Big sister-in-law will surely blame me," Qin Yi said nervously, feeling helpless. "It's okay, you were just careless." Qin Rulin understood her and reminded her to be more careful next time. But breaking only 2 bowls was not enough to catch Su Yunwan's attention. She wanted Su Yunwan to realize that if she dared to assign chores, she shouldn't be surprised if she didn't do them well. After a few more times, Su Yunwan wouldn't be able to bear the losses, and she might avoid the dirty, tiring housework. So, one after another, the bowls shattered with a loud crash. Even Qin Rulin, slow-witted as she was, knew it was intentional. She coldly said, "So, these dishes weren't bought with your money, and you don't care if they break. Lon Lon, I really didn't do it on purpose. I just slipped because I was too clumsy. What should I do now?" Qin Yi hinted that Qin Rulin should take over all the chores. But Qin Rulin was not the type to suffer losses easily. "What can I do?" Can't I just do the washing myself? Having taken on this task once, there would be hundreds more waiting for her. She wasn't stupid. Sunny looked at the scattered pieces on the ground and secretly smiled. With such a high loss rate, did Su Yunwan still dare to send her to wash the dishes? Qin Rulin caught the pride in her eyes and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Truly, they don't cry until they see the coffin. Sure enough, as soon as they returned to the camp, they were questioned by Su Yunwan, who had noticed. Sunny pretended to be obedient, lowered her head, and admitted, "It was my inexperience with washing dishes. I accidentally slipped and broke them." Su Yunwan's face showed her old sarcastic smile again. "Do you think I can't handle you? Why would you think that?" "I really didn't do it on purpose," Sun Yi argued softly. "Whether you did it on purpose or by mistake, paying back the value is the right thing to do." Su Yunwan calmly watches her change of expression and then adds, "I want to see how long your money will last if you keep spending it." "Grandmother, I really didn't mean to do it. Please believe me." Sunny never thought about paying money, so she hurriedly asks the old lady sitting under the tree for help. Her money is running out, and she can't let Su Yunwan get it cheaply. The blinded feelings fade away. Old Madam Qin must know her personality. Whether it's you or anyone else, if you damage public property, you must pay the full price. The old lady looks around and warns, "Think carefully before you act." Sunny's face turns pale. She steps back and pleads again. "Grandmother, since this is my first mistake, can you forgive me this time? An adult girl shouldn't break bowls and dishes easily, especially not most of them." Su Yunwan keeps questioning, then her tone turns serious. "Today, no one can plead for you. The broken porcelain must be paid for." Sun Yi is intimidated by Su Yunwan's strong attitude and hears her say, "Oh, and there are also costs for food ingredients and 5 days of travel. Brother Yu and Shanshan, you two check the expenses and give me a total." Qin Junyi and Qin Ruoshan, the siblings, have been shopping all morning. They know the prices well and quickly calculate the total. Sunny feels anxious and angry, her face flushing red. "How do you know I traveled for 5 days? Refund the difference if there's any, you won't lose out," Su Yunwan replies coldly. Seeing Sun Yi hesitate, she warns, "If you try to cheat again, there won't be another chance." Sun Yi is afraid she won't be allowed to ride the carriage, so she offers 500 silver taels. "I don't have change." Su Yunwan takes the money and gives her the remaining change. Just when everyone thinks the matter is settled, Su Yunwan looks at Sun Yi with a meaningful expression. "Since you don't accept the arrangement, then from now on, we're breaking up." Sun Yi breaks out in a cold sweat and pleads, "I don't want us to part. Sharing a life is voluntary. If you don't want to, then just say so." Su Yunwan's presence becomes commanding. "I'll tell you, once we reach the next town, you should buy a small vehicle for yourself. Since there are many people in our carriage, you won't be uncomfortable." Sun Yi is stunned and angry, saying, "Why are you targeting me? A few days ago, you acted recklessly." "I just watched and didn't interfere," Su Yunwan kindly explains. "But you shouldn't be so arrogant to think I can't control you. Now that I have taken over the Qin family, I won't tolerate your misbehavior anymore." She would only act if necessary. Once she decided to act, she would not leave her opponent any chance to turn the tables. "Grandmother, I truly know I was wrong. Please don't distance yourself from me. I am your granddaughter." Sun Yi knelt beside Madame Qin, repeatedly apologizing and begging for forgiveness while tugging at her sleeve. If she lost the protection of the Qin family, her future would be completely dark. Su Yunwan looked on with a cold gaze, feeling nothing inside. As an orphan girl, striving to survive was not wrong, but she should never have relied on the Qin family blindly. She failed to see the situation clearly and kept scheming behind the scenes. In the past, she was loved and cherished by Madame Qin, living freely and comfortably, no less than the legitimate young lady of the Qin family. Now that the Wang residence had fallen and Madame Qin faced this hardship, her mood had changed greatly. Sun Yi had probably already sensed that Madame Qin's support was shaky, but she still refused to face the truth. Her ambitions were high, but she lacked the noble fate. When Madame Qin heard Sun Yi recount the past, her heart softened, and her face showed emotion. Su Yunwan inwardly clicked her tongue and looked away. Just as Madame Qin was wavering, Qin Junyi's deep voice came from the carriage. Grandmother, hearing this, Madame Qin immediately left Yi and, with Su Yunwan's help, climbed into the carriage. Brother Yi, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Qin Junyi replied, then glanced at Su Yunwan with a slightly unnatural expression. Seeing her retreat, Su Yunwan discreetly got off the carriage. You all talk. When she disappeared from sight, Qin Junyi said, Grandmother, last night, Cousin Sin took advantage of my serious injury and helplessness to try to assault me. How could that be? Madame Qin found it hard to believe that her well-behaved granddaughter could do such a reckless thing. That's why Wanwan threw her off, Qin Junyi continued. She used her background to gain your sympathy, but she did all sorts of vile things to me and Wanwan. I cannot tolerate her anymore. Anger, frustration, confusion. All kinds of feelings flooded his heart. Madame Qin's face changed several times before settling into calm. She gently brushed the sweat-dampened hair on Qin Junyi's forehead caused by the heat and his illness, speaking kindly. Grandmother understands. You should rest well. Grandmother. Qin Junyi looked at his low-spirited grandmother and called out, unsure of what to say. Her feelings for Cousin Sin over the past 10 years were undeniable, which made her deeply hurt. Madame Qin smiled softly, stood up, and got out of the carriage. As she turned around, her expression instantly turned cold and ruthless. Youthful admiration and human nature. Even if Yi lowered herself to become a concubine, she thought it was only because her obsession was too deep. But she shouldn't have taken advantage of her grandson's danger to do something so immoral. Once this gets out, what will others think of the Qin family's reputation? With so many unmarried granddaughters at home, if their reputation is damaged, how can they marry into good families? Just because of a small reason, she must abandon years of feelings and no longer tolerate the granddaughter. A few steps from the carriage, Su Yunwan covered her ears and didn't hear the conversation between the old lady and her grandson. Seeing the old lady's expression, she understood that Sin Yi had no chance to turn things around. Of course, even without Qin Junyi's help, the old lady wouldn't agree to keep Sin Yi, nor would she let her succeed again. Seeing the old lady's expression, Sin Yi felt anxious, her mind racing as she secretly guessed what Qin Junyi had said to her grandmother to make her so cold. Yi, you can't even do the simplest chores. You're not suitable to live with the Qin family anymore, the old lady said coldly. Then she added sharply, the Qin family doesn't support idlers. Grandmother, I can do better. Please give me another chance, Sin Yi begged. But changing one's surroundings is easy. Changing one's nature is hard. The problem isn't just about doing things, but about being a person. The old lady cared about her reputation and didn't expose her, but she didn't want to hear another word. She simply said, my mind is made up. There's no point in saying more. Sin Yi trembled and, helpless, walked to the side of the carriage to ask Qin Junyi for help. Big cousin, I am just a weak woman. I can't show my face in public, and I have no way to support myself. Please have mercy on me. Before this, did you realize that? Qin Junyi responded coldly. Seeing her choked by his words, Qin Junyi then said 8 words. It's your own fault. Don't blame others. Sin Yi took a few steps back, looked at the emotionless person inside the carriage behind the curtain, and closed her eyes in despair. After a few moments, she opened her eyes again, with a firm decision in her heart. Su Yunwan saw her turn to walk toward the Liu family, tearfully pleading. Then Liu Junfeng accompanied her back. Liu Junfeng approached the old lady and, suppressing his anger, said, Grandmother, from now on, Yi will come with us. Suit yourself. The old lady replied indifferently. Sin Yi turned to pack her belongings into a small bundle, which Liu Junfeng then took. She bowed to the old lady, choking on her words. After standing up, Su Yunwan handed over some silver coins for the fare, settling everything financially. Sin Yi chose her escape route and left with Liu Junfeng. The old lady's spirit was visibly weak. She forced herself to look at Mrs. Pei and said, From now on, you and Lon Lon will be responsible for cleaning up after meals. Mrs. Pei was unwilling and immediately opposed, Mother, let Yunwan and Lon Lon work together. Kneel. The old lady's long-held, suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano. Mrs. Pei instantly knelt down, groaning as she was hit by the broken stones on the ground. I just said the Qin family doesn't support idlers, and you dare to refuse and resist? Do you not respect my words? If you don't want to do it, then don't eat with everyone else. Go eat the simple cornbread. The old lady used Mrs. Pei as a punching bag, scolding her harshly. Su Yunwan was busy taking care of her eldest grandson and had no time or energy to care for others. If Mrs. Pei could show some motherly love to her grandson, he wouldn't be suffering so much. From then on, the old lady hated Mrs. Pei and was determined to transform her into a filial, loving, diligent, and virtuous member of the Qin family. Faced with her strong mother-in-law, Mrs. Pei could only bow her head and admit her mistakes, no longer daring to speak against her. It wasn't until the official order was given to depart that the old lady finished her scolding. Watching all this from afar, Lu Shi stuck out her tongue. Her mother-in-law was becoming more difficult to please. It seemed that their third household being expelled from the family wasn't entirely a bad thing. But when she turned around and saw Qin being softly comforted by her younger son, she felt stifled and uncomfortable. However, thinking about the money on her, she started to ponder. If she didn't suppress her voice, there would be no secrets among the exile team. Last night, Qin Junyi's angry words had been overheard by many, including the Lu family. The Lu family was worried about missing their chance, and now Qin was proactively offering herself. The Lu couple secretly clenched their fists, eager to act. After dealing with Qin, Su Yunwan felt in a good mood and went onto the carriage, lazily sitting in the side seat. Once the carriage started, Qin Junyi called out. Xiao Wu, Wu Xiaohan, sitting outside, immediately entered the carriage, kneeling with his head bowed to salute. Master, what are your orders? Get up and sit down. Yes. Wu Xiaohan stood up and sat directly opposite Su Yunwan. Any news about Uncle Qian? He went ahead and should be near Suan County now. Wu Xiaohan finished speaking, then took out 1,000 taels of silver from his bosom and handed it over with both hands. This was given to me before leaving the capital, to be handed over to you when needed. Qin Junyi reached out and took the silver, then handed it to Su Yunwan. Wanwan, keep this for your household expenses. Su Yunwan smiled and put away her emotions. She had long known that Qin Junyi had backup plans and was not truly without money. Only the Pei family, who had married into the Qin family for decades, did not understand the true strength of the Qin family and did not trust their eldest son's abilities. They were so naive that they only cared about the 500 taels of silver that Qin had. The crisis facing the Qin family was never about money but about threats from those in power who wanted to eliminate their rivals. Outside the carriage, Qin Junxian overheard their conversation clearly. He couldn't help but think that if Wu Xiaohan had handed over the silver note from the start, his mother wouldn't be in such a difficult situation today. Fortunately, he was not a person who lacked gratitude. His dark thoughts disappeared after a moment. At that time, Wu Xiaohan had just joined the patrol team and had no chance to contact his elder brother. His elder brother had just finished his punishment and had little time to regain consciousness. With gifts from common people and money from the four houses, he had no energy left to fill his purse. Now, Qin had taken away a large sum of money, which is why his elder brother asked about finances. It was understandable that his elder brother and Wu Xiaohan were upset. Qin Junyi also learned some other news from outside and gradually looked tired. Seeing this, Wu Xiaohan stepped back. Su Yunwan leaned on the bedboard and lay down beside Qin Junyi for a midday rest. The carriage beneath them shook as they headed into the distance. Without Qin, the unstable factor, the Pei family was once again kept close by the elderly lady and carefully served, and the Qin family enjoyed rare peace. They spent a few calm days, during which Su Yunwan's exhausted spiritual power recovered more than half, and Qin Junyi's health visibly improved. One day, the exile team passed through a small town and stayed overnight at a private inn. In the evening, Su Yunwan brought dinner for both of them into the guest room, but did not share it with Qin Junyi, because tonight they planned to remove the third bone spike. Originally, Qin Junyi wanted to remove all 3 remaining spikes at once, but Su Yunwan disagreed. She didn't want Qin Junyi to suffer unless it was necessary. The pain of removing the bone spikes was like torture, and experiencing it once in a lifetime was enough. But Qin Junyi was cautious and said, "In case an assassin attacks, I want to be more prepared." "And me," Su Yunwan comforted him. "Besides, my abilities are limited. I can't remove all 3 at once. We'll do it at my pace." After dinner, Su Yunwan asked the innkeeper to clean up, and Qin Junyi noticed that one set of dishes had no signs of use. Later, Su Yunwan asked Qin Junyi to watch over his elder brother while she went to talk to the innkeeper's wife about the town situation and asked her to buy additional supplies. When Lord Qin Xian entered the room, Lord Qin Yi was sitting against the bed, flipping through a travel book. This book was bought by Su Yunwan the last time she passed through the small town, specifically to pass the time. "Big brother, haven't you had dinner?" Qin Xian asked directly. Qin Yi paused his hand, looked up at him, and said, "I have no appetite. I'll call the waiter when I feel hungry, but you're not feeling well?" Qin Xian asked worriedly. After getting a negative reply, he added, "What would you like to eat? I can go find something elsewhere." "No need, I don't want anything," Qin Yi replied, then changed the subject. "It's hot today. How are grandma and mother doing?" "All is well." Qin Xian felt suspicious. Seeing his older brother's lips dry, he said, "Let me pour you some tea." Unexpectedly, Qin Yi once again refused. "I'm not thirsty." "Do you want to read a book too?" Qin Xian nodded and casually picked out a storybook, but didn't turn the pages. "Why is there no food or water? It can't be that the eldest sister-in-law is forbidding him to eat or drink, right?" Qin Xian shook his head quickly, dismissing that thought. From all this, he could tell that Su Yunwan truly cared for his older brother. As for the so-called obsession, it was just his mistaken guess. Yes, he already realized how absurd his thoughts were. As long as Su Yunwan wasn't completely crazy, she wouldn't hurt his seriously injured older brother. He keenly sensed that his brother's condition was changing but deliberately kept it from everyone, including himself. In the past few days, his brother no longer allowed him to help with washing or changing medicine, nor did he let him assist nearby. Considering their current situation and Su Yunwan's knowledge of medicine, Qin Xian felt a chilling hope rise in his heart. If his sister-in-law was only restraining his brother to help him heal, then everything would make sense. Thinking of this, Qin Xian looked up and asked his brother, "Have the 2 officers' identities been confirmed? Do you want to do something?" He made a cutting motion with his hand near his neck. If his brother had a chance to recover, such a serious matter couldn't be kept secret from the court. "Don't move them for now," Qin Yi said. "Killing one to catch 2. If these 2 die, who knows what will happen next? Killing one to catch 2? Qin Xian suddenly understood. "Are you saying that the missing officer is also a royal spy?" "Exactly. If we eliminate 2 more of their henchmen, there's no guarantee the emperor won't take risky actions." Qin Yi looked northwest. "When the emperor is furious, hundreds of thousands of corpses will lie in the streets, blood flowing for miles. Does he dare to attack the northern army?" Qin Junyi's pupils dilated to the extreme, unwilling to believe that the emperor would go mad and neglect the stability of the borderlands. Qin Junyi sighed softly, saying, "The heart of an emperor is unpredictable." Only then did Qin Junyi realize that danger had never truly left the Qin family, but he had only seen the calm exterior and focused solely on internal disputes. Just as Qin Junyi was feeling self-doubting, a few shop assistants brought in a bath bucket and warm water, saying it was at Su Yunwan's order. Qin Junyi's heart moved. "Brother, why don't you soak your feet and relax?" Qin Junyi was somewhat tempted. Tonight, after pulling out the nail, his body would be weak again. Since he was feeling better now, a wash might do him good. Soon, a basin of hot water was placed on the ground. Qin Junyi told the shop assistants to leave and closed the door, turning around and saying, "Brother, let me help you wash up." Unsurprisingly, he was once again refused. Qin Junyi didn't insist, only moving closer to help Qin Junyi shift positions so he could lean against the bed, then placing 2 quilts behind him so he could lie down comfortably. Everything was ready. Qin Junyi silently exhaled, then began to help his brother remove his socks and roll up his trousers. The lingering bruises on his ankle caught his eye, and Qin Junyi's eyes instantly reddened. "What's wrong?" Qin Junyi's voice paused as he gasped. He also saw the bruises on his ankle. The truth was about to spill out. The first floor of the private inn was brightly lit. Su Yunwan learned that the water was ready, then handed over the money for the purchase and climbed upstairs in her skirt. After passing through several guest rooms, she stopped at the door of the easternmost room. She knocked, then pushed the door open. Inside, she saw Qin Junyi and his brother sitting and squatting silently. "What's wrong?" Su Yunwan asked casually, her gaze inadvertently falling on the bruise on Qin Junyi's ankle, causing her to freeze in surprise. The room was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. "Brother, it's not what you think," Qin Junyi quickly explained when he saw his younger brother turn to look at his wife at the door, fearing he might suddenly get angry and hurt someone. Qin Junyi felt a complex mix of emotions inside and snorted softly. "Brother, how do you know what I'm thinking?" Qin Junyi was speechless, unable to mention that taboo topic in front of his wife. "Tell me about it." Su Yunwan closed the door, pulled out a wooden chair, and sat down leisurely, watching Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi sensed his surroundings and decided to be straightforward. "Is it for healing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yunwan and Qin Junyi exchanged glances and smiled. "Exactly." Qin Junyi looked surprised. "When did you find out?" "I had a suspicion long ago." Lord Qin Xian continued to wash his older brother's feet, looking sad. "Don't worry, I will always remember not to reveal anything." Qin saw he was handling it well and felt a little guilty. "I underestimated you. Recently, I've been through a lot, especially the family split." Qin Xian stopped speaking, hiding all his feelings of frustration and sadness. Hardships help people grow. He was no longer the passionate, straightforward young man he once was. As long as it was for his brother and family, he could do anything. Seeing the brother's strange moods, Su Yunwan asked, "Is there anything you want to ask?" "Yes." "How is the older brother now?" Qin Xian immediately looked up, concerned. Qin replied cheerfully, "2 bone pins have been removed." "Really?" Even though he expected it, Qin Xian still found it hard to believe, and a bright smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, sister-in-law." "And I'm sorry," Qin Xian said excitedly, stumbling over his words. Su Yunwan shook her head and smiled gently. "Since we're talking about this, what happened a few days ago?" Qin Xian hesitated, full of regret. "I saw the marks on my brother's hands from being tied up and heard him struggling at night. I mistakenly thought you hit him." Ignoring his brother's angry look, Qin Xian explained his thoughts. "Why would I hit him for no reason?" Su Yunwan looked confused. Qin quickly changed the subject. "Let's forget about the past. Brother, are we going to remove the pins again tonight?" Qin Xian asked, rubbing his nose, eager to do his part. "Yes," Qin replied. Since his younger brother already knew, there was no need to hide. Qin Xian sincerely said, "I want to stay and help." Qin looked at his wife and thought, "Wanwan, with my brother helping, can we remove both pins?" Su Yunwan sighed and complained, "Can't you do one at a time? Why do you have to go through all that pain? Please." Qin, strong and firm, said, "It's better to do it quickly than suffer slowly." Qin Xian didn't know about anesthesia and emphasized, "Safety first." "All right, we start at the hour of the pig," Su Yunwan said with some helplessness. "The hour of the pig is just after everyone falls asleep. Too early, and someone might come looking. Too late, the candle might still be burning and attract attention." Qin Xian nodded and took some water to leave quietly. Su Yunwan lowered the bed curtain and went to wash. Qin watched the graceful figure outside the curtain, full of hope for the future. Soon, he would be free from pain and spend the rest of his life protecting her. After Su Yunwan finished washing, she called someone to fetch water and helped Qin Junyi wipe himself down. Then, Qin Junyi quietly summoned a shadow guard from the dark corner into the room, instructing him to gather more people nearby and be ready. Last time, during the removal of the bone nails, the secret agents had just died and no new ones had arrived, so it was relatively safe. This time, with 2 spies visible, he wanted to ensure everything was foolproof. As the night deepened, the noisy inn became quiet. By the time it was the hour of high, the sky was pitch black, and the wind was blowing softly. Qin Junyi silently slipped into the room. Su Yunwan had already taken out anesthetic, a small knife, gauze, and other items, including the binding straps from last time. Once Qin Junyi was in position, he was surprised to see the anesthetic and hear its effects, which reminded him of military uses. The 2 brothers whispered quietly as Su Yunwan helped Qin Junyi remove his clothes and prepare for the operation. Soon, Qin Junyi understood how the bruises on his older brother's hands and feet had formed. He felt a pang of pain and turned to ask, "Big sister-in-law, what can I do? You're responsible for stopping the bleeding and removing the nails. Follow my instructions." Su Yunwan fed Qin Junyi the anesthetic and waited for it to take effect. Okay, Qin Junyi nodded firmly, silently praying everything would go smoothly. The procedure was the same as last time. Having fought on many battlefields, Qin Junyi had seen all kinds of injuries. Even though it was his brother hurt, he kept his emotions in check and focused on completing Su Yunwan's instructions well. Thanks to his strong internal energy, the operation was much faster. Until only one petal-shaped iron piece remained, Qin Junyi suddenly struggled, and the anesthetic's effect wore off. Quickly, Qin Junyi, holding gauze to stop the bleeding, leaned close to his ear and softly called, "Big brother, hold on. It'll be over soon." With previous experience, Qin Junyi quickly regained consciousness. He responded with a faint closed his eyes, and used all his awareness to control his body's physiological reactions. His intense struggling turned into slight tremors and spasms. His wet eyelashes drooped, and his pale face was pressed against his forehead. His cracked lips parted slightly. "Continue." At that moment, suddenly, the sound of swords clashing came from the roof. All 3 froze in shock. Su Yunwan's eyes flickered, and she quickly said, "Leave the rest to me. You stay at the door and don't let anyone in." Qin Junyi immediately put down the gauze and went out to guard. Meanwhile, Su Yunwan looked at her painfully struggling brother, focused, and continued carefully removing the iron piece, working calmly and swiftly. On the roof, a secret agent and shadow guard Shi were engaged in a deadly fight, blades flashing, danger everywhere. Losing patience, the spy signals for help to call reinforcements, determined to eliminate the shadow guard. Just now, he saw the lights in Qin Junyi's room flickering and decided to climb onto the roof to investigate. He then discovered Shi and immediately drew his sword to confront him. Seeing the signal flare, Shi also fired one in response. Soon, 2 groups of black-clad men arrived one after another. The once peaceful backyard was instantly filled with the clash of blades and swords, blood flowing freely. At the gate, Qin Junyi, the guard, quickly faced another undercover agent. "Let me check the personnel." "Step aside." The man was dressed as a constable, holding his sword tightly at his waist, shouting sternly. Qin Junyi stepped forward to block him, refusing to back down. "My older brother and sister-in-law are resting inside and should not be disturbed. Whether they are resting or not, you'll find out after you check." The man drew his large sword, the tip only 3 centimeters from Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi clenched his fists, muscles tense. "My sister-in-law is inside. Once she's dressed, she will come to open the door. If you dare to break in, I will kill you." "Oh, such bold words. Do you even know who I am?" the man sneered. "Just a dog," Qin Junyi retorted. "Dare to die." The man lunged with his sword. Qin Junyi sidestepped, ready to punch back, but then Wu Xiaohan arrived from downstairs. Wu Xiaohan drew his sword and joined the fight. The undercover agent quickly found himself at a disadvantage and began to retreat. Suddenly, the agent sneered menacingly and broke through the door. "Not good." Qin Junyi's face changed drastically. This was the guest room where his family was. But when he caught up, he saw the undercover agent holding his mother with one hand and pressing a knife against her neck with the other. Mrs. Pei trembled with fear, crying out for help. "Let go of my mother." Qin Junyi's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw the attacker tighten his grip, and a bloodline appeared on his mother's neck. He dared not move rashly. "Step back." The undercover agent used Mrs. Pei as a hostage, forcing his way toward Qin Junyi's room. Wu Xiaohan refused to retreat, his hand trembling with the sword. "If you don't move aside, I'll kill her," the agent snarled coldly. Qin Junyi shook his head at Wu Xiaohan but said aloud, "If you dare hurt my mother, my family will not rest. When the chaos erupts, you will be a sinner for eternity." The undercover agent hesitated, but showed no emotion. Just as he was about to kick open the door, a voice shouted, "Stop!" A figure leapt down from above the eaves, Zhong Wei. He had heard the fighting earlier and flew onto the roof to check. Both sides then fired signal flares. Zhong Wei quickly returned to the inn to gather everyone, preventing them from accidentally entering the battlefield and becoming victims of the chaos. "What are you doing?" "Let go of Madame Qin," Zhong Wei ordered. The undercover agent smirked. "Zhong Wei, are you loyal to the Qin family?" "Nonsense. I have my duty," Zhong Wei shouted angrily. "Let the person go first. Let's talk nicely. I suspect there's a problem inside. I want to go in and check." The undercover agent didn't release Madame Qin but explained his intention. Zhong Wei looked at Qin Junyi. Qin Junyi immediately said, "There are women inside. He wants to barge in. Of course I won't allow it." Zhong Wei thought for a moment and stepped forward to knock on the door. "Madam, open the door." "Coming," came the reply, followed by footsteps. Soon, the door opened, and Su Yunwan appeared before everyone. She was sweaty on her forehead, her face flushed, and her eyes showed a lazy, charming look. "What's the matter?" Su Yunwan's voice was soft and sweet like a songbird. The undercover agent released Madame Qin and silently rushed into the room. On the big bed, Qin Junyi was lying face up, asleep, with faint strawberry-shaped love marks on his neck. The bed sheets were messy, and the air was filled with a musk scent coming from a large incense burner on the bedside table. Waves of incense smoke rose from the burner and dispersed into the air. The undercover agent looked around carefully but found nothing unusual. Finally, he said, "I want to examine his injuries." "Don't even think about it." Su Yunwan sat on the bed, gently brushing away the sweat from Qin Junyi's forehead. When she heard this, her face changed. "My husband has already been tortured by the heavenly family. If you dare insult him again, I will kill you. And me too," Qin Junyi quickly added. "Don't think the Qin family is easy to bully. Whoever dares to insult my older brother, I will fight to the death," Qin Junyi also said. After that, the Qin family members, regardless of gender, vowed they would rather die than let Qin Junyi suffer any more humiliation. At this moment, the Qin family's attitude was more united than ever. "Good. Very good. Just wait and see." The undercover agent, feeling both brave and scared, made a fierce threat, then pushed through the crowd and hurriedly left. Zhong Wei waved his hand, leading several guards out of the room. Once outside, he immediately ordered to restrict the prisoner from leaving the house. The guards obeyed and left, leaving only Wu Xiaohan behind. He looked at him for a few seconds, patted Wu Xiaohan's shoulder, said nothing, and turned to leave. Wu Xiaohan stood at the door, not moving an inch. Inside, the old lady trembled as she sat on a wooden chair, looked at her unconscious grandson, and then turned to Qin Junyi. "What exactly happened?" Qin Junyi was tending to Pei's wound when he paused, unsure how to respond, and looked towards Su Yunwan. At that moment, Su Yunwan was standing by the window, watching the fight in the yard. The defeated secret guard from earlier came into view. After exchanging a few words with another secret guard, he ordered the retreat. The enemy, already at a disadvantage, withdrew with the injured. Our 5 shadow guards looked at Shi, saw him command to stop fighting, and decided to withdraw quietly. "Wait!" Su Yunwan jumped out of the window, landing steadily in the backyard. "You, from darkness to light, protect the Qin family and beware of villains doing evil." When she said the last words, she deliberately glanced at the two spies. The spy who had taken Pei hostage was annoyed and wanted to rush forward, but was held back by a companion. Shi was the first to bow and say, "Yes," and the other shadow guards followed suit. Just then, the owner and his wife ran out of the house, looking at the messy backyard and roof, crying loudly. Su Yunwan frowned and said, "Stop crying. Calculate all the losses and we will pay half." "Then what about the other half?" the owner immediately asked. Su Yunwan gestured to the spy at the door and sneered. "Rumor has it the new emperor loves his people. His dogs shouldn't be the kind to refuse to pay debts, right?" After saying this, she ignored the angry spy and led all the shadow guards back to the second floor along the main path. Seeing Wu Xiaohan guarding at the door, Su Yunwan nodded at him and pushed open the door. In the next moment, she faced the eyes of the Qin family members inside the room. "Who are they?" old Madame Qin asked, just as she remembered the palace guards. Su Yunwan replied, "They are our people," and invited everyone inside. The small guest room became even more crowded. Old Madame Qin saw that the men in black were almost covered in bruises and didn't stay long. She stood up and said, "Wan, come with me to rest next door. Let Brother Xian take care of things here." Su Yunwan nodded, took out some medicine from her bag, such as healing ointments and blood tonics, explained briefly, and then moved to the next room. As soon as she entered, Pei's wife started shouting, "You, Su Yunwan. What's going on? Even now, you're still indulging in romance. I almost got killed because of you. Be quiet." Old Madame Qin instinctively looked at her granddaughters who weren't yet married and scolded loudly. Then she looked at Su Yunwan, clearly wanting to know what had happened. Su Yunwan couldn't reveal the full truth. She chose to downplay it, saying, "The two new guards are sent by the emperor to watch us. They found the hidden protectors and want to eliminate them. This is the cause of the fight outside. Why did he insist on entering the house to find Brother E?" The old lady was not easy to fool. Su Yunwan blinked her bright eyes. Maybe he wanted to give a warning. At midnight, inside the guest room, candlelight flickered. On the big bed, Qin Junyi's eyelids fluttered, then suddenly opened, with sharp light in his pupils. "Big brother, you're awake? How do you feel?" Qin Junxian noticed the movement and softly called out. Qin Junyi looked at his younger brother, then suddenly sensed many people in the room and turned to look. Several shadow guards led by Shi removed their masks and knelt in respect. After Qin Junyi sat up, Shi took the initiative to report what had happened and why Su Yunwan was allowed to stay. Qin Junyi took a few sips of water brought by his brother, his voice hoarse. "That's good. Gather all the ready people. A large-scale assassination could happen at any time." Everyone felt tense and bowed, saying yes. Qin Junxian, seeing they finished speaking, worried. "Big brother, how did you faint? Where did those blood-stained bandages go?" "I don't know." Qin Junyi recalled what happened before he fainted. His memory only stayed at the moment of stitching his wound. The pain from each stitch made him black out, his eyes darkening, feeling numb and confused until he completely lost consciousness. What he didn't know was that Su Yunwan intentionally made him sleep, so she could hide the surgical tools at her space, cover the blood with musk to mask the smell, and arrange the scene to look like a joyful aftermath, as an excuse for not opening the door for a long time. "Where's Wan?" Qin Junyi had been awake for a while but hadn't seen his wife's figure. Qin Junxian immediately said, "My sister-in-law is next door, sleeping with Grandma and the others. By the way, big brother, Mother was kidnapped and slightly injured." "What happened?" Qin Junyi was both surprised and angry. Qin Junxian recounted what happened in the private post station, ending with, "It was my negligence that scared Mother." Qin Junyi said, "Sometimes human strength is limited. Don't blame yourself. Next time, when there's an assassination, you handle it. Avenging Mother properly is your duty. Don't worry, I will definitely take his life." Qin Junxian promised with high spirits. Qin Junyi smiled happily, but soon grew tired and went back to sleep. In the morning, Qin family members gathered around Qin Junyi's bed, asking about his health. Qin Junyi had already woken up and repeatedly said, "I'm fine." But old Lady Qin, Seeing him finally showing some signs of recovery, but still too injured to move, couldn't relax. You all go out first to tidy up. Wanwan stays. After everyone left the room, the old lady kindly said, Brother Yi and Wanwan, you are still young. There is plenty of time in the future, so there's no need to rush now. Su Yunwan felt a warm blush on her face and didn't know how to respond. However, Qin Junyi was confused and didn't understand her meaning, so he remained silent. Seeing her grandson not speaking, the old lady advised again. Grandmother has already said, you can have children when your body is ready. Don't be in a hurry. Qin Junyi replied, Grandmother, don't worry. I am not in a rush. Then you should control yourself. Don't do something reckless just for fun, the old lady said impatiently. Where does this come from? Qin Junyi asked with a puzzled smile. Wasn't it because of this that we didn't open the door last night? The old lady looked suspicious. Your mother was frightened and has some complaints. Don't take it to heart. Hearing her grandmother's words, Qin Junyi realized there was more to the story. His eyes turned toward his wife. Sorry to trouble you. Su Yunwan smiled and shook her head, their eyes meeting in the air. Her eyes burned with emotion, making Su Yunwan feel warm inside. The old lady watched their long stare, feeling that her words earlier had been ignored. Concerned about her grandson's safety, she didn't care about being rude and kept emphasizing her point. Su Yunwan held back her laughter and watched silently, while Qin Junyi kept apologizing repeatedly. After breakfast, the boss brought the damage list from last night's fight. Su Yunwan took it and sneered, You're treating us like easy targets to cheat. Let me see. Qin Ruoshang leaned over to look, then immediately exploded. You shopkeeper, daring to extort the Qin family. I don't want a single coin from you. What's going on? Zhong Wei came over after hearing the noise. Master Zhong, my sister-in-law kindly offered to pay, but the shopkeeper doubled the damage cost. Qin Ruoshang handed him the list. Zhong Wei glanced at it, frowned, and asked the shopkeeper, What do you have to say? The shopkeeper wiped his sweat and hesitated, unable to speak. The shopkeeper's wife stepped forward and said, Madam only agreed to pay half, and the rest we have to ask the officials for. We dare not do that. So, you just doubled the price to make me pay everything? Su Yunwan asked coldly. Good people being bullied, thinking we are easy to manipulate. Qin Ruoshang was angry and went to find Qin Xian. Su Yunwan's expression grew colder, and she said indifferently, I understand that earning money is hard for you, but you want me to be the fool paying for your mistakes. Last night's events were caused by the two of them. We are also victims. I won't spend a single cent more of my money. Exactly. Qin Junxian hurried over, greeted Su Yunwan, and then said, There's a reason for everything. They represent the emperor. As the ruler of the country, he wouldn't be so careless as to cheat over such a small amount of money. The onlookers, hearing this, whispered among themselves and discussed loudly. As public opinion spread, the two undercover agents hiding in the shadows could no longer stay hidden. They appeared with serious faces. One of them waved his hand and threw a bulging money bag onto the boss, sternly asking, Is this enough money? Enough. Enough. The boss, holding the hot money bag, didn't even open it. He nodded and kept bowing and smiling politely. The man sneered with contempt, then looked at the crowd and shouted threateningly, daring to speak against the royal family. Are you tired of living? Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. Su Yunwan snorted and broke the silence with a laugh, but she said nothing and simply brushed her sleeve and left. There's no need to waste words on someone who is about to die. When they set out again, the Qin family's team was much more impressive than before. All the drivers had been replaced by shadow guards, and the other shadow guards rode around in all directions to protect the convoy. Qin Junxian and the four sons, who had been replaced, did not sit with the women but rode in another carriage prepared by the shadow guards. Zhong Wei, so many outsiders have joined the exile team. Are you just going to watch? One undercover agent asked angrily. Last night, their identities were fully exposed, so they stopped pretending. Although they still wore official uniforms, they no longer obeyed Zhong Wei's orders. They even asked him for 2 big horses and rode alongside him. They didn't interfere with the whole team. What can I do? Zhong Wei shifted the blame completely onto others. If nothing had happened last night, they wouldn't have shown themselves. The undercover agent narrowed his eyes. Are you saying it's our fault? No, I wouldn't dare, Zhong Wei said humbly, but secretly rolled his eyes. He pulled on the reins, turned his horse around, and urged the team forward. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The other undercover agent complained to his companion, look at how arrogant he is. The second agent's eyes were cold. He turned to glance at Zhong Wei and said, why bother arguing with someone who's about to die? What do you mean? Ha! The two understood each other perfectly and showed wicked smiles. Unbeknownst to them, a nearby prisoner with sharp hearing overheard their conversation, which brought great danger to his life. Due to the mental exhaustion from last night's surgery, Su Yunwan rested in the carriage all morning. She only appeared when the team paused for a break around noon. As soon as she stepped down from the carriage, Pei's family used the opportunity to educate Qin Junyi with subtle hints, saying, Lan, your mother wants to tell you that as a young lady, you should be reserved, disciplined, and self-controlled. Make sure you don't learn to be bad. Su Yunwan twitched her mouth, recalling the old lady's words, and didn't bother to argue. She turned to Qin Junyi and said, Shan, make some rice. Let's eat together. Young madam, we can just eat dry rations, Wu Xiaohan said, stepping forward. Now that he had mostly regained his status as a shadow guard, he couldn't enjoy the delicious food from the Qin family as freely as before. Several colleagues, having traveled and camped outdoors, carried plenty of baked bread and weren't hungry. Su Yunwan smiled and said, save the dry food for later. It's just home-cooked meals, no need to be formal. Thank you, young madam. We'll go hunt some game and bring it back. Wu Xiaohan, understanding Su Yunwan's personality, didn't refuse. Travel together, don't go too far. Yes. Soon, the shadow guards returned with a few prepared mountain chickens handed over to Lin and her daughter, who were responsible for the kitchen. The old master of the family skillfully cut the chickens, suggesting to the old lady to make braised chicken. Su Yunwan, as usual, set up a separate stove to prepare medicinal dishes for Qin Junyi. In her free time, she wandered to the nearby earthen stove to do some small tricks. After the meal, several shadow guards sat together, tempted by the aroma, and ate eagerly, their chopsticks flying so fast they looked like shadows. When only a few pieces of meat remained on the plate, a fierce contest broke out. Wu Xiaohan joined in, and colleagues teased him. You've already eaten quite a bit before, and now you're fighting us for the leftovers? The food I fought for tastes better, Wu Xiaohan, having won, smiled brightly. From today, he could truly stay close to his master. Rude. Pei's sudden words broke the atmosphere. The shadow guards froze, exchanged glances, and fell silent. Pei, you've broken the rules at the dining table.
Leave now.
Don't eat today. The old lady sharply slammed her chopsticks onto her porcelain bowl and scolded sternly. Pei was displeased and thought, Mother, they failed their duties last night, which caused the daughter-in-law to fall into enemy hands. I haven't even blamed them yet, and you're spoiling them. Don't let them grow arrogant and disrespectful. Thinking you're the lady of the mansion, Su Yunwan also put down her chopsticks and said coldly, Who do you think they are? Why should we blame them? Furthermore, you have been stripped of your noble title and become a commoner. How can there still be a sense of superiority or inferiority? Mrs. Pei was so angry she stood up and raised her hand to slap Su Yunwan's face. Because of the kidnapping incident last night, including the old lady, others were quite forgiving toward her, leading her to mistakenly believe she could control everyone, including Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan quickly grabbed her raised wrist and squeezed tightly. Ah, Mrs. Pei cried out in pain. Let go. Are you trying to hurt your mother-in-law? If I really wanted to hurt someone, could I still see the bright sun? Su Yunwan's expression was fierce, cold enough to make Mrs. Pei feel icy and shiver even in the bright sunlight. Yen. Qin Junyi's voice came from the carriage. Su Yunwan then released Mrs. Pei's hand, disdainfully took out a handkerchief to wipe her face, and turned to get into the carriage. Mrs. Pei watched her figure walking away, furious, and hurried to follow, determined to confront Qin Junyi and settle the matter. Inside the carriage, Qin Junyi listened to his mother's fierce accusations against the shadow guards, and endured, saying, at that time, they were fighting in the courtyard, trying to stop the assassin from entering the house. I don't care about that. I only know I almost lost my life, Mrs. Pei yelled hysterically, then glared at Qin Junyi. Are you hoping I'll die? No, mother. Qin Junyi looked pained, his heart aching. Enough. What are you crazy about? Su Yunwan couldn't bear to watch anymore. Last night was just an accident. They've turned from darkness to light. From now on, they will better protect the Qin family. What more do you want? What more? Of course, I want to accept the punishment for neglect, and the one who deserves the most punishment is your child. Qin Junyi jumped onto the carriage, bitterly kneeling in front of Mrs. Pei. Mother, last night I stopped the thief, and it was also my carelessness that caused you to suffer. If you have any resentment, just vent it on me. Beat me, punish me, I accept it all. This has nothing to do with you. Mrs. Pei snapped angrily. It's all my fault, Qin Junyi said stubbornly, taking all the blame. Mrs. Pei angrily slapped his shoulder. You stubborn fool, just because I can't bear to see you suffer, huh? Qin Junyi clung to her words, climbing higher. Mother, you are the best. Su Yunwan inwardly sighed, turned her head, and picked up the fan by her side to fan Qin Junyi and herself, holding back the urge to send them both out. After Mrs. Pei's outburst, everyone lost their appetite. The old lady listened to the sounds from the carriage, her face growing darker. When Mrs. Pei stepped onto the ground, she ordered her to go clean the dishes. Mrs. Pei, just comforted by her youngest son, became angry again. Now that there's so many servants, why do I still need to do anything? Several guards immediately stood up, ready to move, but saw Su Yunwan step out of the carriage. They only listen to Ziyuan's commands and are responsible for protecting him. If you keep acting arrogantly and trampling on others, don't blame them if they refuse to save you when you're in danger. How dare they? Mrs. Pei said sharply.
Su Yunwan's nird. Dare?
It's you who should be careful. Do you want to risk your life? Mrs. Pei, who values her life, was speechless. The guards remained silent. The old lady broke the silence, saying, Go quickly. Mrs. Pei froze in place, almost grinding her teeth in frustration. Grandmother, my mother isn't feeling well. Let your grandson handle it. Qin Junyi quickly stepped forward. Old Lady Qin, however, stopped him. You, a tall young man, can't be doing such household chores. The guards, also tall men, looked on silently. I'll do it. I can handle it alone. Qin Rulin quickly tidied up. Qin Rushan silently helped. Old Lady Qin, however, wouldn't let Mrs. Pei take control. Mrs. Pei, how dare you defy and disobey? She was giving her a hard time because she dared to start a dye shop. Mrs. Pei had no confidence to argue with her mother-in-law, so she had to suppress her shame and anger, picking up a basket of bowls and going to wash them with her daughter. Stirred by the scene, Old Lady Qin scolded the members of the fourth house harshly until they were too ashamed to lift their heads, then she stopped. Back in the carriage, Su Yunwan gently fanned herself, listening quietly to the conversations outside, her mind drifting far away. In her previous life, she was a girl who grew up deep in the inner chambers. When she first married, her family was seized and she was caught off guard. After many days in prison, her already weak body caught a cold, and she was weakened further as she was sent into exile. Perhaps out of longing for her daughter or exhaustion, Linshur fell ill and soon passed away. At that time, she was obedient to her duties as a woman, respectful to elders, and courteous to her aunts and uncles. After Linshur's death, household chores like cooking and washing dishes fell to her, the new wife. Because she was naive, she was often sick and was used by Mrs. Pei to do everything. Qin Junyi felt pity and kept her close, protecting her with his weak body. No matter how Mrs. Pei tried to criticize her, he never compromised. As a result, Qin Junyi refused to let her continue to endure the hardships of labor, and the Pei family also did not allow their daughter to take on household chores. Xin Yi, under the pretense of caring for the elderly lady, stayed by her side at all times. The Qin family had to buy their 3 daily meals at sky-high prices from officials. Later, the Earth Dragon turned over, and a plague broke out, affecting even the exile teams. Gradually, someone in the team showed symptoms similar to the disease. Before Zhong Wei could make a decision, that person died amidst chaos caused by guards and prisoners. After killing the person, the mob was determined to wipe out the entire team, with the Qin family, who had received special treatment, leading the charge. By then, she was gravely ill, with a persistent cough that resembled the symptoms of the plague. Many in the Qin family kept their distance from her. Qin Junyi's siblings were entrusted by Qin Junyi to care for her, but were strongly stopped by Pei. Qin Junyi was also kept away by the fourth lord, afraid that his only remaining son might leave him too. Xin, claiming she couldn't pass on her illness to the elderly lady, watched coldly from the side. It was Qin Junyi, suffering from a severe injury that caused unbearable pain with any movement, who personally took care of her and urged her to stay strong and never give up. Under the instinct to survive and his encouragement, she clung to life, unwilling to give up. At that time, faced with threats from the mob, Zhong Wei's authority was overwhelmed by their strong desire to survive, and he was unable to stop everything. Pei strongly advocated handing her over, claiming it would help her find freedom. Meanwhile, the elderly Lady Qin, exhausted physically and mentally, remained silent. The fourth lord, who usually aligned with the elderly lady, also kept quiet. Xin was quite pleased to see this. However, Qin Junyi and Qin Junyi, the brothers, firmly opposed and scolded the mob, clarifying that she had fallen ill before leaving Beijing and was not suffering from the plague. But the aggressive mob did not listen. In anger, Qin Junyi summoned the hidden guards protecting him and slaughtered all the mob members without leaving a single survivor. Perhaps because this display of force exposed their secret guards, it led to a well-planned large-scale assassination later. Wanwan, what are you thinking? Qin Junyi saw her sitting quietly for a long time, looking lost with a faint trace of worry on her face, and couldn't help but ask with concern. Su Yunwan's emotions were still immersed in distant memories, and she spoke a line summarizing her past suffering during exile and the journey through the end times. Being mutually dependent is not as good as forgetting each other in the rivers and lakes. Qin Junyi was deeply shocked, suddenly enduring the pain to sit up from the bed, her hands gripping her arms tightly like iron claws.
What do you mean by that?
Su Yunwan was suddenly struck, and her thoughts finally pulled away from her memories. She stammered, I just thought of a story from this Zhuangzi, and I didn't mean anything else. After speaking, she quickly stood up and helped Qin Junyi. You just had surgery. You shouldn't get up. Lie down properly. Qin Junyi lay back on the bed, his eyes fixed intently. Surgery? It's when a doctor treats a patient's body. Su Yunwan hurriedly corrected herself after accidentally using a term from the apocalypse. Qin Junyi felt suspicious, but set it aside for now. His mind kept echoing his wife's words about forgetting each other in the rivers and lakes. So, even now, she still didn't see herself as a wife of the Qin family. This suspicion was like poison, eating away at Qin Junyi's insides, making him close his eyes in pain. Su Yunwan thought he suddenly sat up and pulled at his wound, so she took out a silk handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. In the quiet, Su Yunwan recalled the earthquake, trying to find out when and where it happened. But the lost memories had already merged with other times, and because so much time had passed, they became blurry. Plus, the exile at that time was dark and endless, with only day after day of suffering left, making it hard to remember specific moments. Both of them kept their thoughts to themselves, silent until the Pei mother and daughter returned from washing dishes. Pei did the same as Xin, using breaking plates as a way to vent her emotions. The old lady was furious and ordered Pei to pay 3 times the market price as punishment. Pei, who valued money highly, refused to accept and insisted she didn't do it on purpose. The voices of Qin Junyi and his sister trying to mediate added to the chaos. Su Yunwan wanted to leave but was stopped by Qin Junyi, who grabbed her wrist. Someone, Wu Xiaohan, waiting by the carriage, immediately got in, lifted the curtain, and saluted. Qin Junyi, no longer showing weakness or retreat, spoke sharply. Give my order. The lady deliberately damaged public property. This act is especially bad. Punish her with 3 months' worth of silver as a warning. If she causes more trouble, she will be confined in the carriage. Wu Xiaohan looked up in surprise, seeing his master's cold gaze. He immediately bowed and responded, "Yes, sir." He stepped out of the carriage and went to stand between old lady Qin and the lady of the house, looking proud and stern. "The master has spoken." The lady, before he finished, Pei shouted angrily and rushed toward the carriage. "Rebel child! How dare you treat me like this?" Wu Xiaohan reached out and grabbed her arm, stopping her. He threatened from the side, "Do you want to be confined now? Let me go." Pei struggled and cried out in pain. "I want to talk to my son." "What are you, to block me?" Qin Junyi hurried forward to hold his mother back and urged Wu Xiaohan to let go. Wu Xiaohan glanced at him, released Mrs. Pei, and coldly said, "Watch the madam. Don't disturb the master's peace." Mrs. Pei was about to protest, but Qin Junyi quickly stopped her, saying, "Mother, if my eldest brother takes things seriously, he always keeps his word. You don't want your daily life to be confined in a small carriage, do you?" "She dares." Mrs. Pei screamed hysterically. "I pity him for his serious injury and haven't disciplined him, but he's so rebellious towards me. Just wait, I'll beat him to death. You all, cover her mouth and carry her onto the back carriage. Don't let her contact Gooder again." The old madam remembered the times when her grandson was suppressed by Mrs. Pei, and her anger made her want to tear her apart. She shouted at the guards. The guards looked at Wu Xiaohan, who nodded slightly, then stepped forward quickly. Qin Rulin immediately stepped in front of the guards, saying, "Don't hurt my mother." Then she turned and shouted at the carriage, "Big brother, what's wrong? This is our mother." Su Yunwan bent down and walked out of the carriage, glancing calmly. Pin her silent acupuncture point and send her onto the last carriage. The guards will take turns watching her. If she resists, there will be casualties. As soon as she finished, Wu Xiaohan used 2 fingers to press Mrs. Pei's acupuncture point and looked at Qin Junyi, who clenched his fists in anger. "Should we do it? Or you?" Fearing they might hurt their mother with rough actions, Qin Junyi could only endure his sorrow and force his mother onto their carriage. Qin Rulin wiped her tears and followed, but Su Yunwan's words came from behind. "Anyone who dares to cause trouble again will face strict punishment." She staggered, nearly falling, her heart filled with uncontrollable fear. Qin Junyi told his sister to take good care of their mother, then rushed to see his eldest brother. But Wu Xiaohan stopped him. "The master is resting. No one is allowed in." Qin Junyi had no choice but to turn and ask Su Yunwan. At this moment, the old madam called Su Yunwan to sit beside her. Hearing Qin Junyi's urgent question, she replied with a faint smile, "What kind of shock did your elder brother suffer? Why has his temper suddenly changed? Isn't that a good thing?" She asked back with a smile, though she also felt puzzled. Qin Junyi had always been obedient to Mrs. Pei, so it was hard to imagine he would act like this one day. It was almost too good to be true. The old madam clapped her hands and said, "That's how it should be. This is the style of our Qin family head. Junyi, don't take your brother's deep feelings and kindness for granted. If your mother keeps being so reckless, she'll become a family trouble sooner or later." Prince Qin Xian quietly argued, "Grandmother, you are being too harsh. My mother is just a simple woman. Marry a virtuous wife. An unworthy one can ruin 3 generations," the old lady taught. "Can you honestly say your mother is a good wife and mother?" Qin Xian had no answer and could only turn around to comfort his mother. The old lady then scolded the other wives as usual and asked Su Yunwan if she understood the family rules and laws. She wanted her to manage the household strictly so Qin Junyi wouldn't have to worry about family matters. Su Yunwan looked at the submissive women of the other wives and agreed. The only difficult person in the Qin family was Pei, who kept her distance. Now that Qin Junyi was no longer under her control, things became easier. Anyone who caused trouble would either be beaten into submission or locked up in a carriage until they obeyed. Who dared to act recklessly? After resting, the team was about to set out again. Qin Junyi and his sister were pulled aside by Pei, who silently signaled them to stay. "Mother, we want to get off the carriage and tell grandmother," they said. Pei had no choice but to let them go, watching them leave with a worried look. Anger faded, replaced by fear. If the eldest son wanted revenge, could she still have a peaceful life? When Qin Junyi and his sister told the old lady, she immediately opposed. "No. Let your mother reflect on her actions. Lan, you stay with me in the same carriage." As for Brother Xian, Su Yunwan quickly said, "Let them ride with me and Ziyuan. We can buy another carriage at the next town." The shadow guard, Shi, immediately bowed and said, "Young lady, the master needs rest. Maybe the second young masters can ride horses, and we can walk." Since the health of the eldest grandson was involved, the old lady nodded. "That's settled." Su Yunwan also agreed, then turned to get into the carriage. As usual, they laid down wooden boards and prepared for a rest. Qin Junyi got into the carriage and kept his eyes on her. Once she was settled, he asked, Yuan, did I scare you? What do you think?" Su Yunwan turned to the side, smiling happily. Qin Junyi wiped away his gloom, and his eyes filled with gentle affection. His devoted look made Su Yunwan feel a flutter in her heart. She leaned forward and gave a gentle kiss on his lips, saying, "I have a gift for you to encourage you." Qin Junyi turned and hugged her tightly, kissing her nose softly. He asked in a husky voice, "What kind of gift?" "You'll find out tomorrow night," Su Yunwan teased, then motioned for him to let go. "It's too hot. I can't take it." Qin Junyi had no choice but to go along with her. He watched his wife, who kept her distance to avoid being overwhelmed by her body heat. He secretly thought he should have set clearer boundaries with his family earlier. Maman had suffered a lot of trouble and unfairness without him realizing. Luckily, it was not too late to fix things. By evening, the exile team arrived at a remote official inn to stay overnight. This place was far from the busy capital and had fewer rules. As long as they paid, the innkeeper allowed the prisoners to stay in guest rooms. Su Yunwan finished the paperwork and told the shadow guards to watch over Mrs. Pei carefully. Only after Qin Junyi moved to a guest room did Mrs. Pei get out of the carriage. Several hours had passed since her nerve points were activated, and she could speak again. She cursed and angrily went to find Qin Junyi to settle the score. When she reached the door, she was stopped by a shadow guard. She shouted through the door, "Brother Yi, I just want to ask you one question. Do you still recognize me as your mother?" Hearing her mother's voice outside, Qin Junyi's face darkened. "Let her in." Mrs. Pei looked arrogantly at the guard and stepped inside. In the guest room, Su Yunwan sat by the bed, while Wu Xiaohan naturally moved to the center of the room. As Mrs. Pei passed by, Wu Xiaohan reached out to stop her. "If you have something to say, just say it here." "Brother Yi, do you really want to disown me?" Mrs. Pei stomped in anger. Qin Junyi's attitude was cold as frost. "You will always be my mother, but I am now grown up and have my own family. You don't need to worry about me anymore. If your mind needs something to focus on, go recite scriptures and pray for the family." "What do you mean?" Mrs. Pei looked shocked and frightened. "If you need, I can build a family shrine," he offered. "I don't need that." Mrs. Pei interrupted him loudly, her face full of fear as she turned to leave. She had clearly understood her eldest son's attitude and felt deeply hurt. She secretly decided to keep her younger son close, so he wouldn't turn away from her. As for her rebellious and troublesome eldest son, she thought it was better to let him go. If Su Yunwan knew what she was thinking, she would quietly applaud and light a candle for Qin Junyi. Seeing Mrs. Pei retreat in defeat, she couldn't help but give Qin Junyi and Wu Xiaohan a thumbs up. Wu Xiaohan's mouth twitched, almost losing his composure. If it had been any other woman, she would worry about her husband's cold treatment of his own mother. But this special wife was happy to see and hear everything, not afraid of her husband's sudden coldness. After all, before this, her husband had been gentle and humble in front of his family, especially towards the eldest lady, always tolerant, truly a model of filial piety. This sudden and unexpected change surprised both the guard who had served the master for many years and she, making them afraid to act recklessly again. However, she, a woman who had known the master for less than a month, was completely unafraid, Her heart was truly remarkably strong. Su Yunwan, who was silently reciting, looked out the window at the sky and began to plan her night's outing. At midnight, the station was silent and still. In one of the guest rooms, a candle flickered in the breeze. Under the dim light, Qin Junyi moved in his sleep, suddenly feeling something was wrong, and abruptly opened his eyes. His wife, whom he had been holding, was gone, replaced by a bed of blankets. He immediately propped himself up on his elbow and called out anxiously, "Someone." "Master." Wu Xiaohan appeared from the shadows and knelt down to report. The young lady said she had something to do and left alone about half an hour ago. She told you not to worry and that she would be back before dawn. Qin Junyi asked hurriedly, "Did you send anyone to protect her?" "Her. She didn't allow it," Wu Xiaohan replied, lowering his head. In fact, before she left, Su Yunwan had strongly urged him to bring people along, and they had a heated argument over it. The master had been given a calming potion before sleep and was not awakened. Hearing this, Qin Junyi was so anxious that his head was about to explode. "She doesn't want protection and you just let her go? Subordinate is useless. I was left behind," Wu Xiaohan said with shame. He also found it incredible. With his light skills, he was among the best, and only a few could surpass him. Who exactly was the young lady? At this moment, Su Yunwan's mental strength was fully unleashed. She kept appearing in remote mountains and forests until she reached the peak of a high mountain where the energy of heaven and earth was most abundant, then stopped. She nodded with satisfaction, sat cross-legged, and held her breath. As she inhaled and exhaled, her inner supernatural power gradually accumulated and recovered. Time quietly passed. The spiritual energy around her carried a faint warmth. Suddenly, Su Yunwan opened her eyes and looked toward the source of the warmth. In the deep valley of the mountain range, thick smoke billowed, and faint red and yellow lights flickered. Was there a fire? She quickly moved to a nearby hilltop and looked down. Sure enough, there was a fire. The valley was covered with rocks of various sizes, and the flames were wildly devouring a row of wooden houses. Many people were fighting the fire around them, some in official armor, some in official robes, and others in coarse linen clothes. What was strange was that all the people dressed in coarse linen were young men and women. From their looks and figures, it was clear they had once been handsome and beautiful. Looking around, she discovered a large carved-out mountain cave. Is this a mining area? Su Yunwan became interested and quickly slipped into the mine. Inside the cave was very dark. Su Yunwan lit a fire stick and walked inside. In the faint light, she saw many piles of ore, probably raw minerals, waiting to be transported. Because the fire was weak, the ore looked similar to ordinary rocks. After checking around, Su Yunwan moved to another place. She found equipment for grinding, washing, and smelting, and finally understood what kind of mineral it was. In a secret room at the last step, high-purity gold bars were stacked high, shining brightly under the firelight. Su Yunwan felt happy. This was a great, unexpected gain. She waved her hand and stored the piles of gold bars into her space. The scene was like a swarm of locusts had passed through. Nothing was left behind. After collecting all the finished products, she clapped her hands, ready to go out and see what was happening. Passing by a house with a wide-open window, she saw a large table with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. She changed her steps and pushed the door open. This looked like an office. Besides tables and chairs, there were many cabinets filled with documents. Su Yunwan casually looked through them, and her smile grew wider. This was the emperor's private mine. The young men and women dressed plainly were not royal favorites but former servants and companions discarded by the noble family. The noble's private followers are more loyal than ordinary people, making them suitable as workers in the private mine. If they made mistakes and the owner still wanted to keep them, they would be punished to work in the mine, like exile, staying there for months. If the owner came to pick them up, the exile would end, and everything would be over. But if the owner didn't appear after half a year, it meant they had been abandoned and became slaves in the mine forever. Being discarded and forgotten like a plaything was common here. Most people were lifelong prisoners. After learning this, Su Yunwan decided to take everything, equipment and semi-finished products, into her space. Night patrol officers saw the equipment disappear suddenly and shouted loudly, "Come quickly." Something's wrong. Colleagues and soldiers arrived one after another. Seeing the scene, their pupils shrank sharply. "Quick! Someone is stealing the gold." Soon, soldiers and officers held torches, forming a long line winding through the valley, searching carefully. At this moment, Su Yunwan had moved into the original mine cave. After collecting the piled raw ores on the ground, she gazed at the mountain wall in deep thought. "Can I move the entire mine away? Let's try." Su Yunwan first used her wood element ability, using plant roots to investigate the mineral composition beneath the vegetation. Then she moved to the cliff on the back mountain with the highest gold content. She stepped back 2 paces, gathered her energy with both hands, and pushed forward. A huge burst of her ability surged toward the mountain wall. In an instant, rocks splashed and the ground shook violently. In the valley, people no longer cared about extinguishing fires or hunting, and chaos broke out. What's happening? The mine collapsed. It's a landslide. Run for your lives. Don't run around. Everyone moved down the mountain. People hurried down the foot of the mountain. Many looked back and saw the mountain collapsing, their hearts filled with fear. The miners, dressed in rough clothes, cried and laughed at the same time, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. On the back mountain, just before the entire mountain collapsed, Su Yunwan used her remaining ability to teleport dozens of miles away. She had almost emptied the entire mountain of its ores. Su Yunwan sat heavily on a rock exposed on the ground, wiping sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Thinking about the reaction of the Dog Emperor upon receiving the news, she couldn't help but giggle happily. And recalling the gift she promised to give someone, she immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, quickly replenishing her ability. It wasn't until a bird's cry broke the silence that Su Yunwan regained her focus. At this moment, dawn was beginning to break, and the sky was hazy, like a silver-gray veil covering everything. The sleeping creatures in the forest were awakened, and occasional sounds could be heard. It was time to go back. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly, in the lush, green forest, a shout and curse broke out, startling the birds on the trees into flight. "Damn woman! Where do you think you're running? Dare to escape? I'll break your legs. Was that fire you set?" Under the man's curses, sounds of fists and feet hitting, as well as short, painful moans from a woman, echoed intermittently. There is a strange new development. These women had long been mistreated by many villains. Even if they are no longer fresh, they are still beautiful women. Don't forget, they once served royal nobles. Several men talked freely, their lecherous eyes scanning the woman lying on the ground whose face was not visible. The burly man called, "Sir," moved, loosening his belt and straddling the woman. Her outer garment was torn apart forcefully, revealing a red undergarment. "Wow!" The onlookers cheered loudly, their greedy eyes fixed on the red clothing. They didn't realize their voices masked the rustling sounds in the forest behind them, where several vines moved like snakes. Suddenly, something wrapped around and tied her feet. When she looked down, she was dragged into the woods. Along with her scream, a man who had been biting her neck and ear cried out in pain. "You're asking for trouble." The man harshly grabbed her throat. When she struggled and gasped for air, he raised his hand angrily. Just as he was about to strike, a strong sense of danger flashed in his mind. He moved faster than thought, rolling away to the side. A thorny vine shot toward his previous position. After missing, it retracted into the forest and disappeared. Only then did he realize that his subordinates were gone, and there were traces of dragging all around. He quickly drew his sword and shouted, "Who's there? Come out!" But what answered him was a desperate scream nearby. He ignored the woman and ran toward the sound, but he was too late. In front of him, a colleague lay motionless on the ground, a large sharp spear piercing his chest. As he looked closer, another scream came from a different direction. When he arrived, he saw the same deadly scene. The man stepped back several paces, abandoning his remaining comrades, and ran in the direction he came from. But Su Yunwan, filled with murderous intent, would not let him go. What awaited him was the same fate as the others. After killing the last person, Su Yunwan looked at the sky. He could not delay any longer. The woman under the tree slowly stood up. Despite her injuries and humiliation, she did not fall. She silently counted the screams, and after the last one, she looked around and shouted, "Thank you, hero, for saving me. I have no way to repay you. I wish to follow you for 3 years, at your command." A sudden thought crossed Su Yunwan's mind. The Qin family was in need of servants, but the road ahead was full of danger and conflict. If my benefactor does not wish for a young girl to follow her, I have brought some gold from the mine. I offer this humble gift as a token of thanks. Seeing no response, the woman untied her bundle. Inside, there were various-sized gold bars, worth a lot. The woman hesitated briefly, then picked up a small gold bar. "Please forgive me, benefactor. I will keep one to buy a household registration and a travel permit. The rest is yours." After saying that, she retied the bundle, placed it under a large tree, and, limping, headed toward the sunrise. Su Yunwan saw that she was truly leaving without looking back, not playing tricks, but genuinely leaving to avoid hiding in the shadows and waiting for someone to appear. She jumped down from the tree, picked up the bundle, and shook it. It was quite heavy. If nothing unexpected happened, these gold pieces were secretly hidden by her at great personal risk during her work. With her status, she desperately needed money to make her way forward. Under such circumstances, she could truly give away almost all her possessions without hesitation. A brief cry of surprise came from the direction where the woman had left. Su Yunwan slung the bundle on her back and hurried after her. Perhaps because of the dampness of the morning dew or her exhaustion, the woman slipped while walking downhill, falling and rolling. She hit a pine tree, stopping her fall, but she fainted. Su Yunwan approached to check her injuries. Fortunately, she was not seriously hurt internally. It was only then that the woman's face was fully revealed. She was exceptionally beautiful, with graceful eyebrows, skin as smooth as jade, exuding natural charm and delicate softness. This deep mountain was far from the noise of the world. If only relying on her feet, she wouldn't be able to leave in just a few days and nights. Leaving her here might mean being captured by pursuers or being eaten by wild animals. Her chances of survival were very low. No, she had to save her to the end, even if it meant risking everything. Su Yunwan helped the woman up, identified the direction, and activated her special abilities. Soon, they arrived at a small hill outside the city wall of Suan County. Su Yunwan laid the woman on the ground and looked at the bruises and cuts visible through her torn clothes. She took out a set of cotton clothes and a bottle of healing ointment from her space and placed them beside her. As for the bundle with the gold bars, she took one medium-sized gold bar as a reward. She had gained a lot from this trip and didn't lack gold. But accepting this reward also marked the end of their debt, allowing the woman to start a new life without worry. Su Yunwan fed him a wake-up pill. When she saw his eyelids twitch and that he was about to wake, she instantly teleported away. By this time, some hours had passed since dawn. The prisoners in the inn had all gathered in the front yard, ready to leave. Qin Junyi watched his mother and younger sister climb onto their grandmother's carriage without any obstruction from his grandmother or the shadow guards, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked at the empty carriage nearby, he felt worried again. Why hasn't his older brother come out yet? He turned back to the inn and hurried up to the second floor. Qin Junyi's door was still tightly shut, with Shadow 16 and another shadow guard standing guard at the door. "Brother, it's time to go," Qin Junyi shouted through the door. This door, besides the shadow guards, no one else had entered this morning, not even his grandmother. The excuse given was that his older brother had a frightening dream last night and needed more rest. If it weren't for his loyal shadow guards and his brother responding a few times, Qin Junyi would suspect something was wrong inside. In fact, something had happened in the guest room. Su Yunwan had not returned on time. Qin Junyi, who had been awake since dawn, was lying against the bedhead, clutching the sheets with veins bulging on the back of his hand. Wu Xiaohan stood by the window, looking worriedly into the distance. When he heard Qin Junyi's voice, he turned to face his master. Qin Junyi said, "Go tell Zhongwei that my injury has flared up and I can't move. Let them go ahead first." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Junyi at the door called out anxiously, "Brother, how is your condition? Let me come in and see." The shadow guard at the door was tense, ready to prevent him from breaking in. "I'm fine, just giving Zhongwei an explanation." "You and your family should leave first," Qin Junyi replied. "Brother, please let me in just to take a quick look." "I'll listen to you," Qin Junyi begged urgently, unable to rest easy. Qin Junyi felt frustrated inside. If he let his younger brother in, he would find Wanwan wasn't there. With his way of thinking, he didn't know where his thoughts would drift. But sending him away like this was also difficult. Just then, Zhongwei's voice came from outside. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" And through the window, a figure climbed in. Wanwan had finally returned. After landing, Su Yunwan saw the worry in Qin Junyi's eyes, and she felt a little guilty. She walked toward the table. Her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and her body went limp, almost falling. Wu Xiaohan quickly reached out and caught her. Su Yunwan simply used his hand to steady herself and sat down beside the chair. As soon as she let go of Wu Xiaohan's hand, he instinctively poured tea and offered water. Su Yunwan took a few sips, gradually calming down. Ahead, there was mining and secret attacks on officials and soldiers. They also teleported several hundred miles with others. Using their special abilities consumed a lot of energy. Originally, her powers could recover slowly on their own. She wanted to finish the most important tasks on her exile journey as quickly as possible, so she went into the deep mountains and forests where the spiritual energy was strongest at night. But things didn't go as planned. Due to two accidents, mining and rescuing someone, her powers didn't increase. They decreased instead. Still, she didn't regret it. Private mines are rare, and they belong to the heavens, so she wouldn't give up on them. As for rescuing someone, as a woman, seeing such violence, she couldn't ignore it if she had the strength and opportunity. It's not like the end of the world now, but even during past apocalyptic times, she never lost her basic humanity. When she saw injustice, she would help if she could protect herself. If someone took advantage of her kindness or used moral pressure, she would make them face the consequences and wouldn't suffer losses herself. Qin Junyi looked at his wife, whose hair was messy and face pale, feeling deep concern. But now wasn't the time for talking. Outside the door, Qin Junyi was negotiating with Zhongwei, asking Qin's family to leave a step further back. Zhongwei, representing the officials, naturally refused. Qin Junyi tried to persuade with emotion and offered benefits, but Zhongwei still didn't agree. Just as Zhongwei was sounding the alarm, the door opened. Qin Junyi rushed in immediately, seeing his brother's dark circles and pale face, and asked with concern, "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Let's go," he replied. Wu Xiaohan took out a stretcher and, with Qin Junyi, moved Qin Junyi onto it. Just as they were about to lift him, Qin Junyi gave a signal with his eyes. He quickly called for Shadow 16 to help carry him while he and another colleague packed up their things. Finally, he went to stand beside Su Yunwan, walking at the back to protect her in case she was too tired and fell. The group arrived at the front yard. The Qin family members, who hadn't yet gotten into the car, came forward to ask about Qin Junyi's condition. Qin Junyi looked tired but responded briefly before getting into the carriage. They noticed Su Yunwan's unusual expression and asked with concern. Su Yunwan remembered the conversation she overheard between Qin Junyi and Zhongwei and quickly made up a lie. "I just stayed up all night to take care of Ziyuan. I'll rest on the carriage and be fine." Inside the carriage, Qin Junyi. The secret guards. After getting on the carriage, Su Yunwan received a teasing look from Qin Junyi. She couldn't help but smile. Then she took out some breakfast she had packed, ate her fill, and lay down on the bed to rest. Qin Junyi was lying on his side, gently brushing aside the hair covering Su Yunwan's eyes. He softly asked, "Are you hurt?" "No." Su Yunwan, also lying down, chuckled softly. She played with his hand in her palm and said quietly, "You worried too much." Qin Junyi felt the warmth of her hand and shook his head. "Did something happen?" "It's just a small matter. It's all over now." To avoid further questions, Su Yunwan added, "I'm exhausted and want to sleep." Qin Junyi knew she was avoiding the truth, but still worried about her health. "All right, go ahead and sleep." Since she didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't ask further. As long as she returned safely to his side, that was enough. After resting for half a day, Su Yunwan's spirits improved. After lunch, she took a long nap, and by evening, she felt mostly recovered. At that time, the exile team entered Suin County's territory, still some distance from the city. Seeing the city gates about to close, Zhong Wei decided to find an inn outside the city to stay overnight. Nowadays, every city has high, thick city walls. The city gates, as the first line of defense, are guarded day and night. No matter the weather, once evening falls, the gates must be closed to prevent anyone from sneaking in during the night. They only reopen at dawn, once the designated opening time arrives. If travelers miss the evening entry and don't have special passes like messengers, they have no choice but to find a place outside to stay overnight. Where there is demand, there is business. Outside the county, there are two larger inns on either side of the main road. One is bustling with noise, while the other is nearly empty, creating a stark contrast. Because their team was large, Zhong Wei chose the quieter inn. After settling in, Su Yunwan inquired and learned that the busier inn across the street attracted many guests because, besides providing basic food and lodging, they also offered entertainment and leisure services. Gambling, auctions, private entertainment. The business was diverse, but popular. Many guests from this inn had gone to the other to have fun, which made this place seem less lively. Even the guards, after getting Zhong Wei's approval, went in groups to the other inn to enjoy themselves. In the room, Su Yunwan looked out the window at the opposite inn and stretched her waist. "Lying all day makes my back and waist sore. Come here, I'll give you a massage." Qin Junyi sat on the bed, looking at his relaxed wife with a faint smile in his eyes. Suddenly, Su Yunwan had an idea. "Maybe I should go to the other inn and find a charming girl to loosen up." Qin Junyi's face darkened. "No, why not? If you need, I can also find a little helper." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yunwan shivered with disgust. Qin Junyi was even more angry and made a move to get out of bed to catch her. Su Yunwan quickly stepped forward to stop him. "I'm joking. Whoever takes it seriously will lose." Qin Junyi ignored his injury and took the opportunity to press her down. "You think this is a joke?" Su Yunwan moved her restrained hands and smiled softly, begging, "I'm sorry. I won't say anything silly again. Knowing you're wrong isn't enough. You need to remember it," said Qin Junyi. As soon as he finished, he bent down and gently bit her shoulder. After a long night of worry and fear, the feeling still hadn't completely gone away after a whole day. He really wanted to leave his mark on his wife, so she would remember him wherever she went and come back to him. Even though he didn't bite hard, Su Yunwan still cried out in surprise. Qin Junyi was startled and quickly loosened his grip to check. He saw a faint bite mark on her smooth, fair shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, the world suddenly spun, and their positions changed. He was flipped onto the bed by Su Yunwan. Sitting up, Su Yunwan shouted, "If you dare to bite me, I'll bite back." Qin Junyi smiled gently and unbuttoned his left shoulder shirt, his deep, magnetic voice full of temptation. Come on then," Su Yunwan said with a playful, punishing bite. Qin Junyi let out a sharp sound but immediately relaxed his muscles to avoid hurting her teeth. Su Yunwan licked the blood that seeped out and looked at him. "You asked for this. Now we're even." Qin Junyi was excited, and seeing the red on her lips made his passion explode. "Can't be cleaned." He reached out and grabbed her slender waist, pulling her into his arms. He flipped her over and kissed her lips. His tongue lightly teased her soft lips, sometimes gentle, sometimes demanding. A tingling electric current quickly spread through his body. She was lost in the moment, dancing in their intimacy. Until he felt something hot pressing painfully against her, Su Yunwan broke free from his entanglement and smiled softly. In the back kitchen of the inn, Wu Xiaohan carried a tray with 2 bowls of rice and several delicate dishes upstairs. The doorman, Shi Yi, had stepped back a few steps from the door. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and raised his finger at Wu Xiaohan. Wu Xiaohan immediately stopped and, unsure of what to do, turned and headed to the room where the shadow guards rested, bringing the food. The shadow guard, 12, grinned mischievously. Young Master Wu scolded with a smile, "Go ahead, make your own food if you want to eat." Everyone chuckled, then noticed that the food was enough for 2 people, and they immediately understood it was meant for the master. 12's dog-leg servant offered Wu Xiaohan a cup of tea and quietly asked, "Brother Wu, who is the young lady? What is her background?" "Last night, the young lady disappeared for half the night. He was sent to the place where she was missing to wait. But he waited from night to morning and didn't see her shadow. Instead, his companion came to call him back, saying the young lady had returned. This young lady was too mysterious and unpredictable." Wu Xiaohan put down the tray and took the teacup without politeness. After a small sip, he looked at her and said, "You dare to ask about the lady's affairs? Hee, I just want to serve the lady better." 12 replied with a smile. "If I accidentally offend her, my life could be in danger." Wu Xiaohan snorted softly, and the other shadow guards stepped forward to ask questions. "Just remember one thing." Wu Xiaohan paused, seeing everyone listening carefully. "If you offend the master, it might not be a big deal. But if you offend the young lady, even if she doesn't care, the master will not forgive you." Understood. 12 and the guards nodded, their faces thoughtful. When delivering food again, Wu Xiaohan watched carefully, arranged the meals neatly, then left quietly. Su Yunwan had already tidied up her messy clothes. Only her cheeks, flushed with red, and her slightly swollen lips remained from the earlier foolishness. She stared at the food, weighing her supernatural abilities. To be safe, she decided to wait a few days before sending the gift. After they finished eating, Su Yunwan took her usual bath and changed clothes. But because of her distracted mood before the meal, her attitude subtly changed, no longer as calm and composed as before. Before sleeping, Su Yunwan leaned on Qin Junyi's arm and Yudong Kichi. "Yesterday I mentioned the gift, but something unexpected happened. I'm not ready yet. Did you go out last night just for this?" Qin Junyi's expression grew serious as he looked at her closely. After receiving her confirmation, Qin Junyi immediately said, "I don't want any gift. Please don't go out alone again, okay?" Su Yunwan was used to being independent, so she found it hard to agree. Seeing her silent, Qin Junyi's eyes showed a hint of pain. "Now, enemies are everywhere. If something happens to you, what should I do? I can only promise you that I won't risk myself easily," Su Yunwan replied, taking a step back. Qin Junyi knew early on that his wife was a very strong-willed woman, but he still felt a twisted obsession, holding her tightly in his arms, wishing he could merge her into his very bones. Words can deceive, but body reactions cannot lie. His heartbeat was fast and heavy, filled with passionate love. This intense feeling made Su Yunwan both happy and confused. She clearly sensed that some parts of her life were about to get out of control, but she didn't know if that was good or bad. She could only follow her heart and sleep embraced with her husband. Oh. At the hour of the ox, the rooster in the backyard crowed for the first time. Su Yunwan was trapped in a nightmare, feeling half awake and half asleep, unable to shout or move. "Wan Wan, Wan Wan." The worried call in her ear helped her finally break free from the sleep paralysis and open her eyes. Anxiety and tension filled her heart, as if her heartbeat was about to jump out of her chest. Qin Junyi held her tightly. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Yeah." Su Yunwan remembered her dream, which showed scenes of natural disasters and chaos from her past life's exile journey. Unlike before, Qin Junyi was a victim because he was disabled. That feeling of fear and despair lingered in her mind, not fading for a long time. Suddenly, Su Yunwan sat up and took out a bottle of anesthetic powder. "This is the gift I want to give you. Do you want to accept it now?" Qin Junyi's pupils suddenly widened. Could this be his chance to finally get rid of the last bone nail? But when he turned to see her pale face and cold sweat, he only held her hand with a medicine bottle and softly asked, "Tell me first, what did you dream about?" Su Yunwan hesitated, unsure how to start. Recently, she often felt a mysterious force controlling her, something she couldn't reveal, or she would face backlash. Since she couldn't speak of the disaster looming over her, she shook her head and said, "I don't remember." "Anyway, it's something bad." "It's okay. Dreams are usually the opposite." Qin Junyi wiped the sweat from her face. "But I want you to get rid of the bone nail as soon as possible and then do rehab to see if you can regain your martial skills," Su Yunwan said urgently. She was determined not to let nightmares invade her reality. "There's no rush right now." Qin Junyi saw that his wife was not in a good state and decided to wait until she recovered. But Su Yunwan narrowed her eyes. "Don't you believe me?" "Of course I do." At this point, Qin Junyi no longer hesitated. He unscrewed the bottle and drank some, then said, "Should I call my brother over?" Su Yunwan shook her head. "Don't wake the others in the house. Let's call him Xiao Wu or Shi." Seeing Su Yunwan nod, Qin Junyi softly called out, "Come here." The door slightly opened, and Wu Xiaohan quietly entered, coincidentally on night duty. "Later, remove the bone nails." "You listened to Wan's instructions." Wu Xiaohan, kneeling and listening, suddenly looked up, worried, and asked, "Master, is there any danger?" She did not tell others about the previous 2 times removing the bone nails, including Wu Xiaohan. "It's okay." As the medicine took effect, Qin Junyi didn't have time to say more and fell into a deep sleep. Wu Xiaohan saw this and hurriedly called out, "Master, he has taken the anesthesia and lost consciousness." "Go and take off his shirt," Su Yunwan explained, then turned to gather various tools from her space. Meanwhile, in a servant's room downstairs, 5 or 6 people with shackles quietly opened the door and slipped into the backyard. On the second floor, Wu Xiaohan suppressed his shock and doubts, turned around, and called another shadow guard to stand watch. Then he returned to the room, removed Qin Junyi's shirt. On Qin Junyi's back, were strips of white gauze wrapped around separately, leaving only the topmost bone nail. Under the dim candlelight, it emitted a chilling glow. His breathing suddenly paused, and his usually steady and strong hand trembled slightly. Could it be? Yes, Su Yunwan understood his unspoken words. She approached with her tools, smiling softly. "Only Qin Junxian and she know about this." "Keep it secret." "I will." Wu Xiaohan's eyes filled with warmth as he looked at Su Yunwan, full of gratitude and surprise. As for Shi, who already knew but hadn't told him, Wu Xiaohan felt no resentment. In fact, he praised it inwardly. That's how it should be. Su Yunwan prepared for the surgery, looking at Qin Junyi lying on the bed, feeling emotional. As long as she could successfully remove the last bone nail, he would gradually regain his health. Her man, of course, couldn't be weak or frail, suffering from lingering illness. However, tonight was destined to be troubled. Just as she activated her powers to shatter the second petal-shaped iron piece, a sharp scream suddenly tore through the silent night sky. What happened at the inn across the street was unknown, but in an instant, it became noisy, like a busy market. Halfway through the operation, it couldn't be stopped. Otherwise, the shattered iron pieces would lose control and likely cut nerves inside the bones. At best, paralysis. At worst, death. This was also why no one before had succeeded. Even if one could use internal energy to shatter the iron pieces, controlling them precisely to avoid damaging meridians until they could be removed externally was impossible. The helper, Wu Xiaohan, softly said, "I'll go set the defenses." Su Yunwan blinked slightly, focused on controlling the foreign object inside her body, and nodded in response. As Wu Xiaohan opened the door, he heard a lot of noise coming from the inn. Most people were awakened by loud screams, including the Qin family members. He quickly returned to the room where the shadow guards were staying. "Everyone, enter level 1 alert." Guard the master's room and do not let anyone enter. Yes, the shadow guards dispersed on their own, guarding the door, roof, and backyard from all sides. When Qin Junyi stepped out of his room, he saw the guards rushing out in full force. He immediately asked, "What happened?" Wu Xiaohan looked serious and coldly said, "It seems there was an incident at the neighboring inn, but do not let anyone rush into the master's room." After speaking, he looked meaningfully at Qin Junyi and blinked. Qin Junyi thought of a possibility and took a deep breath. He was about to go to his elder brother's room when he heard the door opening behind him. Pei's family, disheveled and in plain clothes, ran out quickly, clutching his hand tightly. "Xianji, mother is scared. Come guard mother and your sister." Qin Junyi was caught in a dilemma and could only look at Wu Xiaohan. Seeing him nod slightly, he then hugged Pei's family and returned to his room. The father and son of the fourth household also woke up and followed to protect the women in the women's quarters. Since the incident where Pei's family was kidnapped last time, everyone was on high alert, determined not to let their family fall into the enemy's hands again. Wu Xiaohan finished his arrangements and returned to his room to continue assisting. Just as Su Yunwan was about to insert the last piece of iron, preparing to work together to remove the bone nail and extract the iron ring, loud footsteps sounded outside. Zhong Wei led many guards to break into the second-floor guest rooms to check. After a few moments, Zhong Wei personally approached the door of this room and politely said, "Please come in and report. We need to check the number of people. Please wait a moment." The shadow guard stepped inside and saw the scene inside, suddenly stunned speechless. Outside, Qin Junyi, knowing what was happening, quickly appeared and engaged with Zhong Wei. "Master Zhong, what's going on? Why are you suddenly checking the rooms?" Zhong Wei kept a close eye on Qin Junyi, not missing any subtle expression on his face. "The two new guards added to Weinan Prefecture last time have died. How could that be?" Qin Junyi was shocked and, seeing Zhong Wei's suspicious look, hurriedly explained, "It wasn't us." What exactly happened? At this moment, Zhang Xiaolu ran up from downstairs. "Uncle, 7 criminals escaped." Zhong Wei was furious. "All members of teams 1 to 3, immediately go and catch them." Yes, the captured servant was ordered to rush out quickly. Could it be that the Qin family is working with a fugitive, Sun Lujin? The deputy beside Zhong Wei suspected. He had already been bought by 2 dead secret agents, seeing their deaths cut off his path to promotion and wealth. He hated the Qin family and wished to peel their skin. Qin Junyi clenched his fists tightly, glaring angrily. "You're slandering." Zhong Wei shot a sharp glance at the two, then coldly said, "I want to see young Master Qin." "Sir, my elder brother is badly injured and resting. This matter has nothing to do with my family." Qin Junyi stepped in front of the door, and other shadow guards also held their swords ready. Sun Lujin drew his big sword and demanded, "How dare you block the way? Kill if you resist." "Stop, stop, stop, it's all a misunderstanding." Zhang Xiaolu waved his hands repeatedly at Sun Lujin. Fearing conflict, Zhong Wei turned to his nephew and said, "You go handle the first floor and prevent anyone from escaping during the chaos." Seeing his uncle's serious expression, Zhang Xiaolu didn't dare hesitate and had to obey. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, Shi came out of the room and said, "The master has responded. Young madam needs some time to fix her appearance. Lord Zhong can handle other urgent matters first. She will talk to you when ready." Zhong Wei. He used delay tactics again. What secret affairs are happening inside? Then have all the guards from the Qin family come out. I want to count the number of people. Zhong Wei suppressed his curiosity and focused on official matters. He wanted to show friendliness to the Qin family, but didn't want to fully join their side. Until the last moment, he didn't want to give up his official position easily and become a fugitive. So, he had to do his duty and avoid leaving any evidence of mistakes or faults. Shi said, "Our people are scattered on the roof and in the backyard. They can't leave their posts. You can come with me to investigate." Zhong Wei waved his hand, and 2 servants followed one of the shadow guards. Soon, a report came back. Everyone in the Qin family was accounted for except Wu Xiaohan. Inside the house, Su Yunwan clenched her teeth and whispered, "You go out and handle things. What about the master? We can't afford any mistakes. Wu Xiaohan looked at her pale face, feeling uneasy. "I know. Just hold the line," she replied. "No matter what, they must not be discovered by outsiders." Seeing the situation outside about to erupt, Wu Xiaohan had no choice but to turn and leave. After closing the door tightly, he bowed to Zhong Wei. "Good evening, sir." Zhong Wei smelled a faint scent of blood on him and suspected he was the murderer. His heart sank immediately. "Captain, he smells of blood. I suggest we interrogate him immediately." Sun Lujin sniffed the air and looked at Wu Xiaohan with a gaze like a venomous snake. Wu Xiaohan was about to lure the tiger out of the mountain and said, "Sir, tonight's matter has nothing to do with us. We hope you'll clear our name." Zhong Wei considered carefully and Sun Lujin added, "Boss, why not hand him over to me for questioning? I can find out the truth." Wu Xiaohan's eyes were sharp. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Zhong Wei raised his right hand and said, "No need. I will question him myself." Zhong Wei looked at Wu Xiaohan with complicated eyes and then turned to leave. Wu Xiaohan gave a reassuring look to his companions, then turned to follow. Inside, Su Yunwan carefully removed the bone nails and pulled out the iron pieces. After finishing the final stitches and bandaging, her body was exhausted. But now was not the time to rest. Just as she was preparing to clean up, a voice came from the doorway. "Young madam, may I come in?" "Come in." Su Yunwan stopped quickly, letting Shi go to tidy up. She entered first to check on her mistress. Seeing everything was fine, she began to clean up. After everything was settled, Su Yunwan had already fallen asleep at the table. She knew she was very tired, so she didn't wake her. She turned and found a cloak for her mistress, gently draping it over her shoulders, then quietly stood in the shadows to watch. Meanwhile, Zhong Wei returned to his room, called his subordinates to leave, and sat down on a wooden chair. Wu Xiaohan glanced at the tea set on the table, wanting to pour Zhong Wei a cup of tea. As he reached for the teapot, Zhong Wei snatched it away and said, "No need to be polite. I might need your help again someday." "Uncle Zhong is joking," Wu Xiaohan replied, changing how he addressed him. He didn't fight for the teapot, but instead arranged 2 teacups. Zhong Wei poured tea into the cups and said, "Sit." Even after restoring his status, Wu Xiaohan didn't act distant. He sat down and asked directly, "I still don't know what happened. Can you tell me?" Right after that scream, I immediately rushed to the scene of the incident. It turned out that in the upper room of the inn across the street, 2 undercover agents died from poisoning and were discovered by a woman who was serving in the same room. According to her, the 2 men had seen her and her sister, who were performing at the inn, last night and forced them to keep company. Since the sisters were twins, they became interested in each other's company, so they only booked 1 room. Fearing their official status and strong presence, the sisters couldn't resist and had to pretend to cooperate. The 2 men were experienced in entertainment, with many tricks, and the sisters were battered and exhausted until around midnight before they finally fell asleep. The first person to discover the dead was the sister, who was awakened by pain after turning over in bed. Her hand touched the cold, lifeless body, and she screamed loudly. "That means the crime happened between midnight and early morning," Wu Xiaohan said. "How did the fugitives escape?" Zhong Wei replied. "They must have been given some kind of sleeping drug. They poured poison into the guards' drinks in the yard and climbed over the wall to escape. These 2 incidents might be connected." Wu Xiaohan thought carefully. "Who are these fugitives and what did they do?" Zhong Wei explained, and one of the fugitives caught Wu Xiaohan's attention. He was a middle-aged man with a scar near his eye, named Zhuqing. He used to be a weapons instructor in the Imperial Guard. He married a beautiful wife from a good family, and they loved each other very much. A few months ago, his wife went to Baogua Temple to pray. While she was out, a royal relative passing by saw her and forcibly took her. Feeling ashamed to face her husband, she left a blood-written note and jumped off a cliff to end her life. Zhuqing was furious and sought to kill the man who wronged his wife. He only wounded his leg in the fight, but the other man's guards were many, and Zhuqing was sentenced to death. Later, when a new emperor ascended the throne, the country granted amnesty. Zhuqing's sentence was reduced from death to exile. Despite his hardships, he remained passionate and helped many prisoners along the way. gaining their support. This escape was definitely planned by him, Zhang Wei said coldly. Wu Xiaohan nodded. He could also have killed those 2 guards, but we don't know his motive. Zhang Wei looked at him thoughtfully. Are you sure it was Zhu Qing? Wu Xiaohan smiled. Come on, Zhong uncle, do you really think we did this? Of course not. Zhang Wei remembered Zhao Rong's fate. If you really wanted to act, you could do it secretly, without leaving any clues. I'm glad you understand. The murder is probably Zhu Qing. Once we catch the escapees, we'll know for sure. But the Qin family, Zhang Wei paused, leaning closer to Wu Xiaohan and whispering, the real killer doesn't matter. If the higher-ups want to pin the blame on you, there's no way to defend yourself. Wu Xiaohan's brows furrowed deeply. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll decide once my master wakes up. At this time, the Chu family also learned the identity of the dead. The father and son were discussing secretly in a guest room. They were worried that the new emperor might take this chance to send officials and soldiers to arrest the Qin family and the entire exile team. Father, let's team up with the Qin family, Chu Yi suggested. Chu Xiao said, no need to rush. It was not yet a critical moment, and he did not want to lead his family of dozens of people down a dark path easily. Chu Yi continued to persuade him, but father, if we show our stance now, it would be a strong alliance between 2 families. If we wait until our family is pushed to the brink and then join forces with the Qin family, it would look like we are just relying on them. The eldest son of Chu thought for a moment and nodded. Father, 6th brother has a point. Maybe I should step forward and contact young Master Qin first, to see how he plans to handle this incident. Chu Xiao was silent for a while, then said, all right, because it concerned the future of the whole family, he had to be very careful. When Qin Junyi woke up, it was still very dark outside. His mind gradually became clear, but his body still felt numb, and there was a little pain from the wound on his back. The medicine in his body had lost its magic, and its effect was not fully gone yet. Wan, Qin Junyi murmured, but he saw no one on the bed. Suddenly, a huge wave of panic swept over him like a tsunami. Master, she appeared from the shadows, pulled back the curtain, and said, Madam is exhausted and fell asleep sitting in the chair. Qin Junyi finally saw the beautiful figure by the table. His racing heart gradually calmed down. If she's sleeping like that, her body must be uncomfortable. Go and call her to bed. Yes. She went to the table, gently tapped on it, and called, Madam, Madam. Su Yunwan jolted awake, rubbed her neck, and asked, It's you. What time is it? Just after Ein. The master has woken up. Su Yunwan immediately turned around, saw Qin Junyi, and smiled happily. She stepped forward and asked, Ziyuan, how do you feel? Still a bit numb. Qin Junyi moved his body, shifting from lying face down to lying on his side. Su Yunwan helped him turn over. That's normal. It will be better after a while. Suddenly, she's serious and announced, Congratulations, you are completely free. Qin Junyi felt 100 different emotions in his heart. He remembered the pain and despair during his torture, the suffering and feeling of being worse than dead. But now, his wife had completely changed his fate. From now on, let me protect you. When Su Yunwan woke up again, it was already noon. Harsh sunlight streamed in from the east window, and tiny dust particles danced in the light. The room was very quiet, and she was alone.